Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 48, A Problem Child. POV, Ghislaine and Eris. The explosion of light was all I saw before the world around me disappeared. Instinctively, my body reacted. I held Eris tightly, shielding her with my own body as the overwhelming energy enveloped us. My sharp hearing and keen senses were overloaded by a deafening sound, and for a moment, everything went blank. When I opened my eyes, the scenery was entirely different. We were in a gigantic cavern, so vast and dark that the ceiling seemed to merge with the horizon's shadow. The walls, hundreds of meters away, glimmered faintly as light reflected off sparse crystals, just enough to reveal the cavern's immensity. The ground was uneven, covered with sharp stones and massive claw marks. The air carried a metallic scent, mixed with something damp and putrid, as if this place had not seen sunlight for centuries. I carefully placed Eris on the ground. The young girl was stunned, looking around, unable to comprehend what had happened. "Stay close to me," I said firmly, drawing Hiromion. The sword gleamed faintly in the crystal's light, its blade reflecting the cold determination in my eyes. I tried to understand where we were. My trained senses, sharp as those of a beast, cut the oppressive silence around us. It felt as if the entire cavern was watching. A shiver ran down my spine. Suddenly, a heavy presence dominated the space. My gaze instinctively shifted to the top of a rock pile a few meters away. Two pairs of yellow eyes shone in the darkness, fixated on us. Pupils narrow like a serpent studied me with an intensity that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. Slowly, the creature emerged. Its massive silhouette became visible as it moved into the dim light. Its breath produced a faint, icy mist that dissipated into the air. Enormous teeth, shimmering blue scales like sapphires, and long membranous wings projected its dominance. It was a dragon. A blue dragon, at least 40 meters long, the apex predator of the entire world. I kept my expression serious and stoic, though my heart beat faster. This was no ordinary foe, and I knew it. I took only a moment to adjust my stance. Every fiber of my body, trained to the limit, was ready to kill. The dragon tilted its head slightly, its eyes evaluating the warrior before it. Its long, muscular tail moved slowly, dragging stones across the ground. But I didn't waste time. In the blink of an eye, without giving it a chance to react, I launched myself forward. My speed was devastating, impossible to track with the naked eye. Everything around me seemed to slow as I advanced with lethal precision. The dragon tried to retreat, realizing the danger too late. I slashed through the air with Hiromion, its blade resonating with fierce brilliance as I executed the signature technique of the sword god style. When I stopped, I was already on the other side of the creature. The dragon remained motionless for a moment before its head flew off, crashing to the ground with a deafening thud, its eyes lifeless. The impact of my speed was so immense that stones were hurled into the air, and my hair rippled with the wind displacement. There was no hesitation in my movements. I spun on my heels and ran back to where Eris was without stopping to admire my work. "Ghislaine. Where are we? Where's the mansion?" Eris shouted, her voice filled with confusion. Her scream echoed and reverberated throughout the cavern. The scream was a prelude to something even more terrifying. Guided by my sharp senses, I sensed the danger before it materialized. Without hesitation, I didn't stop as I grabbed Eris by the collar and dragged her away, just moments before a colossal claw struck the spot where she had been standing. The ground trembled with the impact. A deep roar echoed through the cavern, so powerful it seemed to make the ground vibrate. I stopped on a higher rock and placed Eris behind me. My expression was serious but controlled. "Young lady, do not leave my side under any circumstances and do not run off. We are in a very dangerous situation," I said, my voice firm but calm. It was an unquestionable order, and Eris, though scared, trusted me completely and would not disobey. Before I could plan my next move, more roars began to fill the cavern, each louder and closer than the last. The darkness was suddenly filled with dozens of golden eyes, all fixated on us. I tightened my grip around Hiromion, preparing for battle. The smell of blood and burnt flesh lingered in a small section of the massive cavern, now littered with debris and steam rising from nearly molten stones. 4 blue dragon corpses lay on the ground. I had taken cover with Eris in a small alcove, a crack in the wall of the vast main cavern. The space was about 3 cubic meters, just enough for us to squeeze in and wait in silence. The dragons were far too large to fit through the narrow opening, but safety was far from guaranteed. Eris was lying on Ghislaine's lap. Her young body was marked with bruises and burns, signs of the battle they had faced. Ghislaine held the young girl firmly, but her heart weighed heavy with shame and guilt. She had fought with all her strength, yet Eris had been injured and had come close to death. Protecting a life amidst the chaos of a cave infested with blue dragons was an almost impossible task. Even as a sword king, Ghislaine thought that not even the sword god, her master, could protect someone in such a situation. Her serious expression reflected her frustration. Ghislaine knew she wasn't skilled in complex strategies or deep reflections. She didn't bother questioning where she was or why she was there, her only priority at that moment was ensuring Eris's safety. Her strength lay in combat, but fighting against dozens of A and S-rank blue dragons while protecting someone was a challenge she had never faced before. Her body bore multiple wounds. Even so, giving up wasn't an option. Nor did she count on anyone coming to rescue her from a cave filled with dragons. "Young lady," she began, her voice calm yet firm, "I won't be able to carry you while fighting our way out. You'll have to run with me. I'll hold your hand." Eris opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion and fear. She had silently cried for a while when she thought Ghislaine wasn't looking. But upon hearing Ghislaine's words, a spark of hope ignited within her. Staggering, the young girl stood, barely able to keep her balance. I won't hold on to you." Ghislaine smiled faintly, a rare expression of pride on her face. "Let's get out of here." They left the shelter, running quickly through the rocky formations, dodging dragons that roamed the area. Their small size helped them remain hidden for a time. But every step was a fight for survival. Ghislaine was swift and precise, slicing through the head of an approaching dragon with a devastating strike. Yet with every blow, she felt her strength waning. The dragons kept appearing, their roars as overwhelming as a shadow of death. As she fought, Ghislaine released Eris for a moment and advanced, leaping between rocks and cutting down a dragon with a lethal strike. She then returned to grab Eris and continued their escape. With every moment, it became increasingly evident they were surrounded, and the exit was still far away. After a long time, Ghislaine let go of Eris again to deal with an opponent in front of her. But another dragon targeted Eris. After defeating the dragon, Ghislaine rushed back to Eris, shielding her with her body. She felt the blue dragon's claws tear into her back as it roared and prepared a fiery breath. Ghislaine ignored the severe wound and hid with Eris behind a rock. She continued to fight as the dragons amassed due to the noise. She was losing a lot of blood and could feel the cave's exit was still far away. She prioritized fleeing, but the dragons kept coming in dozens. As her strength began to falter, a loud crash echoed through the cave. Ghislaine stopped, her sharp senses detecting a new danger. The dragons also paused, their watchful eyes turning to the ceiling. A massive opening began to form, with chunks of rock falling as if the world were collapsing. In this critical moment, Ghislaine didn't stop to question why it was happening. Her instincts screamed that this could be their only chance. She changed direction, running toward the highest rocks near the fissure with Eris. Her plan was clear: leap to the outside. Even without certainty she could reach the exit. What she saw next, however, was something she would never forget. From within the opening in the ceiling, a young beastman descended, floating as if he were strolling. His silver hair shone under the light invading the cave, and his golden eyes calmly surveyed the environment as though he were merely passing by and decided to take a look. His aura was overwhelming, his mana immense, the greatest she had ever seen. It was visible to her magic eye. As the rocks moved to form the opening, she noticed with her magic eye that he was manipulating the stone with magic and seemed to be the one responsible for the fissure. Although genuinely surprised, Ghislaine didn't hesitate for a second. She kept running, ignoring the mysterious figure, focused on reaching the exit. The young man looked at them with interest and, in a seemingly casual gesture, raised his hand and said, "Lightning." A streak of blue lightning shot from his palm, striking a dragon that had been approaching from behind her. The dragon's roar of pain echoed through the cave, drawing the attention of the others and causing them to roar even louder and more ferociously. The cave trembled as he moved the earth, creating steps leading to the opening. It seemed he was helping them. She was still stunned by his use of magic but continued onward. Even as he did this, a winged dragon charged at them. The young man advanced and used magic from the Doldia tribe. An ear-splitting roar erupted, a howling magic she had seen once before. Yet, as with everything else he did, this was on another level. The roar echoed through the cave, disrupting the cohesion of the dragon's unity. The dragon chasing them appeared to slam into an invisible wall created by the young man. A large crack formed, but the barrier held. Ghislaine ran as fast as she could, holding Eris's hand. Her body was injured, her muscles burning, but she couldn't stop. She weaved through paths clear of dragons, moving agilely over the rocky terrain. Finally, they reached the top. The boy had already floated out of the cave, and with a final leap, she gathered all her strength to cross the fissure. In midair, as she felt blood streaming from her wounds, she saw the boy blocking the dragons with more earth magic and approaching her. He seemed calm despite the chaotic situation. She raised Hiramion, eyeing the young man. She felt no danger from him but had to be cautious. The blood loss was nearly making her unconscious, and she needed to ensure Eris was safe. He raised his hands and spoke in a reassuring voice. "You're safe for now." Those simple words dissolved her tension. And as she relaxed for a second, her body finally collapsed from the severe injuries. The red-haired girl knelt beside her, tears streaming down her face. Ghislaine. POV, Rigor Adoldia. Rigor looked at the crying girl next to the warrior he realized was his relative, Ghislaine Adoldia. He doubted there could be two beast women as strong and skilled in the sword god style with the same name. It had to be her. He approached to heal her, but the red-haired girl, noticing his approach, grabbed Ghislaine's sword and pointed it at him. Her hand trembled slightly. "You there, do something to help her," she shouted, her tone commanding but nervous and desperate. Rigor raised an eyebrow and replied. "Is that how you ask for a favor from your savior?" She grew irritated for a moment but looked at Ghislaine, bleeding profusely, and spoke, stammering. My grandfather has a lot of money. He can pay you." Rigor chuckled. If he played around much longer, Ghislaine's life would be at risk, and he wanted to leave the area quickly since the dragons could decide to break through the wall at any moment. "I don't want money. I have enough already. Don't worry, Ghislaine is from my tribe. I won't let her die like this." That seemed to lift Eris's spirits, and she quickly responded. "Then hurry." Rigor approached Ghislaine. Her wounds were severe, especially the one on her back, which had shredded several organs and deeply fractured bones. If it had been just a bit deeper, he wouldn't have been able to heal it even with advanced healing magic. He poured as much mana as possible into his healing spell, and after some time, he managed to close the wounds. Ghislaine was no longer in danger but was still exhausted and would need time to recover. Rigor then turned to the girl and grabbed her arm. She recoiled at first and asked, "What are you doing?" She almost punched him but hesitated, finally noticing he was using healing magic on her. After treating the girl's injuries, Rigor picked up Ghislaine in his arms. He looked at the warrior more closely this time. "This woman is extraordinarily beautiful and attractive," he thought. "I hadn't taken a proper look before, but she has all the right proportions in all the right places." Shaking off those thoughts, he addressed the girl. "She needs time to recover. Follow me to a nearby cave. By the way, what's your name?" The girl looked extremely nervous and worried but eventually replied. "Eris. My name is Eris Boreas Greyrat," she finally shouted. Rigor looked at her blankly and said, "All right, Eris Boreas Greyrat, stop shouting. You're attracting dragons and beasts. Or I'll leave you in the middle of this mountain for the dragons to hunt." He said this and walked off without waiting for her reaction. The girl almost yelled, "Wait," but lowered her voice at the last second. Rigor ran toward the mutant dragon's cave, carrying Ghislaine and with Eris tagging along. His pace was slow, as Eris couldn't keep up. Rigor helped by creating platforms of earth for her to cross the mountainous terrain more easily. Even so, she nearly shouted many times, growing impatient and asking about Ghislaine. However, a single glance from him reminded her of his threat to leave her behind. He quickly realized Eris was an extremely energetic and temperamental child with an incredibly strong personality. Even surrounded by dragons, the situation seemed to affect her only superficially, failing to traumatize her, or perhaps she processed trauma differently. He also noticed how much she cared for Ghislaine, which made him curious about their relationship. Was she her daughter? They looked nothing alike. Finally, they reached the mutant dragon's cave. Its scent still lingered, keeping other beasts from daring to approach, and Rigor intended to use this to his advantage. He fashioned a makeshift bed with soft sand and placed Ghislaine on it before turning his attention to Eris. He then stared at Eris, analyzing her until she lost her patience and shouted, "What are you looking at?" Rigor rubbed his temples, already irritated. "Can you stop shouting? I hear perfectly well. I want to know what you two were doing inside a cave full of dragons." Eris seemed to think of the cave as a safe place. Perhaps that was why she felt somewhat at ease. Even so, she replied defiantly, as if to provoke him. "I have no idea," she yelled, as though not knowing was some sort of achievement. She yelled even louder this time. Rigor narrowed his eyes, a thought crossing his mind. She reminded him of Linnea as a child, but Eris seemed like an even worse version, spoiled, extremely aggressive, and noisy. Fortunately, Linnea had learned some lessons to curb her behavior. Perhaps it was time to try something similar. Without a word, he moved in the blink of an eye. Accelerating instantly, Rigor grabbed Eris by her collar and carried her out of the cave to a cliffside. Before she could react, he held her by the leg and dangled her upside down. For a moment, she was stunned. But then she began screaming as she saw the height. "Aya! Let me go. Ghislaine! Ghislaine! Help me! My grandfather won't let you get away with this." Rigor ignored her screams, keeping her suspended as she tried to grab his arm. She was dressed in training clothes, so he didn't worry about her discomfort in that position. Still emotionless, he said again. Stop shouting. Then, he briefly let go of her leg before catching her again. The motion made Eris let out a terrified scream. Ghislaine. Ghislaine. Let me go. Rigger was surprised by her determination, even in such a situation. He decided to let her go completely. Eris screamed, her voice growing fainter as she fell. He watched for a few seconds before jumping after her. During the fall, Rigger created a stone platform to stop their descent. He caught Eris midair, cradling her like a princess. The girl was pale, clearly frightened this time. Rigger looked at her firmly and said, "Do you think I wouldn't dare let you go?" Not another scream. Without waiting for her response, he jumped back to the cave with fluid ease, landing gracefully and setting her down. Walking back inside, he remained silent. Eris, now mute, followed with a burning glare and a barely concealed murderous intent. Despite this, Rigger was impressed. The girl's strong and determined personality was remarkable. Any other child would have been utterly terrified after what she had been through. This was a point in her favor. She's even more stubborn than Linnea. Unfortunately, Rigger wasn't known for his patience with irrational children. Upon returning to the cave, he sat on a rock while Eris stood next to Ghislaine, still unconscious. He repeated his question, "How did you end up in there?" Eris hesitated but replied, less aggressively this time, I really don't know. We were in the mansion, and then a white light appeared. And we ended up here. Rigger raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Mansion. Eris, right. Where are you from? She replied aggressively but stopped herself from yelling at the last second, "What are you talking about?" "We're from Fitoa, obviously." Rigger was stunned and stood up abruptly. Fitoa? You mean, in the kingdom of Azura? Eris frowned, visibly confused by his reaction, and hesitated before answering, Where else would it be? Before Rigger could fully process what he had just heard, a movement nearby caught his attention. Ghislaine was starting to wake up, much earlier than he expected. He decided to wait for clearer answers from her directly. Chapter 49, maybe it's not so bad after all. Eris watched Ghislaine with a worried expression as the warrior began to awaken. Her eyes opened slowly, and she tried to sit up quickly, but a muscle spasm sent a wave of intense pain through her body. Ghislaine gasped, forcing herself to support her weight with her hands. Her wounds were deep, and the pain was nearly unbearable. She turned her eyes toward Eris, ensuring she was safe. The young girl's calm appearance seemed to ease some of the tension in her body. Finally, Ghislaine looked at Rigger, who was sitting at a distance, silently observing her. "Hello," Rigger said with a light smile. Ghislaine reached for her waist, searching for her sword, but it was not there. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed the blade was missing. Rigger pointed toward a distant rock, where the sword rested. "Your sword is over there. But your injuries were severe. I recommend you rest a bit before moving again." Ghislaine sat up slowly, still feeling the pain, and looked around. The place was different from what she remembered, but she didn't feel rushed to understand her surroundings. She glanced at Eris once more before returning her attention to Rigger. Silence hung in the air for a moment until she finally spoke with unmistakable seriousness. "For saving us and keeping Eris safe until now, I owe you a debt." "Thank you." Rigger looked slightly surprised, a shadow of confusion crossing his face. "Don't you want to know who I am? Or why I saved you?" Ghislaine remained impassive. "A debt is a debt, regardless of who you are or your motives. But yes, I'd need to know your name to repay it in the future. For now, my concern is ensuring Eris's safety and returning her to Lord Soros's mansion." Before she could finish, Eris interrupted anxiously. "Ghislaine. You need to teach him a lesson." Eris stopped mid-sentence, looking at Ghislaine's injuries, her worry growing. Ghislaine looked at her with an expression of doubt and confusion. Frustrated at not being able to seek revenge, Eris turned her gaze toward Rigger with an irritated, almost murderous look. Rigger, however, remained unperturbed and chuckled softly. "The girl mentioned, you're from Fitoa, on the Azura continent." Ghislaine, still alert and vigilant, confirmed, "Yes, that's correct." Rigger let out a muffled laugh. "Well, this really is an impossible situation for you, then. You're now on the other side of the world. This is the Blue Dragon Range, in Milis. I don't know how you ended up here, but the journey back might be a bit long." Ghislaine froze, her expression a mix of shock and apprehension. Eris beside her frowned, not fully understanding. "Is that far, Ghislaine?" she asked, her tone growing more concerned. Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, thoughtful, and whispered, "Indeed. Tall Hand once told me the only home of the Blue Dragons was in the Blue Dragon Range, but I didn't think of it during the battle." She looked at Eris with a reassuring smile, trying to hide the worry in her eyes. Young miss, don't worry. I will get you back home. However, the journey might take some time. Eris brightened at those words, smiling happily. But moments later, she frowned, glared at Rigger, and, with renewed determination, demanded. What's your name? I won't forget what you did. Rigger chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with a hint of humor. Pleasure to meet you both. I'm Rigger Adoldia. After confirming Ghislaine was stable and Eris seemed fine, Rigger stood up and left the cave, saying he'd be back soon. The faint light outside revealed a sky filled with blue dragons flying in circles, roaring in evident irritation. He watched them for a moment, attentive, before descending the uneven terrain in search of twigs and firewood. When he returned, he carried what was needed to build a fire, ensuring the area remained secure. Inside the cave, Rigger stacked the wood, using fire magic to light the flames with precision. Then, he opened a stone box, pulled out a piece of the mutant dragon he had defeated, and began preparing it. He molded the ground around the fire with magic to create an improvised grill. Both Ghislaine and Eris watched in fascination as he manipulated the elements with incredible skill. Eris was the first to speak, her eyes shining with curiosity. Hey! How do you do that? Ghislaine, more serious, added, Indeed, I'm also surprised. I've seen some mages in my life, but none of them were capable of what you're showing. Your magical proficiency is almost unbelievable, considering you must be only 12 or 13 years old. As she spoke, Ghislaine observed Rigger closely with her magic eye. Noticing the strain was beginning to weigh on her vision, her normal eye patch was lost during the battle with the dragons. She tore a piece of cloth from her clothes and improvised a new one to rest the overworked eye. Rigger chuckled lightly, looking at both of them but mostly at Ghislaine. That's chantless magic. It's certainly a rare skill, but you could say I had the best teacher to teach me magic. And, to correct you, I'm 10 years old, miss. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed, not with distrust but rather careful analysis. Before she could respond, Rigger continued, looking directly at her, I've heard many stories about Ghislaine Dedoldia in the Great Forest. None of them were very good. I never imagined you'd become such a powerful swordswoman after leaving. Eris crossed her arms with a proud smile as if the compliment were directed at her. Ghislaine, on the other hand, maintained her serious demeanor, studying Rigger. Finally, she spoke, from what I see in your movements, you're also a practitioner of the sword god style. Yes, Rigger replied, inclining his head slightly, but not as skilled as you. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. You're also a very powerful mage. I've never heard of that lightning magic you used. It's extremely fast and hard to dodge. Rigger smiled, his eyes narrowing. Even so, I don't think it'd be fast enough to use against you in a fight. Ghislaine remained silent for a moment before responding, her voice laced with respect. Perhaps not. Eris, gradually regaining her energy now that Ghislaine was awake, interrupted the exchange of words with a direct challenge. Hey, so you know how to use a sword too, don't you? Fight me. But no magic. Rigger looked at her with an amused expression as he pulled the skewers from the fire. He had found some herbs and natural spices around the cave and was curious to test their flavor on the meat. Calmly, he asked, and your sword? Where is it? Eris looked around, confused, before blushing as she realized she had lost it during the fight in the cave. Rigger chuckled softly, though his eyes gleamed with interest. He recalled watching her as they ran into the cave. Eris's instinctive use of Tuki was promising, though she herself seemed unaware of it. Testing her would be interesting. Forget it, he said as he used earth magic to create a stone sword. Tossing it to her, he created another one for himself. Take this. Eris hesitated for a moment but soon grinned and assumed a stance from the sword god style, her eager smile revealing her excitement. She had the look of a beast, and Rigger couldn't help but wonder if she was of mixed blood. She was truly ferocious and seemed impatient to fight him. Ha-iya, she yelled, charging with a wild cry. Rigger didn't move. He stopped her strike with ease, holding his stone sword firmly. Eris stepped back and attacked again, this time switching between several different positions. Rigger remained impassive, carefully analyzing her movements. After a few moments, he sighed, disappointed. Is that all? Before she could reply, he moved his sword swiftly, disarming her with a light strike to her wrist. The stone blade was pointed at her neck before she could recover. Eris froze, her eyes wide in shock. You've got talent, Rigger said, pulling the sword back. But you need a lot of training to be a real threat. Eris clenched her fists, furious, while Ghislaine observed the scene with an appraising look. The young man seemed far more skilled than she had expected, and not just in magic. An advanced swordsman could easily defeat Eris, but not like this. He hadn't exerted himself at all, as if he were merely evaluating her skills. Young lady, don't bother challenging him again. He's already at the sword saint level, Ghislaine stated emotionlessly. Eris stared at her in shock and chose to deny it. Him. Impossible. Ghislaine then turned her gaze to Rigor. Though her expression didn't show it, she too was extremely surprised. Rigor merely smiled as Eris grew increasingly frustrated. Changing the subject, Rigor decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. How did you end up in the cave? He looked directly at Ghislaine, expecting an explanation. The swordswoman seemed to ponder for a moment. We were in Roa, in the Azura Kingdom, when it happened. She paused, searching for the right words. A white light exploded after a large concentration of mana appeared in the sky. The next thing I knew, we were thrown into this cave. There were blue dragons everywhere. They attacked us the moment we arrived. Eris remained silent, clenching her fists. Rigor nodded, visualizing the scene. He could imagine the fierce battle against the creatures and the desperation of finding shelter. What about the rest of the city? Do you think the entire city of Roa was affected? Was everyone teleported? Ghislaine seemed to consider this. I don't know. We didn't see anyone else in the cave with us. It might have been a local event, or something much larger. Rigor fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the implications. If it was an isolated incident, their luck was worse than he'd imagined. But if an entire city, or even more places, had been affected, the impact would be catastrophic. So you don't know who or what caused this? Rigor pressed. No, Ghislaine replied in a tone that closed the topic. Meanwhile, the aroma of roasted meat began to fill the cave, bringing a temporary sense of calm. The confrontation might have ended, but the respect and curiosity between them had only started to grow. Rigor silently observed as Ghislaine grabbed one of the skewers and bit into the meat, her serious expression unchanged. Beside her, Eris, still furious over the fight and seemingly frustrated for some reason, grabbed another skewer. She eyed the meat with a mix of doubt and determination before taking her first bite. It didn't take long for Rigor to notice their reactions. Ghislaine remained expressionless, chewing slowly, while Eris made a slight grimace but said nothing. Didn't like it? Rigor asked, intrigued. To be honest, I've never been a good cook. Ghislaine stared at him, her voice firm as she replied, it's very good. I've eaten worse. Eris, who seemed on the verge of complaining, glanced at Ghislaine and quickly agreed. Yes. It's good. Rigor frowned. He was absolutely certain the meat was terrible. He tried it himself and almost spat out the first bite. The meat was overcooked, the spices he'd found were nothing more than moss that left a faint muddy taste, and the smell was a strange mix of smoke and damp earth. Still, while Eris was clearly lying just to agree with Ghislaine, he could see in the swordswoman's eyes that she was being sincere. That left him both confused and curious. What could be worse than this? He shook his head, unable to find an answer. Taking a deep breath, he changed the subject. We'll stay here until tomorrow. By my estimation, you should be fully recovered by then. He paused, nodding toward the cave entrance. The dragons are still agitated. With any luck, things will calm down by tomorrow, and we can head to the dwarf city. You can rest there before continuing your journey. Ghislaine finished her skewer and stood, crossing her arms as she stared at him. She remained silent for a few moments as if evaluating something. Finally, she asked directly, why are you helping us? I'm still indebted to you for saving us, but what's your reason for continuing to guide us? The question made Rigor pause for a moment. He stared into the campfire, trying to formulate an answer. At first, he thought of the justification he had given himself before and planned to tell them, Ghislaine was of the same race as him. Perhaps it was natural to help her. But as he reflected more deeply, he realized that wasn't all. There was something more. He was intrigued by Ghislaine. She was the first person he had encountered who truly seemed stronger than him after reaching the Sword Saint level. Until now, he hadn't met anyone individually as strong as he was, not the black troll he fought, not Fendrel, not Gallus, nor any of the dwarf warriors in the dwarf city. None had given him a real sense of threat. Ghislaine was different. Even after reaching the Sword Saint level and king rank in 2 magic disciplines, Rigor had never felt a clearer threat than when he saw her fighting the dragons. Of course, he could easily win if he attacked from a distance, but he was almost certain he'd lose his head before he could do anything if he fought her up close. Furthermore, there was still Hitagami. Could he tell that he wasn't acting exactly as he wanted? Beyond that, the teleportation incident also piqued his curiosity. And Eris, being a noble, could be a valuable asset in his long-term plans for the Iron Legion. Finally, he smiled at Ghislaine, a light, almost teasing, but honest smile. Just curiosity, he replied. Ghislaine narrowed her eyes but didn't press further. She turned and returned to where she had been sitting, seeming to accept the answer. Chapter 50, A Fierce Woman. The improvised wooden sword cut through the air with force, a hum that filled the silent, mountainous road. A child, Eris Boreas Greyrat, her hair as red as fire, felt sweat trickling down her forehead as she swung the sword, gritting her teeth in frustration. Each swing was a muffled cry, an attempt to ease the turmoil boiling within her. Anger at the situation, the strange place they were in, and at herself. She paused for a moment, panting, hands on her knees as she took a deep breath. She glanced to the side, where an enormous stone cart rested. It was so massive it seemed impossible to move, yet there it was, perfectly functional, with solid stone wheels and a blue dragon's corpse inside. 2 days had passed since they left the cave, and her anger and frustration grew daily. She was grateful he had saved them and planned to ask her grandfather to reward him, but he wasn't helping her mood at all. Not that he mistreated her, but he wouldn't give in to her demands and would match her aggression with equal stubbornness. She'd learned the hard way that she had no chance of defeating him. She had even asked Ghislaine to teach him a lesson once she recovered from her injuries, but she refused. The thought hit her like a flood. She gripped the sword hilt tightly and looked at the stone transport he had crafted. Besides being so strong, he also had those strange magics. She hadn't found anything he couldn't do with magic, everything seemed so convenient for him. How could someone be so infuriating and impressive at the same time? When he made that cart, Eris had almost wanted to jump up and scream in excitement. It was just so cool. He said it wasn't difficult, but when he tried to explain, well, she and Ghislaine had exchanged confused looks. Nothing he said made sense. It was something about forces, levers, and other words she couldn't even pronounce. She wanted to learn magic, but she refused to ask him for help. She returned to swinging the sword, now with more force, as if the blade could cut through the thoughts tormenting her. Each strike made her emotions clearer. He's an amazing mage. According to Ghislaine, he's absurdly skilled with the sword too. She bit her lip, remembering how she had miserably lost to him when she challenged him. She had even thought for a moment about ambushing him while he slept, but he had saved her. He had saved Ghislaine too. And that made her hesitate. He's so arrogant. Always talking about complicated things like it's easy. Like he wants to show off how much smarter he is. I feel stupid every time I talk to him. And yet. She let out a grunt and swung the sword harder, the blade humming louder. Why does he have to be so cute? She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to calm herself, but an image formed in her mind. Rigger's ears, always alert, swaying gently in the wind. His tail, seemingly alive, swaying back and forth as his emotions dictated. It was cute. Annoyingly cute. Eris suddenly opened her eyes as if the vision were an affront. She felt her cheeks burn and swung the sword with all her strength. I can't think that. I can't. She was about to scream, but a sound from the forest interrupted her. A crash. Loud enough to make her stop mid-swing and turn her head quickly toward the noise. Eris took a deep breath. Didn't they go that way earlier? POV, Rigger Adoldia. I raced through the mountains like lightning ripping across the morning sky. My feet barely touched the ground before propelling me forward again, and wherever I passed, the terrain roared and collapsed, rocks flying high from the impact's force and speed, causing shockwaves. My speed was insane, but the danger behind me was even greater. I sensed the threat before I saw it. Without much thought, I instinctively raised a massive earthen wall, as dense as I could shape it in the minimal time I had. This should buy me a few seconds, I thought. But my instincts, sharp as blades, screamed in warning. With a burst step, I vanished from my position as the ground collapsed from an explosion. In that instant, I heard it. No, I felt it. An absolute slash ripping through the world. The air seemed to falter, and the still-forming wall I had created was sliced horizontally in a clean, lethal line. Not just the wall, but the ground, the rocks, and even the horizon within reach of the strike had been cut. And there, behind that perfect cut, I saw her. Ghislaine Dedoldia. A beast in human form. Her silver hair whipped wildly in the wind, and the green glow of her magic eye seemed to pierce my soul. Despite her absurd speed, her presence was impossible to ignore. She wielded Hiremyun, the sword given to her by her master, and her stance exuded menace and strength. When was the last time I had to flee for my life in a fight? I thought quickly, trying to ignore the cold shiver running down my spine. Ah, yes. The mutant wolf in the great forest. But this is different. This is worse. My blue sword, Tsukikage, roared at my command, enveloping itself in intense flames. With a single motion, I unleashed a flaming wave in her direction. A wave of fire that would have reduced any ordinary enemy to ashes. But Ghislaine was not ordinary. The ground ahead was obliterated, stones melting and trees being destroyed. But she vanished in the middle of the attack. I lost sight of her for a second and felt the air around me shift. Damn. She can see when I'm about to cast magic with that magic eye. The world turned into a silver blur as she charged toward me. My sword rose instinctively to block the strike, but something felt off. At the last second, my instinct saved me again. With hurried magic, I conjured a transparent physical barrier around my neck. The clang resounded like thunder. Even so, the blood-colored blade sliced through the barrier with little resistance, stopping mere millimeters from cutting into my flesh. I had saved my life by a thread, but the impact was enough to make me stumble a few steps back. Finally, I managed to see her clearly. Fierce. Relentless. A true predator. Her eyes shone with determination, and her face remained expressionless, befitting a seasoned warrior. Her speed was overwhelming, her attacks calculated with deadly precision. She was faster, stronger, fiercer than me. Even her senses seemed to surpass mine. The only reason I was still alive was my versatility with magic. She charged again, and I barely had time to defend. Rising pillar. The ground exploded into a giant column in her path, but Ghislaine split it in two before it could even hit her. I seized the second of opportunity and shot an electric blast directly at her. Lightning. The bolt roared toward its target, but Ghislaine dodged with superhuman agility, using the explosion of light and debris to conceal herself before rushing at me like a bullet. I raised my flaming sword to block, but her strike was so strong that the shock reverberated through my entire arm. The stones around us cracked. She didn't stop. Ghislaine was a whirlwind of blades, and I was the prey trying to survive. Every attack was too fast to follow and too powerful to ignore. Within moments, I was covered in cuts of varying depths. Explosive circle. The ground around us erupted in flames, but she leapt out of the area as if she already knew what I was going to do. She reads all my magical moves with that eye, but it's more than that. Even if she can see them, it should be impossible to always make the best decision. She doesn't make mistakes. I retreated, casting healing magic to close the deep cuts and burns already marking my arms and legs. My breath was slightly labored, something I hadn't felt in a long time, and the tension in my muscles was evident. But she charged again. I kept my guard up, but I couldn't find any openings. Ghislaine gave no openings. Not a single mistake. As I thought that, I felt something to my left. I moved Tsukikage to intercept the strike, only for it to pass through an afterimage. Damn it. I realized it too late. Before I could swing my short sword to block the real attack, I felt Hiramun's blade graze my neck. A small trickle of blood dripped before she stopped. I looked at her, panting, facing the 6 feet 1 inch woman who was smiling slightly with a fierce gaze. Even after such an intense battle, she seemed in complete control. I smiled, exhausted. I lost. Ghislaine sheathed her sword, relaxing her stance but still radiating authority. Your magic is truly dangerous. If I were ambushed from long range, I wouldn't stand a chance. She looked at me seriously. You just need a few more years to completely surpass me. Even hearing that, my admiration for her only grew. She was formidable, yet she looked at all possibilities objectively, without arrogance or humility. I sheathed my sword, taking a deep breath, and glanced far off where Eris should be waiting for us. We had already left the dangerous dragon territory, so we left her there while we fought. Let's head back. She must be tired of waiting. And, side by side, we began our way back, as the mountains echoed the roars of the battle we had just fought. The way back was silent, interrupted only by the rhythmic sound of Rigor and Ghislaine's steps on the beaten earth. The wind gently rustled the leaves of the surrounding trees, carrying with it the damp scent of the forest. In the distance, Rigor's stone cart could be seen, carrying the corpse of the blue dragon he had hunted. He glanced at Ghislaine, who walked with the firm yet relaxed posture of an experienced warrior. Despite the strength she exuded, there was something more, a sense of discipline, like a beast that only attacked at the right moment. Ghislaine, he called, breaking the silence. She turned her head and saw the golden eyes fixed on her attentively. I would like you to be my sword master, he said, looking at her expectantly. For a moment, she held his gaze, assessing him as if trying to gauge his determination. Then, she slowly shook her head. I can't accept, she replied, her voice firm but not harsh. You're already nearing my strength. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to become your master. If you truly wish to learn, perhaps only my master could take you as a disciple. Rigor frowned, intrigued. Gal Farayon. Is he much stronger than you? He had never met a god-ranked warrior, but he assumed they must be incredibly powerful, or they wouldn't have such a title. Recently, however, he began to think that perhaps he wasn't that far from that rank. This wasn't due to ignorance or arrogance but rather the absolute confidence people placed in him. Anyone who experienced such a sense of strength would develop this confidence, especially when every enemy he encountered couldn't defeat him by a wide margin and only had a chance in groups. After all, he had been a human in his previous life and was now capable of wiping mountains off the map and moving at supersonic speeds. Who wouldn't develop some confidence after that? Ghislaine nodded. He's the strongest person I know. I've never faced anyone who came close to his power. If there's someone who can teach you something I cannot, it's him. Rigor crossed his arms, thoughtful. From the few days he had spent with her, he knew Ghislaine wasn't the type to underestimate her own strength, so her mention of Gall Farion as a much superior warrior sparked an inevitable curiosity and battle intent. I plan to travel there soon, Rigger said, looking at the horizon, but the journey will be long, and I don't want to stagnate during that time. So, would you at least be my instructor to help me reach Sword King level? Ghislaine pondered for a moment, her face remaining impassive. That wouldn't be a problem, she said with a slight nod. But in return, I'd like to ask you a favor. Rigger raised an eyebrow. A favor. He paused for a moment. What would that be? I'd like you to help us return to the Azura Kingdom, Ghislaine began. Her voice carried a serious tone and an unexpected emotional weight. Neither Eris nor I know how to read, write, or do arithmetic. Besides, many have told me that I'm not very intelligent. I traveled alone for a while after my adventurer group dissolved. By then, I had already become a sword queen and faced several near-death situations, problems my sword couldn't solve. I ended up being sold as a slave in the end before being saved by the Boreas family. She paused, as if carefully choosing her words. I thought I could protect her from any opponents along the way, but now I'm not so sure. I also can't properly feed her, give her a place to sleep, or even know the right direction to the Azura Kingdom. I could ask around, but that didn't work out very well last time. With your strength, intelligence, and magic, I believe we'd have a better chance of completing this mission. Rigger noticed a slight tremor in her voice, though it wasn't from weakness. It was as if she were forcing herself to ask for help, something clearly uncomfortable for someone so proud. You've already saved my life and Eris's, she continued, and I already owe you a great debt. But for the young lady's safety, I'm asking for this additional favor. If you accept, I'll owe you for the rest of my life and ensure you're rewarded. Ghislaine seemed extremely serious, but Rigger didn't find it difficult. He liked Ghislaine and wouldn't let her out of his sight so easily. At that moment, they arrived where Eris was. The young girl was training incessantly, swinging her improvised sword against the air beside the cart. She didn't even look at them when they arrived, focused on each strike, with sweat running down her determined face. Rigger lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought. Was this a coincidence? I see no reason not to help them. In fact, I want to help. But would I just be following Hidegami's plans if I agree? Or does he even have plans? While Ghislaine waited patiently, he pondered for a few moments, battling the nagging feeling of being manipulated. Finally, he took a deep breath and decided. I hope I'm just overthinking this. All right, he said, looking at Ghislaine. I'll be happy to help. But know that I won't travel there immediately. Can you stay with the Iron Legion for a few months? Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, considering the proposal. Before she could respond, Eris, who seemed oblivious to the conversation, stopped training and looked at them curiously. That won't be a problem, Ghislaine finally replied. As long as it's not for too long. Rigger smiled and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, turned to Eris, who was now watching them with a confused expression and a slight blush on her face. Looks like we're officially travel companions, young lady. He swore he saw steam coming out of her ears as the redhead fumed with rage, her face completely red. Rigger chuckled softly but quickly looked back to the horizon. Time to upgrade my sword. And with that thought, he kept walking, his determination renewed to face whatever lay ahead. Chapter 51, Wild Roots. In the middle of the mountains, a massive wagon, resembling a sealed stone box, moved slowly. Atop the wagon, 3 figures could be seen, a tall beast woman with silver hair and an eye patch, sitting cross-legged, a little red-haired girl apparently trying to mimic the woman's posture, and a young beast boy with golden eyes, seemingly in the early stages of adolescence. If a traveler were to pass by and witness the harmonious scene of the 3 talking casually, they might find it unbelievable after noticing the enormous dead blue dragon inside the wagon. And so, I decided to start training the children of the tribe to defend themselves. I honestly didn't imagine at first that it would grow into something so significant, Rigger explained to them. He was describing the Iron Legion, recounting its beginnings and the frequent attacks by slavers that had pushed him to start the group. Ghislaine listened without much reaction, while Eris appeared enthralled, finding the story thrilling. Almost everyone in the tribe supported it because, at the time, there was real uncertainty about whether the children were safe. But there were also some obstacles, Rigger said, glancing directly at Ghislaine. Your brother didn't like me much after I started showing wilder traits. Actually, he didn't like you either. Among the Dodoldia tribe, many don't think of you very positively. Did you know that? The warrior remained silent, her expression unreadable as she looked away. What? Eris practically shouted, jumping to her feet with her hands on her hips. What do you mean they don't think of her positively? Rigger shrugged, maintaining his calm demeanor. Many see her as a wild girl who was supposed to be the next leader of the Dodoldia tribe but was irrational and violent. And that's how it was until she was taken by a wandering swordsman passing through the great forest. But no one tried to stop him. That's ridiculous. Eris began ranting, as if it were his fault for repeating what he had heard. Wild. She's amazing. Strong, fast, smart. She taught me how to fight. And. Eris clenched her fists, fuming. She always comes to help me when I call. Ghislaine finally turned to face them, her single visible red eye resting on Eris. They're not wrong, Eris. The simple statement hit the girl like a bucket of cold water, and her eyes widened. What? What do you mean? When I was a child, I was violent, Ghislaine explained with her usual calmness. I fought everyone, even my younger brother. I respected no one. I'd pick fights over anything. I barely learned to speak the beast god's language. Eris blinked, confused, her mouth opening and closing as she tried to process this. But Ghislaine is the most incredible person I know. Rigor intervened just in time. It wasn't her fault she was so wild. It wasn't something she could control. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow slightly, showing the faintest hint of curiosity. And why is that? He paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts, before continuing. It's a theory I heard from an elf named Ilya in the long-eared tribe. She had a theory about us, the beast race. She believed that the more talented someone is, the wilder they tend to be in childhood. She personally met a member of the beast race who managed to control their wildness by mastering and manipulating their tuki. She studied later generations and came up with this theory. He paused, then added, looking at your example, I'm even more convinced that this theory is true. The warrior crossed her arms, studying Rigor with a mix of interest and skepticism. It makes sense to some extent, she murmured, almost to herself. Eris was just watching, trying to grasp something from the conversation. Ghislaine tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing Rigor with a sharp gaze. Her red eye seemed to scan him from head to toe, as if searching for something hidden within him. You seem to know a thing or two about tuki, Rigor, so you must realize your theory breaks down with you. You said you're only 10 years old this year, yet you seem much more rational than I ever was. And you're also more talented with the sword and magic. Rigor noticed her gaze and gave a small smile before responding. Well, let's just say I'm an exception. Eris narrowed her eyes, now more curious than confused. Exception? Ghislaine pressed. When I was younger, I also had a lot of trouble controlling my instincts. Some instances were even worse than yours. I was closer to being a beast than a person, he admitted, averting his gaze. His voice lowered as he recalled those moments. But I'm also pretty rational, as you said. I sought a solution when I realized I was losing control, and I found one. It was only after reaching the saint level of swordsmanship that I stopped losing myself. Ghislaine said nothing, but there was something in her posture that suggested she was reflecting on his words. Her tail swayed slightly, a barely noticeable gesture that Rigor caught. Eris, on the other hand, crossed her arms and huffed again. I didn't understand any of that. But Ghislaine is amazing, right? Rigor chuckled softly, Eris's straightforward sincerity catching him off guard. He nodded. Yes, Ghislaine is amazing. He glanced at the warrior again and noticed a faint smile on her usually stoic face. His gaze lingered momentarily on the large scar running across her exposed abdomen. The question of how she had gotten it almost slipped from his lips, but he held back. Ghislaine noticed the glance but didn't react. Instead, she turned toward the horizon. Let's train, Eris. Eris excitedly jumped to her feet to join her, while Rigor stayed behind to practice his control over barrier magic, which had proven to be highly useful as of late. While training, his thoughts drifted to Ghislaine and all the stories that had shaped her life. Ghislaine was a formidable warrior, but behind her strength lay much that he still wanted to understand. The fresh mountain breeze caressed Rigor's face as he took in the surrounding landscape. They were on a dirt road, surrounded by towering rock formations and cliffs dotted with low vegetation. In the distance, snow-capped peaks stood out against a bright blue sky almost devoid of clouds. The constant sound of wind echoed between the stones, creating a peaceful atmosphere despite the grueling journey. Rigor, his eyes fixed ahead, guided the large stone cart he had created himself. The weight of the dead mutant dragon it carried was immense, but his magic made the task seem effortless. Atop the cart, Eris practiced with an improvised stone sword, striking the air with determined, repetitive movements. Ghislaine stood nearby, observing her with a serious expression, occasionally correcting her posture with brief instructions. Rigor glanced at the scene and sighed. She's really training hard, he thought. Ghislaine told me Eris has always enjoyed sword training, but ever since they left the Blue Dragon Cave, her dedication has intensified. Ghislaine thinks it's because of me, being only a year older and already a sword saint, but I'm not so sure. He diverted his gaze to his own hands as he tried to form a small whirlwind, experimenting with the wind flow to create a perfect vortex. The magic danced between his fingers, but the vortex lost control. He sighed again, letting it dissipate into the air. After spending some time with Eris, it was easy to understand her personality. She was a typical tsundere, someone who struggled to express feelings directly and used aggression or violence as a way of communicating. Yet her actions spoke louder than her words. From Ghislaine's accounts, it was likely that the near-death experience in the cave had left her with a sense of helplessness. That's understandable. But now, maybe my presence has given her hope that she, too, can become as strong as me. He looked back at Eris, who continued to strike the air ferociously. Ghislaine corrected her grip on the sword, and the girl grumbled something unintelligible before adjusting her stance. Rigger allowed a faint smile to cross his lips. Maybe it's a mix of everything, he pondered. She wants to overcome what happened in the cave and doesn't want to be a burden to Ghislaine again. But she also wants to surpass me. That's not a bad thing. Strength is never wasted in this world. And her fierce personality. I haven't met another 9-year-old who wouldn't have had their spirit crushed after being surrounded by dragons. As he mused, the sound of swift footsteps echoed along the road. The noise grew louder, and Rigger immediately recognized the rhythm. He smiled and leaped lightly from the cart, halting the vehicle with a simple gesture. The ground beneath it shifted to stabilize the load. A dark figure appeared among the rocks. A large wolf with ebony fur raced toward him with elegance and agility. Its amber eyes gleamed with excitement as it leapt directly at Rigger, who greeted it with a soft laugh. Skull was imposing, with a muscular frame and a glossy coat that shimmered under the mountain sun. The wolf licked Rigger's face, and he responded by stroking its head. You're getting big, huh, Skull? Rigger commented as he tried to push the wolf off him. Soon I'll need to find another way to bring you into the city. Eris and Ghislaine descended from the cart to watch the wolf. Eris's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Skull, almost bouncing with enthusiasm. Rigger. Can I pet him? Eris asked, trying to contain her excitement, though not very successfully. Rigger chuckled. Only if he lets you. He turned to the wolf and made a silent signal, seeking its permission. Skull tilted his head for a moment, as if considering the idea, before approaching Eris cautiously. She carefully extended her hand and touched his soft fur. Her eyes lit up even more, and a wide smile spread across her face. Ghislaine, however, remained quiet. Her expression was serene, but her eyes betrayed a slight wariness as she observed the wolf. Despite her trust in Rigger, Skull was still a wild and powerful creature. She crossed her arms and gave a slight nod, acknowledging the bond between the boy and the animal. This is Skull, Rigger introduced. He's my companion. I found him attacking a slave market, and he's followed me ever since. Eris looked fascinated. Do you have more like him? Rigger laughed again, stroking the wolf. Unfortunately, the others already have owners. We might need to find him a mate if we want more like him. As Eris continued to admire the wolf, Rigger glanced around. The mountainous landscape seemed even more beautiful under the sunlight. The tranquility of the moment contrasted sharply with the challenges they had faced in the dragon cave. He took a deep breath, savoring the crisp, fresh air filling his lungs. Skull's arrival meant they were close to the Brightstone Forge. Ghislaine now walked alongside the cart, her vigilant posture unchanged, while Eris laughed gleefully as she played with Skull, who bounded and twisted with youthful energy, trying to reach her on top of the vehicle. Rigger smiled lightly as he watched Skull enjoying himself. He sometimes forgot the wolf was still a pup, brimming with energy. Moreover, it seemed like the first time he had seen Eris act like a normal 9-year-old girl. Soon, the Brightstone Forge came into view along the mountainside, marked by a massive stone-carved entrance flanked by eternal torches that burned with steady flames. Rigger slowed the cart and carefully parked it, dispersing the magic propelling it. We're here, he said as he hopped to the ground. Skull was already circling them, full of energy. As they walked toward the cavern entrance, Ghislaine approached and asked, Why exactly do you want to embed a magic stone in your sword? Her tone was curious but firm. Rigger looked at her, choosing his words carefully. I want my sword to function like a staff, he explained. My fighting style combines swordsmanship and magic in combat. My magic master, Verdia, gave me this sword, which can withstand extreme heat, a trait that's already proven very useful. I can only imagine what I could do with an integrated casting focus. Ghislaine merely nodded silently, absorbing the explanation as her eyes returned to scanning the path ahead. Rigger noticed that she seemed to weigh every word carefully before responding, a trait he found intriguing. Meanwhile, Eris continued playing with Skull. Rigger advanced toward the entrance of the cave and knocked on the massive wooden door reinforced with metal. He waited a few moments, the sound of his heartbeat echoing off the surrounding rocks. In his mind, he wondered about the dwarf Fort Wind. Did he return to the dwarven city? I think we stayed in the Blue Dragon Cave longer than planned. Maybe they assumed I had died. His thoughts were interrupted as the door swung open with a loud bang, and a powerful laugh echoed from the small yet imposing figure of Brightstone. I knew it. I knew you could do it. Ha 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 ha, exclaimed the dwarf, his broad smile nearly disappearing beneath his thick beard. Rigger allowed a faint smile as he pulled the blue dragon's magical stone from his bag. Brightstone almost snatched it from his hands, his eyes sparkling with fascination as he immediately began examining it, muttering to himself while performing various quick tests using tools pulled from his pockets. As the dwarf worked, Rigger gave him a sharp look. Your magical concealment items were incredibly useful. The battle would have been much harder without them. And for the dwarves, it would have been almost impossible, even with those items to help. Brightstone paused for a moment, letting out a short chuckle. Things of the past, boy, things of the past. He said before glancing at Ghislaine for the first time. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he asked. And who's the musclehead? Your wife. Rigger blinked, surprised by the question, and glanced at Ghislaine briefly before responding. No, I saved her in a blue dragon cave, actually. It's a long story. And I'm only 10 years old, you know. The dwarf just laughed and returned to examining the magical stone. After a few minutes, Brightstone seemed satisfied and stood up. I'll start working on your sword immediately. Don't bother me. Before retreating, he cast a glance at Ghislaine's waist, where her sword, harem, was sheathed. That one for sale. Ghislaine remained expressionless, and her response was curt and direct. No. The dwarf chuckled lightly. What a serious woman. Rigger then said. I'm taking the dragon's carcass and having a feast with Godbard. You don't want to join us? No, I don't like parties, nor am I welcome among those hypocrites, he grumbled as he began to work. Rigger left the sword and the magical stone with Brightstone and returned to the wagon. Ghislaine commented. What an eccentric person. Tall Hand was eccentric too. Are all dwarves like this? Rigger chuckled softly. Everyone has their quirks. As they returned to the dwarven city, Eris was riding Skoll, who leapt between peaks and cliffs with boundless energy. It was a scene of pure childhood joy, something that stood in stark contrast to the recent battles and hardships. Chapter 52, Night Hunter. The dwarven city stretched before Rigger and his group like a living stone wall, the sound of forges and hammers striking metal echoing through the mountain. As the cart approached the city's entrance, one of the guards at the gate couldn't hold back his laughter and began laughing loudly. The other, wearing a sour expression, side-eyed his colleague and muttered something incomprehensible. Rigger jumped down from the cart and approached the guards, curious about their reaction. The first guard, still struggling to stop laughing, finally spoke. Thanks, Rigger. I earned myself a vacation because of you. Rigger frowned, completely confused. Vacation? How? The grumpier guard crossed his arms and explained with a sigh, we bet whether you'd come back alive or dead. Whoever lost had to cover the other's shifts for 2 months. Guess who lost? Rigger was initially shocked but then found it amusing. The grumpy guard glanced at Ghislaine and Eris sitting in the cart and asked, raising an eyebrow, oh, who are the ladies? Friends of yours? You could put it that way, Rigger replied with a crooked smile. The swordswoman there is a sword king. The guard's eyes widened, and he practically choked. What? Yeah, she's a sword king. But don't worry, she won't do anything suspicious. She ended up here by accident. They're coming with me. Oh, and hope you're not on duty tonight, there's a well-preserved dragon corpse in this cart, and I'm planning a grand feast. Whoever's on duty will miss out, Rigger added with a semi-serious tone, though a mischievous smile danced on his lips. The laughing guard burst into even louder laughter. I'm on duty tonight. But lucky for me, a good friend of mine will be covering for me. Ha ha ha. The grumpy guard huffed, clearly unamused by the situation. Rigger laughed and, paying little attention to the sour guard, led the cart into the dwarven city. Back on the cart, Eris looked around and exclaimed, they're short. Ghislaine, sitting next to her, seemed somewhat impressed by the city's unique architecture. I've never been to the dwarven city. Tall Hand always said they make the best weapons in the world. Except for the 49 swords of Yulian Jalisco, I'd say they do make the best weapons, Rigger replied thoughtfully, observing the dwarves bustling around. He turned to Ghislaine. Do you have any money on you? Ghislaine gave him a blank look, and Rigger sighed, already knowing the answer. Along the way, many dwarves curiously watched the group, particularly the 2 new women in the cart. At one point, a young dwarf with a youthful face pointed at Eris and asked, Mom, why is her hair so red? Unable to tolerate the teasing, Eris leaped from the cart and shouted, her expression fierce. Do you have a problem with that? The boy flinched, frightened by Eris's intensity, and hid behind his mother, who looked at her with disapproval. Noticing the situation was about to escalate, Rigger intervened with a firm voice. Eris, don't cause a scene. This isn't Fatoa. Besides, I think your red hair is very beautiful. Eris turned to him, ready to retort, but as she heard the last part, her face flushed slightly. She clenched her teeth and turned away quickly, huffing like a true tsundere. Humph, was all she said before turning her gaze forward, trying to hide the slight blush on her cheeks. Soon, they arrived at Godbard's home, where a guard stood waiting for Rigger. As he saw them, he approached with a smile. "Oh, Lord Rigger, the Orgod has finished the short sword you requested. He's preparing to forge now. Would you like to see him?" Rigger immediately nodded, his expression serious. He turned to Eris before stepping down from the cart and said firmly, "Eris, stay here with Skoll. Ghislaine and I will talk to Godbard." Eris crossed her arms, clearly displeased, but didn't argue. She simply nodded with a slight huff while watching Rigger and Ghislaine enter the imposing forge. The furnace was already lit, and the scorching heat made the air shimmer. The sound of hammers striking and metal screeching filled the environment. Godbard, the Orgod, was intently sorting through a pile of precious metals. His robust figure, with a beard braided into iron rings, radiated authority. Rigger stepped forward and called out, "Godbard, they told me you finished my short sword." The dwarf raised his head at the sound of the voice and broke into a wide grin. "Rigger. So you're alive. Ha 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 ha." He approached and gave Rigger a few firm pats on the shoulder, nearly making him lose his balance. Godbard then turned his gaze to Ghislaine, who stood firm, her penetrating eyes watching him. His gaze dropped to the sword at her waist, and his playful smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Straightening his posture, he asked, "Who is she?" Ghislaine remained stoic, but Rigger intervened before she could reply. "She's Ghislaine Dedoldia, the Sword King, also known as the Black Wolf." Godbard continued, "What is a warrior of such renown doing in dwarven territory? Don't tell me she's looking to trade Hiramune. She and her disciple, Eris Greyrat, were caught in a mana disaster in the Fitoa region and teleported to the territory of the Blue Dragons." The dwarf raised his eyebrows, clearly surprised. "That again? 2 days ago, someone else showed up claiming to be from the same region, Fitoa." Rigger and Ghislaine exchanged quick glances, their eyes narrowing with interest. Ghislaine was the first to ask, "Could you tell me where that person is now?" Godbard scratched his nose as he thought. He gave the money he had in exchange for joining a caravan that left yesterday for Tinaver. They're probably a bit far by now, but he mentioned something about a place called Buena Village. He was a blonde half-elf. Ghislaine furrowed her brow in concentration before murmuring, "Then it's confirmed. It wasn't just the two of us. Probably all, or at least most, of the citizens of Fitoa were teleported. That's both good and bad, it increases the chances they're alive, at least." Rigger nodded and asked, "What was his name? We'll catch up to that caravan eventually." Godbard snapped his fingers as if trying to remember and shouted outside, "Hey, what was the name of that blonde half-elf who passed through here the other day?" One of the guards replied, "Laws. That was his name." Godbard nodded in agreement and turned back to Rigger. "Laws. That was the name. Now, let's get to the point." He walked over to a table in the forge and picked up a sheathed sword. The sheath was adorned with intricate golden details, exuding elegance and power. "Here's your short sword." He drew the sword from its sheath, revealing a blade of black gold, gleaming intensely. Along the blade, 2 small magic stones were embedded, radiating energy. "I named it Night Hunter. What do you think?" Godbard handed the sword to Rigger, who held it with both hands, examining every detail. He closed his eyes for a moment and felt the mana flow through the blade. It was incredibly responsive, amplifying his earth magic by up to 4 times and other types of magic by about 2 or 3 times. "It's exactly what I asked for, every detail." Rigger smiled, impressed. "You really live up to the title of God of Oregon." Godbard burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Of course I do, boy. If I didn't, the name of the dwarves would be a joke." Godbard said, "This sword certainly has 1 or 2 magical effects, but you will only discover this by using it and finding out more about it. Normally these skills are like a bet, something very good or so or less could come of it." "Okay, that's no problem." Rigger carefully sheathed the sword and took the opportunity to inform him of his plans. "I'm planning to host a feast with the meat from the mutant dragon I killed. However, I'll need the help of the dwarves joining the Iron Legion. They could transport the scales, fangs, and tendons of the mutant dragon and another dragon I killed to our headquarters." Godbard crossed his arms and nodded. "That can be arranged. After all, a mutant dragon isn't something you see every day. I'm sure many will want to taste a piece of that feast." After discussing some details, Rigger and Ghislaine left the forge. They called for Eris, who was sitting next to Skoll, stroking the large wolf with a bored expression. Upon seeing Rigger and Ghislaine, she quickly stood up. "Let's go to the house where I'm staying," Rigger said, leading the way. Rigger arrived at his house with Ghislaine and Eris, quickly organizing the space to accommodate them. He requested 2 extra beds from the dwarves and calmly declared, "You can sleep here tonight." It's been a while since you two slept in a decent place. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to Brightstone Cavern to pick up my sword and then travel quickly to catch up to Laws. I don't know if you'll want to join the feast, but you're invited. Eris, upon hearing this, exclaimed excitedly, finally, and threw herself onto the bed. Rigger glanced at Ghislaine, waiting for a response, but she only started exploring the room. He then left the house to immerse himself in preparations for the feast. During the organization, Rigger participated actively, speaking with the dwarves who had volunteered or been chosen to join the Iron Legion. He discussed the route they would follow and other logistical details, while also helping with food preparation and table arrangements. Once everything was ready, the feast began. The party was lively. Dragon meat was the main dish, and the dwarves praised Rigger for the feat of bringing such a rare item to the feast. Despite his initial worries, the meat turned out to be delicious. The previous issue when he ate dragon meat was simply due to his extremely poor cooking skills. He drank quite a lot with Godbard and the hosts, knowing he could use detoxification later. The hall buzzed with laughter, stories, and toasts. The dwarves were eager to hear more about the battles against the blue dragons, and Rigger recounted the intense fights in detail. His storytelling, combined with his ability to captivate the audience, further increased the dwarves' respect for him. Among the listeners, some were particularly excited about the idea of joining the Iron Legion, impressed by Rigger's strength and skill. After hours of celebration, Rigger bid farewell to the dwarves and returned to the temporary house. Upon entering, he found Eris sleeping soundly in one of the beds. Ghislaine, on the other hand, was sitting in a chair with her eyes closed. As soon as he opened the door, she opened one eye, demonstrating her alertness. Rigger greeted her in a casual tone. "You're not going to sleep on the bed." He looked at her from head to toe, once again admiring her impressive physique. He began to feel a bit flustered but restrained himself. Ghislaine noticed the look but remained indifferent, likely used to such reactions. She responded in a serious tone. "I need to be ready to protect Eris if something happens." Rigger nodded, attempting to reassure her. "I know you haven't known me for long, but as long as I'm here, nothing will happen. I guarantee it." With those words, he turned to the room, conjuring magical barriers around the house. "These barriers will alert me if anything tries to destroy them, but the chances are almost zero," he concluded, turning back to face her directly. The two locked eyes for a moment. Ghislaine seemed to be assessing Rigger, while he struggled to maintain his composure, admiring her commanding presence. Finally, she stood up and said, "All right. Thank you." Without further words, Ghislaine lay down on one of the beds. In less than 10 seconds, her rhythmic breathing indicated she had already fallen deeply asleep. Rigger was impressed. "Wow, she falls asleep fast," he murmured to himself, smiling. He observed her for a moment before heading to his own bed, lying down as his mind wandered. He thought about Tiniver and the current state of the Legion. He reflected on his parents and friends in the Great Forest and, finally, his master. The image of the golden-haired, blue-eyed elf appeared in his mind, bringing a small, involuntary smile to his lips. But it wasn't long before Ghislaine also returned to his thoughts. Their personalities and appearances were completely different, yet both attracted him in intense ways. He found himself pondering how fortunate it was that the beast tribe's mating season had recently ended. What would have happened if I had met her during that time, he thought. I'll need to control myself next year. With these reflections, he allowed exhaustion to take over, falling asleep as he mentally prepared for the next day. Chapter 53, 9 times more efficiency. The rising sun painted the sky with shades of orange at dawn as the dwarven delegation bid farewell to Rigger. Godbard extended his hand to Rigger, who shook it firmly. I truly believe that your Iron Legion will be a new starting point for a great change in the lives of dwarves and many other races. I wish you luck and wisdom on your path. Rigger smiled. Of all the places I've been, I haven't found another people who throw a party as lively as the dwarves. The dwarves laughed in unison, exchanging knowing glances. Rigger laughed too, because it was true. Dwarven celebrations were unique. Perhaps it was their lack of inhibition about almost everything, or the way they celebrated each moment with intensity. Either way, he had enjoyed the experience. Godbard turned to Ghislaine and Eris. I wish you both luck on your journey home. The caravan carrying the half-elf shouldn't be far now. Then, he looked at Eris with a challenging smile. And you, little girl, you better not disappoint me. Use that sword well. Eris blinked, confused. Ah. What sword? Godbard only laughed before walking away with the other dwarves. Eris looked at Ghislaine and then at Rigger, who pulled a sheathed sword from his waist and held it out to her. The scabbard was brown leather with silver detailing. The hilt was large, and the guard was subtle but decorated with discreet adornments forming the fangs of a feline. It was a long sword, reasonably big for someone her age. I bought this sword for you. Godbard made it a few years ago, Rigger said. You have great talent with the sword, and I've seen your dedication to training, so obviously, you need a proper weapon. Your fighting style is aggressive, so I thought a longsword would suit you best. Eris took the sword, still stunned. Rigor continued, it has the ability to become lighter in the hands of its wielder, so the weight won't be a problem for you, even though you're still small. The girl was speechless, staring at the sword as if she still couldn't believe what she had just received. Rigor was amused by her surprised expression but didn't wait for a response. Alright, now let's go get my sword. Before Eris could react, Skoll dashed ahead, barking excitedly. Ghislaine followed closely behind, but a faint smile could be seen on her face. Eris, still holding her new sword, took a second to realize she was being left behind. Wait. Did you just call me small? She ran after them, gripping her new weapon, unsure whether to smile or protest. Deep down, though, she felt something new and exciting, a feeling she didn't quite understand. When they arrived at Brightstone's cave once again, Eris walked with a gleam in her eyes. She strode ahead, a bright smile on her face. She now carried her sword on her back. Her clothes had changed as well. During their visit to the dwarven city, Rigor had bought her a reinforced leather outfit and a black cloak that swayed gently in the wind. The girl seemed very pleased with her new appearance. Ghislaine, on the other hand, had also changed her attire, though the difference was subtle. Her style was already minimalistic and revealed a lot of skin, so her new clothes simply replaced the tattered rags she had been wearing before. At least now she looked more presentable, at least as much as one could while still half naked. At the very least, both of them had gotten rid of the dirty, burned, and torn clothes they had worn when they were found. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, Eris excitedly jumped into an open space near the cliff and shouted. Ghislaine, let's train. Before even getting a response, she was already wielding her new sword, repeating the movements of the sword god style. Her eyes shone with determination, and her stance reflected years of training. According to Ghislaine, she had already reached the intermediate level and was now striving to master advanced techniques. The master, without hesitation, followed her apprentice, crossing her arms as she observed her strikes. Rigor looked at Skoll and ordered, stay close and keep watch. The wolf let out a soft growl of acknowledgement and sat down, remaining vigilant. With that settled, Rigor turned toward the cave and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the entrance, he felt something different. The air was thick with an intense presence of mana, a wild and heated energy pulsing from deep within the cave. His magic eye detected waves of power flowing like an underground river, all converging at a single point. This wasn't here last time. His heart quickened slightly, and he moved forward until he reached the large iron door. Without hesitation, he knocked firmly. It's me, he announced. It took no more than 5 seconds before footsteps echoed from the other side. The door opened, revealing Brightstone, who wore a wide grin and an expression of pure excitement. He was actually carrying travel bags. He, you're really lucky, kid. The dwarf laughed mischievously, crossing his arms. This sword of yours is definitely the masterpiece of my entire life. The pinnacle of my methods. I'm sure I've never made anything this powerful. Rigor raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and stepped into the forge. To his surprise, the place was impeccably organized. Unlike last time, when tools and materials were scattered everywhere, the workshop now looked empty, clean, and tidy. You cleaned up the forge? He asked. Brightstone let out another laugh and shook his head. No, I'm moving. I'm heading to Azura to start working for them. Azura. Rigor repeated, frowning. Yes. After enchanting your blade with an S-rank magic stone, I discovered a new method, one that only works with stones that have a high mana concentration. I finally found the path to push my craft even further. The dwarf's eyes gleamed with ambition. I got an invitation from them a while ago after being expelled from the dwarven city for befriending a noble from there. I believe only the great Azura kingdom can support the costs of this research. Only S-rank magic stones. Who else would be willing to pay for that? But this will be an innovation for the entire world. Rigor was slightly surprised. All the other dwarves had described him as an eccentric on the brink of ruin, a reckless fool. But now, standing before him, was a revitalized man overflowing with determination. He murmured, Azura Kingdom, huh? Brightstone laughed again and walked forward, striding through the cave with energy. And you will be my advertisement. I expect you to use your sword well, achieve great feats, so I can use that as leverage when I negotiate my position. Rigor remained silent, pondering. Then, his eyes turned to the blade resting on a stone table. Tsukikage. Surprisingly, there was nothing different about it. It didn't have the various embedded magic stones anywhere on the blade or hilt, which struck him as odd. However, upon focusing his magic eye, he immediately noticed, the immense concentration of mana he had felt earlier was now residing within the blade itself. He slowly approached, extending his hand toward the grip. The instant his fingers touched the hilt, a deep roar echoed in his mind. A dragon's roar, not physical but reverberating within his soul. On the outside, the sword looked the same as before. But when Rigger tried to engulf the blade in flames, he was caught off guard by an explosion of fire, intense and wild. The flames roared upward, illuminating the entire cave with an orange and golden glow. "Ah, you idiot!" Brightstone shouted as he threw himself behind a stone pillar. The initial shock made Rigger tighten his grip on the hilt, and he quickly controlled the flames, dissipating them. He took a deep breath, trying to understand what had just happened. Then, he realized something absurd. The efficiency of his fire magic had increased ninefold, almost 10. The same power that previously required a large amount of mana now consumed 9 times less. His eyes widened. What method did he use? And why isn't the magic stone visible? Brightstone stepped out from behind the pillar, now laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. You lucky bastard. You're fortunate that I told you I wouldn't charge anything if you brought me the mutant dragon's magic stone. Because this sword isn't something money can buy." The dwarf crossed his arms, satisfied. "I know your previous ability was retained, but I'm almost certain there's a new one as well. I just don't know what it is yet." Rigger continued staring at the blade, feeling the pulsing power within it. "This sword." Brightstone then grabbed a packed backpack and walked toward the cave's exit. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'm taking my leave," he announced. And with that, the dwarf departed, leaving Rigger alone with Tsukikage, the blade that would change his destiny forever. Rigger observed Tsukikage as he reflected on his new acquisition. Fire magic should be the most amplified, considering it came from a dragon, followed by earth and wind, or perhaps the other way around. He frowned, twirling the sword in his hand. "This is incredible. I need to conduct more tests to confirm this weapon's full potential." The thought excited him. If the blade truly possessed this level of amplification, it could drastically change his approach to combat. His eyes turned to Brightstone, who was already walking away. Should I invite him to the Legion? Aside from himself, there was no one in the Iron Legion capable of consistently hunting S-rank beasts. And Rigger would soon be leaving for the Sword Sanctuary. If he wanted to do this, he would need to intensify the training of the members before his departure, creating at least 2 combat groups capable of hunting these monsters. Even so, having someone like Brightstone could change the entire power structure if he could replicate these enchantments consistently. His method was mysterious, but it would strengthen the foundation while Rigger was away. Rigger pondered for a moment before sheathing Tsukikage and fastening it to his waist, now carrying 2 magic swords. Neither Godbard nor Brightstone fully understood the abilities of their creations. Even he didn't yet comprehend the true potential of both blades. But one thing was certain, his strength had increased significantly. Without further hesitation, he hurried to catch up with Brightstone, intercepting him along the path. Ghislaine and Eris were training on a nearby cliff, and the sound of blades echoed through the air. Brightstone raised an eyebrow upon noticing his approach. "What is it, kid?" the dwarf asked, crossing his arms. Rigger kept a serious expression. "Join the Iron Legion." Brightstone blinked, visibly surprised. "What's the Iron Legion?" Rigger almost choked on his response before letting out a sigh and forcing a smile. "It's the organization I created. I want you to join us." The dwarf scratched his beard, pondering for a moment. "Humph. Interesting." A calculating glint crossed his eyes. He thought for a minute, looked around, and said, "Okay. As of today, I'm part of the Iron Legion. But know that my research will be expensive. You already understand what this sword can do, so be prepared to invest. Also, I want a certain level of freedom in the organization. I don't want anyone giving me orders except the leader." Rigger raised his eyebrows. He accepted way too quickly. I really expected to have to convince him. Brightstone chuckled and started walking again. "Besides, I'll need some assistance, which I'll choose once I get there." Rigger stood still for a moment, stunned. This guy really had confidence in himself. But in the end, it made sense. Brightstone understood the value of his services even more than Rigger did, and he knew he could demand practically anything. The dwarf waved without looking back. "I'm not going with you now. I still have belongings in the Dwarven City. I heard from Fortwind that some dwarves will be joining the Legion as well, so I'll travel with them. I'll meet you at your headquarters." And with that, without further explanations, he went on his way. Rigger was pleased. If he could use these weapons to equip at least his top fighters, it would already be a huge gain. It would also be a way to attract new members and motivate them through rewards. He really thinks highly of me, choosing to join the Iron Legion instead of the Azura Kingdom. He must truly believe in my talent. Little did Rigger know that Brightstone had misunderstood some things. The dwarf assumed that Rigger was extremely confident in his proposal, first testing the sword's quality before making an invitation. He also believed that Ghislaine was part of the Legion, Rigger and the Sword King together. This organization must be nearly as strong as Azura, right? This was a fortunate coincidence for Rigger, who remained unaware of the dwarf's true reasoning. Brightstone was likely in for a surprise upon arriving in Tinaver. Rigger let out a long sigh and shook his head before turning to Ghislaine and Eris. He walked up to them and stopped nearby, observing their intense movements. "Eris," he called. "You'll be riding Skoll." The girl halted mid-swing, her eyes widening. Her expression of surprise instantly transformed into pure joy. "Really?" She ran to Skoll, stroking the large wolf, which wagged its tail. Rigger gave a faint smile at her excitement before turning to Ghislaine. "Ghislaine, we'll have to pick up the pace to catch up with that caravan. The road isn't safe all the way there. We need to get there as quickly as possible if you want to find the elf from Fitoa." Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, contemplating. Then, she nodded with determination. "All right." And so, without further delay, they set off, leaving behind the Blue Dragon Mountain Range and the Dwarven City, heading toward Tinaver. Chapter 54, Testing the Sword and Gaining New Students. POV, Laws. The battlefield was a pandemonium of slicing wings and devouring jaws. A cloud of locusts spread through the air like a living plague, a swarm of hundreds of giant insects, each the size of a hunting hound, resonating in an infernal cacophony. The deafening buzzing transformed into an incessant vibration in the chests of the dwarven warriors fighting for their lives. The ground was covered in mutilated bodies and blood, both from dwarves and the insects themselves. Dented shields, broken axes, screams of pain and despair filled the apocalyptic scene. The dwarven caravan, now reduced to half its original size, held firm in a defensive circle, desperate to resist until the horde passed. "Hold the formation. The horde must be close to passing. Do not retreat. Anyone who separates from the group is as good as dead," roared the dwarven leader, his hoarse voice cutting through the chaos. Among the dwarven warriors, a blonde half-elf moved with deadly precision. Laws, with the refined eyes of a hunter, positioned himself strategically behind an overturned carriage, each arrow he fired a precise strike, saving lives at the last moment. His fingers were slick with sweat and blood, a deep bite from a locust throbbed on his shoulder, but he did not stop. He could not stop. Every second counted. Damn it. What rotten luck. Could Sylphie or Lyena be nearby? I thought, gritting my teeth as I pulled another arrow and pierced the head of a locust preparing to crush a young dwarf. The boy looked at me with wide eyes, filled with fear and gratitude, before returning to the fight. The battle seemed endless, a never-ending nightmare, until the wind changed. At first, it was just a strong gust, enough to make the insect's wings vibrate erratically. Then, the first locust began to be lifted off the ground. Some tried to resist, their legs gripping onto rocks, bodies, anything to keep them anchored, but the force of the wind was overwhelming. A whirlwind began to form around the caravan, and soon it became evident what was happening. A colossal tornado spun around them but did not touch them directly. It was as if an invisible barrier protected them while the fury of the storm devoured their enemies. The sky, once darkened by the swarm of insects, began to clear. Amid the whirlwinds of dust and blood, Laws saw a figure atop a hill. A beast woman stood with her arms crossed, observing the scene below, while a red-haired girl stood at her side. But it was the third figure that truly made Laws hold his breath, gripping a shining blue sword pointed at the hurricane. Amid the chaotic sky, a young warrior of the beast race hovered in the air, manipulating the natural disaster with surgical precision. His face was expressionless, eyes refined like those of a predator coldly analyzing the fate of his prey. His hands moved lightly, like a conductor guiding an orchestra of destruction. POV, Rigger. Rigger observed the scene below with calculated attention. The caravan group was alive, though reduced and wounded. He had decided to come early as a precaution, but he would never have predicted a locust horde attacking at such a scale. The chances of such an event happening were incredibly low. Those dwarves and Laws were truly unlucky. His eyes analyzed the insect storm, now spinning faster and faster within the tornado. Their jaws clicked, shrill cries mixed with the howling wind. It was almost a symphony of chaos. But it still wasn't enough. Raising Tsukikage, his blue sword, Rigger began gathering more mana. The blade of the sword glowed faintly, and then small wind blades appeared around him, dancing and spinning like death's heralds for his prey. He waited for a moment, feeling the storm reach its peak. Then, in a single fluid motion, he swung his sword in a horizontal arc, saint-level original spell, Tempest of Wind Blades. The initial cut was silent, but a second later, dozens, perhaps hundreds of blades spread from the strike, slicing through everything inside the tornado. Each wind blade cut through the locusts' bodies like a scythe harvesting wheat. The swarm was ruthlessly massacred, and the sound of cutting filled the air, accompanied by the agonized screeches of the insects being torn apart. Dark blood rained from the sky. The mutilated bodies of the locusts fell like dead leaves, staining the ground crimson. Rigger slowly dissipated the tornado, leaving only a trail of destruction behind. The forest was silent. The surviving dwarven warriors stood frozen, eyes wide at the apocalyptic spectacle they had just witnessed. Laws lowered his bow, breathing heavily, staring at the young beastmen in the sky with disbelief. High above, Rigger landed smoothly on the hill where Ghislaine and Eris waited for him. That was much easier than before. A small redhead bounced excitedly, her eyes shining with admiration. Rigger. Teach me magic. Rigger sighed, observing Eris with a mix of exasperation and amusement. I already knew she wanted to learn, but she never asked, and why would I offer out of nowhere? I gave plenty of chances. But after seeing large-scale magic, she finally couldn't hold back, huh? He looked at the young redhead in front of him, who crossed her arms with a determined expression, a slight blush still on her cheeks. Unfazed by the girl's pride, Rigger nodded slightly and replied. I can teach you, just say, please, dot. Before she could respond, he turned to Ghislaine, adding. Actually, I can teach both of you. Some spells are extremely useful, even if you can only use the elemental form. But it requires patience, and above all, you need to know how to read and write. Are you willing? Eris, who had looked eager until that moment, immediately hesitated, as if reading and writing were some kind of dark curse. Her sour expression gave everything away. Ghislaine, on the other hand, surprised Rigger by responding without hesitation. I would like to learn to read and write. Actually, even math. But do you think I can learn? Rigger raised an eyebrow, looking at her for a moment before smiling slightly. Of course you can. It's never too late to learn something. As long as you have an open mind and diligence, almost anything can be learned. He then turned toward the remaining caravan, leaving the conversation behind as he moved with quick steps. When he reached the survivors, he immediately began casting healing spells, treating the wounded with efficiency and precision. The members of the caravan looked at him with respect and admiration. The group's leader stepped forward with a tired but sincere smile. Thank you. Rigger, right. I will be eternally grateful. Perhaps this would have been our end if you hadn't arrived. Ha ha ha. It's a shame that so many of ours had to fall before your arrival. Rigger kept a neutral expression and responded naturally. Don't worry about it. The Iron Legion is already allied with the dwarves. Of course I would help. But. He then turned toward a man with half-elven features, pale skin, and short blonde hair. His refined eyes were akin to those of a seasoned hunter. You there. The half-elf. Your name is Laws. The half-elf blinked, confused by the sudden approach. Huh? Yes, my name is Laws. Do I know you? Rigger chuckled, crossing his arms. I don't think so. But I ask that you come with me. Without further explanation, he turned away, leaving a perplexed Laws behind. The half-elf hesitated for a moment before following Rigger, feeling that he owed that much to his savior. As they walked, Ghislaine and Eris approached. Eris, in a dramatic manner, crossed her arms and declared. All right. I'll learn to read, write, and do math in exchange for you teaching me magic, please. Rigger blinked a few times, surprised by her sudden change of heart. His eyes slid to Ghislaine, silently pondering what she might have done to convince Eris. However, he decided to push that thought to the back of his mind for now. As he approached Laws, he gave a brief introduction. Supposedly, this is Laws, from Buena Village in Fittoa. Laws turned to Ghislaine, studying her for a moment before furrowing his brow in recognition. You are. Ghislaine de Doldia. Were you teleported as well? Ghislaine blinked, confused. Do we know each other? Laws let out a light chuckle and shook his head. Not really. But I saw you once when I was in Roa with Lord Philip Boreas Greyrat. I recognized you. Where were you when it all happened? Ghislaine's expression grew serious. In Roa. At the Lord's mansion. Law's eyes widened before his brows furrowed deeply. That means, all of Fittoa was affected. He was shocked, absorbing the implications of this information. It took him a few seconds to compose himself before asking urgently. All right. Did you see a little elf girl with green hair? Or a beast woman like you on your way? Ghislaine shook her head in denial. Laws lowered his gaze, visibly dejected. Eris, who had remained silent until now, suddenly seemed restless. Her gaze shifted between Ghislaine and Laws, tension clearly written on her face. Ghislaine, noticing her hesitation, asked the question that haunted her as well. Did you see Lord Soros? Or any other member of the Boreas Greyrat family? Laws hesitated before letting out a heavy sigh. No. I didn't see any of them. But I did see a man's corpse a few kilometers from where I appeared. He had already been partially devoured by wolves. I don't know who he was. They then discussed the details of the incident, sharing what they knew. Rigger listened attentively, trying to piece together the mystery behind this event. Finally, he turned to Laws and spoke seriously. Laws, I am the leader of an organization called the Iron Legion in Milis. Given the scale of this incident, searching for your wife and daughter alone would be unproductive. The most likely fate of those who appeared in unknown places is either starving to death or becoming slaves. He paused for a moment to let him absorb his words. I saw that you're skilled with a bow, so you must have been a hunter. When I return, I intend to form a group within the Iron Legion to search for the missing. Of course, the rescued individuals would have to join the Iron Legion, either temporarily or permanently, and I'd like you to lead this group provisionally. Do you accept? Laws remained silent for a moment, processing the proposal. Finally, he slowly nodded. You're right. He then bowed deeply. I accept, and thank you very much for your help. Rigger shrugged. Don't worry about it. I have my own interests in helping as well. Even so, Laws maintained his bow. Still, I believe this action will save many lives. Rigger simply nodded before turning to Ghislaine and Eris. Do you agree to travel with the caravan? Ghislaine shrugged. I don't see a problem. Eris was silent, a really rare thing. And so, the group joined the caravan, continuing their journey toward Tinaver. Eris Boreas Greyrat positioned herself in an improvised arena. The compacted dirt and stones had been shaped with magic to create a combat space, a small circle marked by raised earth. Around it, a group of dwarves watched with great interest, exchanging bets and animated comments about the duel's outcome. On the other side of the arena, a burly dwarven warrior held his axe firmly, his gaze determined as he faced his young opponent. Eris advanced without hesitation. Her low, aggressive stance, characteristic of the sword god style, indicated she was about to attack with ferocity. The dwarf grinned, clearly pleased with the challenge, and raised his weapon in preparation. As the fight began, Eris moved swiftly. Her first strike was a fast horizontal slash, forcing the dwarf to step back and block with his axe handle. But she didn't stop there. Spinning on her heels, she launched an upward slash, forcing her opponent to take another step back. The dwarven warrior tried to respond with heavy swings, but Eris was simply too fast. She circled around him, her precise attack seeking openings in his defense. With each passing moment, her advantage grew. The spectators began murmuring excitedly. Finally, with a fluid and fierce movement, Eris slid inside the dwarf's reach, dodging a downward axe strike, and struck her opponent on the side of his armor with enough force to bring him to his knee. The dwarf gasped for air and raised a hand in surrender. The dwarves erupted into applause and cheers, clinking their beer mugs together and praising the young warrior's skill. Eris, sweaty and panting, raised her sword, satisfied with herself, but soon her gaze drifted to the tent nearby. Inside, Rigger sat beside Ghislaine Dedoldia, holding a letter in front of her. These letters together form the word sword, Rigger explained, pointing to the characters on the sheet of paper. Ghislaine, brows furrowed and eyes fixed on the paper, murmured the word softly, tracing the strokes in the air with her fingers. Her concentration was so intense that she didn't notice Eris had won the match. The young redhead then shifted her gaze to Rigger, who smiled and casually praised her. Well done, Eris. She immediately turned her head to the side and huffed, naturally. As if his approval meant nothing. But Rigger just chuckled softly, returning his attention to Ghislaine, who continued practicing the characters. The days passed, and the journey continued with few incidents. Occasional attacks from wild beasts occurred, but nothing posed a real challenge. With Rigger and Ghislaine protecting the caravan, any enemy seemed ridiculously weak. Initially, Rigger intended to teach magic and basic studies only when they returned to the Iron Legion, but his plans changed the very same day he suggested the idea. Ghislaine appeared at night, holding a notebook borrowed from one of the merchants. I'm ready to start the lesson, she said seriously. Rigger blinked a few times before shrugging. He wasn't going to refuse her now that she was already here. Very well. Let's begin. And so, the days became a routine of learning. He taught Ghislaine and Eris how to read, write, and even basic mathematics. Although she struggled at first, Ghislaine's dedication was impressive. Eris, on the other hand, only agreed to learn after Rigger asked Ghislaine to convince her, which she did by telling various stories of her time as a solo adventurer, stories Rigger was also interested in hearing. Additionally, he taught them elemental magic. His initial focus was on fire, water, and healing, as they were the easiest to apply. If they showed enough progress, he would expand the lessons. When he wasn't teaching, he trained personally with Ghislaine, testing different combat styles. Eris, even though she was already adept in the sword god style, absorbed some of his instructions, though she would never admit it directly. In his free time, Rigger also hunted with Laws, the half-elf from Fatoa. He recalled how hunting had been fun when he was younger, but as he grew stronger, the activity lost its challenge. Even so, he enjoyed observing Laws in action, learning his stealth techniques and his incredible precision with a bow. The days turned into weeks, and the caravan finally approached Tinaver. Soon, the horizon would be dominated by the city's towering walls and white spires. With their destination in sight, everyone's journey was about to take a new step forward. Night Hunter. Creator, God Bard of the splendid celestial peak. Material, Erathium, Rank B magic stones, six-legged panther, Earth Serpent. Magic efficiency amplification. Earth X. Barrier X. Water X. Fire X. Wind X. Lightning X. Healing X. Detoxification X. Abilities. Earthborn venom, each cut releases a subtle poison that, over time, hardens blood vessels and turns them into sand, causing organ failure and death. Unknown ability. Tsukikage. Creator, Julien Jalisco. Material, bones of the dragon king Kajikut, rank S magic stone from the white-eyed blue mutant dragon. Magic amplification. Fire X. Earth X. Wind X. Lightning X. Barrier X. Healing X. Detoxification X. Water X. Modifiers. Bright stone of the deep earth. Abilities. Flaming soul, the more heat, the sharper, keener, and more resilient it becomes. Unknown ability. Ghislaine and Eris. Age, 30 years and 6 months. Mana reserves, saint level. Combat skills. Sword god style, king level. Battle strength, high king level. Intellectual skills. Learning the common language. Practical skills. Always choosing the right option between two choices, magic eye. Eris Boreas Greyrat. Age, 9 years and 5 months. Mana reserves, advanced level. Combat skills. Sword god style, intermediate. Battle strength, intermediate. Intellectual skills. Learning the common language. Practical skills. Infinite energy, greeting in the Boreas style. Chapter 55, Nothing is where it should be. Rigor watched Eris, who was gripping a piece of charcoal between her fingers with unnecessary force, nearly crushing the small object against the parchment surface. She bit her lower lip, her crimson eyes half closed, trying to force her brain to solve the calculations he had given her to test her progress. Ha! This is impossible. Eris exclaimed, throwing the charcoal to the ground and crossing her arms. Rigor chuckled slightly, picking up the charcoal and placing it back in her hand. It's not impossible. It's like training with a sword, the more you repeat, the better you get. Try again, think through each step calmly. She growled but turned back to the parchment, determined to solve the problem. It was then that Rigor turned, sensing something. Teniver was finally appearing on the horizon, its stone and wooden structures forming a familiar silhouette against the blue sky. He narrowed his eyes, adjusting his focus, and instinctively expanded his senses. First, he tried to catch the sounds of the city. His smile faded. Wasn't the city quieter than it should be? Something was wrong. He frowned, trying to ignore the unsettling feeling creeping up his spine. He took a deep breath and inhaled, trying to catch the scents carried by the wind. And then his feeling intensified. The scent of blood. A chill ran through his skin. His jaw tightened. I hope it's just a group of bandits, he thought, trying to suppress the growing sense that it wasn't something so simple. The scent was coming from the direction of the Iron Legion's base. His instincts screamed a warning. Something was very, very wrong. He stood up quickly. Ghislaine, I'm going ahead. I have a bad feeling. His voice was firm, leaving no room for discussion. Ghislaine, who was holding a book in the cart beside him, turned, her feline eyes gleaming with alertness. But before she could say anything, he had already taken off. The surroundings blurred. He ran like lightning, his legs moving in explosive bursts of speed. The wind lashed against his face, the city sounds growing louder as he approached. But, something was strange. Teniver seemed different. The atmosphere was heavy, as if a veil of tension hung over everything. He leaped over rooftops, slid through alleys, ignoring the confused looks of the few citizens crossing his path. The scent of blood grew stronger. Then he saw it. The Iron Legion's base. Or rather, what was left of it. The main entrance was destroyed, rubble scattered across the street. The outer walls were marked with deep cuts and magical burn marks. Parts of the second floor had collapsed, revealing devastated rooms. It was the scene of an intense battle. What the hell happened here? His rage grew, his heartbeat accelerating. He activated his magic eye, expanding his perception to track any nearby mana signatures. Energy flowed through his body, and he detected a signal inside the ruined structure. Without hesitation, he rushed inside. Weaving through the debris, he arrived at a partially destroyed room. The ceiling was cracked, allowing daylight to stream through the gaps in the wooden beams. In the center of the room, a woman was tending to an injured man, cleaning the deep cuts on his arm. Rigger entered abruptly, his voice heavy with urgency and fury. What happened here? The woman startled, nearly dropping the blood-soaked cloth. But before she could respond, the injured man moved. His eyes widened at the sight of Rigger, and he forced himself to sit up despite his pain. It was Joseph. The former slave Rigger had rescued. A former mercenary and one of the Iron Legion's most dedicated members. His face was pale, covered in sweat, but a relieved smile formed. "Boss, it's good that you're back." Rigger approached without hesitation, raising his hand and casting advanced healing magic. Golden energy coursed through Joseph's body, sealing his wounds in an instant. The man let out a heavy sigh, his expression visibly improving. "Boss, we need to act quick." "What happened while I was gone?" Rigger interrupted, his voice tense. He needed to know. Now. Joseph hesitated. The silence that followed was heavy. The man looked away as if trying to avoid Rigger's gaze. But there was no choice. He took a deep breath and began speaking. Joseph inhaled deeply, his face still pale from blood loss, but his voice carried urgency and tension as he started recounting the events. Rigger remained silent, every muscle in his body tense, listening to each word as if they were being etched into his mind with iron. A few days ago, Picak discovered that the Joylore House was also investigating us. And that they had already gathered far more information about us than we had imagined. Until then, everything was going well. Trade was thriving, new members were joining every day. And Taze was an impenetrable shield, taking down any strong opponent that appeared, ensuring that we suffered few casualties. Joseph paused, his gaze momentarily shifting to the ground. Rigger noticed his trembling fists. Joseph swallowed hard and continued. But then. One day, a group of Mili's holy knights ambushed and killed some of our members in Tenever's northern district. It was brutal. No warning, no negotiations. They just massacred our people. Taze didn't hesitate, he took several of us, including me, to confront them. We wanted answers, we wanted to understand why we were being attacked like this, but... Joseph gritted his teeth, his face contorted with guilt and rage. It was a trap. Rigger didn't blink. His gaze was locked onto Joseph, the words echoing in his mind like war drums. A troop of holy knights loyal to House Joylore surrounded us. And among them were 3 saint-level swordsmen, 2 from the Water God style and 1 from the North God style. They accused us of conspiring with the assassin Verdia Solarion and accused you of terrorist and genocidal acts. He exhaled heavily. At first, they tried to lure us in. After a while, we could clearly see that they were waiting for you, the Red Wolf. They played with time, measuring our strength. The more Rigger listened to Joseph, the worse his thoughts became, the most terrible possibilities ran through his mind. Joseph continued, but Taze noticed your delay, and before they could act, he used chantless magic to ambush them and severely wounded one of them. That enraged them. They lost patience and decided to capture the Legion's members to force your arrival. No matter what we did, they were determined to drag you into this fight. When Taze realized the battle was lost, he called 4 more warriors and held them back so the rest of us could escape, including me. Rigger felt a wave of heat rise through his body. His breathing grew heavy. The air felt dense, as if the very atmosphere around him was being distorted. That was 2 days ago. After that, some holy knights came here to the base. Joseph's words started to lose meaning for him. A dull ringing grew in his ears, drowning out any other sound. The world around him began to lose its color, turning into shades of red and black. His chest rose and fell too fast. Each beat of his heart felt like a war drum being struck with brutal force. His eyes wandered, but they no longer saw the destroyed base. They didn't see Joseph standing before him. In his mind, images appeared, Taze, Kidder, and the others, wounded, chained, possibly tortured. Their blood staining the ground. Their screams silenced by merciless blades. The cold smiles of the Joylore House Knights as they destroyed everything he had built. Everything he had created with the goal of bringing real change to this world. Guilt coiled in his stomach like sharp claws. Where was he while this was happening? Enjoying himself. Traveling with Ghislaine and Eris, laughing, without a care. Feasting with Godbard and the dwarves, eating dragon meat joyfully. He wasn't here. He wasn't here when they needed him. He had been warned about this, that Milis would go after subordinates, friends, and family when they couldn't deal with someone directly. And yet, he had traveled far away. His hands began to tremble. The air around him seemed to vibrate. Joseph kept talking, mentioning strategies and countermeasures, something about seeking the Pope's faction for help and that most of the situation had already been resolved. But Rigger wasn't listening anymore. Something inside him snapped. His breathing turned into a growl. His body burned, not with heat, but with the uncontrollable fury growing within him. Every fiber of his being screamed for blood. His vision blurred for an instant, then everything became clear in a different way. His beastly instincts decided that the best course of action was to protect his own. There was no logic anymore. No strategy. Only the brutal, inescapable truth. His pack was being hunted. And now, he would hunt them back. Joseph was still talking, his voice becoming a distant echo in Rigger's mind. The world around him felt murky, as if he were underwater, but one sound pierced through the haze, the erratic beating of his own heart, accelerating with every word spoken. Guilt bit deeper than any blade. He had been traveling, laughing, enjoying Ghislaine and Eris's company, while his friends were here, being hunted, captured, maybe even killed because of him. His fingers clenched so tightly that his claws tore into the flesh of his palm, but he didn't notice the pain. His chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, his eyes fixed on nothing, his thoughts spiraling into a storm of growing rage. The room around him felt stifling, as if the very air was bowing under the presence of something monstrous. A deep growl rumbled from his throat, dense and primal, making the wood and debris around him vibrate slightly. Joseph took a step back, alarmed. "Boss, calm down. We already have a plan. We can fix this." His voice was firm but carried hesitation, a justified fear. The woman tending to Joseph was pressed against the wall, eyes wide, body tense, like a deer facing a predator. But Rigger no longer heard them. He was pure instinct now. In an explosive movement, he launched himself at the mansion wall, tearing through it as if it were paper. Wood and debris flew in all directions as he emerged from the wreckage, his eyes blazing with an intense golden glow, predatory. His entire body radiated chaotic energy, as if he were about to explode. And then, at the destroyed entrance of the Legion, he saw Ghislaine and Eris. The young girl was mounted on Skoll, her eyes wide, not understanding what was happening but sensing the danger in the air. Ghislaine, however, understood. The moment she looked at Rigger, her instinct screamed in warning. She rested a hand on her sword hilt, her muscles tensing. "Rigger, calm down. What happened?" Her voice was firm but controlled, as if she were speaking to a beast about to attack. He didn't respond. He didn't even look at her. Instead, he leaned forward and pressed both hands against the ground, his claws digging into the earth. The world around him disappeared as he inhaled deeply, scenting. Every smell in the city, every speck of dust, every trace of blood mixed in the air formed a three-dimensional map in his mind. He was tracking. Searching. His muscles were taut like an animal on the verge of striking. His furry tail swayed slowly, his ears alert. And then, he found it. A familiar scent, mixed with sweat and metal. Kidder. A new growl rumbled from his throat, but this time, the sound expanded, carrying magic instinctively. Howling magic. The air vibrated, an invisible pressure wave spread out, making the glass around him crackle. Ghislaine frowned. Before anyone could react, Rigger shot forward. His body moved in a blur, running on all fours, his muscles exploding with brutal speed. Each leap, each stride, made the ground crack slightly under the force of his movements. He wasn't thinking logically anymore. At this moment, he was no longer a warrior. He was a beast. POV, Ghislaine and I hadn't really believed him when he said he also had savage outbursts. I thought he was exaggerating. That he had more control than he imagined. But now I understood. What I saw there wasn't a reckless warrior. It was a predator in its purest state. Something I had only seen a few times in my life. Rigger, in particular, looked like a wounded wolf, desperate to kill whoever was harming his pack. My instincts told me not to cross his path. But I couldn't let this happen. Compared to my childhood, his case was much worse. Could he return from this on his own? I wouldn't risk it. I owed him a life debt. I looked at Eris, who was frozen on Skoll's back. Her expression shifted between shock and confusion. And the wolf looked afraid. "Eris, stay with Skoll," I said firmly. "Tell them you came with Rigger, but don't leave Skoll's side. Understand?" She nodded, grasping the gravity of the situation. Then I pushed myself forward, running in the direction Rigger had gone. My mind worked quickly. I knew he wasn't in a state to think rationally. I didn't know if he wanted me to stop him or if he just wanted blood. But if he was in this state, he probably wouldn't use all his strength properly. I needed to be there. Before it was too late. Chapter 56, Leinster's Fear, Uncontrolled Fury. POV, Gorfolt Joy Lore. Gorfolt, the chief of knights of House Joy Lore, remained motionless on the stone wall of the estate, his eyes fixed on the horizon stretching beyond the plains. The cutting night wind shook the house's golden banners, while torches scattered across the courtyard illuminated the warriors on patrol. The grand noble residence of the Joylore family, located outside the limits of Malishan, maintained considerable autonomy, a reflection of the power and influence its lineage had cultivated over the decades. The alliance with the Cardinal faction, the faction advocating for the expulsion of demonic races, guaranteed House Joylore privileges and political security. However, in recent years, this stability had been eroded by the growing restlessness of its leader. Linstar Joylore was consumed by fear and obsession. The Knight Commander saw it clearly. The man who once ruled with unquestionable authority was now sinking into paranoia and insomnia, plagued by recurring nightmares. The origin of his torment traced back to 4 years ago, when he had hired a North Saint, a renowned assassin named Kalinowski. The mission was simple: eliminate the last surviving assassin responsible for his parents' deaths. Everything was planned. Linstar had conducted thorough investigations and was certain that the target would return to help her tribe in a time of need, and a North Saint should have been able to kill her with relative ease. But the plan failed catastrophically. Not only did Kalinowski fail to complete his task, but he also met a humiliating death. Rumors claimed that the one responsible for this turn of events was merely a 6-year-old beast child, aided by Verdia Solarion, the true target of the attack. The Knight Commander vividly recalled the impact of this news on Linstar. He had refused to believe it, roaring in rage and disbelief in the main hall. The idea that a brat barely out of infancy had overcome a North Saint seemed absurd, an affront to logic. But the survivors' reports were consistent. With each messenger bringing new information about the child, Linstar's expression grew darker, his eyes carrying a silent fury that threatened to explode at any moment. Not satisfied, Linstar sought out another assassin, someone even more formidable. That was when he contacted Larix, a North King, a feared mercenary across the Bigaric continent. If Kalinowski had failed, then a warrior of even greater caliber should be sufficient. However, Larix refused the contract upon discovering the target's identity. If it were just the elf, fine, but I don't kill children, was his response. The unexpected rejection sent Linstar into despair. His face turned pale, his expression a mix of incredulity and uncontrollable fury. From that moment on, the name of that boy became a specter, a shadow looming over House Joylore. Over the years, the young beast's skills continued to grow at an alarming rate. Stories about him spread like wildfire. Linstar began losing sleep, the deep bags under his eyes reflecting the crushing weight of his paranoia. His nightmares were filled with visions of the boy becoming an unstoppable monster, coming to destroy everything he had built since his parents' deaths. Imagine that, the boy's master had killed his parents, and now the disciple would come to finish off the son. The guard sighed, shaking his head. To him, all of this was unnecessary. What was the point of so much effort against a mere child? A 6-year-old brat killing a saint. That was a joke. If it were true, then now, at 10 years old, he should be out there massacring emperors. The thought made him scoff, but his expression soon turned serious. The Knight Commander found it all madness, but he was loyal to House Joylore. If Linstar believed in this, then it was his duty to ensure that House Joylore was prepared. He turned his gaze to the great fortress behind him, where lights shone through the windows of the main hall. The atmosphere inside was tense. The Joylore family could feel the patriarch's strain. The servants spoke in whispers, the children avoided questioning their father about his constant worry. Even Linstar's wife, Lady Felina, could no longer soothe him as she once had. He had become an obsessed man, and that obsession was slowly poisoning everything around him. The house leader had no other contacts of king-level assassins to hire, so he decided to make preparations for when the boy arrived. He reached out to Kalinowski's disciple, a new North Saint named Uri, and hired him as a temporary guard. Additionally, he forged disadvantageous alliances with other noble houses to secure help in dire times and even negotiated with Galgard, the commander of the Church's Order of Knights, claiming he was being hunted and forging evidence of threats against his life, securing 2 personal guards at the saint level. Of course, all these negotiations were conducted with extreme secrecy and only with high-ranking individuals, so very few were aware of what was happening. As a result, House Joylore, with its barriers and reinforcements, had become an extremely secure place. However, these maneuvers were gradually staining the house's trust among its allies. He cast a look at the horizon and recalled the past few months. The house leader had grown even more anxious upon learning of the rise of the so-called Iron Legion. He had tried to convince Meles to eliminate this organization before it grew too powerful and, indeed, had garnered some support. After all, the Legion's activities were directly interfering with the interests of many noble houses. Freeing slaves. Teaching them trades. That was dangerous, a threat to the established order. But in the end, his request was unanimously denied. And the reason for this boiled down to a single name, the Red Wolf. Rigger's feat of reducing the Black Troll mercenary group to ashes had spread some fear. No one wanted to provoke him, as, until that moment, he had done nothing directly against Meles. But Linstar Joylore would not accept this. He knew. He was certain that boy would come after him sooner or later. He couldn't wait for that to happen. So he decided to strike first. However, the boy was not where they expected. After some conflict with the Iron Legion, they decided to capture several Legion members as hostages to lure him out and, perhaps, obtain valuable information. As he pondered, the guard turned his gaze to the plains. For an instant, something gleamed in the distance. Lightning. He blinked, trying to understand what he was seeing. And then, in the blink of an eye, a beast-like figure shot toward him, lightning dancing in its claws. His eyes widened. His instincts screamed in alarm. He opened his mouth, desperately drawing breath to shout a warning, but all he could do was gather his final thoughts. Enemy ATT. The impact came before he could finish. POV, Rigor Adoldia. Rigor charged at the barrier surrounding House Joylor's mansion with overwhelming speed. Lightning crackled around his claws, pulsating with destructive energy. In the next instant, the barrier cracked like fractured glass before shattering into fragments of blue light. The guard standing before the door barely had time to react, managing only to let out a startled cry. A fierce strike tore through his throat, silencing him before he could finish his warning. The young beastman moved like a predator unleashed upon defenseless prey. His senses were razor-sharp, picking up every sound, every scent. Bodies fell around him, his enemies unable to comprehend what had struck them. It didn't matter who they were, servants, guards, everything that moved was mercilessly slain. The stench of fear saturated the air, mingling with the scent of warm blood. Yet, amidst it all, something stood out. Rigor lifted his head and sniffed. He could sense it. Kidder, Taze, and the other warriors were beneath the mansion. He was no longer conscious of his own thoughts. His instincts had taken over, whispering only one command: protect your pack. Kill your enemies. His eyes gleamed with silent fury as he looked at his hand, charred from the lightning. His skin was burned, but it slowly regenerated. Before he could reflect on it further, a shiver ran down his spine. Suddenly, something cold touched his neck. A thin blade pressed against his skin, sinking in just enough to draw blood. His instincts roared in alarm, and without thinking, Rigor leapt backward. The metal sliced across his neck, leaving a thin line of red, but it wasn't deep enough to be fatal. He landed on all fours, his stance that of a beast preparing to pounce. Narrowing his eyes, he launched himself forward without hesitation. His claws aimed straight for his attacker's throat, a savage, lethal strike. But once again, danger flashed before him. Something made him hesitate for just a fraction of a second, and instinctively, he pulled his arm back. At that precise moment, a sword gleamed in the air, slicing just millimeters from his forearm. Had he continued his attack, his arm would have been severed. Even so, a shallow wound opened, blood dripping onto the floor. Rigor retreated, still on all fours. His tail swayed from side to side, his fur bristling, his ears twitching at every sound. A deep, threatening growl rumbled in his throat. 3 figures stepped forward. 2 warriors in golden armor approached, the sacred insignias of the Order of Meles gleaming on their chests. Between them stood a slender swordsman, holding a thin blade that still dripped with blood. His cold eye studied Rigor with curiosity. "Uri, what is this?" one of the paladins asked, frowning. "You said he was a skilled swordsman and mage. But the boy isn't even using a sword, he fights like a wild beast." The swordsman, Uri, chuckled, twirling his blade between his fingers. "I'm surprised too. The reports we have on him seem inaccurate. But hey, that's an advantage for us, isn't it?" The other paladin scoffed, clearly unimpressed. 3 saint-ranked warriors ganging up on a child. If word gets out, we'll be a laughingstock. Where's that old man from House Joylor? Uri smirked and shrugged. Feel free to fight him alone, then. The old man said he has to protect Linstar from any other threats that might show up. The warrior remained silent for a moment before assuming the classic defensive stance of the water god style. His gaze locked onto Rigor, analyzing him carefully. To think he'd dare attack a noble house alone. I wouldn't have believed it if I wasn't seeing it myself. This is an insult to Saint Meles. Remember, even if we can't kill him, we just have to hold out until Lord Bonnard arrives. He'll make quick work of this heretic. Rigor only growled in response, his eyes smoldering like embers. His muscles were tense, electricity crackling around him. His body instinctively prepared for the next attack. Then, in a flash of lightning, Rigor lunged. He was no longer the same. He wasn't just fighting, he was annihilating everything in his path. His speed was beyond human, nearly impossible to track. His fist tore through the air, striking with such force that the ground trembled beneath him. He charged at the nearest enemy, a paladin. The impact was colossal. The knight, wielding both a sword and a shield, managed to block the punch, but the sheer force sent him skidding 10 meters backward. Rigor didn't stop. He was already in motion again, a blur of destruction, his power manifesting in raw, untamed brutality. Uri reacted swiftly, sidestepping Rigor's assault. With fluid precision, his sword sliced through the air, aiming for Rigor's throat. But Rigor was faster. He evaded at the last second, forced to retreat only because of the second paladin reinforcing the attack with his broadsword. The three enemies were relentless, their strikes coordinated and deadly. They attacked together, forcing Rigger to dodge and counter at a furious pace. Every blow he landed was like a thunderclap, yet he barely used his greatest advantage, his magic. Rigger's body was covered in blood, but he felt nothing. No pain, no satisfaction. He was lost in the frenzy, every attack, every strike, every wound on his enemies an extension of his own primal rage. This was no mere battle, it was the full expression of his beastly nature, unleashed at last. The battlefield lay in ruins, and at its center, Rigger stood, breathing heavily. Blood dripped from his body, yet he felt no exhaustion, only an uncontrollable, murderous instinct. Yurei, now confident in their victory, smirked as he stepped forward. He knew they had the advantage. Rigger wasn't even using half of his true strength. "When I'm done with you," Yurei sneered, his voice laced with hatred, "I'll hunt down that bitch, Verdia Solarion, the one who helped kill my master." The words cut through the air like sharpened blades. Verdia Solarion. The name crashed through Rigger's mind like a surge of electricity. Something inside him trembled, as if the chains of his fury had finally snapped. Verdia, his mentor, the woman he deeply respected. He stopped moving. His mind wavered between reason and instinct. His focus returned, though only faintly, the rage still simmering like a slow-burning fire in his chest. His eyes burned with newfound intensity as he gazed ahead. He knew what he had to do. For the first time in a real battle, he drew both of his swords. Chapter 57, Violent Methods Work. Rigger drew both his swords, his movements fluid like a predator preparing for the hunt. He took a low stance, his feet firmly planted on the ground. He was using a dual-wielding technique from the North God style, a technique designed to fight multiple enemies at once. His focus was there, on the battle, but his mind. His reason was beginning to waver. The rage, the adrenaline, and the savagery made it difficult to think clearly. Rigger knew that if his thoughts started racing again, he would lose control once more. The objective. Only the objective. He knew what he had to do. Move forward. Rescue his subordinates. And get out. There was no more room for hesitation, his brief moment of rationality was enough for him to realize that fighting in his current state wouldn't be advantageous. The blade in his hand began to glow with the fire magic he was gathering. One of the holy knights glanced at Yurei with a judgmental expression. "You've ruined our advantage, Yurei," the knight's deep, authoritative voice echoed like thunder. "Finish him off before he fully recovers." Yurei, wielding his thin sword, advanced first. His face was displeased, his brow furrowed, knowing it was his own words that had awakened the boy. The other two paladins, in a well-rehearsed maneuver, began moving along the flanks, forming a perfect encirclement. They were ready. The pressure on Rigger increased. But he wasn't ready to stop. With a thunderous sound, Rigger lifted a foot and stomped hard on the ground, as if carrying the weight of the world. The earth beneath him shattered, fragments of stone exploding in every direction. The impact disrupted the momentum of the three knights, forcing them to slow down. In milliseconds, Rigger used the brief moment of advantage to strike. With Tsukikage and Night Hunter in hand, he entered a dance of blades, holding off the three attackers simultaneously. The paladin's swords clashed against his, but Rigger remained focused. He dodged with the agility of a feline, his reflexes heightened by the wild instincts in his body. But the battle wouldn't be easy. Then, Yurei, with a mocking grin, laughed and charged again. His eyes gleamed with cruel confidence. He seemed convinced that the fight was under control. He believed Rigger still wasn't using magic, a fatal flaw in his reasoning. "Looks like he's still not using magic." Ha ha ha. Yurei taunted, and Rigger sensed his movement. He knew what was coming. At that very moment, Rigger turned with terrifying speed. His eyes shone with magical power that he made no effort to hide. He knew he had to be fast and decisive. With a precise motion, Tsukikage sliced through the air in a long arc, and a wave of fire erupted outward. The attack was immense, a flame slice that left the air hot and charged with power. Yurei, caught off guard, retreated quickly, trying to evade the wave of flames, but it wasn't enough. The scorching fire engulfed him, searing his clothes and nearly burning his skin. He barely had time to process what was happening. But what he didn't expect, what no one expected, was what happened next. From within the flames, a black sword emerged, spinning at an astonishing speed. Night Hunter. The blade, crackling with lightning, cut through the air at an insane velocity. Yurei tried to block, but the moment his sword met Rigger's blade, the impact was devastating. Yurei's weapon shattered into pieces, unable to withstand Night Hunter's power. Before he could even react, the blade pierced his forehead with deadly precision, driving through his eye and killing him instantly. Everything happened so fast that the other two knights were left stunned. The shock was palpable. Rigor had killed Yurei, which was not expected. They had no information about Rigor's second magic sword, a blade capable of piercing common swords and covered in lightning, increasing its speed. A single moment of surprise had been enough to cost Yurei his life. With a quick and fluid motion, Rigor extended his hand while running. Night Hunter responded to his command, vibrating as it pierced through Yurei's skull and returned toward him. The blade flew into his hand, and Rigor caught it with dexterity, breaking through the enemy's encirclement. There was no time to waste. Rigor did not pause to boast or to look at what was left of his enemies. The two holy knights, now dazed, were still in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. But Rigor was not there to waste time with them. He needed to find his subordinates. Kidder, Taze, and the others were there. He quickly followed their scent, his focus now entirely on his goal. He dashed through the corridors of the house with the agility of a predator, his feet practically gliding over the floor. The sounds of battle faded behind him, and he did not look back. Rigor raced through the mansion's corridors with the agility of a fleeing predator. Each step was calculated, each movement a desperate attempt to reach the stairs that, according to his sharpened instincts, led to the lower part of the house. His ragged breathing mixed with the echo of footsteps, while the latent pain from his wounds blended with the adrenaline driving him forward. Upon spotting the stairs ahead, a guard blocked his path. Without hesitation, Rigor charged. In a lightning-fast movement, Tsukikid's blade slashed toward the man's neck. The strike neared victory, the blade gleamed, ready to meet flesh. However, in a split second, a visceral instinct flared in his mind. Death. The warning rang with an intensity he had never experienced before, freezing his thoughts for a brief second. He knew that in the next moment, if he did not act, he would be doomed. With the speed of a primal reflex, Rigor focused all his energy and wove, in an almost automatic gesture, the strongest barrier he could muster around his neck at that instant. Without wasting a second, he activated a burst step, and his body exploded into motion. But then, Rigor saw it, a silver sword emerging from the chaos. The gleaming blade had a golden hilt, finely crafted in the shape of a stag, with two branches mimicking antlers. It advanced slowly but with lethal precision, slicing through the flames of his burst step as it approached. Time seemed to slow as the sword neared. No matter how fast Rigor moved with his superhuman speed, that attack seemed inevitable. He managed to avoid decapitation, but the impact was devastating. The silver blade, driven by overwhelming energy, swept across his left arm with a clean and precise cut, severing it up to the elbow. The searing pain and the sensation of emptiness mixed in his mind, but Rigor did not allow despair to consume him. Determination screamed within him. Amid the chaos, his eyes locked onto the guard blocking the staircase entrance. Unlike the others, this man wore silver armor, not gold, signs of wear and a face that had seen more than 50 years of life, with graying hair and a well-groomed beard. At first glance, he might have gone unnoticed, appearing as just another guard. But something about his presence, an aura of calm and, at the same time, subtle danger, set Rigor's feral instincts on edge. He looked at his severed arm on the ground, several meters away from the guard. He could still heal it if not too much time passed. He thought about grabbing it. But before he could move, the old guard raised his hand. With a controlled motion, he pulled out a paper inscribed with a magic circle that activated instantly. A sphere of fire formed and, with surgical precision, was launched directly at Rigor's severed arm. Rigor shifted his gaze to the old man, whose eyes now gleamed with an unsettling serenity. The guard advanced with firm, measured steps, and his voice, surprisingly calm, cut through the battle's tumult. "You are a great warrior, boy. Few, only 4 opponents in my lifetime, have survived after attacking me without knowing who I was before you. I am Lord Danos Bonart, head of the noble house Bonart of Meles, the protector of Meles, and ranked as a water god-style king." The revelation caught him off guard. The old man's voice was serene, yet carried the weight of authority and a history of battles. Noticing Rigor's hesitation, that wavering between reason and instinct, Lord Bonart let out a slight sigh, as if lamenting the tragic fate of such a formidable warrior. "Are you still rational? What a pity. A formidable warrior who opposes Saint Meles, and now, more beast than men, taken over by demonic energies, this is the inevitable fate." As he spoke, he prepared his sword with calm precision, as if every movement was part of a long-practiced choreography. Rigor's mind spun with countless thoughts. The pain from his lost arm throbbed, mingling with adrenaline and rage. His instincts, now sharpened by the sight of Lord Bonart, a figure who at first seemed like just another guard but whose threatening aura became clearer with each passing second, screamed for action. As his mind wavered between reason and instinct, Rigor felt the need to push past this obstacle. An inner voice urged him into battle, to keep fighting, even with one arm missing. To eliminate any threat standing between him and those who depended on him. With a restrained growl and eyes that held a mixture of madness and determination, Rigor lunged toward Lord Bonart. But before he could gain speed, an imposing figure blocked his path. His steps faltered for a brief instant as his eyes focused on the woman standing before him. She was a very familiar beast woman, silver hair and dark skin. Ghislaine Dedoldia, gathering all her social skills to convince him, spoke in a toneless voice. Rigor, regain your senses. The phrase echoed through the corridors, causing the mist clouding his mind to begin to lift, even if just for a brief, painful moment. He regained his senses, or at least enough to recognize what stood before him. However, as clarity returned, his primal instincts screamed at him. This woman was blocking him, preventing his advance. Ghislaine remained motionless, her lips slightly parted in an almost inaudible murmur. So it didn't work on. Her eyes revealed no emotion, but her posture was firm and resolute. Observing the scene, the protector of Meles watched in perplexity, murmuring to himself. What didn't work? Was that her best attempt? Doubt hung in the air, but Ghislaine seemed convinced that she had done her best to persuade him with words. When Rigor, his eyes bloodshot and his spirit still unbalanced, took his stance to attack, she also positioned herself, paying attention to the movements of the old guard in the background. With a violent impulse, Rigor lunged forward. But as his muscles stretched to deliver the sword strike, he saw a red blade approaching rapidly, surpassing him vastly in speed and power, yet, strangely, the sensation of death did not come. He tried to react, but time, merciless as ever, did not allow it. The blades clashed with fatal precision. A long diagonal cut opened across Rigor's chest, pain exploding in his mind like 1,000 knives. He felt the steel of Hiramune slicing through his flesh. For a moment, as he fell to the ground, the world shrank into a succession of flashes, the burning of his wound, the muffled sound of his ragged breathing, the scent of blood and magic mixed in the air. His mind, once a chaotic battlefield, suddenly cleared. Every thought, once shrouded in disorder, returned to order in an almost miraculous way. He lay on the ground, bleeding from both his severed arm, cut off at the elbow, and the massive wound on his chest. Yet, surprisingly, a faint smile formed on his lips. I'm alive. He murmured to himself, his voice broken by pain. His now clear and serene gaze met Ghislaine's as she approached. She looked down at him, and upon seeing that he no longer seemed out of control, she gave a barely perceptible smile. You once said during our training, Rigor, that as long as you had mana, you could heal from any injury quickly, except for lost limbs or shredded organs. Ghislaine glanced at his wound, then at the old man, who still blocked the door to the stairs. I don't know what happened in Tinaver, but I know you'll handle everything much more easily if you're lucid. At that moment, the two holy knights who had been fighting Rigor, whom he had left behind, finally reached the hall. The old guard, now with his silver armor gleaming under the flickering lights, kept his gaze fixed, observing every movement with an almost unsettling calm. Ghislaine turned to them, her voice unwavering in determination. Heal yourself quickly, Rigor. I'll hold them off. As she spoke, Rigor struggled to rise while channeling advanced healing magic throughout his body. Pain pulsed with every beat of his heart, but the mental clarity that had returned now shone in his eyes. His once murky and imprecise thoughts were now sharp and focused. He realized he might have made a mistake in attacking the Joylore estate so rashly and had likely killed many innocent people, but these were things he couldn't afford to dwell on now. He was here, and now that it had begun, he would kill them all, including this old man, to ensure there were no witnesses left. He sharpened his senses, trying to detect any reinforcements that might be arriving, but he felt nothing. Then he thought that old Danos must be the reinforcement, and he really is a massive obstacle. Even in his weakened state, he knew he couldn't allow himself to sink into pain. Every wound, every loss, was a cruel reminder of the price of the path he had chosen. But in that moment, Ghislaine's intervention offered him a new chance, a chance to regain control and keep fighting, even with only one arm. As Ghislaine fended off the attacks of the two knights, the old guard was finally forced to intervene. This put Ghislaine at a disadvantage, as the sword god style was restricted by the water god style. Yet, even so, she fought fiercely, precise and calm. Rigor, blood still dripping from his wounds but his mind now clear, gathered his strength and rose to his feet. Good morning everyone. I added this comment to warn you, as some readers thought he would be without an arm for a long time, but that doesn't happen. After this fight he recovers it. Thanks for reading. Chapter 58, Intense Battle, The Rod of Meles. Objectively speaking, Rigor was as strong as a king-level combatant, but it wasn't that simple. There were many variables in a person's combat strength. For example, if Rigor concentrated a large amount of mana into a single hellish slash, as he had done at the Black Troll's base, and ambushed Ghislaine, she would almost certainly be killed, and if she survived, it would be by sheer luck and with grave injuries. If he kept his distance, he could even use the king-level spell Earth Rupture to massacre an entire army, as he was almost certain he could wield its superior version, the Emperor-level Earthquake. However, in the midst of close-quarters combat, these spells couldn't be used casually. His ability to manipulate mana was already extremely fast, allowing him to cast spells even in high-speed battles, but they had their limits. Against Ghislaine, he couldn't strengthen his spells as much as usual, because a single delay would result in his defeat. Other variables included nearby allies who restricted his magic, the information the enemy had on him, natural counterattacks, such as the flow of the water god's style, which could cut through magic, among others. This was also why he was truly enjoying lightning magic. It was fast, lethal, contained, and nearly indefensible. The same went for barrier magic, which had incredible versatility and potential. The night at Joylor's mansion was torn apart by a deafening shockwave. Sparks cut through the air as Ghislaine fought Donner Bonnard and the two knights. All three opponents had mastered flow, severely restricting Ghislaine's long sword of light. They seemed unwavering, and the beast woman was at a great disadvantage. Her swift and lethal attacks were always defended against and countered. And whenever she had a chance to kill one of them, Bonnard would always interfere. Ghislaine vanished into a blur, her sword whistling through the air. Her strike was met by the blade of one of the Saint-Tyr knights, who slightly tilted his weapon, redirecting the force of the attack into the ground. The floor cracked under the impact, but the men remained firm. Donner and the other knight moved simultaneously, flowing like waves toward Ghislaine. But Rigger, who had regained consciousness, had finally healed his wounds enough to fight. He wielded only Tsukikage, as only emptiness remained where his left arm had once been. Rigger dashed forward, his blue blade gleaming as it reflected the flames he had conjured. With a snap, he unleashed an arc of fire, attempting to force Donner to halt his attack. But the Water God King merely rotated his sword toward it, slicing vertically through the incoming wave of fire. Rigger watched intently with his magic eye. That use of Tuki was truly mysterious and fascinating. TCH. Rigger growled, leaping to the side the moment a swift thrust from the other knight attempted to pierce his flank. He conjured a stone barrier between them, causing the blade to ricochet. Donner advanced, stopping beside Rigger with an upward slash. The silver blade gleamed, reflecting the lightning Rigger instinctively conjured in counterattack. Electricity exploded across the battlefield, and Donner was momentarily stunned as he witnessed this unknown magic. The speed of the attack and the element of surprise prevented him from making an adequate defensive move, sending him flying like a rag doll. The mansion's walls and pillars collapsed from the impact of the lightning. Rigger didn't stop the lightning and redirected it toward the knight closest to Ghislaine. The men felt his arm hairs stand on end but remained calm. When he thought of using flow to absorb the attack, it had already struck, sending him flying dozens of meters just like the first. The knight flanking Rigger didn't allow him to continue, attacking from behind, forcing him to block with Tsukikage, interrupting his spell. Ghislaine smiled. Her body moved a mere instant after understanding what had happened. She targeted the knight attacking Rigger. Before he could react, Ghislaine was upon him, executing a perfect long sword of light. He focused all his attention on defending the lethal strike, barely managing to redirect the blow with his sword and suffering a wound to his shoulder. Rigger didn't waste the opportunity. Fighting with only one arm felt strange, but he still had his legs. He spun, confusing the knight, and landed a kick to his ribs. The force sent the knight hurtling backward, leaving a deep trench in the stone floor and crashing through wall after wall. At that moment, Donner Bonnard emerged from the rubble, holding a glowing magic circle in his hand, likely what he had used to dispel the electricity from his body. Analyzing the battle, he spoke with a look of disgust. Demonic magic. Only Laplace could control magic at such a level. It seems you've delved even deeper into the demonic path than I had imagined. When Rigger saw him, he frowned. Those healing magic circles are a problem. We have to kill them immediately when we wound them. Ghislaine silently agreed and charged again, while Rigger rushed toward the other knight who had been struck by lightning before he could recover. Donner remained impassive, like a mountain. His body moved like water flowing over a rock, dodging each of Ghislaine's attacks with supernatural fluidity. Shockwaves from their clashes rippled through the debris-filled battlefield. Then, he struck. Rigger reached the knight, who was getting up and assuming the water god-style stance, but still seemed dazed. In that brief pause, Rigger channeled as much mana as he could into Tsukikage. Since his sword now required 9 times less mana for the same level of attack, even those few instants were enough for high-temperature purple flames to course along his blade. Rigger attacked with a magic-infused stance, his magic eye scanning beyond the warrior to ensure no one else was caught in the crossfire. The warrior saw Rigger's intent, and terror flashed across his face. He retreated as fast as he could, but his muscles were still stiff from the lightning. It was enough. Rigger spoke in his mind, hellish slash, reduced. The saint-level warrior desperately raised his sword to defend, but it was futile. A massive, flaming slash erupted forth. Rigger's low stance allowed him to launch the strike upward, his ascending slash tearing through the space ahead like a whirlwind of pure destruction. The purple flame expanded violently, rising like a demonic wave of fire toward the sky, consuming everything in its path. The upper half of the warrior was turned to ashes, while the lower half fell to the ground with a dull thud. Rigger heard the other knight, the one he had kicked away, screaming as he charged toward him. "No, you freak, I'll kill you." Meanwhile, Ghislaine struck at Donner from all sides, but the warrior remained untouchable. He raised his blade, and for an instant, the world seemed to freeze. As Ghislaine attacked once more, he used the water god-style secret technique. Tidal flow, Donner recited, his voice as sharp as a blade. Ghislaine was moments away from completing her strike when she heard it. Her instinct screamed at her, and she abandoned the attack, leaping back. But contrary to her expectations, she couldn't escape the range of his sword. No matter her speed, it felt as if she were being pulled in, as if the attack was inescapable. But Ghislaine was no ordinary warrior. She observed and analyzed the situation in an instant, making the best possible decision. She struck Donner's sword with harem. Their blades clashed, like a speeding car crashing into a stationary truck. Neither side gained the upper hand, and a shockwave erupted, cracking the ground around them. Ghislaine, her sharp gaze locked onto Donner, sensed the danger of this technique, realizing that this must have been what took Rigger's arm. Rigger was locked in combat with the remaining knight but used Flash Step to instantly distance himself. He began chanting earth magic. His hands glowed with heavy energy as he summoned massive stone pillars that erupted from the ground, forming impenetrable barriers that disrupted Donner's movements. But that alone wasn't enough to destabilize tidal flow. Donner reacted swiftly, cutting down any attacks aimed at him. He was confident in blocking almost any magic with his sword, except for lightning magic, which forced him to retreat. But killing him wasn't Rigger's goal, only restraining him. Now! Rigger shouted. Ghislaine wasted no time. With her blinding speed, she surged forward like a storm, delivering a lethal strike to the last remaining knight. The man attempted to dodge using flow, but he was already exhausted and had bruised ribs. Ghislaine struck him with a swift, deep, and precise cut. He staggered, staring at the diagonal wound that had sliced through his organs and bones before collapsing heavily to the ground. The tide of battle had shifted. Donner was now alone. "It can't end like this," Donner muttered, his face dark. He tried to regain control, but Rigger and Ghislaine's confidence was overwhelming. The battle was about to take a decisive turn. With a resolute movement, Ghislaine attacked again. The Joy Lore mansion was rapidly crumbling from the intensity of the battle. Few structures remained standing after the relentless fighting. Donner looked around, frustration twisting his face. He knew he was only alive because he practiced the water god style, focusing on defense. But at the same time, there was no turning back. He could only stall for as long as possible. Those flashy magic attacks had undoubtedly drawn the attention of Militian. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos. The Joy Lore mansion, now mostly in ruins, trembled under the force of explosions and clashing blades. The intensity of the fight had devastated the area. It was only a matter of time before they killed him. One mistake, and he would be struck by lightning. But at that moment, Rigger heard, in the distance, near Militian's gates, about 10 people rapidly approaching the mansion. They were winning, without a doubt, but time was against them. Militian certainly wouldn't send weaklings knowing Donner was already here. Rigger was decisive. He wouldn't hesitate and allow reinforcements to arrive and settle the fight. Donner Bonnart, now visibly exhausted and wounded, was struggling to maintain his composure. Rigger spoke. "Ghislaine, Militian has sent reinforcements. I'm going to free my subordinates, and we're leaving immediately. Can you hold him off?" She looked at him. The intensity of the battle was immense, yet Ghislaine remained calm, her gaze unwavering, without hesitation. "I can." Without hesitation, Ghislaine launched herself at Donner with lethal speed, her blade slicing through the air with precision. Donner, now more aggressive, unleashed a furious attack, using tidal flow in an attempt to regain control of the fight. Seeing the opportunity, Rigger did not hesitate. He shot forward toward the staircase leading to the prisoners, his only hand gathering lightning magic into Tsukikage. Meanwhile, Ghislaine continued pressing Donner. The force of her attacks made it impossible for the already wounded and exhausted knight to stop Rigger. Rigger quickly found the staircase and ran without stopping. The air underground was dense, saturated with the acrid scent of dried blood and rotting flesh. Heavy footsteps echoed through the damp corridors as Rigger descended the stone stairs, his mind still reverberating with the adrenaline of battle. His heart pounded rapidly, but nothing could have prepared him for what he would find below. As he crossed the final passage, he froze. The scene before him was a living nightmare. Bodies. Mutilated bodies hung from iron hooks embedded in the ceiling, their mangled forms swaying slightly in the cold, fetid air. Arms and legs had been torn off at the base, leaving only bloody torsos and faces twisted in agony. Puddles of blood soaked the stone floor, forming a crimson swamp around the corpses. Some mouths were still open in silent screams, frozen in the torment of their last breaths. The flickering torchlight trembled over the macabre scene, casting grotesque shadows on the damp walls. At the center of the chamber, a young guard wearing the blue armor of the Templar Order held his sword with trembling hands, protecting Linstar Joy Lore. The man who had sent assassins to kill Verdia, the one who had captured his subordinates. Beside Linstar, a mage, or perhaps a priest, stood with a neutral posture, observing everything with no apparent emotion. But Rigger couldn't take his eyes off the mutilated bodies. Apparently, they were behind a magic barrier as their last line of defense. His chest tightened as he recognized the prisoners hanging near the barrier. 6 had been taken, and now, 5 were hanging. Among them, Kidder. The man who had been with Rigger since the early days of his fight against the slave traffickers in the Great Forest. Kidder was dead. There was no movement, no sign of breathing. His glazed eyes stared into nothingness, his mouth slightly open as if he still wanted to say something. Rigger felt something inside him shatter. Of the other 4, 2 were barely alive. Their weak breaths and skeletal bodies were covered in marks of torture. One of them was Taze. Only one still had all their limbs intact, unconscious and hanging like the others. Guilt struck Rigger like a serrated blade. He should have arrived sooner. He should have been faster. His mind swirled in a whirlwind of emotions: shock, rage, sorrow, guilt. A primal scream threatened to escape his throat, his consciousness teetering on the edge, his eyes burning with restrained fury. But then, a voice cut through the silence, snapping him out of his thoughts. "You see. I told you to go help in the fight. Now what will you do?" Linstar shouted in desperation, casting a panicked glance at the guard beside him. The young knight hesitated, adjusting his stance. "We're surrounded by a king-level physical and magical barrier. And I'm here to protect you as a last resort, sir." He never finished the sentence. A thunderous crack tore through the air. In one instant, the guard was alive, in the next, his body was split in half. Rigger's blade, cloaked in violet lightning, cut through him as if slicing through air. Only after Rigger had already crossed the space between them did the shockwave hit, sending blood and viscera exploding across the floor. Rage boiled inside him like magma, his body pulsing with an almost tangible killing intent. Linstar collapsed to his knees, his eyes wide with pure terror. His body trembled uncontrollably, and a foul stench filled the air as he wet himself. "Don't kill me," he begged, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Your master killed my parents first." Rigger didn't blink. The hatred in his gaze was deep, abyssal, something that consumed any trace of mercy within him. "What a shame I don't have time to give you the most painful death possible." His voice was as cold as ice. "Despite everything, you still have some luck left." Linstar opened his mouth to scream, trying to utter another desperate plea, but all that was heard was the sharp crack of a stone fired at absurd speed. The projectile pierced his skull like a rifle shot, scattering bone fragments and brain matter across the bloodied floor. Linstar Joylord died without even understanding what had happened. Rigger slowly turned to the priest, his eyes still burning with fury. The men showed no fear, only acceptance. "If you can heal their limbs, you're free," Rigger said, his voice empty. As if he had been expecting it, the priest nodded. "You can heal them faster. Their wounds aren't fatal, just blood loss. But to restore their limbs, saint-level magic is required." He pointed to a sack nearby. "The bones and limbs of the 2 survivors are in there." Rigger wasted no time. He rushed to Taze and the other survivor, activating his healing magic. The wounds closed, the bleeding stopped, and their breathing steadied. It wasn't enough, but it was a start. Taze opened his eyes for a moment, his gaze empty, but a miserable smile curled his bloodied lips when he saw Rigger. "I didn't tell them anything, boss." His voice was a whisper before he slipped back into unconsciousness. Chapter 59, Hell Takes No Prisoners. The smell of blood lingered in the air, thick and nauseating, mixing with the stifling heat of the hall filled with bodies. The floor was drenched in crimson, and the night's scattered entrails gave the scene a grotesque appearance. Rigger took a deep breath, suppressing the fury burning within him. There was no time for mourning now. His gaze shifted to one of the hanging bodies. Still intact and breathing. Polak. The beastman of the Adoldia race was hanging from a hook, bound by chains, his breathing ragged and uneven. Rigger quickly approached and woke him with a slight shock. His eyes shot open, wide with terror. He choked on a sob and tried to move, but his body was still weak. When he finally focused on the figure before him, his fearful gaze turned into pure relief. Tears welled up in his eyes as he mumbled, his voice trembling. "Finally. Boss. The others, they." Rigger cut him off abruptly. The rumbling from the upper floor echoed through the mansion, reminding him of the urgency of the situation. Millie's reinforcements were on their way, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time here. "There's no time for explanations. Taze and Feel are still alive. Take them back to Tinaver." His voice was firm and unwavering. "And take this bag. It has their missing limbs. The journey will only take a few hours, but I'll meet you on the way." With precise movement, Rigger raised his blade and cut the chains binding Polak, healing his wounds swiftly. The beastman collapsed onto his knees for a moment, still trying to process everything, but soon his expression changed. The fear clouding his eyes was now replaced by determination. "I won't fail you again, boss." He nodded and, with effort, carefully lifted Taze and Feel onto his shoulders. Wasting no time, Rigger raised his hand and focused his mana. The air vibrated around him, and with a single sharp glance from his magic eye, he fired a concentrated blast of fire at the ceiling. The stone structure gave way, opening a hole wide enough for Polak to pass through. Then, he quickly molded an improvised staircase with earth magic, creating a safe path for escape. Polak didn't hesitate. With his comrades on his shoulders, he climbed through the passage without looking back. Rigger watched his figure disappear through the opening before turning his attention to the priest, who still stood motionless amidst the massacre. "Are you a saint-level healing mage?" Rigger asked, his voice returning to its usual cold tone. The priest, a man in white robes with weary features, nodded slowly. Rigger narrowed his eyes. "Where does House Joylore keep its spells?" The man didn't hesitate. He simply pointed to a side door in the hall and answered directly. "There's a barrier protecting them. The password is a combination of codes." While speaking, he was already walking toward the door, touching its surface and murmuring low incantations. A slight magical ripple swept through the invisible barrier protecting the entrance, and a metallic sound echoed as the lock disengaged. Rigger frowned. He had intended to extract information from the priest by force and then kill him, but now the situation was becoming confusing. Why was he helping so readily? He narrowed his eyes, suspicious. "Who are you, and why are you helping me?" The priest seemed surprised by the question. After a moment, he murmured. "Didn't you make a deal with the Pope? Then why haven't you killed me?" Rigger narrowed his eyes. "The Pope? I made no deal. I simply invaded the Joylore house after learning that my subordinates were here." Now it was the priest's turn to look truly shocked. His face paled as he muttered. "You're insane." He took a deep breath and, now showing slight fear, continued. "I was sent here by the Pope to ensure your loved ones wouldn't die. Unfortunately, Kidder provoked Lord Linstar too much, who killed him personally, but Taze Dodoldia and Feel are only alive because I kept them that way. Someone from your legion contacted the Pope's faction after the kidnapping, since you weren't around to help. That's why I thought you hadn't killed me, because that was the deal." Sweat began to drip down the priest's forehead as his eyes darted to the shattered remains of the Joylore knight on the ground. It was obvious he had realized how close he had been to death. Rigger remained silent for a moment. His gaze fixed on the priest, evaluating his breathing and heartbeat. Nothing indicated a lie. That only deepened his disappointment in himself. His rage had completely blinded him. And now, the mistakes he had made that night could not be erased. At last, he sighed. "I'll believe you, for now." The priest nodded quickly, relieved. Without further delay, Rigger entered the spell chamber of the Joylore house. The shelves were filled with ancient grimoires and well-preserved scrolls. His eyes scanned the rows of books, quickly grabbing any spell or enchantment he had yet to master. His master possessed vast knowledge, and few books here were new to him. However, what he managed to gather amounted to a heavy backpack. And then, his eyes widened as he found something unexpected. A healing spell and some detoxification spells at saint level. In just 30 seconds, he gathered everything he could carry and left the chamber, still feeling his heart pounding as memories of his actions that night surfaced. He couldn't afford to stop and think. Rigger took a deep breath, focusing on his surroundings. His beastly senses picked up the faintest sounds from the surface. With his sharpened hearing, he discerned the heavy, coordinated footsteps of Mealy's reinforcements approaching the main entrance of the Joylore house. His magic-enhanced eyes gleamed as they pierced through walls and obstacles, revealing the presence of multiple warriors emerging from the shadows of the night. Time was against him. Outside, the battle was still ongoing. Ghislaine, the Black Wolf, faced Donner Bonnart, master of the Water God's style. The fight was evenly matched. As fast and precise as she was, the fluid and relentless form of Donner's defense nullified her attacks. Her blade was deflected, her offense repelled. However, Ghislaine's beastly instincts allowed her to avoid the lethal strikes of the secret technique, Tide Flow, keeping her alive. Then, realizing the disadvantage of continuing the duel, Ghislaine leaped back, putting distance between herself and her opponent. The next instant, the ground where she had stood was shattered by a brutal impact. A massive hammer descended like thunder, cracking the earth with its destructive force. The blow came from one of the new opponents who had just arrived. 10 knights emerged around the battlefield, their armor gleaming under the moonlight. The silver, blue, and white colors marked their affiliations: Knights of the Church Order, the Temple Order, and the Order of Instruction. Each of them was at least a saint-level warrior. 4 of them, however, emanated an even more menacing presence, surpassing that classification. At the center of the group, imposing and unshakable, stood Galgard Nashvenik, the man known as the strongest man in Mealy's, commander of the Order of Instruction. His silver armor shone brilliantly, his broad sword resting at his waist like a slumbering beast. The aura he exuded was heavy, dense, almost suffocating. Ghislaine glanced at him and frowned. He was dangerous, almost as dangerous as her master, Gal Farion. The priests moved quickly, healing Donner Bonnard while Galgard analyzed the scene. His cold, meticulous gaze studied Ghislaine, capturing every detail of her stance. Then, his voice cut through the silence like a sharp blade. What does the renowned Black Wolf have against Meles to justify this attack? His voice was deep, expressionless, laden with absolute authority. He rarely smiled, and even standing still, his presence was overwhelming. Ghislaine remained firm, her expression serious and vigilant. I came to help a friend. Her response was simple, but her determination was clear. Before Galgard could respond, the ground beneath them exploded. From underground, a figure emerged, engulfed in blazing flames. The searing heat spread instantly, distorting the air around him and making the knights instinctively step back. The presence was overwhelming. Rigor Adoldia burst from the rubble, wielding Tsukikage with his lone arm. Fierce flames enveloped the blue blade, dancing like hungry serpents. His expression was calm, but his eyes burned with incandescent determination. Ghislaine, fall back. Leave this to me. His voice was firm, unquestionable. Ghislaine hesitated for a second, analyzing his expression. Then, seeing the unwavering confidence in him, she nodded and stepped back. Rigor turned his gaze to Galgard and the other knights. He raised his voice, clear and imposing. I am Rigor Adoldia, of the Doldia tribe and leader of the Iron Legion. Silence lingered for a moment. Then, one of the knights from the temple order muttered, his tone dripping with contempt. Don't forget to add, genocidal, to your introduction. Before he could continue, Galgard shot him a sharp look. The knight immediately fell silent, feeling the weight of his leader's presence. Rigor did not waver. His flames flared, crackling with increasing intensity. His gaze locked onto the strongest men of the Order of Instruction. The tension was palpable. Rigor Adoldia. The name was spoken firmly by Galgard Nashvenik. The man kept his eyes fixed on the figure before him. Rigor's sword, Tsukikage, burned with violent blue flames, and the ground around them had turned into a sea of molten rock. The scorching heat distorted the air, and the nearby walls were already turning to ash. Even so, Galgard did not move. I hope you have a good explanation for your indiscriminate massacre of the Knights of the Temple Order and House Joylor. His voice was as sharp as his blade, each word carefully chosen. Rigor raised an eyebrow at the choice of words. He didn't say, Knights of Meles, but instead deliberately separated the groups, leaving room for justification. Even so, the knights surrounding Galgard frowned, some clenching their fists, others their jaws. Their anger was palpable, but still contained by the presence of their commander. Rigor took a deep breath, expanding his barrier against the heat so that his own flames wouldn't consume him. I came to rescue my subordinates, who were being cruelly tortured and killed when I arrived. His voice carried pure hatred. Galgard continued staring at him, seemingly unfazed by the fire accumulating on the blade. And do you have proof of these events? Rigor scoffed, mocking. Just look in the mansion's underground. You will see the rot of a noble Meles house. He spat on the ground, but the saliva evaporated before it even touched it. The knights shifted, even more irritated. However, none of them moved. Everyone there knew what that sword in Rigor's hand had done in the Zandport forest. They hesitated not out of a lack of courage but out of pure survival instinct. Galgard furrowed his brow, his expression growing even more severe. That justifies the guards and even the Joylor family. But what about the servants? Even the children who lived in this mansion? Is this how the Iron Legion does things? Those words hit Rigor like an invisible strike. For a moment, his mind went blank. He had been avoiding and pushing these thoughts to the back of his mind. Amidst the heat of battle, his fury, and thirst for revenge, he had struck indiscriminately. But he couldn't afford to show weakness now. Taze Dodoldia is 13 years old, he retorted aggressively, trying to stifle the growing guilt. Do you think he's not a child? I found him mutilated, missing all 4 limbs, covered in lacerations. Is this how Meles does things? His voice trembled with genuine rage, but his own justification sounded hollow even to himself. The images of the battle resurfaced in his mind. He remembered the cuts he had inflicted, the fire-consuming bodies that perhaps weren't warriors, the absolute destruction he had caused. And now, faced with Galgard's accusation, he tried to appear unaffected. Galgard remained silent, but his expression hardened, a slight disgust clearly discernible on his face. Indeed, the Joylor family deserved the fate that befell them, if your claims are true. But from what I've heard, Taze Dodoldia was a warrior. The children in this mansion were not. His gaze swept across the scene. The Church of Meles offered a partnership, yet you spat on our goodwill by massacring civilians and innocents due to your own petty rage. I must say, from the stories I've heard of the Red Wolf, I expected more. Every word Galgard spoke was like a dagger piercing him, the insults hurt even more when they were true. And the truth was that at the first real hardship he encountered, Rigor lost control and threw away any cooperation Mealy's might have been willing to offer. But I don't want to risk you still being in a frenzy and deciding to unleash your magic upon Mealy's and my men without regard for innocent lives. His gaze held a measure of caution but also a barely concealed contempt. The temperature around them rose uncontrollably. The hellish slash was fully formed. The Saint-level knights had retreated due to the heat, while the King-level ones barely remained standing. Rigor's skin burned and regenerated simultaneously due to the proximity of his own devastating energy. But Galgard did not yield. He raised a hand and touched the sheathed sword at his waist. In the next instant, an oppressive aura spread through the air. Its weight bore down on Rigor like a mountain, and he knew, without a doubt, that Galgard was an opponent he could not defeat in a direct duel. Not even by unleashing the hellish slash at this distance. Stand down immediately. Galgard's voice was an absolute command. And a warning, if you ever point that flaming sword at the city of Mealy's again, I will hunt you to the ends of the world, no matter the price I must pay. Rigor felt his heart grow heavy. He wanted to fight. He wanted to scream. He wanted to argue and say that he was right. But the words got caught in his throat. No experience in either of his lives had prepared him for this situation. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his breathing, then murmured. Ghislaine, let's fall back. The flames around Tsukikage still roared as he turned, walking slowly toward the forest. Little by little, the intensity of the flames waned, but the weight in his chest did not lessen. With every step he took, he felt as if something inside him was changing, as if he were nothing more than a bandit fleeing the scene of a crime. When he looked back, he saw the Joylore mansion disappearing into the distance. And for the first time in a long while, Rigor wondered if, that night, he had become exactly kind of person who wanted to destroy. Chapter 60, The Pawn and the Player. The forest seemed to swallow everything around Rigor. He and Ghislaine ran side by side. He, with slumped shoulders, his body covered in dirt and blood, and his left arm missing, did not exchange a single word. Every step he took without something pressing him to act was more time for him to think. He could not clearly remember the attack on the Joylore estate. But in some ways, that made it worse. He only recalled flashes. Anything that moved was mercilessly slaughtered in his fury, and images of him tearing out the throats of guards and servants flashed in sequence through his mind as his thoughts began to settle. Every movement felt heavier than the last. Every second he ran without something to distract him, the weight of guilt seemed to glue his feet to the ground. He could no longer shake off the image of the dead, their screams, the sound of his claws cutting through flesh, the same way his doubts were cutting through himself. The silence stretched between them. Ghislaine, running with the energy that kept her moving forward, noticed something was wrong. The boy, once so focused and direct, now seemed distant, lost in thoughts she could not guess. Each passing second was another step toward the abyss he was sinking into. But she was not good with words, nor with comfort. So she simply remained silent, glancing at him sideways while keeping her pace steady. Ghislaine's eyes drifted toward him for a moment. When she first met Rigor, she thought of him as a prodigy, a boy with more talent than anyone she had ever seen. But as time passed and she learned more about him, what fascinated her the most was his intelligence and the maturity he displayed, always so focused and capable. When he faced the Holy Order of Mealy's, she admired his courage and fighting spirit. Over time, without realizing it, she had begun to see him as an equal. But now, something about his posture had changed. Then, finally, they spotted the rest of the group. Pulak, Taze, and Feel were ahead, running quickly. Pulak, carrying Taze and Feel on his shoulders, seemed slower than usual. When he noticed the two approaching, he slowed down, abruptly stopping and turning to face them. Without hesitation, Rigor shouted. Pulak. It's us. The beastman stopped, and upon seeing Rigor's condition, his eyes widened. He stared for a moment, but what shocked him the most was the absence of his leader's arm. Horror spread across his face. Boss, your arm, he exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Rigor took a deep breath, as if trying to shake off the weight on his shoulders. Don't worry about that. Give me the two of them. We need to get back as quickly as possible. Pulak glanced at Ghislaine, but she remained expressionless, her gaze focused elsewhere. He wanted to ask more, but seeing Rigor's grim expression, he knew he shouldn't. The decision was made in silence, and the three of them departed without another word, heading for the Iron Legion's base. Tinaver was close to Militian, just a few hours of running would be enough to reach it. Rigor and Ghislaine arrived even faster, fueled by Rigor's fury. What awaited them at the base initially seemed like relief but quickly became another reminder of the battle, a reconstruction after destruction. The scene was one of frantic activity. The base was being rebuilt, rising more imposing than before. Markers and targets were placed along the walls, and new plans for fortifications were being drawn. Upon arrival, Rigor quickly distanced himself, speaking to no one. He approached Pulak, who watched him with a mixture of concern and reverence. Tell everyone I'll be learning Saint-Tyr healing magic to heal Taze and my arm. I don't want to be disturbed, Rigor ordered, his voice low but carrying a weight that was not just physical. Polak wanted to say something, wanted to question him, but fear and apprehension silenced him. He simply nodded, understanding that his leader was not himself. Rigger walked toward the main building, his residence, Ghislaine following in silence. When their leader departed, all Polak could do was watch, a strange sense of helplessness consuming him. It was obvious that Rigger was deeply troubled, but why? What had truly happened? Rigger, meanwhile, walked in silence. The pain of losing his arm did not bother him as much as his own thoughts. He felt utterly unworthy, his role as leader seemed empty to him now. How could he be worthy of leading when he was the first to succumb to chaos when faced with difficulty? The massacre he caused, the suffering he inflicted. He no longer knew who he was. Learning Saint Tyr healing magic would only be a band-aid, a temporary fix for a much deeper problem. Since Rigger was reborn into this world, he had been confident he would achieve great things with his knowledge. The more he grew, the more he saw the injustices in this world, against his race and many others, and he decided he would change that. His confidence grew with each passing moment, reinforced by those around him. He had ambition, an ambition born and strengthened by everyone around him since birth. They called him strong, talented, and just. He never saw himself as a hero, he never cared for those who were not close to him. He would kill his enemies without hesitation, that was what his instructors had taught him. But they had also taught him leniency and the wisdom to judge who was an enemy and who was not. He could blame all his mistakes on his beastly instincts, but would that bring back the innocent people he had slaughtered? I thought I would have more control after reaching Saint Tyr. The confidence he had built based on his strength and the people who believed in him was gradually beginning to fade. Am I really someone worthy of being followed? How am I supposed to look them in the eyes? How can I give orders again? Will they still follow me out of respect and not out of fear? He pondered as the corridors of the base seemed to stretch endlessly before him. He no longer felt like the leader he once was. He felt smaller than anyone else there. Meanwhile, at the time of teleportation. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. I was dreaming. In this dream, I was flying through the air, holding Sylphie in my arms. My mind was hazy, but somehow, I knew I was flying. The world around me was nothing more than a blur, with shapes and colors constantly shifting. I soared through the air like a sound wave or a particle of light, my body randomly tossed in different directions. I didn't know why this was happening. But I was certain of one thing, no matter what I tried, I would eventually lose speed and crash into the ground. So I focused. I looked down at the ever-changing landscape, trying to find a relatively safe place to land. Something inside me was screaming that I had to do this, if I wanted to survive. Even so, we were going too fast. And suddenly, we started to slow down. Ah, shit. I'm gonna fall. Panic surged in my chest, but now I could see the ground below me clearly. I needed to land in a field. Crashing into the ocean or hitting solid ground directly would be bad. The forests would obviously be dangerous, but if I could aim for a field. I forced myself to land, hoping for the best. Our speed rapidly decreased as we dived toward a vast stretch of yellowish desert land. A moment later, I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a completely white, empty space. Some kind of lucid dream. However, for some reason, my body felt strangely heavy. I looked at myself and widened my eyes. I was back in the old, familiar form I had for 34 years. Seeing this, memories of my previous life resurfaced. I was still the same bitter, vile, insecure, and selfish trash as ever. The 7 years I spent as Rudeus suddenly felt like nothing more than a dream. A crushing wave of disappointment washed over me. I had returned to my old, pathetic body, and I found it disturbingly easy to accept. So it really was just a dream, huh? As far as dreams go, it lasted a ridiculously long time. But in the end, it was all too good to be true. I was born into a loving family and managed to befriend my master Roxy and Sylphie. I guess it was good for 7 years of life. Still, I wanted to enjoy that life a little longer. Ah, well. I guess it's over now. As I thought that, my attention drifted. Eventually, I noticed that a strange figure had appeared right in front of me. The individual had a blank face, with nothing on it except a huge, wide grin. I simply couldn't make out any distinguishing features. Whenever I tried to focus on a specific part of their face, it would immediately fade from my memory, my mind refused to form their image. It almost felt like a person was being blurred out by a pixelated mosaic. Still, somehow, I got the impression that I was dealing with someone calm and patient. Hey, you. Nice to meet you, Rudeus. HM. I had been so busy drowning in self-pity, and now some weird, censored guy, like in a porno, was calling out to chat. Actually, that voice was pretty ambiguous. Maybe it was a guy, maybe a girl. Please, let it be a girl. That would make the pixelated thing seem kinda sexy, wouldn't it? Hello. Can you hear me? Ah. Yeah. Sure. Nice to meet you. Excellent. It's good to see you have some manners. I hadn't actually spoken out loud, but it seemed like my new friend here could hear my thoughts. I figured it would be best to keep communicating that way. Wow. Nothing rattles you, does it? That's definitely not true. Hee. No need to be so modest. Anyway. You are, who or what, exactly? Can't you figure that out for yourself? I can barely see anything beyond a mosaic. Are you the mighty sperm man or something? The mighty sperm man? Who's that? Does he look like me? Oh, definitely. He's got all his pixels blurred out, just like you. So there's someone like me in your world too? Well, no. Not really. What? Right, let's move on. I'm a god. The human god, to be specific. The human god. Sure. I must say, you don't seem very impressed. I'm just wondering why a god would waste time talking to me, I guess. Also, isn't it a little late for you to show up? The god is supposed to appear in the first chapter, don't you think? The first chapter? What do you mean by that? Never mind, it's nothing. Please, continue. Right. Anyway, I've been watching you for some time now. You've been living quite an interesting life. Spying is always fun, isn't it? Oh, absolutely. And that's why I decided to take care of you. You're taking care of me? Wow, thanks. Speaking of superiority, what am I, your pet or something? Come on, no need to be so hostile. I'm only talking to you because I can see you're really in trouble right now. Well, it is a critical situation. Anyone who suddenly shows up offering to solve all your problems while you're struggling is definitely a scammer. No. I'm on your side, buddy. Ha. And now we're buddies. Don't make me laugh. I met guys just like you in my past life, pal. People who showed up and said, do your best or I'll take care of you. They were all liars. They didn't really care. They just assumed everything would go the way they wanted once they lured me out of my room. No one ever tried to understand the real problem. Everything you're saying reminds me of those people. I'll never trust you. My, that is a problem. Then how about I just give you a piece of advice, huh? Advice. That's right. Feel free to ignore it completely if you want. Right. I get it. So this is your method. I know this one too. People loved giving me advice. They thought they could shove a bunch of self-help into me and make me focus on something other than my own misery. Give me a break, just get to the point. What good is a positive thought going to do for me now? I've already passed the point where my emotional state makes any difference. Being optimistic will only lead to more pain in the future. I mean, this is exactly the case in question. Why the hell did you let me dream? Alternate reality, my ass. I clung to this second chance at life, and then you come along and pull the rug out from under me. Did you really have to be such a damn sadist? Wait a minute. I think you don't understand what's happening. I want to help you with your current life, not your previous one. Then why am I like this? This is your astral form. It's different from your current body. My astral form. That's right. Your body is perfectly fine. So, this is just a dream. When I wake up, I won't be stuck in this horrible body. That's right. Since you're dreaming now, you'll go back to normal as soon as you wake up. Better now. Wow. All right. So this is just some weird dream. Well, it's not just a dream. I'm speaking directly into your mind. It's hard to believe that your mental image would be so different from your real body. Telepathy, huh? Fine, whatever. But what do you actually want from me? Do you plan on sending me back to my old world? Since I don't belong here or something like that. Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't send you anywhere other than the hexafacial world, obviously. Maybe that's obvious to you, but I'm in the dark here. A very reasonable point. Wait a minute. If you can't send me back, then you're not the one who reincarnated me into this world, are you? Exactly. Anyway, reincarnation isn't my department. That's the specialty of a certain nasty dragon god. HRM. So there's even an evil dragon involved, huh? Anyway, do you want to hear my advice or not? No, thanks. Huh. Why not? You really give off the impression of a con artist. And that's really a good reason to ignore me. At this rate, you'll end up dead. I will. Why? The Bigaret continent is a very dangerous place. For one, there's not much to eat. On the other hand, it's full of monsters and labyrinths, especially compared to the central continent. You don't know their language, and nothing will be like what you expected from your old home. Are you really confident you can survive? The Bigaret continent. What? Hold on a second. You mean the desert on the other side of the world? Why would I be there? You were caught in a massive magical disaster. You ended up being teleported. A magical disaster? Are you talking about that light? That's right. So that was some kind of teleportation spell. Wait. I wasn't the only one hit by that thing. The people from Buena village were teleported too. Do you know anything about that, buddy? Would you really believe my answer? You don't even want to hear my advice. Good point. You'd probably just lie and laugh about it. All I'll say is that they're all praying for your safety. Everyone wants you to return alive. Well, yeah. Of course, they do. Did you really believe that? Isn't there a part of you that thinks they might have been relieved to be rid of you? Yeah. I'd be lying if I said that thought hadn't crossed my mind. At the end of my old life, no one cared whether I lived or died. I still have some self-esteem issues because of that. Well, people in this world care about you. It's better if you come back in one piece. All right. You're right. I won't give you any guarantees, but I think you have a good chance of making it back alive if you follow my advice. Wait. Before that, I want to know why you're doing this. Why are you so concerned about me? Hey, you're persistent. I just think things will be more entertaining if you stay alive, got it? Isn't that enough? People who only care about their own amusement tend to be scumbags, you should know. Is that how it was in your past life? All the time. I met some guys like that, and they all loved making others dance like puppets just for fun. Well, I like doing that from time to time too. I won't deny it. And what's so fun about watching me? You're just interesting, that's all. I almost never get to see what someone from a completely different world is doing. Great. So, I'm a pet monkey, and you want to teach me some new tricks. Is that it? Sigh. Look. You haven't forgotten my question, have you? What question? Then I'll repeat it. Are you sure you can survive? Stuck in a dangerous and unfamiliar land? No. Not really. Then maybe you should listen to me. Like I said, it's up to you whether you follow my suggestions or not. All right. Fine. I get it. Go ahead, give me your advice if that's what you want. What was the whole point of this pompous conversation, anyway? You could have just told me what I need to do from the start and saved me the headache. Okay. Now listen carefully, young Rudeus. Right after you wake up, you'll see a scorching desert. Make it rain as hard as you can and build a house out of earth. As those last fleeting words echoed into the void, the blurred god disappeared completely. Chapter 61, Scorching Desert. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. Rudeus woke up with a burning sensation on his skin, the scorching desert heat almost making him lose consciousness again. A deep pain coursed through his entire body, as if he were being crushed by a giant boulder. His muscles were tense, and he could barely move. He blinked, trying to focus, and that was when he saw Sylphie, unconscious by his side. Her hair, once greenish, was now whitish, almost silver. With difficulty, he tried to move, which only intensified the pain, but he managed to get closer to Sylphie. He looked at her, her face still pale and marked with burns, and a small crater surrounded them, formed by something, perhaps their fall. He decided to wake her up. Sylphie couldn't stay like this, unconscious, in the middle of this hell. Sylphie. He murmured, almost without strength, as he ran his hand through her hair, feeling the rough texture of the sand. She stirred slightly but didn't wake up. Rudeus tried again, now with more urgency, shaking her shoulders a little. Sylphie, wake up. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes, gasping, as if waking from a nightmare. She brought a hand to her head, confused, and when she saw Rudeus, she embraced him tightly, her breathing heavy and her eyes welling with tears. Rudy, where are we? What happened? She was visibly frightened, her body sweaty, her skin irritated by the scorching heat, with subtle burns scattered across her face. Rudeus hugged her back for a moment, trying to comfort her, but a feeling of despair began to rise within him, mixing with the pain and unbearable heat. He pulled away, trying to look around, trying to understand their situation. The sight before him was an endless desert, dunes stretching as far as the eye could see, with no signs of life, no shade to take refuge in. I'm not sure, he answered in a hoarse voice. But if I'm right, we're in a very dangerous place. A place full of monsters that we can't even dream of facing. Sylphie looked around, her eyes wide with surprise and fear. But, what about everyone in Buena village? What happened to them? Rudeus closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. I don't know, Sylphie. They could be anywhere now. You have to trust me, I'll get us back home. I swear I will. Sylphie, still teary-eyed, nodded, wiping her tears. I trust you, Rudy. He smiled, a forced smile, and then stood up, feeling the pain spreading through his muscles. He looked at the horizon again, trying to process everything. If that human god wasn't lying, they must be in the Bigarret continent. Master Roxy always spoke of this place as the second most dangerous, only losing to the demon continent. And he knew that if they didn't find help soon, death would only be a matter of time. Sylphie, this is probably going to be really tough, but we need to stay calm, Rudeus said, still gazing at the horizon. Right now, we have to look for civilization. If we don't find anyone, the monsters will be the least of our problems. We'll starve. He thought for a moment, an idea crossing his mind. Or maybe we could hunt the monsters. The human god told me to make it rain, but how could that help us? But before he could dwell on it any longer, he looked at Sylphie, who seemed to have composed herself a bit. Sylphie, let's get moving. We need to find a town. Cover yourself with your hood, we can't afford to get heat stroke. Sylphie, still somewhat confused, looked at him with slightly lost eyes. Heat stroke. Rudeus gave a crooked smile, remembering that she was still just a child. It's what happens when we stay in the sun for too long. Come on, don't worry, we'll get through this. They started walking, the sun burning even more intensely. The sand wrapped around them as they cautiously moved forward, each step heavy and exhausting. Rudeus kept his wand ready, prepared to face anything that appeared at any moment, since any monster that showed up would be yet another threat to their survival. But for now, their greatest enemy seemed to be the desert itself. The sun remained merciless in the scorching sky of Bigarret, burning everything in its reach. After hours of wandering aimlessly through the dunes, Rudeus felt every muscle in his small body begging for rest. Even though he had healed both his and Sylphie's wounds, exhaustion was inevitable. He might have been talented in magic, but at the end of the day, his body was still that of a mere 7-year-old child. Beside him, Sylphie was in an even worse state. Her face was red from the intense heat, her steps were wobbly, and her breathing was uneven. Rudeus felt a pang of concern. If they kept going like this, they wouldn't survive much longer. He reflected on the human god's advice. Make it rain and build a house of stone. The suggestion seemed strange, but at the moment, it was the only lead he had. Determined, he stopped and gripped his wand, raising it to the sky. Sylphie, I'm going to make it rain, he warned, his voice hoarse from thirst. She lifted her eyes to him, surprised, but didn't question it. She just hugged herself, trying to keep the heat at bay. Rudeus took a deep breath and began casting his most powerful magic silently, focusing solely on the feeling. Cumulonimbus. The clear sky darkened rapidly. Heavy, dark clouds formed above them, bringing a welcome coolness to the relentless desert. Within seconds, thick raindrops began to fall, splashing onto the hot sand and creating small clouds of steam. Sylphie widened her eyes as she felt the rain wet her face. This is incredible, she murmured, astonished. She had never seen saint-level magic before. In that moment, even with all the exhaustion, a smile appeared on her face. Feeling the cold water on her dried skin was an indescribable relief. Rudeus, however, was already focused on his next spell. Using chantless magic, he shaped the ground around them, raising a solid stone structure. It wasn't elaborate, but it would be enough to shield them from the storm he had created. Once inside, he looked at Sylphie, whose wet hair now appeared as white as snow. With a gentle touch, he dried her damp strands with a soft wind spell. Get some rest, Sylphie. I'll keep watch, he said. She hesitated, but exhaustion won. Too tired to resist, she leaned against Rudeus's shoulder and quickly fell asleep. The boy looked at her for a moment, feeling his sense of responsibility grow even stronger. He had promised to take her back home. No matter what it took, he would keep that promise. Without realizing it, he also fell asleep, his mind and body finally giving in to exhaustion. A shrill and excited voice abruptly tore him from his rest. Hey, hey. Isn't it dangerous to sleep in the middle of the desert? Rudeus' eyes snapped open, and his hand instinctively reached for his staff, but it wasn't there. What? He looked up and saw a man holding his staff with a playful expression. The stranger had dark skin and long, curly hair, partially covered by a bandana. His face bore a wide, mischievous grin, and one of his eyes was hidden beneath an eye patch. He wore metal necklaces and bracelets, and his clothes were disheveled, as if they had been thrown on carelessly. The most intimidating thing about him was the arsenal he carried on his waist, a scimitar, a short sword, daggers, and other smaller blades, all looking razor-sharp. Sylphie shrank behind Rudeus, clutching his tunic tightly. He could feel her trembling but remained calm. "What are two kids doing alone in the desert?" the man asked in the fighting god language, his tone casual but with a gleam of curiosity in his eyes. Rudeus frowned. He didn't understand the language. "I don't speak your language," he responded cautiously. The men blinked in surprise before letting out a laugh. "You're from the central continent." "Ha. Now I'm even more curious." He switched to the human language with impressive fluency. His grin widened. Rudeus kept his defensive posture, not looking away. "Who are you?" The man twirled Rudeus' staff between his fingers and returned it with a quick motion, as if it were a toy. "I'm Larix, a part-time assassin and the leader of the mercenary group Tyrant Storm." Rudeus blinked. "What?" Larix crossed his arms, evaluating the children before him. "And it's decided. You two are now provisional members of Tyrant Storm." Rudeus' jaw dropped. "What? In the Meles continent?" The office was a vast and imposing room, filled with luxurious details that highlighted the wealth and power present there. The walls were covered with finely embroidered tapestries, and golden columns supported a ceiling artistically painted with scenes from Meles' sacred history. The polished marble floor reflected the light of the ornate chandeliers, while a massive stained glass window behind the main chair cast multicolored light across the room. Shelves filled with ancient tomes and sacred relics lined the sides of the chamber, and in the center, a mahogany table with gold detailing separated the two men present. Seated in an ornate chair with blue velvet upholstery was Harry Grimoire, the current pope of the Meles religion. His face was wrinkled with age, but his expression remained serene and calculating. He wore ceremonial robes embroidered in gold, with a staff resting beside the table. On the other side, standing rigidly with a stern expression, was Galgard Nashvenik, his posture exuding impatience. Crossing his arms and furrowing his brows, Galgard spoke firmly. "It doesn't matter what kind of feats he has supposedly accomplished. Most of them might just be fabrications. I accused him of massacring the innocent at the Joy Lore estate, and he didn't deny it. He is a threat, Your Holiness." Harry remained silent for a moment, his fingers interlocked on the table as he pondered. Then, in a measured and controlled tone, he replied. "Have you considered that the fact he didn't deny it might actually be a good thing? Didn't he seem guiltless to you?" Galgard's brow furrowed, his face showing clear displeasure. "That is irrelevant. Only the facts matter." Harry sighed, leaning back slightly in his chair before continuing. "According to our reports, he had some outbursts in the Great Forest but managed to control them after the age of 6. His indiscriminate slaughter is undoubtedly a terrible crime, but the Iron Legion he commands represents a turning point in history. Most of the tribes in the Great Forest have already joined this organization. It won't be long before the Great Forest becomes a unified force." Galgard's expression hardened, but he remained silent, listening as the Pope continued. "Moreover, he accepts all races without discrimination. In the Iron Legion, there are beastmen, humans, dwarves, elves, and even demons, all fighting under the same banner. Isn't that exactly what the Acceptance faction has been striving for all this time?" Galgard kept his gaze fixed on the Pope, his fists clenched. Harry, noticing his hesitation, decided to touch on an even more sensitive topic. Cardinal LeBlanc McFarlane claims that one of his priests had a dream where he was warned by St. Meles himself about this attack. He didn't believe it before, but now he does. According to his visions, rigor will completely eradicate Meles. If he manages to convince his faction of this, and you are not there to intervene, it could be the spark that ignites a war between the Church and the Iron Legion. What could have been an opportunity for change might end up bringing only blood and death. Isn't preventing that exactly what your order of instruction seeks to achieve? Galgard remained motionless for a few seconds, reflecting. He took a deep breath, his mind replaying the moment when Rigor's sword was pointed at him, imbued with that unknown classification spell. He couldn't deny the sense of danger he had felt. Finally, he broke the silence. "I will prevent them from starting a war. But keep one thing in mind, Your Holiness." He raised his gaze, his expression resolute. "You tried to negotiate with them and were willing to start partnerships. He ignored that and attacked Meles directly." He paused before continuing. "The Joy Lore family was a disgrace, but not sparing the servants and children in the mansion is something utterly dishonorable. I don't entirely dismiss the possibility that he truly is the threat that will destroy Meles. If he directs his aggression here again, I will not hesitate to kill him. No matter what he represents." He turned and began walking away, stopping midway to speak without turning back. Besides, Linstar Joylore's children and wife left the house before the attack. They won't sit idly by. Chapter 62, Distorted Morals. Rigor was sitting at a table in his room at the Iron Legion base, completely absorbed in studying the saint-level healing spell. The pages of his notes were spread out before him, illuminated by the light of a candle. His basic knowledge of chemistry and biology helped him understand the principles behind healing magic. Unlike lower-level spells, this one demanded precise control. A mistake could result in improper regeneration or even instability in the reconstructed tissue, leading to greater damage or deformities. He focused all his attention on learning, avoiding the dark thoughts that had been surfacing since his last battle. Time passed without him noticing, and when he finally realized it, 37 hours had elapsed. He was a bit mentally exhausted, but confident, so he decided it was time to test the spell, and he thought it would be safer to test it on himself. Taking the bones of his own amputated arm that he had collected from the battlefield, he took a deep breath, holding them firmly. He felt the magical energy flowing within him, carefully shaping it before he began to recite the incantation. O sacred guardian of the firmament, herald of purity and restorer of souls. May your immaculate light descend upon this wounded body. Rebuild the flesh, align the bones, and weave life where death looms. Dispel the pain, expel decay, and restore the form to its original perfection. By the miracle of the heavens, may every wound be undone and life renewed. Holy healing. As soon as he finished the words, a golden, pure light enveloped his mutilated arm. The light thickened around the bones, and then the process of regeneration began. First, he felt a deep itch, as if thousands of insects were crawling across his skin and thousands of needles were piercing his nerves. It was an extreme discomfort, but he remained still, watching in fascination as muscles, tendons, and skin recreated and reconnected magically. The nerves reformed, sending uncomfortable jolts through his arm. Veins emerged, spreading like branches of a tree until they reconnected with his circulatory system. The skin sealed the regeneration, leaving his arm identical to the original, without any scars. Rigor moved his fingers slowly, testing their functionality. He still felt a slight tingling, but overall, it seemed perfect. A smile formed on his lips as he thought of his previous world, where feats performed with advanced healing magic could still be achieved in the realm of earth, but regenerating limbs. That was something of legend in his old world. Now that he had managed to master this magic, Rigor could someday teach it to his mentor. Not even Verdia possessed a healing spell of this level. That thought sparked a flame of pride within him, but it was quickly replaced by the reality of his responsibilities. He rose and walked to the door, opening it. The corridor was silent. No one had disturbed him during his isolation. But that did not mean he could continue avoiding the consequences of his actions. He would have to deal with everything sooner or later. Taking a deep breath, he called over one of the nearby guards. I'm going to heal Taze and Feel. Gather all the division commanders for a meeting in the main hall in 3 hours. The guard was surprised to see him appear suddenly, and was even more astonished to see his fully restored arm, but he promptly replied. Yes, sir. Rigor nodded and then activated his magic eye to locate Taze and Feel. What he saw surprised him. A project for a wall around the base was underway. The project was still in its early stages, but there were hundreds of members digging trenches as preparation. Furthermore, the Iron Legion seemed much busier than when he had left for the dwarf tribe. Walking through the camp, he felt eyes upon him. Many members greeted him with reverence, and not just the veterans. Even new recruits he had never seen before showed great admiration. The respect and devotion were evident in their eyes. He crossed the camp, his gaze being drawn to the training field, where a red-haired girl was fighting with passion against Idar. It was Eris. She attacked with ferocity, trying to outdo Idar in every possible way. For a moment, Rigor thought about watching her a little longer, but he continued on his way. There were other priorities at the moment. Continuing his journey, he felt the weight of his mistakes pressing on his chest. Many people had died because he was not there. His decision to attack the Joy Lore estate could have ruined any possibility of cooperation with Melees, in addition to resulting in the massacre of innocents. Yet, the Legion seemed to be prospering more than ever. This paradox confused him. Were his actions truly right? Or was he just convincing himself that he was doing what was necessary? With no answers, he simply sighed and kept walking. Soon, he would have to face the truth. Rigor entered the room silently, his heavy steps echoing in the space. Taze and Feel were lying in their beds, their bodies covered by thin sheets, but the marks of what they had suffered were still evident. Feel remained motionless, staring at the ceiling with a vacant look, while Taze, even without limbs, seemed restless. However, something caught Rigor's attention, a subtle movement in the flow of Taze mana. He furrowed his brow and activated his magic eye, allowing his vision to penetrate the invisible layers of reality. What he saw shocked him deeply. Taze was trying to manipulate his mana without arms or legs. And, to his surprise, he already seemed to have had some success. Without wasting time, Rigor approached the healer watching over the two and said calmly, "Leave us alone." The woman nodded respectfully and left the room without hesitation. As soon as the door closed, Taze lifted his eyes to Rigor and, with a sarcastic smile, broke the silence. "Who would have thought you'd lose an arm?" His voice carried an acerbic humor. "I must say, I was beginning to get used to this arrangement. I feel like I've improved my mana manipulation a lot. Ha ha ha. Rigor remained silent for a moment, observing him intently. His magic eye saw more than just mana, it captured heartbeats, small muscle twitches, irregular breaths. Taze was hiding his pain. Hiding behind jokes to avoid confronting reality. Only he, Feel, and Palak knew what they had truly endured within that damned mansion. Unlike Taze, who made an effort to maintain his composure, Feel didn't even try to hide his trauma. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling, lifeless, as if his mind were still trapped in the horrors he had experienced. Rigor swallowed hard when he saw the marks spread over his friend's body, in addition to the absence of 4 limbs. Guilt hit him like a speeding train. What if he hadn't been goofing around with Eris and Ghislaine? What if he had just made a normal sword and returned? What if he had been a little quicker? Taking a deep breath, he knelt beside Taze, his expression serious and laden with emotion. Taze. I've known you since I was 1 year old. He began, his voice low but firm. You might not remember, but I remember it like it was yesterday. The first thing you ever told me was that I was a monster of a boy. You were 4 years old. Taze let out a short, nostalgic laugh. It's true. He murmured, without losing his teasing tone. Yet Rigor maintained his serious expression and continued. Do you really think I'm a monster? That my true nature can't be controlled, no matter how strong I become? Taze raised an eyebrow, still smiling. Why doubt that now, Rigor? He asked with genuine curiosity. Remember the phrase you always told me to stimulate my magical creativity. If someone else has managed it, why can't I? And if no one ever has, then I can be the first. He laughed, but his gaze was determined. I admit, you're very talented, but you shouldn't be as fierce as the original beast god. For an instant, Tae's smile vanished, replaced by a more serious expression. Do you blame yourself for not being here when it happened? Have you ever thought about how we feel? You told us to take care of the Legion in your absence and, when you returned, you had to save us. But Rigor tried to argue, but Taze interrupted him without hesitation. It's like you told us, you won't always be able to protect us. You are a leader. You cannot have doubts. Tae's words were firm, almost harsh. It's good that you came to talk to me first. Again, I'm merely repeating your own words, the first step for your subordinates to doubt you is for you to doubt yourself. Rigor opened his mouth to respond but found no words. Everything Taze said was true. He had prepared them, taught them about the dangers of the world. He himself had said it was not a matter of if but when they would face something like this. So why hadn't he prepared himself to face the same situation? Why was he hesitating now? Didn't you really expect no setbacks along the way? Taze continued, unyielding. I know how you feel. Do you think it was in my plans to be tortured and for me to lose my limbs when I decided to follow you? No. But I always held your words in my heart. You taught us so many dogmas and etched them into our souls. So why, when it's your turn to apply them, are you hesitating? Rigor fell silent. His hands trembled slightly. He knew Taze was right, but it was hard to accept. After a long moment, Taze let out a tired sigh and looked directly into Rigor's eyes. Quickly heal my arms and legs, man. I can't stand being stuck here any longer. Rigor blinked, surprised by the sudden change in tone, but soon let out a low laugh. Taze had always been like that. All right. He murmured, taking Tae's bones and placing them in their proper positions, they would serve as the foundation for regeneration. He rested his hand on Tae's chest and took a deep breath. The spell he had studied for so long that had restored his own arm, he would now attempt to use it without any enchantment. A pure, golden light emerged from his hands, enveloping Tae's body. The glow filled the room, momentarily blinding Feel and even Rigor. The spell worked quickly, reconstructing the bones, aligning them with precision, weaving flesh and muscle over the newly formed skeletal structure. Skin sprouted, covering the limbs, as if invisible threads were stitching a new fabric. Taze grunted as an unbearable itch took over the area where his limbs were regenerating. His body trembled slightly, but he endured without showing any weakness. After long seconds, the light finally diminished, revealing his perfectly restored arms and legs, without scars or imperfections. He moved his fingers slowly, testing their movement. A satisfied smile crossed his face. This is truly another level. He murmured, flexing his new limbs. Rigor smiled slightly. For the first time since returning from the Joylore mansion, he didn't feel the crushing weight on his shoulders. Rigor then focused deeply before beginning Feel's healing. Once again, without enchantment, though the process was somewhat slow, this magic was very complex. He placed his hand on Feel's chest and felt the energy flow, a gentle warmth spreading as the flesh, muscles, and bones began to rebuild before his eyes. It was an impressive process, the golden light dancing around the limbs that were regrowing. Feel's eyes, which had once seemed empty and dead, began to regain some color as he felt his limbs taking shape again. When the magic finally ceased and his arms and legs were fully restored, the boy trembled. He looked at his hands, moving his fingers slowly, almost in disbelief. Then, suddenly, a sob escaped his throat, followed by a single tear. Everything he had been through, all the accumulated suffering and despair, seemed to come crashing down on him all at once, even as he smiled. Taze, on the other hand, reacted in the opposite way. As soon as he realized that his body was completely restored, he jumped out of bed, flexing his muscles and testing his movements. A broad smile spread across his face, and without a second thought, he ran off. "I'll meet you at the meeting later. I've got to see Lisa," he shouted as he disappeared down the corridor, leaving Rigger behind with Phil still silently crying. Rigger watched Phil for a moment but said nothing. He knew that this was something that couldn't be resolved with words. He simply placed a firm hand on the warrior's shoulder, offering silent support before rising and leaving the room. He then made his way to the children's training field. From a distance, he could see Rufus, the little dwarf with fiery orange hair, attacking with ferocity. He was hurling multiple stone projectiles at Jerry, his wolf companion, who moved with impressive agility, dodging each attack with sharp reflexes. Rigger looked away and observed the rest of the children. Some were practicing magic, others were training in hand-to-hand combat techniques. Among them, one figure caught his attention, Garrison, the half-deer, wielding a spear and fighting against 3 adversaries at once. He was only 7 years old, but his spear skills were already very good. His movements were fluid, the tip of the weapon slicing through the air with precision. He clearly had talent, but finding a spear instructor these days was almost impossible. Deciding not to reveal himself just yet, Rigger began to walk stealthily around the Legion's base, his thoughts absorbed by Tay's words. He understood that his mistake couldn't be easily erased, but he was starting to see a new perspective. Taze, Killian, Rufus, and so many others had their principles deeply ingrained from childhood, as it was the only thing they had ever been taught to be right. But what about him? How could he compare to them? The principles he taught them came from his vast experience, both from his previous world and from the countless fantasy and historical stories he had consumed, stories that showed the many good and bad facets of humanity. He simply observed the world around him and passed on what he believed was necessary for survival: resilience, patience, determination, and unshakable faith. He taught them to always do their best but to be prepared for the worst, for the path they chose would never be easy. However, it was easier said than done. In his previous world, he had been taught in a completely different manner. In a way, he was lagging behind the very children he trained. He knew what needed to be done in theory, but the practice was an entirely different matter. Still, Taze had managed to make him see that. It wasn't a definitive solution, but it was a start. While these thoughts occupied his mind, he left the Legion's base and walked stealthily through Tinaver. He observed the local businesses, the shops, the merchants negotiating goods. He took a tour of the city before finally returning to the meeting he had scheduled. Upon entering the meeting room, Rigger saw 8 of his 10 commanders already present. In addition, Ghislaine and Laws were also there. The atmosphere was heavy, everyone waiting for him with serious expressions. He showed no hesitation, maintaining a dignified and determined posture. He knew the risks, he knew he had made a grave mistake. But, as Taze had said, he would not show weakness now. Even though he was in the wrong, he could not hesitate. With firm steps, he walked across the room, sat in the leader's chair, and looked at everyone. With a firm and resolute voice, he declared, "Let's begin." Chapter 63, Getting Back on Track. Pykak slowly stood up, his posture rigid, eyes scanning the room before speaking in a firm, professional tone. "Boss, the main topics of the meeting are the attack on House Joylore and the rescue of the 1st Division Commander, Taze Dodoldia, the Fatoa teleportation incident, the alliance with the dwarves, the S-rank adventurer license, and the absorption of the Great Forest tribes." Rigger nodded, crossing his arms over the table, his gaze serious and attentive. Pykak sat down again, and Launark, the light-skinned elf with silver hair, took the floor. "RYG. Call me leader or boss." Rigger's voice cut through the air like a blade. The elf hesitated, clearly caught off guard. He blinked a few times before continuing, his voice slightly more hesitant. "Leader. I assume you are already aware of the events that led to Commander Taze and the others being captured." Rigger nodded again, his expression unchanged. Launark continued. "While the leader was traveling to the Dwarven territory, we held a meeting to address the matter and decided to contact the Demon Race Acceptance faction in Meles. They directly oppose House Joylore, which belongs to the Expulsion faction, and at the same time, this would allow us to establish several partnerships with the Meles religion. As part of the agreement, we asked them to ensure the safety of our key members and assist in rescuing them, but I must say that the boss's actions have shattered any diplomacy that could have occurred." "Are you questioning my actions?" Rigger interrupted, his voice low but heavy. An invisible pressure filled the room. The air seemed to grow heavier. Launark felt a chill run down his spine. He shrank back, his resolve wavering under the overwhelming presence of the Iron Legion. Why did he feel so fierce now? And no, leader, I just... Rigor interrupted him again. I admit I was emotionally affected at the moment I went to rescue them, but I would do it all over again. He paused. That was a lie. He knew he could have acted differently if he hadn't been consumed by rage. At the very least, he wouldn't have stormed in for all to see, but now was not the time to show hesitation. He continued, his voice cold and firm. With your diplomacy methods, Hiroto, the warrior I trusted to lead the Legion in my absence, my friend and a friend to many here, was dead before I even arrived. Along with 2 other warriors. If I had taken any longer, we could have lost Commander Hiroto as well. Launark furrowed his brows and pursed his lips. Rigor's words were true, but he still felt he wasn't wrong. He just hadn't had the chance to fully explain his position. He was almost certain Rigor knew he was wrong as well. The heavy silence was broken by the sound of someone clearing their throat. Goran Redwine, the long, red-bearded dwarf and commander of the intelligence division, intervened, his voice deep and direct. The commander of the Order of Instruction, Galgard, seems to oppose the Iron Legion, but they do not want open conflict. Unlike the fanatics of the Order of the Temple, who want to see us burning in our heads on spikes. The Church Temple remains neutral, but we still have someone interested in continuing cooperation. All eyes turned to him. Rigor narrowed his gaze, and Goran continued. The Pope himself has not yet abandoned cooperation. So, it's not impossible. But it's not viable to rely on him alone. We need the support of at least one of the Knight Orders and at least one noble house. The tension in the room began to ease. The conversation had shifted to future plans. The once heavy silence was replaced with discussion. Each commander actively voiced their opinions when appropriate. Some agreed, while others considered the risks. Strategies were suggested and debated. Launark, however, remained silent, his thoughts racing. In the end, he chose to say nothing more. The direction of the conversation had already been decided. The priority would be to avoid drawing Mealy's attention for now, as long as there was no direct action against the Legion. Instead, the focus would shift to more immediate concerns. Rigor observed the exchange of ideas among his commanders. There was still resentment, but the Legion was moving forward. And that was what mattered most. The meeting hall retained a heavy atmosphere of tension as the next topic was brought up. Derek, the commander of the 10th Administration Division, stood up, crossing his arms over the table and looking directly at Rigor. Chief, we have been taking in and freeing everyone we find from the Fatoa region. Some are planning to return home, so I'd like to make a suggestion. Rigor narrowed his eyes, reflecting for a moment before speaking. Is it about creating a search party? Derek's face lit up with a satisfied smile. The leader is wise. That's exactly it. Rigor nodded, resting his elbows on the table and interlocking his fingers. Do you have a leader in mind? Derek shook his head. No, sir. We are still sorting and organizing the refugees. Many are still disoriented by what happened and don't know whether to move forward or try to go back. Rigor scanned the room before fixing his gaze on Laws. Laws will be the provisional leader of the group. Not only is he one of the victims of this disaster, but he also knows much of Fatoa. Laws lifted his head, already expecting the decision, a determined glint in his eyes. Understood, leader. I will do my best to find and help all those who are still lost. Derek grinned and pounded a closed fist on the table. Excellent choice, master. Rigor looked around the table. Does anyone have anything to add? Goran, the veteran dwarf, leaned slightly forward, resting his calloused hands on the solid wooden table. I sent informants to the central continent to gather more information about survivors and any groups that might be enslaving or hunting them. As soon as I have updates, I will bring a report. Rigor nodded in approval. Great initiative. Anyone else? Silence dominated the room for a few moments. When no one spoke up, Rigor took the floor again. Then it's decided. The creation of the Fatoa Survivor Search Group is officially sanctioned. Laws will be the leader, and Pykak will handle logistics and resources. Ghislaine, who had been silently listening until now, showed a look of interest. Rigor noticed and made brief eye contact with her before moving on to the next topic. As for the alliance with the dwarves, I can say it was extremely successful. Rigor's words sparked a light murmur of satisfaction around the table. Several caravans of dwarves will soon be joining the Iron Legion. Among them, there is a dwarf named Brightstone, who can only be commanded by me. I will provide more details when he arrives. Joseph, one of the commanders, raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Do they have any capable fighters? Rigor slowly shook his head. They have excellent warriors, but nothing too extreme compared to our standard. However, their skills in forging are the best in the world. Their knowledge of metallurgy and enchantment could elevate our legion to another level. The commanders nodded, and a new wave of anticipation arose among them. Many seemed excited at the prospect of enhancing their equipment. Picak chuckled softly. So, we can finally reforge our weapons properly. Now that's good news. Gorin, who was also a dwarf, slammed a closed fist against the table, enthusiastic. If we wield weapons forged by dwarves, our strength will increase drastically. He then turned to Rigger. Leader, we should invest in building a grand forge within our base. With the number of dwarves arriving, we'll need a proper structure for them to work. Rigger nodded. It's a valid idea. After the meeting, prepare a report detailing the resources and logistics necessary for this endeavor. Gorin smiled with satisfaction. Consider it done. Now, about the Rank S Adventurer license. Rigger cast a serious gaze over the commanders. We can obtain it as soon as the Blue Dragon scales arrive with the Dwarven caravan. Joseph leaned slightly forward. Are those scales all they requested? Rigger confirmed with a nod. Exactly. The scales are the only requirement for the mission I was assigned. Once they arrive, we can proceed with the request. The commanders exchanged glances, and the atmosphere in the hall lightened. It was an important step for the Iron Legion, as many of their future plans required them to have high freedom as adventurers. Does this mean we'll be able to accept Rank S missions? Picak asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It means our influence and authority among adventurers will increase significantly, Rigger replied. We'll have access to high-risk, high-reward missions and open doors to more strategic alliances. Rigger observed the faces around him. For the first time since the beginning of the meeting, it seemed that the initial tension had been replaced by cautious optimism. There was much work to be done, but each step forward strengthened the Iron Legion and solidified their path. With the conversation flowing well and the commanders now engaged, Rigger prepared to address the next and final topic of the meeting. Killian had sent a detailed report on the absorption of the Great Forest tribes. He stated that the hierarchy system and fast travel network between tribes had been successfully implemented, facilitating communication and integration. Most of the tribes had agreed to submit to the Iron Legion after hearing about the benefits offered, and now nearly all were under their banner. However, many warriors from these tribes were coming to challenge Rigger for the position of Legion leader. He also warned that the specialized training process would still take time to complete. Additionally, a surprising piece of news accompanied the report: Ghislaine and Eris had become a Wind Saint under the guidance of Verdia Solar Ion. This feat demonstrated his dedication and extraordinary talent. But that wasn't all. A new saint had emerged from the Doldia tribe. A warrior who was already advanced in both the Sword God and North God styles had managed to reach the level of Sword Saint. He was one of the warriors who had trained as a sparring partner against Rigger countless times and had witnessed the Longsword of Light in action on multiple occasions, feeling its presence up close. Somehow, through either sheer luck or pure effort, he had advanced to the level of saint. His name was Doldia. Rigger felt a wave of satisfaction and pride. Every advancement was an important piece on the Iron Legion's board, and the fact that two new saint-level warriors were emerging within his organization only strengthened his growth plan. With a slight smile, he nodded to the commanders present, realizing that his strategies were solidly coming together. At that moment, the meeting room door suddenly swung open, and Taze hurried in. "Am I late?" he asked, straightening his posture. His hair was disheveled, and scratch marks were visible on his neck. All eyes in the room quickly turned to him. The atmosphere remained silent for a few moments before some of the commanders flashed suggestive smiles. Joseph was the first to speak, his tone amused. "I see you were busy." Picak let out a restrained chuckle, while Gorin, always straightforward, burst into laughter. Taze looked visibly uncomfortable and ran a hand over his neck, trying to cover the scratches. "It's nothing, just some intense conversations." Rigger crossed his arms, observing the scene with an amused look. It was good to see Taze interacting normally again, especially after everything that had happened. The other commanders took the opportunity to congratulate him on regaining his arms and legs. "It's good to have you back, Taze," Rigger said, his voice filled with genuine respect. "The Legion needs you in top shape." Taze nodded, his expression softening. "And I'm ready to get back to work." With the atmosphere in the room now lighter, the commanders resumed discussions about the next steps for the Iron Legion. Several topics were addressed, from managing new members to strengthening strategies to prevent future losses like the one in Melee's. Among the suggestions, one idea that was already being implemented stood out: building a wall around the Legion's main base, ensuring greater protection and territorial control. Rigger pondered for a few moments before responding. A wall could be a major step forward for our defense, but it might also attract unwanted attention. We need to ensure its construction is quick and efficient. When the project is completed, send it to me for review, and I'll build it myself using earth magic. Gorin, the dwarf who was also experienced in architecture and defensive strategies, spoke up. "Boss, I don't doubt your ability, but this will be a massive wall. Will you have enough mana?" Rigger answered naturally, I have more than enough. Draft new plans for additional buildings as well, we'll take this opportunity to expand. The commanders nodded, though some still had doubts about his claims. As the meeting neared its end, Rigger looked around the room and felt something he hadn't felt since the attack on Mealy's, confidence. Despite the blow they had suffered, the Iron Legion was rising once more, and as long as he had a say in it, they would become stronger than ever. All right, he declared, standing up. We have a lot of work ahead. Let's make sure the Iron Legion keeps growing. With those words, the meeting was officially adjourned, and the commanders dispersed, each with a new mission to accomplish. Chapter 64, Resolving Issues. The sun began to set on the horizon, casting an orange glow over the massive wall rising around the Iron Legion's main base. Rigger, with Tsukikage in his hand and magic pulsating through the blade, contemplated his work. The project, designed by the dwarves and perfected by him, was inspired by saint-level magic, colossal fortress, and was taking shape with each careful manipulation of earth magic. The design was both functional and imposing, built to withstand direct assaults as well as prolonged sieges. After analyzing the final details, he decided he had done enough for today. Taking a deep breath, he activated Flash Step. His body vanished in a blur, and within moments, he was already inside one of the fortress's study rooms. Upon arrival, he saw Ghislaine sitting at a table, a quill in hand, her expression serious and focused as she practiced her handwriting. Her eyes scanned the lines she had written with visible effort, her hand moving with slow, calculated precision. Meanwhile, Eris, sitting beside her, displayed a frustrated expression, her quill trembling with anger in her grip. Rigger smiled at the sight of them but quickly regained his seriousness. Ghislaine, Eris, he called, drawing their attention. After getting a more precise estimate, they should be able to conduct a preliminary sweep of the continent in approximately 6 months. Ghislaine met his gaze and gave a small nod. I appreciate your help, Rigger. She had taken an interest when she learned that Rigger had formed a search group to locate survivors of the Fatoa incident. Noticing one of the former maids of the Boreas family among the new members of the Iron Legion, she began to suspect that Soros and Philip Boreas Greyrat might be in Mealy's. It would be strange if she returned to Fatoa only to later find out that they had died in Mealy's. So, she asked Rigger to help her search for them there. This way, she would at least know if they were in Mealy's. There was still the possibility that they were alive somewhere else in the world, but in that case, she would have to trust that they would try to return to Fatoa. Eris mumbled something inaudible, tossing her quill onto the table and crossing her arms. This is useless, she exclaimed, glaring at the messy writing on her paper. Rigger raised an eyebrow. After hearing so many of Ghislaine's stories, you still think it's useless. Eris didn't speak the beast god's language, so in addition to learning the writing and reading of the human language, she also had to practice speaking the beast god's tongue. Fortunately, she was forced to practice daily if she wanted to train, since, while many in the Iron Legion spoke the human language, many others spoke only the beast god's language. She turned her face away, sulking, while Ghislaine remained expressionless. Changing the subject, Ghislaine looked at Rigger and said, I've noticed something strange in your training. You've been practicing your swordsmanship, but your technique seems worse than it was before. Rigger frowned, genuinely confused. Worse? That doesn't make sense. I've been training constantly. I should be improving, even if just a little. Ghislaine crossed her arms, analyzing him. Physically, yes, you've gotten a little stronger, but your technique has regressed. You don't control your Tuki like you used to. I've never seen this happen before, not even in the Sword Sanctuary. It's a unique case. Rigger felt uneasy at this observation. He had worked so hard, yet it seemed he was straying from the right path. This made him realize that something was wrong with him. Had he focused too much on improving his speed and magic and neglected his fundamental technique? Beyond his concerns about swordsmanship, he was also working on a new variation of Flash Step. He had already developed Burst Step, but now he wanted to incorporate lightning magic into the technique. His theoretical calculations suggested that this could potentially make him the fastest in the world. However, there was a significant problem, his reaction speed. Even if he managed to move at extreme velocities, his perception and reflexes would need to keep up, and at the moment, he simply wasn't capable of reacting at such speeds. I'll train my swordsmanship more, maybe I've neglected it too much. Even as he said it, he didn't quite believe it was the case. He had been training the same way he always had. The problem must have been elsewhere. As he pondered this, a guard knocked on the door. Boss, letters from the Great Forest have arrived. He replied, thank you, and quickly checked the senders, his master, his mother, and Killian. Verdia's letter was brief, informing him about the members of the Legion who had sought her guidance in magic. She mentioned that she had taught Killian the Saint-level tornado spell and noted that his mana reserves were exceptionally large. She also inquired about Rigger's progress, hoping that he had continued training his magic. Rigger soon bid farewell to Eris, who seemed furious, and Ghislaine before grabbing paper and a quill to write his responses. He informed Verdia that he had become a saint in healing magic and would soon reach the same level in detoxification magic. He also mentioned that he had successfully developed lightning magic and was eager to teach it. Lastly, he wrote that he would soon travel to the Sword Sanctuary. His mother's letter, on the other hand, was filled with affection and concern. She asked how he was, expressed how much she missed him, and wished him luck. Rigger felt warmth in his chest and responded lovingly, assuring her that he was well and that he would return to see her as soon as he could. Finally, there was Killian's letter. He detailed several issues faced by the leaders of the major groups in the Great Forest, including difficulties in implementing the performance system and resistance from some tribes unwilling to embrace change. Patiently, Rigger addressed Killian's concerns one by one, offering well-founded suggestions based on his own experiences and reinforcing that he trusted his friend's abilities. After finishing his responses, Rigger leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. There was much to do. But for now, he allowed himself a brief moment of tranquility before the next challenges arrived. After sealing the letters, Rigger took a deep breath, relaxing his muscles, and turned his attention to something of great importance: saint-level detoxification spells. These spells had been discovered by the Joylore family and were rare, valuable knowledge. He skimmed through old notes, carefully analyzing the magical structure behind the enchantments. The complexity was evident, and each spell seemed tailored for highly specific situations. Despite already reaching the saint level in healing magic, Rigger knew he couldn't afford to be complacent. Every new spell he learned was another tool for survival and strengthening, not just for himself but for the entire Iron Legion. As he examined the spell diagrams, his gaze shifted to another set of notes: advanced barriers. These techniques surpassed even what his master, Verdia, knew, which only fueled his curiosity further. Among the various possible applications, one type of barrier caught his attention: mental barriers. This was because of a single name, Hitagami. The name echoed in his mind like a distant, ominous whisper. He hadn't forgotten about the self-proclaimed human god or the possibility that he had been interfering in everything that had gone wrong so far. If Hitagami was truly moving the pieces behind the scenes, Rigger needed to be prepared. However, no matter how much he studied, he made little progress in developing strategic mental barriers. The texts he found were fragmented, incomplete. Maybe this kind of magic is at an even higher level, probably saint or king level. He thought, clenching his fists in frustration. His thoughts were interrupted when a guard entered the room and announced, "Leader, the first caravan of dwarves joining the Legion has just arrived." Rigger stood up and decided to personally welcome them. As he stepped out of the main building, he saw a sturdy group of dwarves dressed in heavy attire and carrying work equipment. Several wagons followed behind them, and members of the Legion were already assisting in unloading their belongings. Rigger approached the caravan leader with a smile. "Fort Wind, who would have thought you'd choose to join us?" The dwarf, formerly a personal guard of the Orgod, responded with enthusiasm. "No other dwarf has spent as much time with you. I have faith that you'll achieve great things in this life." "Where's Brightstone?" Fort Wind replied, "He should arrive with the next caravan." Rigger then ordered that they be shown to their new accommodations. Most of them were quickly assigned to the logistics and support divisions, as well as research and development, while a few joined combat divisions. Their arrival marked a significant advancement for the Legion, especially regarding infrastructure and the production of high-quality weaponry. After welcoming the dwarves and ensuring they were settled in, Rigger turned his attention to training the 2 monster hunting groups designated for Rank S targets. He had personally selected the members, choosing those who demonstrated the greatest potential and dedication. If Brightstone was truly coming in the next wave, Rigger wanted to ensure they had warriors prepared to handle any situation. Moreover, before Brightstone arrived, he planned to hunt a few Rank S monsters to obtain high-quality magic stones. However, his primary concern was ensuring that Brightstone wouldn't abandon the Iron Legion after taking advantage of their resources. To prevent this, he needed to establish a bond of loyalty and shared interests. The sharp whistle of a blade cut through the air. Rigger barely dodged in time, tilting his body backward as a swordsman charged with a downward slash. Before the sword could hit the ground, an archer had already loosed a precise arrow. Rigger spun on his axis, the arrow barely grazing his shoulder. Good coordination. A mage chanted a spell, launching a massive fireball toward him. Rigger stomped the ground, causing a spike of earth to rise and disperse part of the flames, just as a warrior wielding an axe attempted to strike him in the opening. Rigger blocked with his forearm, reinforced by Tuki, creating a small shockwave before countering with a kick to the warrior's stomach, sending him flying. Too slow. The healer raised her staff, casting a recovery spell, while another swordsman slid in from the flank, thrusting his blade. In an instant, Rigger vanished with a flash step, reappearing behind the swordsman with his blade pressed lightly against his neck. "Silence. You're improving," he said, stepping back. "But you can push yourselves further. This still isn't enough to consistently hunt Rank S monsters. That's enough for today, keep training. As they caught their breath from the beating, they responded in unison, yes, boss. Later that same day, the dwarves finally delivered the long-promised blue dragon scales. With this, Rigger was officially recognized as an S-rank adventurer. Now that he held the title of Rank S adventurer, the Iron Legion members who were also registered as adventurers in his clan had more freedom to accept high-paying and dangerous missions. He knew that, in time, some of them would reach Rank S through their own merit, further solidifying the Legion's influence. As he walked around the training field, Rigger pondered about his next big journey. He already had a rough idea of who would accompany him to the Sword Sanctuary. First, of course, were Ghislaine and Eris, but both had a different destination. They were heading to Fittoa, searching for information about the whereabouts of Soros, Hilda, and Philip Boreas. He had no intention of stopping them since he knew how important this was to them. Additionally, Idar would be heading to the Water God-style dojo, a decision Rigger respected. It was an essential step in Idar's growth as a warrior. However, his biggest problem at the moment was something else, his instincts. Ghislaine had noticed something strange in his swordsmanship. Despite growing physically stronger, his technique seemed to have regressed. That worried him. He had always sought improvement, so how could he be getting worse instead of better? Something was wrong, and he needed to find the root of this problem as soon as possible. As these thoughts consumed him, he crossed his arms and sighed. His gaze returned to Rufus and the wolves, who were now engaged in combat training, Rufus and Jerry versus Skoll and Freki. He narrowed his eyes. Maybe there was a clue to his own situation there. Their instincts are sharp, natural. What if I'm forcing myself down a path that doesn't fit my body? That thought sent a chill down his spine. Would he never be able to escape this? Was he inherently a beast? But one thing was certain, he couldn't leave this problem unresolved. After all, if he truly wanted to reach great strength, he needed to keep moving forward. His current power was nowhere near enough. He walked past the training field and continued on his way. As he headed toward the meeting room, his mind buzzed with concerns. He then decided to talk to Ghislaine about Soros, Hilda, and Philip. Pycak had told him to search for them, but if they had ended up in a dangerous place, their lack of combat strength made their survival highly unlikely. When he found her, she was reading a book in silence, but she lifted her eyes as she sensed his approach. "Hey, practicing your reading?" Ghislaine nodded. "Ghislaine, about Soros, Hilda, and Philip. You know that if they were teleported to a dangerous place, the chances of them being alive are very low, right?" Ghislaine stared at him for a moment. "I know. I've already prepared myself for that possibility. But even if they ended up somewhere near Fittoa, what are the chances they're still alive?" Rigger asked seriously. Ghislaine fell silent for a moment, thoughtful, but before she could respond, Rigger continued. "Pycak told me that if they were sent to a territory near Fittoa and survived the teleportation, Azura's political situation doesn't favor them at all. They were likely blamed for the incident, and depending on who found them first, they might have even lost their lives due to political enemies." Ghislaine's expression darkened upon hearing this. Her fists clenched slightly. Rigger watched her and asked, "What would you do then?" Ghislaine met Rigger's gaze with firm eyes and thought for a moment. "I would protect Eris until she grew up. Then, I would seek revenge against whoever was responsible for their deaths." Rigger nodded slightly but kept his eyes on her. "And after that?" For a moment, Ghislaine remained silent, as if reflecting on the question. Then she answered, "I would repay my debt to you by joining the Iron Legion." Rigger raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Huh, cold. Calling it a debt, huh?" Ghislaine also showed a slight smile, something rare on her usually serious face. With that, the tension in the air eased slightly, but Rigger knew that this was a concern that would need to be addressed soon. Chapter 65, The Growth of the Iron Legion. Rigger was atop a huge wall, his eyes scanning the vast fortress he had built. The wind blew fiercely that morning, causing his clothes to billow as he observed the impressive growth of the Iron Legion's base. What was once merely a military encampment had now become practically a small city. Stone buildings lined the newly formed streets, housing shops, warehouses, dormitories, and even advanced training areas. Tinevur, which had once been only a medium-sized city, was now flourishing as a strategic commercial center, attracting merchants from various regions due to its growing population and the reputation of the Legion. Rigger crossed his arms and took a deep breath. For months had passed since the attack on the Joylore estate, and in that time, many things had changed. Meles continued to refuse any negotiations with the Iron Legion. The Temple Order wanted him dead, the Instruction Order didn't like him, and the Church Order remained neutral. The situation was unstable but, for now, contained. He knew he couldn't stay there to defend the Legion forever. His decision was made, in a month, he would depart. The plan was set, he, Ghislaine, Eris, Idar, and Skoll would travel to the Azura Kingdom. Along the way, Idar would remain at the Water God-style dojo, and if all went well, Ghislaine and Eris would stay in Fatoa. Rigor would then continue with Skoll to the Sword Sanctuary. But before leaving, he needed to ensure that the Legion was prepared for what was to come. He knew that his presence, along with Ghislaine's, was one of the greatest deterrents against external attacks. Although Mealy's was displeased, they dared not make a move against the Legion, for he was essentially a walking nuclear bomb. But once he left, that threat would diminish drastically. With that in mind, he took preventive measures. He sent a letter to Killian and Gustav in the Doldia tribe, requesting 50 experienced warriors to reinforce the Legion's security. They were already on their way. He also asked all the allied bestial tribes to send at least a few warriors. Rigor pondered his strategy. The Legion had grown by absorbing various tribes and offering protection, making its overall strength formidable. With the complete destruction of the Black Troll group, the slave trade in the region had become nearly impossible. But that created new problems. Many nobles and Mealy's were dissatisfied because the sacred sword route, which had once been crucial for the slave trade, was now virtually blocked. He narrowed his eyes into the distance, immersed in thought. He needed to reach the Sword Sanctuary as quickly as possible. Ghislaine trained with him daily, but I didn't notice any improvement in my control of Tuki. She could feel the flow of her energy, but something seemed misaligned, disconnected. And it wasn't due to a lack of instruction. Ghislaine was an exceptional master. The problem seemed to lie within myself. The dense forest vibrated with the sounds of wildlife, but one sound stood out. Heavy yet agile steps cut through the vegetation as a huge monkey, about 4 meters tall, sprinted through the low foliage. Its body was covered in red fur with flaming orange stripes that looked like live embers. Every movement demonstrated supernatural agility, but also severe exhaustion. Deep wounds stained its fur with dried blood, and its wild eyes showed pure fatigue. It had fought for its life, and its body bore the marks of that brutal battle. Suddenly, the sky lit up. A violent flash tore through the trees, and a colossal lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking the beast dead center. A deafening roar echoed through the forest as the monkey let out a desperate howl of pain. But the bolt did not stop. It pulsed, burning its body, leaving a charred trail where lush vegetation once stood. When the electricity finally dissipated, the monkey's body was unrecognizable. Its skin was scorched, smoke rising from it, and its muscles trembled involuntarily from the residual electricity still coursing through its form. Yet it was still standing, staggering, trying to resist. Its eyes burned with one final spark of defiance. Harvest. In an instant, a reddish blade flashed through the air. In the blink of an eye, the creature's head rolled to the ground. Its body fell to its knees before finally collapsing. Ghislaine de Doldia, holding her sword, stood firm beside the corpse. Her expression was impassive, as if none of it mattered. Rigor arrived shortly after, approaching the body. He crouched down and retrieved the magical stone from the creature's chest, analyzing it with a clinical gaze. This is the third one. It should be enough. He took the S-class magical stone in his hands and stored it away. Ghislaine remained silent, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Rigor looked up at her. Let's go back. Without saying another word, they both vanished in a blur, sprinting back to the Iron Legion's base. When they arrived, they were met by an unexpected sound, a commotion in the central square. Rigor and Ghislaine exchanged a brief glance before heading over, finding a restless crowd. As they approached, Rigor began to pick up fragments of the argument. What right does a brat of 10 or 11 have to give me orders? At the center of the commotion stood a tall man with dark skin, covered in orange fur. He was shirtless, his muscular body on full display. A striped tiger's tail swayed behind him, and his pointed ears twitched in irritation. His gaze burned with fury. Rigor crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Any problem? The tigerman turned and sneered. Oh, it's you. Great. For the rights of leadership in the Iron Legion, I challenge you to a duel. Rigor maintained a neutral expression. And what do you have to offer in return? The man hesitated, his posture rigid, clearly taken by surprise. I will give you my loyalty, he declared, pounding his chest. Rigor looked at him as if he were examining an insect. Do you think you're worth as much as the entire Iron Legion? A vein pulsed on the tigerman's forehead. His face twisted in indignation, and he growled before furiously advancing. Enough with the pretty words. Fight like a man. Rigor sighed. In the next instant, his body glowed and he vanished. Flash step. Before his challenger could react, Rigor reappeared above him and delivered a powerful kick. The impact sent the tigerman sprawling to the ground, forming a small crater in the earth. He groaned, nearly unconscious, his eyes glassy. Rigor scanned the crowd. Silence took over. He lifted a foot and pressed the defeated man's head to the ground. Anyone else? The audience hesitated. No one spoke. Rigor withdrew his foot and continued walking without looking back. Such incidents had become common ever since Killian absorbed the wild tribes. Many warriors from those tribes were dissatisfied with being under the command of someone younger and sought to challenge him. But if they thought they could face him, they were gravely mistaken. As Rigger was leaving, a new voice emerged from the crowd. "I'd like to give it a try." Rigger stopped and turned, curious. Among the crowd, a familiar face appeared, a tall, steadfast warrior with a determined look. Wei's Adoldia. His deep dark brown hair framed a resolute face, while his intense red eyes radiated focus. His ears, set on the sides of his face, added a distinctive touch. Rigger felt his interest ignite instantly. He had recently discovered that Wei's had become a sword saint. That could be interesting. Wei's assumed the classic stance for wielding the long sword of light, while Rigger adjusted his own posture, preparing for the duel. A heavy silence hung between them, as if the very air around them had hardened in anticipation. Then, at the same moment, both advanced. However, Rigger, combining his flash step with his overwhelming physical strength and a considerable increase in Tuki, outpaced Wei's by a wide margin. Even so, he could perceive the high level of skill in his opponent. No advanced-level fighter could react so easily. Still, Wei's held his ground, countering the attack with precision and sharp instincts. A nearly imperceptible smile formed on Rigger's lips. He respected warriors who fought without hesitation. They moved past each other like samurai. Rigger remained unscathed, but a small cut appeared on Wei's neck. Rigger then turned and recognized him, congratulating him with an evaluative look. "You've grown much stronger, Wei's." With a firm nod, he added, "Welcome." Wei seemed proud to have been recognized, and said, "Thank you." The influx of new members to the Iron Legion was enormous. The number of warriors was growing daily, increasing the organization's strength and influence. The arrival of the Doldia further reinforced this growth. As Rigger looked at the new faces, he felt the weight of responsibility increasing. He knew that their rapid expansion would not go unnoticed by the watchful eyes of Meles. Despite the wealth they had accumulated, whether through attacks on slave bases or through mercenary work as adventurers, blacksmiths, and hunters, the Legion's expenses were still high. Yet, slowly, the internal economy was stabilizing. Their numbers were already enough to make even Meles hesitate before attacking them. The Legion was absorbing tribes from the Great Forest, receiving reinforcements from the Doldia and the Dwarves, and rescuing and integrating former slaves into its structure. The growth was overwhelming. But Rigger knew that, sooner or later, this growth would provoke a response. Meles could not ignore them for much longer. The first move would come soon. Even so, he couldn't delay his journey to the Sword Sanctuary. His control over his Tuki was unbalanced, and that needed to be resolved before it became a fatal problem. He looked at the Iron Legion's base one last time that day. In 2 weeks, he would depart. And until then, he would ensure that everyone was prepared for what was to come. Rigger observed the group gathered before him, the dust still hanging in the air after the intense training session. The battlefield lay in ruins, with signs of the simulated combat scattered everywhere. Joseph, the group's leader, took a deep breath as the other members regained their composure. "The lack of explosive power has now been compensated for by Wei's," Rigger said, his eyes scrutinizing the faces of the warriors. "With that, you will initially be our primary hunting group, until the other team becomes more synchronized." The fighters nodded, absorbing the decision. Joseph was the first to speak, his voice filled with respect and determination. "Thank you for your trust." He then turned to Wei's, the Doldia warrior who had recently joined the group. Since his arrival, Wei's had become a standout figure in the Legion, not only for his strength but also for being a sword saint, the same legendary class as Ghislaine and Rigger. "You really made an impression, Wei's," Joseph commented with a half-smile. "Your name is on everyone's lips." The man let out a small laugh and crossed his arms. Rigger didn't linger to follow the conversation, as he had other matters to attend to. He walked toward Brightstone's forge, where the smell of molten metal and hot embers filled the air. Barely had he stepped into the rustic, functional space when the gruff, direct voice of the dwarf blacksmith greeted him. "Hey, what are the odds we get massacred by Meles in your absence?" Rigger let out a short laugh, crossing his arms. "Almost zero. Even if there's a battle, many will escape alive." Brightstone clicked his tongue, his gaze shifting to a bench where 3 S-class magical stones rested. He looked at them with a gleam in his eyes, clearly pleased with what he had in hand. "At least I have 3 of these beauties," he said, running his thick hand over one of the gleaming stones before looking up at Rigger. "Which sword do you want me to enchant first?" Rigger already had an answer ready. "Taze de Doldia. But he asked the dwarves to forge a new one with Erathium, so you'll have to wait." Brightstone mumbled something inaudible before nodding his head. All right. I'll keep myself busy with other things until then." Leaving the forge, Rigger made his way to one of the training dojos. The sound of clashing swords echoed in the air even before he approached. Upon entering, he saw Ghislaine watching closely as Eris executed rapid, powerful strikes. It was impressive how much the girl had evolved in such a short time. She's advancing very quickly, Rigger murmured to himself. At this rate, when she's 10 years old, she'll be very close to advanced level. Ghislaine looked at him and gave a slight nod, a silent gesture of acknowledgement. Eris, noticing Rigger's presence, narrowed her eyes and intensified her efforts, as if eager to display her strength. A discreet smile formed on her lips before Rigger entered the dojo and joined the training. Chapter 66, Elementary Magician, Jess Nicadia. The afternoon sun shone brightly over the Iron Legion's courtyard. Surrounded by curious onlookers and warriors, Ghislaine and Eris stood before him, ready to cast their first spell. The wind blew softly as the attentive eyes of the spectators fixed upon them. Ghislaine was already a well-known figure within the Legion, recognized not only for her strength as a sword king but also for having saved Rigger at the Joylore mansion. She had many admirers, though Rigger wasn't particularly fond of them. Eris took a deep breath, concentrating. Her face was serious, her eyebrows furrowed in determined effort. She chanted. May the protection of the great fire be where you seek it. I invoke the bold heat of a torch here and now. Fireball. A small sphere of flickering flames appeared in the air before her. The shimmering fire reflected in the red-eyed girl's gaze, and she broke into a victorious smile. The silence lasted only a second before Rigger smiled and confidently declared. Congratulations, Eris. Now you can consider yourself a fire elemental mage. The girl's chest swelled with pride, and she cast a look of pure satisfaction at the spectators. Some murmured in surprise, while others simply smiled at her excitement. Now it was Ghislaine's turn. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes for a moment, and then repeated the incantation with a firm and resolute voice. Just like Eris, a sphere of fire appeared before her, floating for a few moments before dissipating. This time, the audience reacted immediately. Applause and cheers echoed throughout the courtyard, celebrating the formidable warrior's achievement. Rigger, however, cast a piercing look at the men who were clapping and whistling. His gaze was like a blade cutting through their excitement, and the noise quickly died down. The spectators discreetly coughed and averted their eyes, regaining their composure. Then Rigger drew 2 wands from his cloak, holding them firmly. I heard from Pycak that it is customary to present students with their first wands when they cast their first elemental spell, he said, his voice echoing clearly throughout the courtyard. It isn't a tradition I used to follow, but I've decided to adopt it this time. Congratulations to both of you. Ghislaine knelt and bowed her head. I receive it with gratitude, Professor Rigger. The formality surprised some of the onlookers, but for her, it was a gesture of respect. Rigger nodded as he handed her the wand. You still need to learn beginner healing and water spells, as they are very useful as well, he added, looking at both of them. But from today onward, you can call yourselves mages. Eris exchanged a glance with Ghislaine for a moment, then, hesitantly, imitated her posture and knelt as well, her face slightly flushed. I accept with gratitude, she said, taking the wand with trembling hands. Ghislaine expressed herself, holding her wand with a slight smile on her lips. Her red eye shone with a rare feeling of satisfaction as she murmured to herself. I am a mage now. That small moment of achievement changed something within her, even if subtly. For so many years, Ghislaine had relied solely on her sword to resolve everything, but now a new path had opened before her, a path she had never considered following because everyone around her had said she was incapable of such a thing. Eris gripped her wand firmly, her eyes shining with determination. Looking at both of them, Rigger looked inward. The future promises to be interesting. The training field was silent, except for the sound of the wind slicing through the air. Rigger and Ghislaine were focused, their bodies almost a blur due to the incredible speed of their movements. The ground trembled slightly with each explosive step, and the sound of blades cutting through the air echoed back and forth. It was a spectacle of strength and precision, as if they were engaged in a deadly dance. Eris, on the other hand, was far away, her presence distant as she chased Skoll and Jerry through the forest. The black wolf and its pup performed during their training, with Rufus riding on Jerry, merely as part of a series of exercises. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the intense rhythm of the training. Boss, someone here said they know Miss Ghislaine. It was Pycak. Rigger and Ghislaine immediately stopped. Their bodies, once a blur of rapid movement, slowed until they were motionless. Rigger's attention returned to the intruder, who was almost imperceptible in the distance. As the men approached, Rigger could see that he had inherited a demonic lineage, with monkey-like features. Large ears and a mischievous expression made him hard to ignore. He wore a simple vest and thief's clothes, his disheveled appearance contrasting with the discipline of the Iron Legion. Ghislaine stepped forward upon recognizing him. Geese, exclaimed Ghislaine, walking toward him. It's been a while. How did you know I was here? Geese replied in a friendly manner. His relaxed posture showed no signs of danger or tension. Ah, Ghislaine, always so straightforward. I heard that the Black Wolf had joined the Iron Legion, so I decided to come see with my own eyes. He laughed as he glanced at Rigger. And here we are. Rigger stepped forward, his gaze penetrating and wary. I am Rigger Adoldia, he introduced himself in a serious yet open tone. Geese looked at him briefly, evaluating him before letting out a low laugh. Geese Nicadia, he said with a casual nod. I'm looking for Paul and his family. You must know that all of Fatoa was transported. I've tried several places, but it seems no one knows where they are. Always attentive to details, Rigger kept his eyes fixed on the newcomer, observing every expression and gesture. A feeling that something was not quite right took root in his mind, although his instincts did not signal any immediate danger. Even so, there was something that unsettled him. And how did you learn about the Legion? Ghislaine asked. Geese crossed his arms. Hardly anyone in Meles doesn't know about them now. Well, in any case, that's one less person to search for. In fact, I've had some difficulties with that. I looked for our old group, but haven't found any clue about them yet. You're the first one who's come across them. Rigger looked at Ghislaine, who seemed to be reflecting on Geese's words. I see. Ghislaine murmured, before turning to Rigger. They are the ones I mentioned from my old group, Paul and Zenith. I heard they also had a son. Rigger nodded. I'm heading to the central continent now and, who knows, maybe I'll find something there. Observing Geese's behavior and relaxed tone, Rigger pondered for a moment before replying. Ghislaine spoke again, we're heading to the central continent as well. You can come with us, if you want. Geese raised his eyebrows in surprise. Really, he suggested, as if the offer were a great surprise. I could go, of course. I'm good at everything except fighting. Taking care of all matters outside of combat has always been my strong suit. If you need someone for espionage, information gathering, or just organizing things, that's me. Ghislaine looked at Rigger, who appeared to be evaluating his options. She gave a slight nod, confirming the trust she had in Geese. It's true, he can do everything except fight. He handled all the non-combat activities for our group. If you need help with other tasks, he'll be useful. Rigger looked at Geese once more, and his instincts told him that he could be trusted. It wasn't a strong feeling, but it was enough for Rigger to make a decision. All right. You can come with us, since you're a companion of Ghislaine. He said in a firm yet friendly tone. But just to be clear, don't expect me to get along with anyone who shows a lazy attitude. Geese let out a laugh and performed an exaggerated bow. Don't worry, Red Wolf, I'm far more useful than I appear. He winked with a mischievous smile. Ghislaine appeared impassive, her confidence in Geese unwavering as she returned to her training. Geese continued his carefree behavior, but his eyes were constantly analyzing the situation. Rigger sensed that there was something more behind the simple appearance and easy laugh. But for now, he chose to trust him, since Ghislaine had spoken highly of his skills, and Rigger felt no threat from him, only a strange sensation. Atop the wall, Rigger remained steadfast. Beside him were Ghislaine, Eris, Idar, Geese, Taze, Pykak, Waze, and Skoll. Below, in perfect order, the army was arrayed in formation, each soldier emanating the strength and determination that only the union of multiple races could bring. Men, women, elves, dwarves, demons, and other creatures stood under a single banner. Iron Legion. Rigger declared, his voice firm and clear, echoing through the fortress walls and resonating throughout the camp. Today, when I look at all of you, I see more than just an army. I see a union of peoples, different in culture and origin, but united by fate. He paused, then walked with determined steps, the eyes of the warriors following every word he spoke. Now, the Iron Legion is stronger than ever. Humans, beastmen, dwarves, and all the races here have united under one name, under one legion. Many of you have gathered here today for many reasons, to protect your loved ones, to fight for the future of your race, for a chance to stand out in this world and let fire and steel rain down upon our enemies. The Iron Legion is the banner that carries the flame of change against the status quo in today's society, for those who hold power in their hands will almost always seek to eliminate us. Rigger spoke again, now with greater intensity, his words filled with confidence. The prosperity and security of the Iron Legion are in your hands. I know that even in my absence, each of you will continue to fight with the same strength and courage as always. I am going to the Sword Sanctuary, and I promise you all one thing. He paused, his eyes scanning the crowd, and a wild smile remained on his face. When I return, I will be the next sword god. The crowd responded with applause and waves of determination. Every voice that joined in made the air vibrate with emotion. Tiniver was more excited than ever. Rigger, with a confident smile, turned to Taze, Waze, and Pykak, who were close by, and spoke firmly. Listen up, Taze, Pykak, and Waze. I entrust the Iron Legion to you three in my absence. Taze, you will be the interim commander of this army while I'm away. He said in a deep voice. Taze, though only 14 years old, already impressed everyone with his imposing height, about 1.80 m, and his leadership that transcended his age. He nodded respectfully with a silent determination. I won't let you down. Waze, equally attentive, nodded firmly, his expression showing maturity and unwavering commitment. Paikak, in his usual direct tone, looked at Rigger and, with an ironic smile, said, I hope I'm still alive when you get back. As the solemnity spread throughout the camp, Rigger descended the wall, slowly approaching those gathered at his base. It was then, amid the crowd, that his eyes fixed on familiar faces, young Rufus, ever vigilant, the two wolves who would remain, whose humble followers sang a chant of loyalty, Garrison, Joseph, and many others who, with nods and smiles, wished him good luck. Farewell, Rigger murmured. The young commander felt the weight of responsibility, but also the joy of knowing he wasn't alone. As he began his departure, Rigger took a deep breath, feeling the freshness of the morning mixed with the scent of earth and courage. Determined, he took the first steps toward the sword sanctuary, each step marking the beginning of an adventure that would shape the destiny of them all. Accompanying him in the carriage were Eris, Ghislaine, Idar, Jess, and Skoll, walking by his side. The sun was high, and as he walked, he could hear excited shouts echoing in the distance. Rigger Adoldia. Age, 11 years and 1 month. Titles, Flaming Beast, Red Wolf. Mana reserves, God level. Weapons, Tsukikage, of the 49 blades of the Dragon King Kajakut, Night Hunter, Hidden Daggers. Magical skills. Fire magic, Advanced. Earth magic, King. Water magic, Saint. Wind magic, King. Healing magic, Saint. Detoxification magic, Saint. Barrier magic, Advanced. Howling magic, Conqueror's Hockey. Combat skills. North God style, Saint. Sword God style, Saint. Water God style, Advanced. Combat with natural weapons, claws, instincts, etc. Saint. Battle strength, High King level warrior. Intellectual skills. Reading and writing in Beast God, Demon God, and human languages. Mathematics, university level. Practical skills. Excellent hunter, good teacher, very bad cook, it's almost inedible, but it can be eaten to avoid starving to death. Excellent builder, earth magic, good swimmer, between others. Chapter 67, The Law of the Strong. The sun blazed mercilessly over the golden dunes of the desert as the dry wind blew gusts of cutting sand. The suffocating heat made every breath a conscious effort, but there was no time for distractions. Rudeus Greyrat stood firm, his sharp gaze scanning the sea of sand around him. The ground beneath trembled. Prepare yourselves, they're here, he shouted, and the next moment, the creatures emerged. From the depths of the desert, enormous silhouettes burst through the sandy surface. The sandworms, 15-meter-long monstrosities, rose with thunderous roars. Their protruding fangs gleamed under the sunlight, and within their cavernous mouths, hundreds of spiraling teeth spun, ready to tear apart anything in their path. Without hesitation, Rudeus raised his hand, shaping mana in the air. With a shout, he launched his attack. Ha! A highly compressed and rapidly spinning stone cannon shot forth like a meteor, cutting through the air before striking the head of one of the worms. The impact was devastating, the explosion of debris, flesh, and blood echoing across the battlefield. The beast roared before collapsing, its head obliterated. Ha ha ha. Excellent, glass cannon, a rough, energetic voice resounded beside Rudeus. Mortan, a red-skinned demon standing 2.5 meters tall, charged forward with fury. His twin cleavers gleamed under the scorching sun as he spun his body in a merciless dual strike. His sharp blade cleaved another worm in half, the creature convulsing violently before succumbing. He laughed maniacally as he tore through yet another opponent, the scent of blood thick in the dry air. In the distance, reinforcements finally arrived. Larix, a dark-skinned warrior, led a strange group of fighters, each displaying unique skills. His feet dug into the sand as he unsheathed his scimitar, his eyes gleaming fiercely. Don't destroy the poison glands, he called out, his voice vibrating with excitement. Ha ha. Kill them all. And then, chaos erupted. Larix, a king-tier North God-style swordsman, became a slicing hurricane, weaving through the monsters with inhuman speed and precision. Every swing of his scimitar reeked flesh, the steel cutting through the beasts' bodies as if they were paper. His wild grin was mirrored by Mortan, who continued laughing amid the massacre, wielding his cleavers with relentless brutality. Amid the mayhem, the young elf girl, Sylphie, planted her small feet into the sand, raising her wand with determination. Her heart pounded, but she did not hesitate. Ice. Ice cannon, she shouted. A crystalline projectile shot from her wand, slicing through the air before striking one of the worms. The impact instantly froze part of the creature, slowing its movements just enough for Hector, the old swordsman with long gray hair, to deliver a clean strike, severing the beast's head from its body. Hector flashed a gentle smile at her before returning to the fight. The beige-haired, voluptuous demon mage observed Sylphie and nodded approvingly. Well done, little Sylphie. Keep it up, her voice rang encouragingly. Rudeus wasted no time. He positioned himself strategically, launching stone and fire cannons while casting quagmire to trap the worms in muddy pits, making it easier for the melee fighters to finish them off. With each spell, he felt his mana flow with precision, his mind calculating the next steps. The battlefield pulsed with life and death. A human swordswoman, fighting fiercely with sword and shield, was sent flying when one of the worms struck her from the side. She crashed heavily, her armor absorbing part of the impact, but her body was wounded. The monster lunged to finish her off, but Larix was already on the move. He slid in swiftly, blocking the attack with his blade and countering with a precise cut to the beast's jaw. At the same time, Sylphie rushed in, propelled by wind magic, and landed beside the injured woman. Her hand glowed as she channeled her chantless healing magic, closing the swordswoman's wounds. The battle raged on for several minutes, the worms' corpses piling up in the sand, staining the dunes red. Spells streaked across the battlefield, ambushes erupted from below, and the warriors moved like gods of death. In the end, the few creatures that remained fled, retreating into the depths of the desert. Ha 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 ha. Larix bellowed in laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. That was amazing. Mortan joined in, dragging his cleaver along the leg of a fallen worm to clean off the thick, sticky blood. Larix turned to Rudeus, pointing at him with a grin still on his face. You did great this time, Glass Cannon. Your little girlfriend too. He winked at Sylphie. The elf instantly turned red, averting her gaze in embarrassment. Rudeus, on the other hand, frowned. Hey, man, I'm only 7, he grumbled, crossing his arms. His nickname had become Glass Cannon, he had high attack power, but if he took a hit, his chances of survival were slim. Larix stretched, cracking his shoulders before flashing a wide grin. You're almost 8. I lost my virginity at 8, he said casually. The demon mage rolled her eyes. Let's head back already. I'm almost out of mana, she said, her voice exhausted. Larix clicked his tongue. TCH. Fine, fine. Gather all the glands and fangs in the bags. Move it, he ordered, starting to collect the valuable materials from the carcasses. And so, the group prepared to leave, carrying the spoils of their intense battle. The sun remained relentless in the sky. It had been a few months since we were teleported from Buena Village. Sylphie and I. It was confirmed, we were in Bigaret, the desert-filled continent. But why hadn't we left? Well, we had been kidnapped. The leader of the Tyranny Tempest, Larix, made us members of his mercenary group. When he saw us, he said it would be convenient to have someone who could make it rain and build houses with magic. At the time, I decided to follow him, thinking it was the only way to find civilization, but now. I couldn't regret it more. As I raised another temporary house for the group, I watched the others moving about, preparing the camp for another night in the desert. Larix sat on a pile of supplies, sharpening his scimitar, and it was to him that I directed my tired expression. How long do we have to stay in your group again? He lifted his gaze, furrowing his brow as if my question was the dumbest thing in the world. Didn't I already tell you? As long as I want. Sylphie, sitting near the campfire, stopped fiddling with her wand and looked at me with concern. Larix stood up, his grin widening challengingly. Kid, you need to understand the law of the strong. I'm stronger, faster, and more aggressive than you. So, you're my subordinate. If you want to run away, try it. If you want to beat me, you're welcome to try. I sighed. This guy really didn't take anything seriously. He snapped his fingers and turned to Vedette, the demon mage of the group, his gaze filled with dubious intentions. Hey, Vedette, how about we head inside? I told the Glass Cannon to build that comfortable bed. The mage rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. Before following him, she cast a sympathetic glance at me and Sylphie. Sorry about him, kids. And with that, she disappeared into the makeshift house with Larix. I sighed once again and sat down next to Sylphie. She kept her head lowered, clearly uncomfortable, but at least the girls and the old men were quite kind. I wasn't much different. My mind started drifting back to our previous escape attempt. When we first met Larix and his group, he used an item that looked like a stamp to mark our hands. I didn't think much of it at the time, but after a month of him refusing to let us go, I gathered our money and ran away with Sylphie. Less than 24 hours later, he found me. That's when I discovered the reason. The mark on our hands was a tracker created by a magic item. And, even worse, Larix had a demon eye. The eye of clairvoyance. He could see for miles, and in the desert, that advantage was even more absurd. The idea of escape seemed more and more impossible. As I was lost in these thoughts, the 2.5-meter-tall, red-skinned demon, Mortan, laughed loudly as he roasted a massive scorpion over the fire. Beside him, old Hector and the human warrior drank from their flasks, chatting casually. "Hey, glass cannon. Join us." Mortan shouted, catching my attention. Ugh, I really hated that nickname. Maybe because it was true. I glanced at Sylphie, who looked hesitant, but we still approached the group. "Hey, why do you guys follow Larix?" I asked, crossing my arms. The three of them laughed, as if my question was far too innocent. Old Hector was the first to answer, smiling with nostalgia. "I have a debt to his family. Larix's father helped me save my family, and in return, I swore to serve him and his descendants until the end of my days. And so I do. In fact, I'm the only one here with a noble reason." Mortan let out a deep, guttural laugh before speaking. "Me. Ahahaha. He found me. Beat me up and kidnapped me. Since then, I've never been able to escape." The warrior beside them chuckled and added. "Same here. But in my case, he just thought I was hot and wanted me in his harem. I wasn't beaten, just defeated." I was shocked, and Sylphie looked even more worried. She nudged me and whispered. "He won't want me to, will he?" The warrior laughed and waved a hand. "No, no. He has a rule about children and women. He never hurts a child and never forces a woman into his bed." I let out a sigh of relief, but my mind was still a mess. This guy is insane, that's for sure. How the hell did he manage to create such a harmonious atmosphere using such an absurd method? Rudeus looked at the mercenaries around the fire, the flickering heat casting dancing shadows on their faces. He hesitated for a moment but couldn't hold back his curiosity. "Have you guys never tried to join forces against him?" His voice cut through the night air, filled with uncertainty. The momentary laughter ceased, and a palpable tension settled in. The once relaxed faces turned serious. The old swordsman, Hector, leaned slightly forward, his eyes filled with experience and a hint of regret. "Never suggest that again, kid," he said, his voice heavy. "Larix doesn't tolerate betrayal. If he senses he's being cornered, he won't hesitate. He'll fight to the death and then hunt down every last one who tried to take him down. 3 from his previous group attempted it, and they're all dead." Rudeus felt a chill run down his spine. "So that means, if it were a fair challenge, one-on-one, he wouldn't run. That's what he says." Mortan, the red-skinned demon, answered with a sadistic grin. "But to this day, no one has managed to beat him." The leather-armored warrior nodded. "There was once a man called the Desert Serpent. They said he was a king-level warrior who had never lost a battle. He ruled over a large part of the desert. One day, he challenged Larix, thinking he could make him his subordinate. She crossed her arms, her eyes fixed on the fire. It was his first and last defeat." Rudeus swallowed hard. "You mean to say?" Hector completed her thought. "They say that Kalman II, the second-generation North god himself, named him king of the North after that fight. That was 16 years ago. Larix was only 22 at the time." The weight of that information hit Rudeus like a rock. How could he possibly defeat someone like that? He had promised to take Sylphie home, but with each passing day, that promise seemed further away. He looked at the girl beside him, who had been silent the entire time. He could feel her body tense. Sylphie gently squeezed his hand. "I believe Rudy can do it." Rudeus blinked, surprised. She was looking at him with conviction, without a hint of doubt. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to say it didn't make sense, that it was impossible, but seeing the trust in her eyes made him reconsider. Before he could respond, Hector cleared his throat. "Actually, the little girl is right, kid." Everyone turned to him. Even Mortan seemed intrigued. "What do you mean by that, old man?" the warrior asked. Hector pointed at Rudeus with an analytical gaze. "You can use chantless magic, right? And I've never seen you run out of mana, no matter how long the battle lasts. I don't see how that helps me." Rudeus muttered, but Hector interrupted him. "It does help. If you can channel enough mana into a smaller spell, you could create something powerful enough to pierce his Tuki. And if you find a way to keep your distance, you might be able to give him a real fight." A silence fell over the group. Rudeus had never thought of it that way. The idea of facing him still seemed suicidal, but he looked at Sylphie again. He had made a promise. No matter how impossible it seemed. He took a deep breath and turned to Hector. "Old man, will you help me train?" Mortan roared with laughter, slapping his knee. "I like this kid. He's got guts." The warrior smiled. "This could be interesting." Hector let out a soft chuckle and shook his head. "It would be my pleasure, Rudeus. We start tomorrow morning." Rudeus felt a cold weight settle in his stomach, but there was no turning back now. If he wanted to get out of here with Sylphie, he would have to become strong enough to face Larix. And that started now. Chapter 68, 68, The Beautiful Verdant Plains of Miles. Along a road stretching across vast plains of green grass, a large carriage stood by the roadside, with 2 horses grazing nearby. The sun was already setting on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Beside the carriage, an improvised campsite had been set up, where a crackling campfire burned as Skoll, Ghislaine, and Rigger sat around it. The irresistible aroma of a well-seasoned stew filled the air, drawing hungry sighs from those present. Ghislaine stirred the thick broth in the pot with practiced ease, a mischievous grin on his face as he watched his traveling companion's expressions while telling his story. So, when I rescued him from there with a rope, he told me he was from Fitoa, from Buena Village. And I remembered that Paul and Zenith had moved there. After we went to the nearest adventurers' guild, we found 2 more people from Fitoa, and gradually, the news of the teleportation spread. That's when I decided to look for you, Paul, and Zenith, who are probably the only 3 who were there during the teleportation incident. As he spoke, he kept adding spices and some unknown herbs to the pot, but Rigger and Ghislaine weren't entirely focused on his story. Both of their gazes were locked onto the bubbling pot, the rich and tantalizing aroma making their mouths water. Even Skoll, the enormous giant wolf, kept his eyes fixed on the roasting meat nearby, occasionally licking his lips in anticipation. The night breeze carried the delicious scent throughout the campsite, making the moment even cozier. A short distance away, Eris was launching fierce attacks at Idar, shouting with vigor. Hoa! Her strikes were full of raw energy, but Idar, now much more refined, easily dodged and defended, his posture impeccable and his movements calculated. On the second day of the journey, Idar had faced Ghislaine in battle, and that fight had been the missing piece for him to break through the final barrier and reach the saint level in the water god style. He had asked Ghislaine to attack him with full force, and by managing to withstand and react at the right moment, he finally advanced to the next level. At 17 years old, becoming a water saint was an impressive feat, something only a few managed to achieve at such an age. Eris, in turn, had exploded with fighting spirit upon seeing Idar's progress. Her 10th birthday was approaching, and Rigger had decided to talk to Ghislaine about something. After she agreed with his idea, he told Eris, if you can become an advanced rank swordswoman by your birthday, you can become an adventurer. Those words seemed to ignite a blazing fire within her, and since then, she had been training with absurd intensity. The desire to become an adventurer had always been in her heart, and now she was determined to reach that goal. Idar was also excited to test his newfound strength, experimenting with how his movements had changed after his breakthrough. He exchanged blows with Eris, analyzing his own reflexes and trying to familiarize himself with the sensation of his improvement. Even though Eris wasn't much of a challenge, at the very least, she was quite determined. Meanwhile, Skoll continued watching the food with visible hunger. He was already a massive wolf, and Rigger had learned that ebony wolves like him reached adulthood at 3 years old and lived between 25 and 35 years. This meant that Skoll was already in his adolescence, becoming increasingly fierce and dominant. His hungry gaze at the roasting meat made Rigger chuckle internally. Turning his attention back to Geese, Rigger asked, Geese, what can you tell me about Paul Greyrat? Ghislaine raised an eyebrow and looked at Rigger, while Geese stopped stirring the food for a moment, glancing between the 2 before smiling, seemingly choosing his words carefully. Let's just say he was a womanizer, he said, laughing. He used to chase after women all the time before settling down with Zenith. But he was also a talented swordsman and a good leader, just never went further because he was lazy and irresponsible. Rigger absorbed this information, thoughtful. From the tone of previous conversations between Ghislaine and Geese, he had picked up on small details indicating that Paul and Ghislaine had been involved in the past. But to Rigger, that wasn't particularly important, he just wanted to know if this Paul was in love with Ghislaine or something like that. But it seemed like it was just one of many flings. In both his previous world and this one, such relationships were quite common, so it wasn't something that surprised him. His eyes drifted to Eris and Idar, who were still training fiercely. Then, without taking his eyes off them, he asked Ghislaine, Ghislaine, before I left, I told the Legion that when I returned, I would be the next sword god. He then turned to face her directly and continued, what are my chances, in your opinion? Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, thoughtful. Her lips curled slightly into an almost imperceptible smile, a detail that Rigger found extremely cute. Then, with absolute confidence, she replied. As long as my master is still the sword god, 80%. Rigger was surprised by that response. He expected her to say something like, it depends on your effort, or, you have a chance if you train hard. He hadn't expected such optimism, especially from Ghislaine, whom he knew deeply respected her master. Rigger tilted his head slightly, reflecting on Ghislaine's answer. Why 80%, he asked, frowning. Ghislaine crossed her arms and replied in her usual expressionless tone. You have the greatest talent I've ever seen. You have the motivation and determination. And, above all, you have the confidence. She paused briefly, observing him with her sharp eyes. Objectively speaking, my master is very strong, the strongest sword god, in my opinion. But unless he's found a new motivation to push himself even further since I last saw him, you will eventually defeat him. Rigger narrowed his eyes. But didn't you say I wasn't improving? Ghislaine gave a slight nod. Yes. I still don't understand the reason for your decline, but I'm sure you can figure it out. Rigger remained silent, contemplating her words. You seem to think I have some idea of what the problem is. Geese laughed loudly, breaking the slight tension in the air. So, I'm in the presence of the future sword god. A toast to that. He raised his mug and took a long sip. How? Rigger let out a short chuckle. At first, he had found Geese strange. His instincts told him that he was friendly, but at the same time, there was something peculiar about him, something hard to define. Now, after interacting with him for so long, Rigger realized that Geese was just an eccentric, someone who strictly followed his own beliefs, his jinx code. His ideas were strange and specific, but in the end, Rigger had come to like him a little. Geese possessed many unusual skills, all incredibly useful, but fighting was definitely not one of them. However, from a certain perspective, he was someone worthy of admiration. He had managed to make it this far in a world where individual power was crucial, and he had done it without any aptitude for combat. Rigger crossed his arms and stared at him. Geese, have you ever thought about learning how to fight? Geese let out a hearty laugh. Boss, I have no talent for that, believe me. I've already tried. Ghislaine shook her head and commented in an almost monotone voice, I tried teaching him once myself, but he's really bad at it. Very bad. I think I've never taught anyone worse before. Geese cleared his throat loudly and hurriedly changed the subject. The food is ready. The announcement was enough to attract Eris, who ran to the campfire with an excited expression. Really? Finally. Idar, who had been watching the training from a distance, walked over to them with his arms crossed. He looked at Rigger and asked. Hey, Rigger. Do you think the temple order will try anything along the way? Rigger reflected for a moment. Before he could respond, Geese intervened, spinning his wooden spoon as he stirred the stew. I think it's very likely. They're all fanatics. Even if the leaders don't act directly, the more fervent followers might try something. That's just how they are. Rigger looked at him curiously. You sure know a lot about melees, huh? Geese grinned as he served himself a portion of stew. Let's just say I've been to many places and seen a little of everything. But melees has a special way of handling things. You'll understand soon enough. The scent of the stew spread through the camp, and Skoll, the massive wolf, watched the roasting meat with keen eyes. A light breeze passed through the area, carrying the aroma to every corner. Geese then said, You can eat too, boy. Without needing further confirmation, Skoll lunged at the roasted animal. He needed to eat a lot now, as this was the most important phase of his growth. Eris soon arrived and approached Rigger, her eyes shining with excitement. But she hadn't shouted when talking to Rigger for a long time now. Hey, Rigger. Can I learn to use that flaming sword? Rigger raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. You want to use chantless magic? Yeah. That technique you used against Ghislaine the other day. It's so cool. Rigger crossed his arms, pondering for a moment. He already knew that Eris didn't have much talent for magic. And she was already 9 years old, almost reaching her 10th birthday, her mana capacity wouldn't surpass Tay's. She could barely use elemental magic, and learning chantless magic was as much about talent as it was about starting training early, according to his theories. She had neither on her side. It would be an extremely difficult process for her. You could, he began, choosing his words carefully, but it would take many years of dedication just to learn the basics. You have great talent, but that talent lies in the sword. If you try to focus on learning magic, you'll end up wasting potential that could take you much further. Eris furrowed her brows, her expression turning slightly sulky, but she said nothing. Humph. Then forget it. She huffed, turning abruptly and going back to her training with exaggerated expressions of disdain. Despite her attitude, Rigger could tell she was genuinely disappointed. She learns quickly and has strong willpower, but only in things that involve physical activities. I don't think she's capable of mastering this kind of technique. The sword god style she's been learning from Ghislaine since the beginning is extremely compatible with Eris and doesn't rely on magic, focusing only on that would suit her better in the long run. Though she did seem a little disappointed. He let out a sigh and decided he had thought about it enough. Night was beginning to fall, and the camp had a relaxed atmosphere. Geese was chatting with Idar, telling some story about Rida, the first water god, which actually caught the boy's attention, while Ghislaine was reading a small, worn-out book, probably The Three Swordsmen, which he had recommended to practice reading. Rigger, on the other hand, decided to do something different. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. That restlessness in his body had been bothering him for a while. His Tuki was becoming fiercer, more violent, which was actually a good thing, but his control over it seemed to be slipping. His body felt like a wild, untamed beast, unrestricted. He needed to find balance. In his previous world, there were stories about warriors and cultivators who used meditation to tame their bodies and minds. Maybe that could help him now. He took a deep breath, focusing. He tried to empty his mind, to feel the flow of energy within himself, to perceive the details around him. The sound of the wind blowing through the plains. The wood crackling in the fire. The muffled voices of geese and Idar. Then, something different happened. He finally felt something approaching. His instinct warned him, like an alarm. Something was there, right in front of him. He tried to focus his senses, to capture that presence more clearly, but before he could understand what it was. Lick. A rough, warm tongue ran across his entire face. Ugh. Rigger's eyes snapped open, feeling his face completely wet. He blinked a few times and saw Skoll in front of him, staring at him with an excited expression and perked up ears. The massive wolf wagged his tail and tilted his head to the side, as if curious about what Rigger was doing. Rigger blinked again and sighed, wiping his face with the sleeve of his clothes. Skoll. The wolf let out a low bark, as if responding, and licked its snout. Rigger narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. How about a bath, big guy? The moment Skoll heard the word bath, his ears twitched, and he froze for a brief moment. Then, without warning, he spun on his heels and bolted across the camp at high speed. Ha! You think you can escape me? Rigger laughed, jumping to his feet. He raised his hand and created a large ball of magical water, swirling in the air as if ready to engulf something. Let's see if you can dodge this. Skoll playfully growled and ran even faster, skillfully dodging. The chase began, with Rigger laughing as he conjured more water spheres, trying to hit the giant wolf, who was desperately running to avoid the bath. Geese watched the whole scene while taking a sip of his drink, shaking his head. Heh, who would have thought? The red wolf, feared by most major factions for his destructive power, playing with a dog. Ghislaine, still holding her book, looked at the chase with little reaction. Rigger leaped over a rock, launching another water sphere. The wolf jumped to the side but then slipped on the grass-soaked ground, tripping over his own paws, spinning in the air, and landing on his back. Gotcha. Rigger hurled the water ball with force. The water burst over Skoll, who let out a low whimper and shook off his soaked fur, utterly defeated. He shot Rigger a look of pure resentment, but Rigger just laughed. Turning away from Ghislaine, Rigger paused for a brief moment before saying, Hey, Ghislaine, would you like to try a mental exercise that involves calculations, tactics, combat prediction, and battlefield awareness? Ghislaine looked at him with curiosity, slightly furrowing her brows. Such an exercise exists. How can it train all of that at the same time? Rigger hesitated for a moment. Initially, he had thought about introducing her to shogi but quickly dismissed the idea, thinking it would be too complicated to teach. With a smile, he replied. It's called chess. I'll teach you. Ghislaine crossed her arms, still intrigued, and asked. Chess? How can that help improve our combat skills? Think of it as a battlefield simulation, Rigger explained. Each piece has its own value and movement, just like different units in war. Pawns represent basic soldiers, while rooks, bishops, and the queen symbolize stronger forces. Playing chess requires you to calculate, plan, anticipate your opponent's moves, and develop attack and defense strategies, essential skills for any warrior. Ghislaine, absorbing Rigger's words, slightly tilted her head in understanding. So you believe that by training in chess, I can improve my ability to predict and react in battle? Exactly, Rigger responded, though, in reality, he just wanted a chess partner and made up an explanation on the spot. Over time, this will sharpen your mind and help you develop strategic thinking that can be applied both in combat and leadership. Let's start with the basics, and little by little, you'll see how every move on the board can be compared to a tactical decision in battle. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow, still somewhat skeptical but visibly interested in the idea. All right. Show me how it works. And so, as the sun began to set on the horizon, Rigger created the first chessboard in the six-faced world. Chapter 69, Reducing the Crime Rate. Light filtered through the treetops, creating a mosaic of shadows dancing in the clearing. The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed through the forest as Rigger and Idar exchanged blows at high speed. Rigger advanced relentlessly, his blade slicing through the air with brute force and precision. His feet barely touched the ground as he propelled himself forward, a blur of motion. Idar, on the other hand, moved with fluidity. His mastery of flow allowed him to dodge and counterattack instantly, his strikes flowing like a river, shifting at the last moment and returning with doubled force. His gaze was sharp, focused on every movement of his opponent. Nearby, Ghislaine watched in silence, without her eye patch. Her magic eye glowed faintly as she analyzed every flow of Tuki between the fighters, following their movements beyond normal perception. Eris, restless and eager to grow stronger, swung her sword at the side, itching to join the fight. Rigger dodged a strike and stepped back a few paces. He turned to Ghislaine with a serious look and asked, "Did you notice anything?" But before Ghislaine could answer, Idar interrupted, narrowing his eyes slightly. "I'm not sure if it's just me, but I feel something strange when I fight you. I can't quite explain it, something seems off. Of course, you're very strong, but something still feels wrong." Rigger raised an eyebrow, trying to grasp what that feeling could be, the possible reason behind his lack of progress. Ghislaine crossed her arms, observing both fighters, then spoke. "I understand what you mean, Idar. I feel it too, but I can't tell what it is." She paused, shifting her focus to Rigger, her expression serious. "What I can see is that the flow of your Tuki seems unstable and fierce. Different from before, when it was sharp and penetrating." Rigger sighed, relaxing his shoulders. He looked at Idar, a faint smile crossing his lips. "If you keep this up, you'll end up surpassing me." Idar chuckled slightly. When he first arrived in the Great Forest, he had been arrogant. His natural talent made him believe he could save himself and his brother in due time. But everything changed when he met younger and stronger children in the Great Forest, especially Rigger. That arrogance had been shattered. Now, 3 years later, he had developed a certain supernatural calm. The recklessness of the past had been tamed, allowing him to grow even faster. Above all, it had enabled him to form true friendships. Among them, Rigger and Taze. He smirked and replied, "That's not possible. To become a Water King, I need to master one of the 5 secret techniques of the Water God style. I can only achieve that once I reach the style's dojo in ours." Rigger narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "You said that Eleonora, your grandmother, had a house in the Azura Kingdom's capital, right?" Idar crossed his arms, tilting his head. "Yeah, she does. She actually gave me the deed, so it's mine now. Did I ever tell you that I have a fiancé there?" Rigger blinked. "A fiancé?" "Yeah." "Who?" Idar scratched the back of his neck and laughed. "Actually, I don't know her name." "Ha ha ha." Rigger looked visibly confused. "How can you have a fiancé and not even know her name?" "I just know she's supposed to be the granddaughter of the current water goddess, Raidareya. My grandmother, Eleonora, and she were friends." Rigger frowned, surprised. "Well, good luck with that. I don't even know what to say when I meet her. Should it just be a simple hi? Or a declaration of love?" He seemed concerned, but Rigger just laughed at his expense. PFT. Before they could continue their conversation, Ghislaine and Rigger abruptly turned their heads toward the forest. Eris, who had been listening attentively, also stopped moving her sword and turned when she noticed Rigger and Ghislaine's movements. Rigger activated his eyes and sharpened his senses. After listening carefully, he came to a conclusion. "Bandits," Rigger murmured. The sound of stealthy footsteps blended with the rustling of leaves. He turned to Idar. "Protect Eris and Geese." "Wait, where is Geese?" Idar furrowed his brows and said, "He went to look for spices and herbs for cooking." "Well, let's hope he didn't run into the bandits, then." Eris took a step forward, clenching her fists. "I can help in the fight too." Rigger hesitated, then looked at Ghislaine, who analyzed him for a second before nodding. "Okay, Eris. But don't let your guard down." At that moment, the shadows among the trees began to move. Figures emerged one by one, their expressions sinister, weapons in hand. The air grew tense. And then, the battle began. The tense silence of the forest was broken by malicious laughter, rough voices echoing from the shadows among the trees. "He he he. What do we have here?" The voice was coarse, dripping with scorn and lust. More bandits emerged from the trees. Dozens. Filthy, armed with swords, axes, and bows. Their predatory gazes locked onto the group. The leader, a tall man with a deep scar on his cheek and a worn sword at his waist, stepped forward with a disgusting grin. His dark eyes first landed on Ghislaine. "The muscular one is mine first." He licked his lips. "I like taming the wild ones." Some laughed in agreement. "Take the girl for now. Let's have some fun before we kill them." Eris gritted her teeth, gripping the hilt of her sword so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Ghislaine, on the other hand, remained impassive and expressionless, a hint of disgust in her eyes. The bandits kept pouring out of the forest. Their clothes were tattered, patched up, and stained with dried blood. The putrid stench of sweat and decay filled the air. They surrounded the group, forming a threatening semicircle. The leader smiled, revealing yellowed teeth. "Will you surrender, or do you want to die painfully?" Rigger closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. Then, a cold smile crossed his lips. He raised his gleaming blue sword and took a combat stance. "Unfortunately, I'm not that generous." His eyes gleamed with intensity. "There's no surrender for you." In the next instant, he vanished with a flash step. A blue streak slashed through the battlefield, and at the same moment, a massive ebony-colored wolf emerged from the trees like a shadow. Skoll charged alongside Rigger, his lupin eyes glowing with ferocity. Rigger appeared before the first bandit before the men could even react. His blade sliced horizontally with a sharp whistle. The men blinked, trying to comprehend what had happened, until his head slipped from his neck and hit the ground with a dull thud. Blood sprayed into the air like a crimson fountain. "Kill him," one of the bandits screamed in panic. Several charged at once, trying to surround Rigger. But he disappeared again. He reappeared behind them, his sword spinning like a blue whirlwind. The sound of flesh being torn echoed through the clearing as bodies were cut in two before their screams could even escape their throats. On the other side, Ghislaine wasted no time. She advanced like a beast, moving through the enemies like a black lightning bolt. Her slashes were fast, precise, and brutal. One of the bandits tried to block with an axe, but the moment he raised his weapon, Ghislaine was already behind him. A thin red line appeared on his neck. A second later, his headless body collapsed to the ground. Skoll, surrounded by at least 7 men, let out a deep, menacing growl. The bandits hesitated, sensing the giant wolf's killing intent. But one of them, trying to prove himself, shouted and attacked. It was the last thing he ever did. Skoll lunged with monstrous force, his fangs sinking into the man's head. The bandit struggled for a second, but then, with a violent tug, Skoll ripped his head off with a sickening snap. The others screamed in horror, but they had no chance to escape. Skoll spun, his massive claw tearing through 2 men at once. The sound of flesh being shredded echoed, and warm blood splattered across the forest floor. Idar remained in the rear, keeping an eye out for geese and watching over Eris. Meanwhile, Eris charged forward like a hurricane. A bandit tried to attack her from the side, but she ducked at the last second, dodging by a mere fraction. Then, she spun with an upward slash. The enemy's torso was sliced open from hip to shoulder, and his steaming entrails spilled onto the ground. From the top of a tree, an archer loosed an arrow straight at her. Eris noticed at the last moment. She leaped to the side, the arrow slicing through a strand of her red hair. Her heart pounded wildly. "Ha!" she roared, dashing toward the archer. The men panicked, trying to retreat, but he stumbled and fell on his back. He screamed desperately, but before he could beg for his life, Eris's blade slashed across his torso in a horizontal stroke. Then, a new enemy appeared. Unlike the others, he was taller, firmer, and his stance was refined. He unsheathed his sword with a fluid motion. Eris attacked with the same ferocity. The men countered with a swift strike. The massacre continued. The bandits tried to flee when they realized they had no chance. But Rigger, Ghislaine, and Skoll didn't allow it. "Please don't kill us," one of them screamed. But there was no mercy. Skoll pounced on a group trying to escape, his claws ripping through their backs like paper. Ghislaine pursued 3 others, cutting them down one by one. Rigger closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. Then, his magic eye glowed. His hearing and sense of smell sharpened. He could hear the desperate footsteps of the bandits running through the forest, their scents drenched in fear. He took his stance. Wind mana began to concentrate in his blue blade. The aura around him trembled. The air vibrated. Leaves and branches were sucked toward his sword. Storm of wind blades. He swung his blade in a horizontal arc. The attack exploded from the sword, creating a wave of cutting wind that rushed through the forest. But the true terror came right after. At the center of the attack, the wind blade fragmented. Hundreds of smaller blades separated and spread like a devastating storm. Ayawa. The screams of terror echoed. The bandits were shredded as they ran. Trees were cut down as if made of paper, crashing to the ground with thunderous booms. When the attack ceased, silence fell over the forest. There were no survivors. Rigger exhaled slowly. Ghislaine looked at him for a moment and murmured, "Your magic is really convenient sometimes." He simply smiled faintly. As the slaughter unfolded around them, Eris fought like a predator, her swift and ferocious strikes relentlessly pressuring her opponent. The enemy warrior, an advanced-ranked North God-style swordsman, tried to resist, but his attention was divided. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his comrades being massacred like chopped-up cabbages at a marketplace. Panic overtook his features, his heart pounding uncontrollably. They are monsters." One of the bandits screamed in the distance, his voice filled with pure terror. The North God swordsman gritted his teeth. His style relied on dirty tricks and tactics, but Eris wasn't giving him any space. The Sword God style countered the North God style because of its direct and overwhelming nature, and, on top of that, Eris was extremely confident, while he was already waiting for death, even if he managed to win. TCH. If this continues, I'll die here. He made a decision. With a subtle movement, he spat out a small needle from his mouth, the secret weapon he had kept hidden under his tongue. The needle was coated in poison. It flew straight toward Eris's eye. But then, Eris moved instinctively. She tilted her head at the last moment, and the poisoned needle grazed her cheek, leaving a small cut. An immediate burning sensation spread across the wound. Her eyes narrowed in pure fury. Coward. The bandit was already fleeing, dashing into the dense woods. But Eris would not allow it. Her blood boiled. She bent her knees and exploded forward with all her speed. The bandit didn't even have time to react. The wind roared as Eris suddenly doubled her acceleration, catching up to her enemy instantly. Her eyes burned like embers as she raised her sword. The warrior tried to block, desperately raising his arm. But it was too late. The blade, forged by the god of minerals, sliced through his arm like butter and cleaved his torso in a single, clean stroke. Gh. His body split into two halves, his upper half spinning through the air before crashing onto the ground with a dull thud. Blood splattered across the leaves as Eris completed her technique. Long sword of silence. She remained still for a moment, panting, her lungs burning. Her eyes gleamed with joy. I did it. She turned quickly and saw Rigger and Ghislaine returning from the chase, both completely unharmed, as if the fight had been nothing to them. Further ahead, Skoll was feasting on the corpses, tearing through flesh and devouring the remains with satisfaction. Eris ran toward them. I did it. She repeated, a proud smile on her face. I'm an advanced swordswoman now. She looked excitedly at Ghislaine and Rigger, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Yes, you are, Ghislaine said with a small, satisfied smile. That was the last advanced technique you needed to learn. I can become an adventurer now. Rigger found her excitement contagious, it seemed like she really wanted this. As he approached, he said. Yes, Eris. You can, but you have poison on your face. He extended his hand and touched her cheek, using a detoxification and healing spell to close the needle's wound. Eris's face turned as red as a tomato. Idar smiled as well and congratulated her. Congratulations, Eris. Rigger turned away and said. When we reach the next town, you'll register. Eris's face lit up with joy. And then, without wasting time, they began looting the bandits' corpses, taking gold and valuables, storing everything in the cart. After cleaning the area, the group departed for the next town. The journey continued without problems. Rigger settled into the corner of the cart, crossing his arms and closing his eyes. For now, the journey was relatively peaceful. Few things in the Miles continent could threaten their group. But when Rigger fell asleep, his peace was shattered. He awoke in a place of pure white. An endless void, stretching as far as the eye could see. And then, a figure appeared. A white silhouette, its face covered by a strange, distorted mosaic. Hey, Rigger. It's been a while. Rigger's mood plummeted instantly. His gaze sharpened, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. TSK. Hitagami. Chapter 70, Crazy or a Schemer. Rigger awoke in a place of pure white. An endless void, stretching as far as the eye could see. And then, a figure appeared. A white silhouette, its face covered by a strange, distorted mosaic. Hey, Rigger. It's been a while. Rigger's mood plummeted instantly. His gaze sharpened, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. TSK. Hitagami. Once again, he found himself immersed in that vast and endless white void. His instincts immediately ignited like embers in a fire. The sense of danger was unmistakable. His body didn't feel the weight of gravity, the ground didn't exist, but his mind was sharp. You seem pretty suspicious, Rigger. Didn't my advice help you get stronger last time? Rigger kept his expression neutral, but inside, his mind was working non-stop. His eyes scanned the space around him, searching for any clues, any detail that could give him an advantage. This time, he would force himself to remain calm. The last time he'd been here, his thirst for answers had made him lose precious information. How would I know that even if I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have followed the exact same path I did? And if I hadn't, would I have arrived in time to stop Miles from attacking my subordinates and the Legion? Hitagami's smile widened as if he had just heard something extremely amusing. So you would have saved Ghislaine and Eris too? Rigger furrowed his brows. He had simulated in his head everything he would have done if Hitagami hadn't said anything, but he couldn't find a right answer. Maybe it would have been the same with some differences, or maybe everything would have been completely different. You don't need to tell me what would or wouldn't have happened based on my decisions. I don't believe a word you say. The entity sighed theatrically, throwing its body back as if it were suffering deeply. Its hands rose exaggeratedly, the fingers moving in dramatic gestures, like an actor in full performance. So cruel. I only ask a few questions and I'm already treated like a liar. While they spoke, Rigger didn't stop analyzing the environment. The absolute white seemed lifeless, but could it really be like that? He tried to perceive patterns, irregularities, any trace of logic behind this space. If Hitagami was so comfortable here, maybe there was something hidden, something he could explore. Do you have anything to do with my reincarnation? The human god tilted his head back and waved his hand dismissively. No, reincarnation is more of the evil dragon's thing. Rigger narrowed his eyes. Evil dragon? Who is that? Hitagami made a vague gesture, as if talking about a distant and irrelevant problem. It's an evil dragon whose only goal is to destroy the world. Rigger crossed his arms. His sharp gaze did not soften. And you're the benevolent god who wants to stop him. With a gleam in his eyes and a wide smile, Hitagami pointed to himself with both hands. Exactly. You got it. The warrior didn't show any reaction. His mind remained cold and calculating. What is your real goal? Hitagami laughed, covering his mouth like an embarrassed maiden, his shoulders trembling theatrically. He, I'm just having fun. Don't think too much about it. Rigger didn't believe a single word. Every time Hitagami spoke, the feeling that he was hiding something only grew stronger. Anyway, the god continued, leaning his elbow on his palm and tilting his head. You're looking for future leaders for the Legion, right? Rigger's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't shared this thought with anyone. After the last events with the Legion, the importance of individual strength had become clearer to him than ever. Because of this, he decided that he would look for some talents during this journey. He had really been thinking about this lately. But how did this guy know? Could he read his mind? A chill ran down his spine. Was Hitagami able to see everything he did? Know everything he thought? If so, how could someone fight against that? Before he could delve deeper into that line of thinking, Hitagami raised his hands, waving them in the air with an innocent smile. I don't have such abilities. As I said the first time, I only see some things when events align. And I can only speak to those chosen. And you, apparently, have a pretty interesting life. Rigger clenched his fists. He was growing increasingly cautious. But it was at this moment that an idea sprang to his mind. He kept his expression impassive and immediately began filling his mind with various other thoughts, scattering his main line of reasoning. Hitagami blinked and tilted his head slightly, smiling. Ho, why so much distrust? Well, it doesn't matter. Like last time, I came here to give you some advice that will help you with your goals. Every time Hitagami said that phrase, Rigger felt more and more that he was dealing with something far more dangerous than just an eccentric entity. This being had only two possibilities, either it was a crazy and irrational entity, or it was plotting something deeply. For safety, he would assume the worst. What's your big advice this time? Hitagami placed his hand on his chest, pretending to be offended, and then hugged his shoulders as if trembling. It's so cold. Your distrust is hurting me. He then spun in the air as if lying on an invisible cloud, crossing his legs and resting his face on the palm of his hand. But even so, I will help you. Because I am a kind god. Rigger's eyes glowed with contained irritation. I will help you find your predestined one. My predestined one. Rigger was confused. What does he mean by that, he thought, trying to understand the offer. Who is this so-called predestined one? Yes. Your most powerful commander. Hitagami spoke with excitement, his voice vibrating with a malicious energy. Oh, and who would that be? Rigger asked, a distrustful smile escaping. She is still young, actually, but that is an advantage in your eyes, isn't it, Rigger? He couldn't hide his curiosity. Young, he thought. Who is he talking about, and what does he want from me when I find her? He narrowed his eyes, now more alert. Changing the subject, he decided to clear up a doubt. Where are you right now? Can we talk face to face? Hitagami laughed, but it sounded distant, as if he were enjoying the situation. I am a god. I don't exist in the same place as mortals. Rigger furrowed his brow. And what do you say about Laplace? He's a demon who wants to kill humans, right? Why is he still alive, human god? As I said, I cannot freely interfere with the world. Hitagami responded, his voice still playful but more restrained. You need to understand that even gods have restrictions. And this so-called evil dragon, does it live with you? Rigger asked. You're asking too many questions. Hitagami replied, sounding a little impatient. Aren't you worried about the assassins hired to kill you? Rigger raised an eyebrow. As long as it's not Galgard Nashvenik, I'm not. And he didn't seem to want to kill me. He said with quiet confidence, but deep down, a slight tension began to form. Hitagami sighed, already sounding impatient. Anyway. If you want to meet your predestined commander, here's my advice. He paused as if giving valuable counsel. When Eris registers as an adventurer, walk the roads of the city of Voltund. Before Rigger could respond, his consciousness returned, and he suddenly woke up. Rigger woke from his deep sleep with a sigh, the sensation of the transition between dream and reality still vivid in his mind. He looked around, noticing the moving carriage. The scenery around him passed quickly. Idar was sitting at the front, looking out, guiding the carriage. Geese was at the back, writing something in his notebook, his eyes fixed on the words he was writing, lost in his thoughts. Ghislaine was by his side, practicing her fireball with concentration, ensuring she didn't lose her touch. Eris and Skoll were outside, probably running alongside the carriage, always full of energy to play. Rigger sat for a moment, his thoughts submerged in a sea of questions and uncertainties. Hitagami. What does he really want? He shook his head, trying to focus. He didn't want uncertainty to cloud his judgment. He knew that, at the moment, he needed clarity. So, he took a deep breath and finally stood up. Everyone, he began, his voice firm and steady, breaking the silence. Everyone turned to him, paying attention. Geese raised his eyes, curious, while Idar kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Ghislaine gave a brief nod, still concentrating on her practice, but with a watchful look. Rigger activated his magic eye and sharpened his senses. He felt the energy around him intensifying, but there was nothing immediate that caught his attention. Nothing unusual for now. He thought, and then asked, still observing everyone around him. Has anyone here heard the name, Human God? The question hung in the air, and Geese was the first to react. Human God? He seemed confused. Who is that? Is it like the great powers? Like the demon god, but human? Geese asked, his expression a mix of curiosity and slight confusion. Rigger watched him closely, absorbing every detail of his reaction. Geese's curious look seemed genuine, but Rigger knew how to read between the lines. Is he lying? He thought, but didn't notice anything suspicious. Geese really seemed to know nothing. Maybe he was telling the truth, or maybe he had prepared himself well to lie, but Rigger couldn't know for sure. Idar, in turn, looked at Rigger casually, his expression vague. I've never heard of that name, he said, shaking his head. Then, Ghislaine stopped her practice and said, no, her voice always calm, but without a hint of doubt. Rigger observed them carefully. None of them seemed to be lying. Can Hitagami really only enter people's dreams if certain things align? He wondered, but the doubt still lingered. The bigger problem was that the mix of lies and truths made things more complicated. The lack of information is a big disadvantage. He thought, the weight of uncertainty tightening his mind. What's the next city ahead? Rigger asked, turning to Geese. Voltund, boss, Geese replied quickly, without hesitation. Rigger sighed, thoughtful. He looked at the horizon for a moment, assessing the situation. I'll go ahead, he said finally, his decision firm. I'll do a sweep of the city to make sure there are no traps. Ghislaine, curious, looked at him. Did you feel something? Actually, Rigger hadn't felt anything. He just felt he needed to go ahead. Actually, no, he replied, with a serious look. It's just for safety. Huh, okay then, boss, go ahead, Geese said, apparently accepting Rigger's decision without further question. Rigger then exited the carriage and dashed toward Voltund, the speed of his steps making the ground beneath him seem to tremble slightly. Eris and Skoll, who were ahead, noticed his departure and ran toward the carriage. Why did Rigger go ahead? Eris asked, with a curious expression as she looked at the carriage. Geese looked at her, with an ironic smile. I think the boss is losing it. He gave a small sigh and shook his head, unsure how to justify Rigger's decision. Idar, who always kept his laid-back attitude, chuckled softly and said, he doesn't do anything without a reason. We can ask him when he gets back, but do you think it has something to do with that human god? Geese thought for a moment before answering, looking in the direction Rigger had gone. Maybe, but well, don't worry about it, Eris. He knows how to take care of himself. He looked at the young woman with a calm smile. Eris looked in the direction of Voltund, her expression worried, but after a brief sigh, she puffed and walked away to train her swordsmanship. Skoll followed her, but both still seemed to be wondering what was going on in Rigger's mind. The carriage continued on its path, and the journey to Voltund went on. Chapter 71, Luck, Fate, Karma, or Destiny. Rigger ran through the forest toward Voltund, his body moving with agility, without losing strength or endurance, a reflection of his physical growth over the past years. His thoughts, however, were elsewhere. The mating season was approaching again. Almost 3 years had passed since he left the Great Forest, 11 years since he was reborn into this world, and now, he was beginning to feel the effects of this particular event more intensely. His mind was divided between different perspectives. On one hand, he still considered himself too young to enter a relationship. In his past life, 11 years old was an age where boys still played, with no concern for romance. On the other hand, in this world, 10 years was already seen as a perfectly acceptable age for such things, which still felt extremely strange to him. And then there was Ghislaine. If he were to seek someone, it would probably be her. Strong, mature, experienced, she had almost everything that attracted him. He also couldn't ignore the Doldia tribe's tradition, challenging a potential mate to a fight and conquering them through strength. But Ghislaine was an extremely strong warrior, and even though he had developed his own combat style by combining martial arts and magic, confident in his speed and tactics, his chances of winning a direct confrontation against her, even with magic, were, at most, 70 to 80%. He wouldn't give her that chance. Imagine if he lost. Where would he even hide his face? After thinking through all possible scenarios, he decided to hold back. For now, the best strategy was to restrain his impulses and continue training, at least until he resolved his problem with Tuki. That matter was his top priority. Rigor shifted his attention from his inner conflicts to another thought that had come to him during his encounter with Hidegami. The divine attack, spells from the healing category. The purpose of those spells was to strike embodied entities, such as spirits and ghosts. But what if, in truth, they were a method of attack that directly affected the soul? If that were the case, then a possibility existed. Perhaps he could attack Hidegami in his dreams. That damned god, who invaded his mind like a spiritual projection, couldn't be untouchable. According to Verdia's theories from ancient records, the legendary Saint Meles always fought with his sword enveloped in divine light. That suggested that divine attack magic could be exactly that kind of spell. If he could prove these hypotheses, he would open up a whole new path of possibilities. He could study these spells and conduct tests. Maybe he was overthinking things, but if there was even the slightest chance, it was worth exploring. As he pondered this, Rigor realized he had already reached Volton's entrance. He kept his running pace and moved with sharp eyes, scanning his surroundings. At 11 years old, he already stood at about 1.5 meters tall, his lean, muscular body resembling more of a wild adolescent than a child. The guards at the entrance barely glanced at him before continuing their conversation. "Did you hear? A Meles Knight order entered the city yesterday." "Really? What are they doing here?" "No idea, and it's none of my business." "You'd better not get involved either." Rigor narrowed his eyes. Knights in Voltund. If these were the assassins Hidegami had mentioned before, perhaps he had overestimated their capabilities. Activating his magic eyes, Rigor scanned the city with a keen gaze. Through his enhanced vision, he absorbed every detail around him. Voltund was a relatively ordinary city, with worn stone streets and buildings made of wood and brick. The scent of spices mixed with the stench of sewage and vomit in the alleys, the sounds of carts blended with merchants' chatter, and the rhythmic hammering of blacksmiths echoed through the streets. Everything seemed normal, with no obvious signs of an ambush. He noticed a few curious glances from passers-by, probably drawn to the seemingly valuable swords he carried. However, no one dared to approach. He kept his senses fully alert, registering every sound and movement in his mind. If there was a hidden trap, he would find it. The last time he trusted Hidegami, nothing immediate happened. But he had a distinct impression that trusting too much in that being would be his downfall. His instincts were one of his greatest advantages against him. His sixth sense was incredibly sharp, an instinct for self-preservation that worked 24 hours a day. It had already saved him from situations where death seemed certain. His eyes turned toward one of the tallest buildings in the city, the Adventurers Guild. A reinforced stone structure, with a tall tower that stood out against the skyline. He decided to use it as an observation point. With a single flash step, he leaped and reached the top of the tower, landing softly. He sat cross-legged, observing the city below. The wind blew strongly, tousling his silver hair. He took a deep breath, his golden eyes analyzing the landscape. A predestined child, that's what Hidegami had said. But what did that really mean? Did destiny truly exist? In Rigor's opinion, and based on his knowledge from his previous world, the moment time and space became mutable, the concept of destiny stopped making sense. It became something vague. How could destiny exist if someone could travel back in time and alter it? From what he gathered from his conversations, Hidegami could see the future, whether wholly or partially, thus knowing everyone's fate. So why give him these pieces of advice? Wasn't that changing the future? If so, could it really still be called destiny? Perhaps it was something more abstract, like luck. Maybe it was more like karma. He didn't know. He wasn't sure how the laws of this world worked, but he knew his previous world had nothing like it. Even the laws of physics were different. This world still held too many secrets for him. In truth, his interactions with Hidegami always kept him on alert, but they also excited him in some way. If Hidegami was truly a god, that meant there were things far greater than he could even imagine. His master, Verdia, had told countless stories. Some were too absurd to be real, even in this world of swords and magic. Like the legend of the fighting god who split the continent in half, dividing it into the central and demon continent, thus creating the Ringus Sea with a single strike. That was ridiculous. Could god-level magic truly achieve such a feat? He didn't know, but he was determined to find out. There were many more intriguing stories he wanted to uncover. He had a lifespan of 200 years, more than enough time. Besides, he had heard of races that lived for thousands of years. Maybe, with enough research, extending that wouldn't be a problem, right? He got lost in thought while gazing at the city, recalling every story and myth he had learned. The wind blew over him, and the sky was a clear blue. He looked at the clouds, questioning his reincarnation once again. Hitagami said he didn't bring me here. So who did? Was I sent here for a reason, or was it just an accident? Were there others before me? Rigor smiled. But now, I'm here. Since I arrived in this world, I've done so much, met so many people, and learned so much. He looked toward the horizon. What are these small problems compared to what I'll face in the future? If there were beings capable of splitting oceans and cleaving continents in half, why couldn't he reach that level? That was his ambition. Time passed as he observed the city, absorbing its movements, analyzing every little interaction. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Near the city gate, a carriage was passing through the guards, but Skoll, his loyal companion, had been stopped at the entrance. Rigor frowned, feeling a slight irritation. He stood up, and in the blink of an eye, he shot toward the gate, startling a few people along the way with his superhuman speed. Upon arrival, he saw Geese arguing with one of the guards. The man gripped his spear tightly, visibly suspicious. Another guard had already been sent to call for reinforcements. Rigor moved slowly, his imposing presence making the soldier furrow his brows. Is there a problem, guard? His voice was cold and direct. The soldier, still arguing with Geese, turned to face Rigor, his expression hard. Who are you? Rigor showed no emotion. None of your business. Lower that spear pointed at my dog before I cut your arms off. The air around Rigor seemed to freeze. A suffocating aura radiated from him like an invisible wave of killing intent. The bloodlust he released made the soldier pale and instinctively step back. His grip on the spear faltered, and his body trembled slightly. All right. The guard lowered his weapon, swallowing hard. It's just a big dog, right? That's right. Geese quickly replied, seizing the opportunity. We'll keep him under control. The guard hesitated for a moment but then stepped aside. Skoll strutted past him with his head held high and an almost mocking gaze, as if amused by the situation. Rigor simply watched in silence, maintaining his sharp and dominant presence. But he didn't need to do anything else. Idar looked at Rigor with a curious expression and asked. Are you okay, Rigor? Rigor frowned, confused. Yeah, I am. Why? Idar chuckled softly. It's nothing. It's just that you're usually not this extreme. I thought you might be angry about something. Rigor blinked a few times, reflecting on that. I'm not like this. It was true that he preferred to handle situations with calculated coldness, but the idea that his reaction had been different unsettled him. Was he letting his emotions take control? Before he could dwell on the thought, Geese intervened with a mischievous grin. Well, it worked in our favor, so I'm not complaining. Eris crossed her arms, huffing. It's outrageous that they wouldn't let Skoll in. He's so gentle. Skoll barked in protest at Eris's attempted compliment. She laughed, and soon after, her eyes sparkled with excitement. All right. Where's the Adventurers Guild, Rigor? Rigor pointed to the tall tower that stood out in the city. It's in that direction. Eris cracked her knuckles and grinned. Finally. I'm going ahead. Skoll, follow me. Without waiting, she sprinted down the street. Skoll barked again and ran after her with his imposing stride, as if enjoying the chase. Idar sighed, shaking his head. I'll go with them, just in case something happens. He followed after them, leaving Rigor, Ghislaine, and Geese to take a more leisurely path. As they walked, Ghislaine looked at Rigor with seriousness. Did you find anything before? Rigor shook his head. Nothing at all. For a moment, he considered telling them about Hitagami, but in the end, he decided not to. He trusted Ghislaine completely, but Geese still seemed suspicious to him. He was a cunning and charismatic guy, but Rigor didn't trust him enough yet. Geese scratched his chin, thoughtful. This sixth sense of yours, Rigor. How does it work? I've seen Ghislaine react to impossible situations back in our adventuring days, but with you, it's even more remarkable. Rigor shrugged. It's nothing special. Just a premonition, a warning the body sends to the brain, telling you that you're in danger. Like a constant alert sensation. Geese nodded, pondering. Isn't that similar to the demon eye's foresight eye? Rigger chuckled, shaking his head. His master had already taught him about those eyes. No, no. I don't know exactly how the foresight eye works, but this sense is more abstract. It's not an activatable skill, it's something natural. Ghislaine, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke. It's like when you have a stomachache or a shiver down your spine. Rigger and Geese exchanged glances and then started laughing. Ghislaine frowned, clearly not understanding what was so funny. Their conversation continued in a light-hearted manner until they reached the Adventurers Guild. Eris was waiting impatiently in line, tapping her foot on the ground and huffing in frustration. Rigger turned to Geese. Help her get registered. Use your authority in Ghislaine's as rank South Adventurers to place her in a higher rank. I think the maximum possible should be B or A. Geese grinned and gave an exaggerated salute. All right, boss. He entered the guild and quickly started handling Eris registration. Ghislaine looked at Rigger seriously. Do you need help? Rigger raised an eyebrow and smiled. Are you worried? Ghislaine nodded, simply and directly. Rigger was momentarily surprised. Her expression remained blank, but there was sincerity in her words. He averted his gaze for a moment before responding. And no, I don't need it. Thank you. Ghislaine nodded in understanding and entered the guild. Rigger looked around. Skoll had apparently been placed in a stable, and Idar was there to ensure nothing happened to him. There was no reason to stay there for now, so he decided it was time to test the human god's claims. He had already investigated the city before and doubted he would find anything different this time, but he decided to check anyway. Last time, he had followed Hitagami's advice. In truth, he felt his actions wouldn't have diverged much even if Hitagami hadn't said anything, it only served to make him paranoid. But he wasn't completely sure. He had ended up improving Tsukikage far beyond what he expected due to that uncertain advice. That had sparked a slight curiosity in him. Even so, he did not trust Hitagami, as his instincts had never failed him before and always warned him about the god whenever they met. But after finding no danger in the city, he decided to at least test things. To be honest, he was interested. This so-called predestined one that Hitagami had mentioned, who would become his most powerful commander, he was truly curious but remained cautious. Rigger narrowed his eyes, still unsure if everything would have happened the same way this time had Hitagami not interfered. He sighed. Time would tell. Chapter 72, The Cruelty of the World We Live In. Rigger walked through the streets of Voltund, his eyes scanning every detail around him. He told himself to stay alert, to observe, to read the signs of the environment. After all, he didn't want to miss a fateful encounter due to a lack of attention, that would be quite embarrassing. But after 15 minutes of wandering aimlessly, he sighed. It was a stupid idea. Thinking that simply walking around would make some puzzle piece fall into place or reveal a new path in fate, maybe the human god was just a fraud. After all, even without being able to see the future, he could have predicted that I would go to Brystone. He should have known better. Shaking his head in frustration, he decided it was time to return to the Adventurers Guild. Eris's identification should be ready by now, and he wanted to congratulate her. It was at that moment, as he turned to leave, that he bumped into something. Or rather, someone. The light impact was followed by a small thud on the ground. When Rigger looked down, he saw a little girl sitting on the floor, blinking up at him in surprise. She appeared to be around 3 years old, with reddish-brown, messy, and tangled hair, and large, vibrant green eyes. Her clothes caught his attention, a makeshift dress, clearly patched together from a much larger garment. But more than that, since he had his magic eye activated, he could see, this child had quite a lot of mana. What was she, 3 or 4 years old at most? Yet her mana was 3 times greater than the normal amount for someone her age. For a moment, Rigger froze. Something struck him in a strange way, like a light tingling at the back of his neck, a sense of recognition where there should be none. He looked into the girl's eyes, and in that green depth, he saw something unusual. There was intelligence there, far beyond what one would expect from a child so young. It was as if she was evaluating him, trying to understand him, just as he was studying her. And then, something deeper emerged, an inexplicable, almost instinctive connection that made his skin prickle slightly. Before he could react, the little girl quickly got to her feet, her gaze determined and her voice firm for someone so small. Big brother. Can you help me? The attempt to sound mature, mixed with her childish tone and serious expression, was something Rigger found incredibly cute. He crouched down to her level, his eyes still analyzing every feature of the little stranger. Young lady, I don't see anyone with you. What is a child as small as you doing here alone? The little girl took a deep breath, crossing her tiny arms as if trying to adopt a more serious demeanor before answering. Mommy said, run and ask the friendliest big brother for help. Rigger furrowed his brows. And where is your mommy? The girl pointed in a specific direction without hesitation. Immediately, Rigger used his magic eye and sharpened his hearing. His heightened senses picked up what was beyond normal reach, the sounds of a struggle, muffled blows, the clang of a blade, and then, something worse. The sound of fabric being torn, the silent cries of a woman. POV, Lilia Greyrat. The biting wind of Volton streets carried the bitter scent of soot mixed with the sweat and grime of the alleys. Lilia Greyrat ran, clutching her daughter to her chest, trying to think of a way out of her predicament. She knew the risks of traveling alone to the Azura Kingdom. It was dangerous, and only a matter of time before they ran into trouble. If only she could find Paul, Zenith, or anyone else from Buena Village. That would be the ideal scenario. But reality did not grant her such luxury. The only viable option had been to hire an adventurer as an escort to the Azura Kingdom. Many adventurers looking to travel there accepted such jobs to earn something along the way. But that decision proved to be a fatal mistake. The Latria family had not sent her away empty-handed, so at least she had money to pay for protection. But fate was cruel. The adventurer who accepted the job never intended to help her. His deceitful eyes had shown his true intentions from the start, and now, all she could do was run. Her bare feet echoed against the damp cobblestones, each step sending jolts of pain through her injured leg. But she couldn't stop. She couldn't falter. She couldn't let him catch them. The wall before her loomed like a faceless monster, a dead-end alley. A crushing despair consumed her. She looked back. She could try to run the other way, but her injured leg made her an easy target. Anguish turned into silent tears. I couldn't protect my own daughter. I couldn't protect her in the Latria house. I can't protect her now. I couldn't stop them from taking Norn. I couldn't do anything. That was when she felt two delicate little arms around her neck. The warmth of Aisha's embrace brought her back. Through tears, Lilia forced a smile and looked at her little girl. Her heart clenched upon seeing that, despite the fear reflected in those big green eyes, Aisha wasn't crying. She understood. She always understood. Lilia gently stroked her daughter's reddish hair. A normal child would be sobbing, but Aisha kept her mouth shut, holding back her tears. A genius. Her daughter was a genius. How many children would withstand such pressure without a single complaint? She didn't deserve this girl. Then she saw it, a small hole in the wall ahead, possibly leading to some kind of shop. But to her, it was hope. Aisha, sweetheart. Her voice trembled. You need to be strong now. The girl nodded. Lilia pointed to the small hole in the alley wall, too narrow for any adult to pass through, but just the right size for a small child to squeeze through. I want you to go through that hole and find the friendliest big brother you see on the street, understand? Don't leave the public sight, under any circumstances. Stay where people can see you. Aisha hesitated for a moment but then nodded. Tell him that you are very talented and will learn anything he wants to teach you. Tell him you will be very useful. The little girl bit her lip, fighting back tears, and then silently nodded. Lilia held her tiny hands one last time before pushing her toward the opening. Her small body barely fit through, scratching her arms. When Aisha finally made it across, Lilia collapsed onto the ground, sobs consuming every part of her being. Now, all that was left was to wait. Whether her daughter would survive or not depended on fate. She looked around, searching for anything she could use as a weapon. She found a piece of rotten wood and clenched it tightly between her fingers. She wouldn't give up without at least trying her luck. Footsteps echoed through the alley. He was close. Lilia held her breath and waited. The moment he emerged from the darkness, she attacked, swinging the wood with all her might. But the man laughed. His body moved quickly, dodging the strike with sharp reflexes. With a casual movement, he disarmed her, snatching the wood from her hand as if it were a toy. Oh. Looks like you know a thing or two about swordsmanship. He licked his lips. But you're rusty. Or maybe just injured. His eyes landed on her wounded leg. Lilia tried to run, but a swift sweep of his leg sent her crashing onto the ground. She screamed in pain as her body hit the cold stones. Before she could react, the man flipped her over, pressing her against the damp wall of the alley. Where's your little daughter? His whisper dripped like poison. Don't tell me you abandoned her. I'd actually be willing to wait 3 or 4 years until she grows up. Just imagine. Lilia froze. A shiver ran down her spine. Mother and daughter together. That would be a dream come true. The terror was immediate. She gagged as bile rose in her throat. In a desperate attempt, Lilia crawled toward a pile of trash and grabbed a wooden stake. But before she could use it on herself, a brutal foot crushed her hand against the ground. She let out an agonized scream. The man laughed, leaning over her. His rough fingers gripped her clothes, tearing them slowly, as if savoring the moment. Why the rush? He whispered in her ear. Let's have some fun first. though I'd love to try your corpse afterward too. Disgust consumed Lilia entirely. She struggled, screamed, fought, but he was stronger. He held her down firmly, as if she were nothing more than a broken toy. Aisha. Did she make it? Suddenly, a blue glow cut through the darkness. It was too fast for Lilia to follow. The blade sliced through the air like silent thunder, and in the blink of an eye, the man's arms were severed. The adventurer's smile vanished. Seconds later, the pain struck. Ayawa. His desperate scream echoed through the alleys of Voltund. And then, amidst the blood and agony, Lilia saw the silhouette of a young man holding Aisha in his arms, his golden eyes glowing with relentless fury. POV, Rigor Adoldia. One of the greatest advantages of this world is that if you're strong enough, you can do whatever you want to any despicable bastard you dislike. That was impossible in my previous world. The difference in physical strength between people was small, so it wouldn't be easy, and besides, torture wasn't well regarded in modern society. Even against heinous criminals, they were protected by human rights. But here I could do whatever I wanted with trash like him. I looked at the woman collapsed in front of me. She was still dazed, tears falling uncontrollably. She trembled slightly, not just from the cold but from the trauma of what had almost happened. That was too close. Far too close. I let out a heavy sigh and took off my cloak, handing it to her to wear. Then, I picked up the little girl who was still watching everything with wide eyes and placed her in her mother's arms. Your mommy is okay, see? I said with a smile, trying to ease the situation a little. Aisha smiled slightly, and Lilia held her tightly, still in shock. I stood up and turned toward the bastard lying on the ground, screaming desperately as he clutched the stumps that remained of his arms. Wait here for a moment, I murmured to the two of them before dragging the men to a nearby alley. With a simple gesture, I activated a special barrier. It was a new magic I had been testing, a combination of barrier magic and wind manipulation, making it soundproof. No noise would escape. He could scream all he wanted. No one would hear. I crouched beside him, watching the panic take over his eyes. Don't worry. I touched the wounds and used healing magic to stop the bleeding but didn't restore his lost limbs. This is going to hurt a lot more for you than for me. A fierce smile spread across my face as the men began to plead. He knew. He knew he wouldn't leave here intact. For the next few minutes, only I witnessed how desperate he became, how ridiculously small a predator could be when you stripped him of his fangs. 5 minutes later, I emerged from the alley, adjusting my posture and wiping my hands clean. The smell of blood was still strong in the air, but it no longer bothered me. Rape was one of the most heinous acts in my previous world. And here, though more common due to the existence of slaves, it was still utterly despicable. I had no doubt that this was something I would never get used to. And I truly hoped never to change my mind about it. I turned back to the two, who were still leaning against the wall. Lilia was clutching Aisha tightly, as if afraid she would disappear if she let go even a little. When they saw me, they quickly stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you so much, sir. Lilia said, her voice trembling. Thank you so much, big brother. Aisha echoed, her small voice still carrying a touch of innocence, though she tried her best to sound respectful. I raised a hand, motioning for them to stop. No need to bow. Are you two okay? Lilia nodded, though still somewhat in shock. I stepped closer, noticing a wound on her arm. When I reached out to touch it, she almost flinched but forced herself to stay still. My palm glowed with a soft green light, and the injury began to close. Her eyes widened slightly, but she said nothing. Big brother, are you a mage? Aisha asked, watching in fascination. Aisha. Lilia scolded immediately. But I laughed, picking the little one up again. Yes, I'm a mage. Why? Do you want to be one in the future? Aisha opened her mouth excitedly to answer but then glanced at her mother and hesitated. Her eyes sparkled for a moment before she lowered her head and murmured. I can't. My brow furrowed slightly. What did she mean by that? With a small sigh, I placed her back in her mother's arms and crossed my arms. Then, what happened to you two? Silence hung in the air for a moment before Lilia took a deep breath and began to tell her story. Chapter 73, A Huge Coincidence. Rigor walked through the streets of Voltund alongside Lilia and Aisha. The woman held the little girl in her arms, keeping her protected, while the child observed everything around her with keen, curious eyes. Rigor, for his part, remained on alert, both for the dangers of the city and for the strange encounter that fate had placed before him. So, you hired a B-rank adventurer to escort you to the Azura Kingdom. Rigor broke the silence, keeping his gaze fixed ahead but attentive to Lilia's reactions. The woman nodded, her expression grim. Yes. It was the only viable option. The family I was with didn't send me away empty-handed, so I had enough money to pay for protection. But fate was cruel. She held Aisha a little closer, as if seeking comfort. He never intended to escort us. From the start, I noticed his eyes were always evaluating, not like a bodyguard. Rigger said nothing, simply absorbing the information. He wasn't surprised. The world was full of people eager to take advantage of the weak. However, his main interest remained focused on Aisha. He analyzed her in every possible way. Was Hidegami involved in this? Was this little girl just a very well-crafted trap? He was cautious, but no matter how much he investigated, no matter how closely he observed her behavioral patterns, everything pointed to her being just a child. An extraordinarily intelligent child, but still just a child. Aisha, in Lilia's arms, looked at him with her big, bright green eyes. She didn't seem afraid, nor did she hesitate to stare at him. In fact, her expression was pure curiosity, as if she were trying to understand who this stranger was that had helped them. Why do you want to go to the Azura Kingdom? Rigger asked directly, without preamble. Lilia hesitated. For a moment, her gaze drifted to the side, as if pondering whether or not she should answer. But in the end, she took a deep breath and said, "We're from Fit-Toa. We were caught in the teleportation disaster." Rigger smiled inwardly. Just as I thought, he mused. But his mind quickly shifted to another question. How was this little girl so smart? Intelligence of this level in such a young child was abnormal. A possibility arose. Is she a reincarnate? To test his theory, he looked directly at Aisha and, in a neutral tone, spoke in Japanese. Can you understand me? Aisha blinked a few times, tilting her head to the side with a confused look. Big brother. Rigger narrowed his eyes. Nothing. Then, what about English? Can you understand me? He asked, waiting for a reaction. The response came unexpectedly. Aisha started laughing. A pure, genuine laugh, with no traces of understanding, just delighting in the strange sound of the words. Rigger sighed. Yeah, she really is just a child. But a very talented child. What is Hidegami's goal in making me meet her? Lilia, who had been watching, frowned. Sir Rigger, what languages were those? I don't recognize the grammar. He simply smiled. It's nothing. His eyes returned to Aisha, and then he asked, how old is your daughter again? Lilia blinked, a bit surprised by the question. She's 2.5. Why? Rigger didn't hesitate. I want your daughter to be my disciple. Lilia froze. Her eyes widened in shock, clearly unsure of how to react. Aisha, on the other hand, simply tilted her head in curiosity before asking. What's a disciple? Before Lilia could answer, Rigger raised his hand. Don't answer me now. Lilia held back her words, watching him cautiously. Rigger continued, his voice calm but filled with conviction. Think about it. Think about your daughter's talent. Think about what she could accomplish. And learn a little more about me before making any decisions. He then smiled at Aisha, who remained curious but now also seemed pleased with the unexpected attention. The child played with Lilia's fingers while looking at Rigger with a sparkle of expectation in her eyes. And so, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The streets in front of the Adventurers Guild were bustling, but there was a noticeable clearing around a peculiar group. Sitting among the adventurers, a colossal wolf with gleaming dark fur drew gazes of both fascination and fear. Skull, the imposing beast, remained still, his presence alone enough to keep the more cautious at bay. Some admired his majestic stance, while others averted their eyes and hurried along. Eris, her eyes gleaming with excitement, proudly displayed her adventurer's card to Geese, thrilled with her achievement. Ghislaine, standing nearby, observed the surroundings with her usual serious expression, while Idar and Skoll simply maintained their positions. It was at that moment that Rigger appeared, accompanied by Lilia and Aisha. The little girl, still in her mother's arms, curiously looked around. Upon seeing him approach, Eris eagerly moved to show her card but abruptly stopped when she noticed the two unfamiliar figures at his side. Rigger stopped before the group and gave a nod. Everyone, this is Lilia. She hired an adventurer to escort her to Azura, but he attacked them. She was also one of the teleportation victims. Lilia remained silent, holding Aisha tighter against her chest. Rigger observed her for a moment before asking. Do you have a second name? There was a brief moment of hesitation before she murmured, I am Lilia Greyrat. And this is Aisha Greyrat. Geese blinked, surprised. Huh? Like Eris? Hey, are you guys related, Eris? The redhead furrowed her brow, clearly confused. I don't know. Ghislaine narrowed her eyes and asked seriously, do you have any affiliation with the Boreas Greyrat house? Who is your husband? Lilia cast a discreet glance at Rigger, as if gauging his reaction, before answering, "It's Paul Greyrat. I'm just a concubine. His real wife is Zenith Greyrat." Silence fell over the group for a few seconds as they processed the unexpected revelation. Even Rigger, who usually maintained his composure, furrowed his brow and thought, what a coincidence, but is it really just a coincidence? Lilia noticed the strange change in Rigger's expression, but before she could ask anything, Idar crossed his arms and commented. "So, this little girl is Paul Greyrat's daughter?" Lilia nodded, confirming. "That's right, do you know him?" Ghislaine stepped forward and declared with her usual seriousness, "I am Ghislaine Dedoldia, bodyguard of Eris Greyrat and a former adventuring companion of Paul." She then pointed at Geese. "And that one too." Geese laughed, crossing his arms. "Ha ha ha, we got lucky. I had no idea Paul had a second wife. Zenith must have been furious." Lilia blinked, clearly surprised. "You all know Paul?" Geese shook his head with a smile. "That girl there is Eris Greyrat. And the one who saved you is Rigger Adoldia, leader of the Iron Legion. The others here are members." Lilia could barely process all the information. She felt a slight tremor in her hands and quickly set Aisha down before formally bowing to Eris. "Young lady." Eris, however, did not return the gesture. Her face twisted into a grimace of displeasure. Rigger intervened. "Eris isn't too fond of noble formalities. You don't need to do that. But, yeah, this really is a huge coincidence. We need to talk more." Lilia took a deep breath and agreed, still a bit dazed. That was when Geese smirked mischievously and clapped his hands together. "Hey. You said you hired an adventurer to escort you, right? Why not let Eris take on that mission? She just became a rank B adventurer." Lilia visibly hesitated. The idea of entrusting her and her daughter's safety to an important noble didn't seem sensible. But before she could form a refusal, Eris turned excitedly, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "That's a great idea. Let's go." Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Lilia's hand and started dragging her toward the Adventurers Guild. Lilia barely had time to react. "Wait, Lady Eris." Rigger simply crossed his arms and watched the scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. Little Aisha, still standing beside him, also seemed amused by the redhead's energetic attitude. "This is going to be interesting," he murmured to himself before following the group into the guild. After Eris took on Lilia's escort mission, her first official mission as an adventurer, and Geese bought all the necessary supplies, the group left the city behind, much to the relief of the guards who had been watching them cautiously, especially due to Skoll's presence. The immense black wolf, sitting beside the adventurers, drew attention wherever he went. Now, as the evening set in, they were gathered around a campfire outside the city, in an open plain, preparing for their meal. Geese cooked skillfully, mixing the ingredients he had bought, while Eris and Idar trained in the distance, the sounds of clashing blades reaching their ears. Skoll ran across the plain, burning off energy, and Ghislaine, Rigger, Lilia, and Aisha sat close to the fire, listening to the woman's story. Lilia had already recounted how she became Paul Greyrat's second wife, which Rigger found quite curious. To him, that man, Paul Greyrat, didn't seem particularly worthy of much respect. However, what truly surprised him was when she mentioned Zenith and Paul's first son. Able to cast intermediate-tier magic at 2 years old. Rigger thought, frowning. And became a water saint at 5. Was this kid a descendant of Laplace or something? Even my master told me I was the youngest she had ever seen reach that rank, and I was 7. He began to question his own genius. He had always considered himself talented, but this was absurd. Furthermore, Lilia said that Rudeus Greyrat had trained a friend from her village to advanced rank in all the magic he knew in just 2 years. What kind of village was that? Rigger wondered, intrigued. Did it have some sort of divine blessing around it? As he reflected, Lilia continued her story, now recounting what had happened after the teleportation disaster. "I was feeding Miss Norn and Aisha when that light struck us. It was an instant, and then, suddenly, we were in a plane much like this one. I walked for hours carrying them both until I found a city. I found work as a maid to ensure some stability since they were only a year old and needed constant care." "Makes sense," Geese commented, nodding. "There was no way you could have traveled long distances alone with 2 babies." "Yes." Lilia sighed. "After some time, I decided to go to Melitian for help. I knew Zenith was a noble of the Latria house, and I figured that, at least for Norn's sake, her family wouldn't abandon us. Luckily for me, Claire Latria recognized Norn's resemblance to Zenith. She asked Ameli's priest to conduct some tests, and he confirmed that Norn was almost certainly her granddaughter. So everything worked out?" Geese asked, leaning forward. "Not exactly." Lilia looked away toward the fire. "When I explained my situation and said I was Paul's concubine, Claire threw us out. I begged, and in the end, she allowed me to stay as a servant. For months, we lived there while Claire made a point to humiliate me whenever possible. A tense silence fell over the campfire. Even Geese, usually more playful, remained quiet. She didn't hide her hostility. She decided that Aisha should grow up as Norn's personal maid and prevented us from leaving the mansion or even attempting any outside contact. When I finally gathered the courage to say I wanted to return to Fit-Toa, Lilia hesitated, her voice slightly trembling. She expelled us, she continued, clenching her fists. But she didn't allow me to take Norn with me. The tension in the air grew even heavier. Rigger felt his eyebrows furrow involuntarily. I begged. Lilia took a deep breath, trying to hold back the tears threatening to fall. But Claire forbade me from entering the mansion again. She never let me see Norn again. She only gave me money and told me to travel back to Fit-Toa, saying that if I wanted to take Norn, I should bring Zenith with me. She lowered her head, and Aisha, sensing her mother's distress, snuggled against her, curling up in her lap in a soft, silent manner. So, my plan was to return to Fit-Toa, despite the dangers involved. If nothing else worked, I thought about going to my father's dojo in Azura. The group remained silent for a few moments, absorbing the information. Rigger looked at Lilia and then at Aisha, who now slept peacefully in her mother's lap. His mind began working through various possibilities. The wind carried the aroma of the meal Geese was preparing over the fire. The crackling wood and bubbling stew created a cozy atmosphere, despite the cold intensifying as the night progressed. Little Aisha slept curled up in her mother's lap, her peaceful expression contrasting with Lilia's conflicted emotions. Rigger, sitting with his arms crossed, broke the silence. You haven't had any news from Paul and Zenith? Lilia sighed, her gaze lost in the flames. None. I tried sending letters, but I never received a response. Geese scratched his head, letting out a sigh before speaking. Okay. You're Paul's wife, and Aisha is his daughter. That means we're taking you with us, but... He raised a finger. I don't think we should go back to fetch Norn. Lilia furrowed her brow, surprised by the statement. What? Why? Geese raised 4 fingers, ready to argue. First, from what you said, she's being well cared for there, protected as a little noble of the Latria house, actually living much better than us. Lilia pressed her lips together but didn't respond. Second, in a way, that Claire woman is right. She's her granddaughter, and what if Paul and Zenith aren't alive? Of course, she would want to take care of her granddaughter in their place. Rigger nodded slightly. It was a harsh perspective, but it made sense. Third, Geese continued, raising another finger, from what I heard, the Iron Legion already has many conflicts with Melees. If any of us go there and try to take her by force from such an important noble house like the Latria, it might not end in just a simple conversation. Once again, Rigger agreed, this wasn't a problem he wanted to deal with right now. Geese raised the 4th finger. And fourth, we're already far from Elysian, almost reaching Westport. Going back now isn't convenient for us. I suggest you actually return later, with Paul or Zenith, to take Norn back. Lilia remained silent. Her expression was tense, fists clenched over the blanket covering Aisha. It was evident that the idea of leaving Norn behind when she now had the chance to rescue her was painful, but Geese's words carried weight. Rigger broke the silence. I agree with Geese. We'll help you now, but we won't go back. He looked directly at Lilia, his voice firm. But when I return from this journey, if Norn is still there, I'll help you get her back. Lilia lowered her head, holding little Aisha closer to her. Finally, she nodded slowly. All right. Geese stretched his arms and smiled, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Then it's decided. Now. He turned to the field and shouted, Skol. Idar. Eris. The food is ready. The 3 came immediately. Eris was sweating, panting from training, while Skol ran excitedly, his tail wagging. They sat around the campfire, ready for their meal, and the tension in the air gradually faded. The night passed peacefully, and Rigger leaned back, watching the flames dance. There was still much to be done. Chapter 74, A Brilliant Little Girl. Aisha took a deep breath, her bright green eyes sparkling with excitement. She spread her arms theatrically and, with contagious enthusiasm, repeated the chant aloud. Let the great protection of water be on the place thou seekest. I call a refreshing burbling stream here and now. Water ball. In front of her, a small sphere of water floated in the air, spinning gently before falling to the ground. The little girl's eyes widened with pure joy. I did it. I did it. Aisha clapped her little hands together, bouncing on Lilia's lap, who was still frozen in shock. Ghislaine, who had been watching everything, frowned, clearly impressed. She is really talented. I still haven't managed to cast the water ball spell. Her voice was serious, without a trace of jest. Rigor was at a loss. As I said, Ghislaine, it's easier to learn when you're young. Lilia's eyes widened as she stammered. She really did it. Rigor glanced at Eris, expecting her to be irritated by the little girl's magic display, but to his surprise, the redhead crossed her arms with a proud air and smiled. Humph. I already managed to cast a water ball last week. Rigor blinked, surprised by her reaction, then burst into laughter. He leaned forward, clutching his stomach from laughing so hard. Eris frowned, blushing slightly. What? You always tell me that my talent is in swordsmanship. So it's fine, right? Her voice was firm, but the hesitation in the last sentence made it sound more like a question than a statement. Rigor wiped away a tear of amusement before smiling at her. No, Eris, it's fine. Everyone has their own talents. In the end, effort is what matters most. Aisha, still beaming, grabbed Eris' hands and exclaimed, yes. Big sister is amazing. Eris' face turned as red as her hair. A shy smile appeared on her lips before she huffed, turning away abruptly. Humph. I'm going to train. And without waiting for anything else, she jumped off the wagon to practice, leaving everyone behind. Idar, who had only been observing until then, calmly wiped the blade of his sword. But this little girl's talent is truly shocking. He looked at Rigor with a teasing smile. She might be as talented as you, Rigor, or even more. I remember you casting your first spell at 3 years old, right? Who would have thought, the leader of the Iron Legion losing to a little girl? Aisha has already surpassed you in that. Rigor narrowed his eyes and raised his hand as if preparing to cast a spell. What? Idar tried to get up and jump out of the wagon, but he wasn't fast enough. Sonic explosion. Boom. A shockwave of air blasted over him, sending him flying out of the wagon in an awkward arc. Idar screamed before landing on the road, rolling several times before finally stopping. Aisha laughed, amused. Geese, who was at the front of the wagon, guiding the horses and analyzing the map, didn't even look up. We'll arrive at Westport in 2 or 3 weeks. Rigor chuckled, unfazed by Idar's groans in the background. Okay, Geese. Idar ran back and climbed into the wagon again. Rigor then turned his attention back to Aisha, who was still glowing with her accomplishment. You think that was impressive? Aisha, now try to replicate the feeling you had while saying the words, but without chanting. Aisha tilted her head, confused. But don't spells need chanting? Rigor smiled. Not for those who are talented. Try it. Okay. The little girl closed her eyes, furrowing her brows in concentration. She held her tiny hands in front of her body and held her breath. Her cheeks puffed out, making her look adorably cute. However, as she strained, her face started turning red, as if she were about to explode. Lilia and Idar watched intently. The tension grew. Suddenly, a water ball emerged before her, spinning in the air. Idar and Lilia exclaimed at the same time, what? Rigor simply smiled as Aisha opened her eyes, blinking a few times before realizing she had cast the magic without words. I did it again. She clapped her hands, laughing excitedly, but soon felt dizzy and collapsed into Lilia's lap. Don't worry, it's just slight mana exhaustion. Rigor leaned back slightly in the wagon, his eyes gleaming with deep thought before saying to Lilia. Honestly, I'm also interested in recruiting Aisha's brother. Rudeus, right? He's only 8 years old. Lilia nodded, still shocked, folding her hands in her lap. That's right. But he's very intelligent and mature for his age. He's always been impressive. Rigor smiled slightly, reflecting on her words. Just like Aisha. Lilia hesitated for a moment before responding, her expression becoming a bit more serious. I know you want Aisha to be your disciple, but Rudeus was the reason Aisha and I survived. We owe him. Rigor raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on her. And didn't I just save you in the same way? He questioned, his voice calm but sharp. Besides, from what you, Ghislaine, and Geese told me about Zenith, she would never have left you in this situation. And Paul, as much of an idiot as he is, wouldn't have let you go through this if he could help it. So while Rudeus played a role, he wasn't essential. Lilia remained silent, her eyes shifting slightly. Know that I don't want Aisha as my disciple to repay a debt. I want her because I recognize her talent. He looked at the little girl, sleeping peacefully beside him. And I believe that with my guidance, she can reach unimaginable heights. If she joins the Legion, her family will naturally be protected as well. And you know our organization already has a group dedicated to searching for those who went missing in the teleportation incident. Lilia bit her lower lip slightly, lost in thought. She knew Rigor wasn't lying, but the idea of giving up the future she had planned for Aisha was still difficult to fully accept. Before she could respond, Eris' bold voice broke the silence. Rigor. Let's train. He smiled, standing up without hesitation. Before leaving, he looked at Lilia once more and said, "You still don't fully understand her talent. In fact, neither do I." Lilia remained seated, watching him walk away with Eris. Geese, who had been silently listening to the conversation, scratched his chin and commented, "He's not wrong, you know. Aisha deserves more than living as someone's servant with such talent." Lilia sighed but didn't respond. Meanwhile, Rigor and Eris headed to the improvised training field. Idar joined them, spinning his sword between his fingers with a challenging smile. "Let's see if we can hit you today, boss." Rigor just smiled. The training began quickly and intensely. Eris attacked ferociously, her aggressive sword god style being refined with each strike. Eris's only goal in recent months was to catch up to Rigor and Idar and reach the saint level. She never said it aloud, but she watched everyone carefully, and even without words, Rigor could tell she sometimes felt useless. With Rigor constantly telling her she had talent with the sword, she decided she would prove herself worthy of it. With the dedication she had been showing lately, Rigor and Ghislaine estimated she could reach that level in 2 or 3 years. Idar, on the other hand, was already an experienced warrior, but now he was delving even deeper into the flow, perfecting his movements. However, if he truly wanted to advance to the king level, he would have to learn one of the secret techniques at the Water God-style dojo. The sound of clashing swords echoed across the plains of Miles. The pace was frantic, each strike filled with intensity and precision. The wind cut through their movements, and the gleam of their blades reflected the setting sun. One day, Rigor suggested training non-stop during the journey, and it became somewhat of a tradition to train while following the carriage's movement. It was much more exhausting, but in Rigor's opinion, it helped them adapt to the environment rather than focusing solely on the enemy in front of them. Eris attacked relentlessly, sweat dripping from her forehead, her eyes shining with fierce determination. Rigor dodged and blocked her blows efficiently, never underestimating her, never allowing her to land a hit easily. Idar joined the fight, adding a new dynamic and forcing Rigor to be even more attentive. The training lasted for hours, ending only when night began to fall. Eris collapsed onto the grass, panting but smiling. As he looked at the carriage, Rigor was lost in thought. Rigor knew he needed to change Lilia's mindset about Aisha's future. The woman still saw her daughter as Rudeus's future servant, but he couldn't accept such a waste. The girl was intelligent, charismatic, active, and had a natural talent that couldn't be ignored. So, he began subtly planting the seed of doubt in Lilia's mind. Over time, she started reflecting on Aisha's possibilities, which was already progress. Geese was preparing food again and called them to eat. As they talked, Lilia mentioned her former position as a servant of Princess Ariel Anemoi Azura. With a neutral expression but eyes filled with memories, she recounted an incident that had marked her forever. "To protect the princess, I blocked an assassin's dagger with my leg. The poison seeped deep into my bones, and no matter how much they tried to treat me, a full cure required a king-level healing spell. Something completely out of my reach. My career as a swordswoman ended there. In fact, I was lucky to be merely dismissed and not discarded, considering the situation within the Azuran royal palace." Rigor frowned. A king-level healing spell, or a detoxification spell specific to that poison. Either of those would work, right? Lilia nodded. Yes, but both the detoxification spell and the king-level healing spell are monopolized by Miles. The doctors in the capital claimed they didn't know how to use them. So, do you know what poison it was? Yes, the doctors told me when they explained why they couldn't cure me. Rigor quickly wrote a list on a piece of paper. These are the detoxification spells I currently know. Is any of them the one you need? Lilia took the paper, surprised, murmuring, "Of course you'd know detoxification spells." She scanned the list one by one until her eyes widened as she spotted a familiar name. With a slightly trembling finger, she pointed at one. "This one. This spell can neutralize the poison, but how do you know it?" Rigor smirked. "Let's just say I've had some conflicts with Miles. This is part of the spoils of war. So, can I try?" Idar, who was writing a letter, raised an eyebrow. "Have you used this spell before?" Rigor crossed his arms. "Not on a person, but I have tested it. It should work." Geese, who was analyzing a map, glanced at him with an amused expression. "Boss, you're confident in this, huh?" Rigor chuckled. "Worst case scenario, I can always make her leg grow back, right?" The joke made Geese shudder. "Ugh. I'd rather not imagine that." Lilia remained silent for a moment, pondering. Her gaze fell on Aisha, who was sleeping peacefully nearby, and then she took a deep breath, making up her mind. Moving carefully, she shifted her daughter aside and slightly lifted her dress, revealing her smooth, well-shaped leg. Rigor blinked, caught off guard for a moment, his mind briefly clouded. What was that? A strange thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it and focused on the task. He placed his hand on Lilia's leg and closed his eyes, channeling his magic. Energy flowed from his palms, enveloping her skin in a soft glow. Seconds later, Lilia felt an intense pain radiate from her leg. The discomfort was almost unbearable, and she let out small whimpers of pain but remained firm. A dark smoke began to rise from her leg and dissipate into the air. Rigor frowned. The poison is deeply embedded in your bones. I managed to remove most of it now, but to ensure it doesn't return, I'll need to repeat this process once a day until it's fully extracted. Lilia was sweating and breathless, but she felt something different. Geese looked at her curiously and commented, "Your leg looks better." Cautiously, Lilia moved her foot and stepped on the ground. The pain was still there but was incredibly less intense than before. Surprised, she tested the movement a few more times. The pain, it's almost gone. I still feel a little, but it's barely noticeable compared to before. Rigor simply nodded, satisfied with the result. This is just the beginning. We'll continue the treatment until the poison is completely gone. Lilia looked at him with an unreadable expression. For the first time in a long while, a spark of hope shone in her eyes. She pressed her lips together, holding back her emotions, but her heart was overflowing with gratitude. Perhaps, just perhaps, her future wasn't as sealed as she once thought. Chapter 75, Celebration and a New Track. The silence hung in the air, only the crackling of the campfire and the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind filling the surroundings. In a clearing, with night already approaching, the flickering light of the fire cast shadows on Ghislaine's serious face. She raised her hands over Rigor's arm, where a cut was still bleeding. Her red eye shone intensely under the firelight as her firm and controlled voice resonated. Divine power is rich and nourishing. It offers the strength to rise again to those who have lost their strength. Healing. A bright green energy emanated from her palm, enveloping Rigor's wound. He felt the flesh mending, the pain fading away like a distant memory. However, his eyes were not fixed on the disappearing scar. No. He was looking at Ghislaine in a different way. The fire's glow highlighted every contour of her face. The scars marking her skin did not make her any less beautiful, instead, they made her even more striking. The corner of her lips curved almost imperceptibly, and at that exact moment, Rigor found himself lost in it, his gaze carrying a touch of lust, even if unconsciously. Rigor. Eris's voice cut through his reverie. He blinked quickly and averted his gaze, snapping back to reality. Eris looked at him with her head slightly tilted, curious but without suspecting what was going through his mind. Recovering swiftly, he flashed a smile. Congratulations, Eris. And Ghislaine, you are now elemental mages in fire, water, and healing magic, which completes the magic curriculum I planned for you. His voice carried pride. Also, even though there are some details left, you both can now read and write in the human language. Eris's eyes widened before her face lit up with a smile so big it seemed impossible to contain. She jumped into the air and spun around, laughing loudly, her energy as contagious as ever. Finally. I'll never study again, she exclaimed, her fists clenched in pure joy. And I'm a complete mage now. Ghislaine, on the other hand, maintained her usual posture, but Rigor noticed how her tail swayed slightly. For those who knew her well, this was a clear sign of happiness. She closed her eyes for a brief moment before crossing her arms and nodding. I appreciate your teachings. Rigor smiled, seeing the veiled satisfaction on the sword master's face. Then, as if remembering something, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object. The silver gleam reflected the firelight as he extended it toward Eris. It was a wolf-shaped pendant, attached to a simple but sturdy chain. The details were sculpted with precision, making the piece surprisingly realistic. The wolf's eyes were small red stones, almost the same color as Eris's own eyes. She blinked, surprised, not immediately understanding. You and Skoll are very close, Rigor began, his voice softer. So I decided to give you something to remind you of him for your birthday. Eris blinked again. My birthday. The shock in her voice made Ghislaine raise an eyebrow, and Rigor chuckled quietly. The redhead's genuine reaction even made Geese, who had been listening from a distance, let out a muffled laugh. Geese crossed his arms and smiled as he saw Eris's stunned expression. With a theatrical gesture, he reached for a finely crafted wooden box, which he carried with a certain care. He placed it before Eris and, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, announced. Besides that, Eris, we all got together and bought this for you. Eris blinked, still trying to process the situation. Geese opened the box, revealing a lightweight yet durable leather armor, intricately designed with an elegant dark brown tone. Every stitch and plate indicated high-quality craftsmanship, made to ensure mobility without sacrificing defense. Alongside it lay a fine fabric cloak, clearly enchanted, with a faint bluish glow running through its folds. This magic cloak was found by Rigor in an enchantment shop. It has the ability to make the wearer lighter, which works well with your sword skills. You'll be even faster. Geese explained, gently pushing the box toward her. Eris remained motionless, staring at the gift with wide eyes, her face tinged with disbelief. Slowly, her trembling fingers touched the surface of the armor, feeling its soft yet sturdy texture. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, filled with genuine emotion, and directed it toward Ghislaine with an expectation she could barely contain. Rigger noticed that Ghislaine didn't seem to realize it and nudged her with his elbow. She blinked and looked at him, confused, but when she turned back to Eris and saw that everyone was staring at her, she finally understood. Ghislaine hesitated for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh. Without saying anything for a few seconds, she slid a ring off her finger and held it up before Eris. "This is the protection amulet of my tribe." Her voice was as serious as ever. It was not common for the beast tribes to give gifts. The ring was simple, carved from wood, appearing old yet well-maintained. A faint green light pulsed on its surface, subtle but mesmerizing. "They say that whoever wears it will not be attacked by wicked wolves at night." Ghislaine finished, extending the ring toward Eris. Eris swallowed hard, her hand hesitant as she accepted the gift. Her eyes sparkled with intense emotion as she held the ring between her fingers, as if it were a priceless treasure. You're really giving me this?" Her voice was lower than usual, as if she feared the answer would be different from what she wanted to hear. Ghislaine shrugged, keeping her serious expression. "Yes. It's just a superstition." But Eris didn't see it that way. To her, that gift was more meaningful than any jewel or treasure. Rigger smiled at Eris's reaction and crossed his arms. "Happy birthday, Eris. I know it's not the grand noble party you would have had back home, but it's something. I also asked Skoll to hunt a big boar." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud thud made the ground tremble, and a massive shadow loomed over them. Everyone turned their heads just in time to see Skoll, his black fur gleaming under the light, walking forward with heavy, firm steps. Hanging from his jaws was a gigantic boar, its glassy eyes indicating that it had already stopped struggling. Eris's eyes widened, and a moment later, an excited grin spread across her face. Geese rubbed his hands together, eyeing the prey with an experienced look. "This is going to take some work. Let's get to it." Eris, still holding her gifts with shining eyes, simply nodded, a joyful laugh escaping her lips. She never imagined that her birthday, even far from her family and old life, would make her this happy. The smell of slowly roasting meat over the fire mixed with the earthy aroma of the trees around them, creating an atmosphere both cozy and wild. Geese was hunched over a pot, stirring with concentration as steam curled into dancing spirals. "Just a little more, and it'll be perfect," he said with a grin, licking his lips as he imagined the juicy flavor of the boar cooked with his special spices. Eris, full of energy as always, galloped around the clearing riding Skoll, holding Aisha in her arms. The little girl laughed loudly, her hair flying in the wind as the enormous black wolf ran with speed and precision, his light steps barely leaving marks on the ground. "Faster, faster!" Aisha cried between giggles, holding onto Eris tightly. Meanwhile, Lilia moved stiffly, panting, her sword slicing through the air in a stance that revealed her rustiness. Idar, watching with critical eyes, corrected her form with firm but patient words. "You know the theory, but you're out of practice. Let your movements flow, don't force them. You're trying to move the same way you did when you used to fight, but remember, you've spent almost 10 years without doing anything like this." Lilia nodded, sweating, but determined. "I understand." After Rigger had healed most of the poison and restored her leg to its original condition, she had decided to resume practicing the water god style. No one stopped her. After all, having some combat ability was never a bad thing in a world full of superhumans. Rigger and Ghislaine sat a little apart, near a large rock that provided a panoramic view of the camp. The orange glow of the fire partially illuminated her face, highlighting the strong features and scars that told the story of her battles. He watched the way her muscles moved beneath her bronzed skin, admiring her imposing presence. "Have you ever wondered where your magic eye came from?" Rigger asked. Ghislaine tilted her head slightly, considering. "Actually, yes. When I was younger, it bothered me a lot, but after becoming an adventurer, I learned to live with it. And in the end, it turned out to be very useful." Rigger nodded, but his gaze on her was different now. More intense. His eyes traced her body with a mix of admiration and subtle desire. He looked away for a moment, watching the flickering flames before asking, "Do you believe in fate, Ghislaine?" She noticed his gaze, but instead of pulling away, she subtly shifted her posture. Her shoulders relaxed, and she leaned slightly, emphasizing her natural curves. "I don't understand much about those things," she said with a faint smile. "But I believe we make our own destiny. Every decision we make affects who we become in the future." Rigger raised an eyebrow, thoughtful. "Then what about you and Eris being brought exactly to where I was?" Ghislaine smiled, shaking her head. "We were lucky." Rigger chuckled. "Luck, huh? I hope so. It would be boring if the future was predetermined. The two fell into a comfortable silence, watching the rest of the group enjoying themselves. Rigger, however, kept glancing at Ghislaine out of the corner of his eye. She was a formidable woman in many ways. Strong, dedicated, and fiercely loyal to those she considered close. At the same time, she cared nothing for those outside her circle. She was ruthless, no doubt, but also incredibly beautiful. With each passing day, Rigger found himself admiring her more and more. Suddenly, Ghislaine broke the silence. I think I might have a clue about your problem with Tuki. I don't know if it'll be useful. Rigger turned to her, golden eyes sparking with interest. What? What is it? She crossed her arms, thoughtful. Remember that strange feeling I had every time we fought? Rigger nodded, now fully focused on her. When we were training this morning, I finally remembered what it was. That sensation reminded me of something that happened years ago, when our adventurer party was in a dungeon. We fought against several living statues. They seemed alive and fought well, but I could still defeat them. Their movements felt strange and unnatural, as if they were following erratic commands. When we reached the boss room, we found out why. They were being controlled by the dungeon's boss monster. Rigger frowned. And what does that have to do with me? Ghislaine met his gaze and spoke seriously. When I fight you now, it feels similar to fighting those statues. Like I'm battling a puppet. You move as if you're just a body being controlled by something else. Rigger fell silent, processing the information. His heart quickened slightly. Ghislaine continued, a puppet, or like a sack of flesh being controlled by invisible strings. A puppet, he murmured to himself, a chill running down his spine. Ghislaine sighed. It's strange, right? I don't see how it could be useful, but that's the feeling I get. Rigger didn't respond immediately. He looked up at the starry sky, feeling uneasy. If what Ghislaine said was true, what did it mean for him? He wasn't sure what to think. Chapter 76, the cards on the table. The clearing through which the carriage passed was silent, enveloped by the morning freshness and the scent of the forest. Rigger took a deep breath, feeling the flow of mana around him, the subtle energy of nature intertwining with his own essence. His golden eyes fixed on the sturdy tree ahead, and he raised his hand, invoking the sacred power he had been trying to master for some time. Then our God grants grace to Mother Earth. I do this against the law of nature and give the foolish one the vengeance of heaven. Exorcist's rate. A white light shone in his palm, condensing before shooting toward the tree. The beam struck the hard bark, and nothing happened. No cracks, no burn marks, not even a sign that anything had occurred. Hey, boss, Geese called from the side, leaning against a rock with a mischievous smile. Isn't divine attack magic only effective against spirits and incorporeal beings? Rigger lowered his hand and turned to him, crossing his arms. That's what they teach, but I've been told many things about magic that were considered true and turned out to be just theories from people too lazy to try new things. So, it doesn't hurt to test. Geese let out a nasal chuckle. Heh, fair enough. Rigger's training never stopped for a single day, but he had many skills. If he wanted to improve, he had to dedicate time to specific ones. He had well-defined goals, and after listing his priorities, he set up his short-term training plan. He was focusing his efforts on 4 main points: control over barrier magic, mastery of lightning, his problem with Tuki, and, of course, divine attack magic. Lightning and barrier magic were progressing little by little. Lightning was naturally very difficult to control, and he had less talent in barrier magic compared to other magic classes. But he knew these two would be crucial if brought to an extremely high level. As for divine attack magic, so far, he had only managed to cast these spells without incantations after days of exhaustive attempts, and even then, only the most common elemental ones. Perhaps this meant his aptitude for divine attack magic was also limited, but he was progressing. A small advance was better than stagnation. And this magic might be his only weapon against the human god. The most important thing, however, was the enigma of his Tuki. Something inside him seemed blocked, preventing him from accessing his full potential. He had made countless notes, exploring different possibilities based on what Ghislaine had told him about his Tuki, that it felt like that of a puppet. Could it be Hitagami's influence? Could those dreams he sends me be interfering with my body and mind somehow? Another hypothesis was that he had been marked by some unknown barrier during the attack on Meles. And, of course, there was the more subtle yet equally concerning possibility. Could it be a subconscious fear? After losing control like that, could something inside me be afraid of it happening again? There was no definitive answer yet, but at least he had a direction. And that was better than groping in the dark. His thoughts were interrupted when his ears picked up an almost imperceptible sound. A murmur, a subtle slide of feet over dry leaves. He raised his eyes. They were almost out of the last clearing before reaching Westport. This was their last stop before heading straight there. The air carried a different weight, a tension disguised by the artificial stillness. Presences. Hundreds of them, hidden in the forest's shadows, spread out in strategic positions. He could feel their gazes, their controlled breaths, some even hesitant. Although well-trained, not all of them were experts at remaining invisible to Rigger's keen senses, even from a distance. He glanced to the side, where Lilia was feeding Aisha some kind of porridge from a recipe Geese had given her. The little girl played absent-mindedly with her food, completely unaware of what surrounded them. The sight brought a slight smile to Rigger's face. Well, this is a great opportunity to show off for Lilia. She knows I'm strong, but she hasn't seen it with her own eyes yet. Maybe this will convince her. His anxiety, which had been building up due to the absence of the assassins mentioned by Hidegami, began to fade. Finally, something interesting was about to happen. He then spoke to everyone. There's an ambush just ahead. Probably assassins sent by Mealy's, considering how well they've hidden just for a carriage. They must know about all of us. This is more dangerous than usual, and they likely won't be ordinary enemies, not like the bandits and thieves that attacked us on the road. A tense silence fell over the group. Eris furrowed her brow, her fists clenched. Before she could say anything, Rigger continued. Eris, Lilia, Aisha, Geese, Skoll, and Idar, you stay behind. Eris's eyes widened in clear indignation. What? I can fight. No, Eris. Rigger's voice was firm, not negotiable. There are too many of them, and several won't be easy opponents for you since many of them are advanced-level warriors. One mistake could cost you your life. Only Ghislaine and I will go this time, and that's not up for debate. Eris was frustrated and looked at Ghislaine. Seeing that she said nothing, she gritted her teeth, her fists trembling with frustration. Deep down, she knew Rigger wasn't speaking out of arrogance. He didn't underestimate her, he simply evaluated the situation logically. And logic dictated that she wasn't strong enough to support them in battle, even though fighting was the one thing she was good at. Tisk. She turned her face away, crossing her arms. Rigger continued unfazed. Idar, Eris, and Skoll will be responsible for protecting the group. Idar nodded silently, his sharp eyes analyzing the surroundings. Skoll let out a grunt, as if he understood the order. Eris just muttered under her breath. The silence was broken by Aisha's childish voice. Big Brother is going to beat up the bad guys. Rigger walked over to her and lightly ruffled her hair with a smile. That's right, little one. Always remember this, if you stand out, there will always be people against you. No matter what side you're on, people will get in your way. And that's when you show your ferocity. Aisha giggled, clearly not fully understanding, but enjoying the answer. Lilia, however, watched the scene with a complex look. Rigger noticed but didn't comment. He then turned his gaze to Ghislaine. You shouldn't have any problems in the fight, but be careful with poison. There are still many I can't cure. If you sense any unusual smell or feeling, fall back. Ghislaine nodded, her expression determined. They then moved to another location, a higher vantage point. The silence of the forest grew denser, heavier. The tension in the air was almost palpable. Rigger and Ghislaine exchanged a glance. Without further words, each one advanced in a different direction. POV, Lilia Greyrat. I stood at the front of the carriage, feeling the weight of the sword hilt at my waist. My gaze shifted to the side, where Idar stood at the ready, his hand resting on the grip of his own blade. He looked relaxed, but I knew his attention was entirely focused on the surroundings. Behind us, Eris was training alone. Her strikes were fast, impulsive, filled with frustration. It was clear she wasn't happy about being left behind. Skoll, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, scratching himself and rolling around, completely indifferent to the tension in the air. Some people would find it unsettling, but after spending enough time with him, it was actually kind of cute. If someone had asked me 2 months ago if I expected to be traveling with a group like this, I would have definitely said no. After all, here I was, accompanying a noble from the Boreas Greyrat family who, at just 10 years old, was already an advanced-rank swordswoman. A sword king. The leader of the Iron Legion. A water saint. An S-rank adventurer, Geese Nicadia. And, of course, an ebony wolf considered an A-rank monster. Would this group be considered normal anywhere in the world? I was almost certain the answer was no. I had made the decision to return to Fit-Toa, believing my journey would be extremely dangerous. I was prepared to make sacrifices for my daughter's well-being. And from the very beginning, the trip had proven to be just as dangerous as I had feared. But now, watching these figures around me, I realized that perhaps I had become involved in something far greater than I had imagined. And as my thoughts wandered, the forest around us remained silent. And I knew that silence would soon be shattered by the sounds of battle. A flash of lightning illuminated the clearing, briefly revealing the silhouettes of the combatants. The thunder roared through the night, followed by the clash of steel against steel. The moment the battle began, several figures emerged from the shadows. Black hoods concealed their faces, and their mercenary attire made it clear they were trained assassins. However, against Rigger and Ghislaine, who moved like fleeting shadows amid the chaos, they had little hope of resistance. Lilia and the others were positioned on higher ground, allowing them to watch the battle unfold from a distance. Lilia tightened her grip on her sword, conflicting emotions rising in her chest. It was strange being part of this group. They were never caught off guard, never fell into traps. Not once had Rigger or Ghislaine failed to detect an enemy before an ambush was sprung. Their senses were on a level Lilia had never seen before, not even in the royal castle of Azura. Furthermore, both of them had eyes capable of seeing mana flow through the air, allowing them to predict movements and anticipate attacks. As she observed Rigger, she felt a weight settle in her mind. He wasn't just an exceptional warrior, he had mastered all the major sword styles, was a king and saint-level mage in multiple schools of magic. Furthermore, he had created an organization at just 6 years old, which was now renowned in melees. And he was only 11. As much as she wanted to ignore it, she had to admit it, he might be even more talented than Rudeus Greyrat, whose only true talents were his above-average intelligence and magic. The leg she had once believed lost forever due to poison, he had healed it. She couldn't help but think, if she had still possessed her original strength from her time as a royal guard, if she hadn't spent so long without training, would she really have to worry so much about the journey back to Fitoa? At the very least, it wouldn't be so easy for others to take advantage of her and her daughter, as had happened before. She sighed, pushing the thoughts away. Beside her, Aisha clapped her hands excitedly, watching as Rigger's streaks of fire and lightning tore through the sky. Big brother is amazing, the girl exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. Lilia glanced at her daughter. It was impressive how Aisha saw Rigger. But it made sense. For a child, it was hard not to admire someone who had saved her mother, who treated them both with kindness and respect, who constantly reinforced how talented and brilliant she was, always giving her attention. But it wasn't just that. Rigger had given Aisha something she had never truly had, a place where she wasn't judged. In the Greyrat household, she had always been treated as the maid's daughter, even if Paul and Zenith didn't see her that way. Lilia herself had reinforced this, being strict with Aisha while favoring Norn. And in the Latria household, her daughter had only faced hostility, treated as an illegitimate child with no blood ties to the family. But in this group, no one saw Aisha that way. None of them cared about her birth or status. They didn't allow Lilia to be as strict as she wanted, and they all seemed to agree that Aisha was incredibly talented. In fact, throughout the journey, Rigger had proven this repeatedly. And over time, even Lilia began to see her daughter in a new light. She started to think deeply about it. Maybe Aisha could really do something great in this world. Once the thought took root, it was difficult to remove. And instead of fading, it grew more and more, uncontrollably. Before Aisha was born, Lilia had decided that she would serve Rudeus. But circumstances were different now, she had no idea whether Rudeus, Paul, or Zenith were even alive. She tried to find excuses for herself. If Aisha was really that talented, she could repay her debt to Rudeus more easily. Lilia could find Paul, Zenith, and Rudeus faster if Aisha trained under Rigger, since he had an organization helping him search. She could protect her better if she let him teach her. But deep down, these were just justifications for something she had already decided, even if she hadn't fully realized it yet. Her eyes returned to the battlefield. There were assassins whose movements she couldn't even follow, yet Rigger defeated them with ease. The many techniques he had created shone in the heat of battle. His sword ignited with flames, lightning crackled from his hands, magical barriers materialized in an instant. He moved at speeds that bordered on the impossible. To the mercenaries, he was an untouchable demon. And at that moment, as she watched Rigger fight, Lilia made a decision. A decision that would change her life. And Aisha. Forever. Chapter 77, the First Official Disciple. As Rigger's supersonic wind bullets tore through the air, they whistled like invisible projectiles, leaving a trail of death and destruction. The enemies tried to flee, but it was futile. Every movement was calculated, every target eliminated with surgical precision. Rigger kept his eyes sharp, his expression frozen in a mask of coldness as his body acted almost instinctively. Yet, something was bothering him. Why are these guys so weak? It wasn't that they were useless. Compared to ordinary warriors, they were strong, well-trained assassins, coordinated, attacking in numbers, enough to overwhelm individual warriors. Even Ghislaine had needed to retreat from some of their sieges. But for him, for someone who mastered large-scale magic and possessed an arsenal capable of turning the battlefield in the blink of an eye, it didn't make sense. His enemies were supposed to know about his lightning magic. They knew about its destructive power. If they were here to kill him, why were they attacking so randomly? Were they just throwing numbers at him without any real strategy? Or was there something he had yet to realize? As he pondered, his golden eyes scanned the battlefield. No real challenge. Only one saint-level warrior, the only opponent worthy of attention. He immobilized him with a precise lightning spell, making the enemy's body convulse in spasms before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Rigor approached, assessing the fallen man for a moment before raising his hand and conjuring earth magic. The ground beneath the warrior split open, swallowing him up to his chest. With a second command, the earth solidified, trapping him firmly. I'll have a little chat with him later. He turned and continued his pursuit, killing them all with ease. None of them surpassed him in strength or could understand his attacks with the versatility he fought with. After hunting down and killing almost all of them, he returned to the battlefield's starting point. Rigor turned, searching for Ghislaine's position. Even outnumbered, the enemies couldn't match her speed, so she simply retreated when surrounded and hunted them down one by one. Her blade left trails of blood across the battlefield, slicing through anyone who dared approach. When only a few survivors remained, she halted the chase and returned to Rigor's side. Her steps were light, but her gaze still carried the ferocity of battle. As soon as she arrived, her eyes landed on the immobilized saint-level warrior, arms crossed, a small smile playing on her lips. Rigor wasted no time. He created a sphere of water and shot it directly at the man's face. The warrior choked and coughed as he woke up, confused. Before he could gather his bearings, Rigor cast a light healing spell to stabilize him. The man gasped, his eyes widening as he recognized his captor. And then his expression twisted into a mask of pure hatred. You filthy demon. Laplace's dog. You won't live for long. Rigor blinked, his expression shifting from neutral to confused. Laplace's dog, he murmured, frowning. Before he could ask more, he noticed Ghislaine's small smile beside him. Unlike her usual predatory grin, this one carried a hint of amusement, as if she had been waiting for his reaction. Rigor felt a slight irritation grow inside him. That nickname was really bad, who the hell came up with that crap? He turned back to the captured warrior, his voice firm and impatient. Who sent you here? The man shouted with fervor, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. God. He sent me to end you. Rigor closed his eyes for a moment and let out a long sigh. This guy clearly lacked intelligence. Rigor sighed. You're not very smart, are you? He then activated his magic eye, focusing his senses to catch any involuntary reactions from the men. Okay, I'll say a few names, and you just have to be yourself, all right? The men remained silent, his muscles tense. Rigor began the game. Are you from the Order of Instruction? No reaction. The Temple. A slight ripple, almost imperceptible. Rigor smiled. So, the Temple Order, huh? I already told you, I'm a warrior of God. The man repeated as if reaffirming it to himself. Rigor ignored the response. Are you from a noble house? Who gave you the order? Saint Milles himself. Rigor raised an eyebrow. Was it a cardinal? The man remained stiff, but Rigor caught a small tremor. Cardinal LeBlanc McFarlane. The warrior reacted immediately, his expression twisting. His mouth opened, but then he tried to correct himself, his voice trembling with an obvious lie. No. I am a divine warrior. Rigor let out an amused sigh. Okay, divine warrior. Why only you guys? Are the others ambushing me somewhere else? Do you know who they are? The men scoffed. We alone are enough for you. Rigor crossed his arms, analyzing him. This guy was an idiot, he didn't even believe what he was saying. The sweat running down his forehead, the subtle tremble of his lips. He was a fanatic but not an assassin. Rigor quickly understood the situation. So, you're not a trained assassin. You're an ex-knight who volunteered to kill me or just to distract me. Man, I sometimes wonder what goes on in your heads. The man gritted his teeth, preparing to shout again. Rigor didn't give him the chance. With a swift movement, a wind bullet pierced his throat before any sound could escape. The Saint Warrior's head fell back, lifeless, his wide eyes frozen in shock. Rigor sighed, wiping Tsukikich clean of any blood and carnage before turning to Ghislaine. I think we can expect something more dangerous ahead. This guy was most likely just a pawn Milles was using to lower my guard, which makes me even more certain that the one who planned this was Cardinal LeBlanc. Galgard is smart enough to know I wouldn't see this as a real threat, he knows my strength. And the Pope has nothing against me. Ghislaine observed him for a moment, her wild eyes gleaming with interest. Do you want to kill him? Rigor smiled. He had always liked Ghislaine's straightforward and sincere way. No beating around the bush, no hesitation. Her sweaty body glistened under the sunlight filtering through the forest. Her curves stood out due to the minimal clothing she wore for fighting. The heat of battle still radiated from her, and Rigor felt a subtle excitement begin to rise within him. Yes. I want to kill him. But I don't have time to look for him now. And I can't defeat Galgard, yet. Besides, the Legion is strong enough now. Even if they weren't, I trust they'd find a way, and if they don't, I can always come back and kill them all for revenge. Saying this, he turned away. The metallic scent of blood still hung in the air. Ghislaine inhaled softly, her gaze shifting to Rigger's waist, picking up on a different scent. A subtle smile appeared on her lips as her tail lazily swayed from side to side. Rigger noticed the movement, and for an instant, his eyes wandered over her. Before he could say anything, a voice interrupted the moment. Rigger. He lowered his ears, slightly disappointed. Eris and the others were approaching. Ghislaine, on the other hand, just let out a faint smile, showing no irritation. The moment had passed. Rigger sighed, turning toward the newcomers. The battle was over, but something greater awaited them in the distance. The scent of blood still lingered in the air as Lilia stepped down from the carriage, holding Aisha in her arms. The field around them was covered in bodies, some still releasing their last breaths of life. Skoll, as usual, leaped onto the corpses without hesitation, sniffing the fresh blood. Geese, seeing the destruction caused by Rigger and Ghislaine, let out a low whistle, displaying both surprise and respect. Well, that was intense, he murmured, scratching his neck. Idar remained calm, observing the landscape of death around him as if it were trivial. Eris, on the other hand, walked with clenched fists, her mood visibly sour. Not participating in the battle annoyed her, but she said nothing. Rigger crossed his arms and analyzed the surroundings. Let's keep moving. This probably won't be the last attack, but we'll always sense them before they reach us, he said, his voice filled with confidence. Probably. Geese repeated, his expression skeptical. Boss. Rigger waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry, Millie shouldn't be able to hire someone who can escape my perception. He turned to continue walking but murmured to himself. I hope. I heard that. I heard that. We're gonna die. Geese dramatized, raising his hands to the sky. Idar laughed loudly, and even Eris let out a brief chuckle, though she tried to hide it. Then, Lilia approached with Aisha in her arms, the little girl displaying a look of pure excitement. Carefully, Lilia set her down, allowing her to stand beside her mother. Lilia sighed and then addressed her daughter. Aisha, Big Brother Rigger asked me to take you as his disciple. That means he'll teach you everything he knows, and you'll be part of the Iron Legion. Aisha's eyes widened, excitement growing in her small body. Even at just 2 years old, she understood what this meant. She knew Rigger wanted to train her, she knew her mother had been hesitant, and now her mother was giving her a choice. This was an implicit approval. Her eyes sparkled with happiness as she looked at Rigger. Can I be Big Brother's disciple? She asked, her voice filled with hope. Rigger was surprised for a moment. He then glanced at Lilia, who maintained a neutral expression, though there was something in her eyes that indicated she had finally accepted his request. He couldn't help but smile slightly in satisfaction. He then crouched down and lifted Aisha into his arms, looking directly into her eyes. Of course, Aisha. You are now officially my first disciple, he said, his voice firm and full of pride. I've taught many people, many indeed, but you will be the first official disciple. I know you will live up to it. Aisha's face lit up with joy. She laughed and eagerly responded. Yes, master. Rigger smiled, lifting her onto his shoulder. He then turned to the rest of the group. Eris, meanwhile, had an expression that was difficult to interpret, as if she was holding something back. Jealousy. Irritation. Rigger noticed but chose not to comment. Let's keep moving, he said, feeling that the moment had ended well. Geese, climbing back onto the carriage, chuckled. I can't even imagine what Aisha will become with you teaching her. He murmured, shaking his head. The group then set off again, leaving behind the bodies and traces of battle. The future was uncertain, but Rigger knew he was shaping something grand. And now, he had his first official disciple to train. For the rest of the journey to Westport, no major incidents occurred, but the tension between Rigger and Ghislaine grew daily. He tried to hold back as much as possible, but hiding it was becoming difficult. The worst part was that Ghislaine wasn't helping at all, on the contrary, she seemed to enjoy teasing him whenever she caught his furtive glances. Fortunately, Rigger had enough distractions to keep his mind occupied. Aisha was now officially his disciple, and he had much to teach her. Eris trained relentlessly to reach saint level, as determined as ever. Lilia watched Aisha's progress closely, as if constantly seeking confirmation that she had made the right decision in allowing Rigger to train her. And Aisha, for her part, did not disappoint. Since the day she conjured her first water ball, she spent her mana daily, increasing her capacity impressively. Her growth wasn't as absurd as Rigger's, but it came close. Moreover, her ability to absorb knowledge was incredible, like a sponge that never tired. One afternoon, while Rigger was explaining basic magic concepts to Aisha, he mentioned, "We'll only start your real physical training when you turn 4, but until then, you can familiarize yourself with the forms and do flexibility exercises." Aisha listened attentively, her eyes shining with determination. On top of the carriage, Eris was balancing herself, training her coordination and stability, when Geese shouted from the reins. "We're almost there. We're at Westport. Hey, it's practically the world's dividing line." Everyone turned to look, and in the distance, they saw the sea. The smell of salt reached them, the salty wind brushing against their faces. Eris jumped off the carriage, excited, her eyes wide with amazement. "The sea. Ghislaine. The sea. I've never seen the sea before," she exclaimed, running to the roadside for a better view. Aisha was equally enchanted, her eyes shining with wonder. Lilia, however, seemed melancholic. "Strangely enough, I've never seen the sea either," she murmured, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Rigger gazed at the port city ahead and felt the wind against his face. "The sea here is different from Zandport," he thought. He took a deep breath, taking in the new environment. This was yet another step in his journey. Another great step toward the future. Chapter 78, The Desert Warrior, A New Target. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. In the relentless desert, everything around was devastation. The ground was scarred by fire and ice, and several stone walls rose seemingly at random, silent witnesses to the battle that had taken place. In the center of that arid landscape, Rudeus Greyrat was on his knees, his hands dug into the hot sand, panting. His world was spinning, his breath was ragged, and his arms trembled with exhaustion. A curved, ornate sword rested against his neck, cold and unyielding. His staff had been thrown far away during the fight. A hoarse laugh cut through the desert silence. "You're getting better with every attempt, brat." The voice was deep, filled with arrogance and amusement. "You almost got me that time." Behind him, Larix, the leader of the mercenary group Tyranny Storm, stepped back, walking with his usual relaxed posture. His body bore the marks of combat. On the left side of his chest and arm, burns still smoldered, but he didn't seem to care. "Little Sylphie. Heel," he ordered bluntly. A white-haired, long-eared girl, no older than 8 or 9, approached with a visibly annoyed expression. She huffed softly before raising her hands and casting advanced healing magic without incantation. Her hands glowed with a greenish light, restoring Larix's scorched flesh. She always mentally thanked Vedette for teaching her. The demon race mage might not know saint-level spells, but she had mastered nearly all magic schools up to the advanced level, except barriers and divine attacks. From what Sylphie understood, Vedette was much older than she appeared. Once she finished, Sylphie crossed her arms, still frowning. Larix noticed her expression and let out a booming laugh. "Are you sulking over your little boyfriend's loss?" He turned to Rudeus with a mocking grin. "Relax, he got out of this without a scratch. Spent the whole fight running around with magic, that's why we call him the Glass Cannon." Sylphie snorted but said nothing. Larix, still amused, turned to a brown-haired warrior with piercing eyes who was watching him from the side. "Hey, agreed, you're coming with me today." The swordswoman smiled seductively and walked past him with a teasing sway. As she passed Larix, he slapped her on the butt, making her giggle before heading toward the stone house Rudeus had created. Larix turned his attention back to Rudeus, who had gotten up with Sylphie's help. The mercenary's gaze assessed the young mage, a mixture of curiosity and satisfaction. "Hey. I've never seen anyone with as much mana as you, Glass Cannon." He laughed. "But I really think you could be more creative. I mean, if you can create all this, why not do something like that mud field that tripped me up?" Rudeus remained silent, still catching his breath. He knew Larix wasn't wrong. He relied too much on raw attack magic but didn't think as strategically as he could. Larix crossed his arms and smirked. "And another thing, you worry too much about unnecessary stuff." He raised both hands, each pointing in a different direction as if holding something invisible, and shouted, "Fighting and fucking. Those are the only two truths for a man." He let out another thunderous laugh before turning and following Agreed into the house. Sylphie wrinkled her nose and made a disgusted face. "Idiot." Rudeus just sighed, feeling the hot sand beneath his feet as he reflected on Larix's words. As annoying as he was, Rudeus knew that, by following this strange code, Larix had become extremely powerful. It had been over a year since they were teleported to the Begarid continent and forced to become members of Tyranny Storm. The desert heat was relentless during the day, suffocating and cruel, and the nights brought a biting cold that seeped into the bones. Time here seemed to drag on, each day a fight for survival, each night a test against exhaustion. Rudeus sighed, feeling the weight of the sand accumulating in his clothes and hair. Ever since Hector, the old warrior who had sworn to serve Larix, claimed that he had the potential to defeat the mercenary leader with his magic, his training had intensified. He not only trained alone but also with the other mercenaries, all eager to see how far the young mage could go. Of course, no one here really wanted to leave, even if he did beat Larix. The two women, Ygritte and Vedette, already considered themselves Larix's wives, accepting his brutal lifestyle as part of their reality. Hector carried a debt to the mercenary leader, one he wouldn't break until death, keeping him bound. Mortan, the hulking demon warrior with an insatiable thirst for battle, loved the constant adrenaline and wouldn't leave the group until he defeated Larix at least once. And then there was Sylphie. He glanced at the young elf, sitting near the fire, watching the monster meat roast as the heavy scent of rustic spices filled the air. It was strange. No matter how soft someone was, after spending so much time in the desert, fighting monsters, killing humans, and surviving this hell, they would develop a hardened edge. Sylphie was no longer the shy little girl he had met years ago. Her eyes, once bright and innocent, now carried a different weight. She had changed, just like him. They had become killers, survivors. Silent magic made them unpredictable and deadly in battle, more versatile than any other mage. And yet, after all this time, after all the battles, all the pain, Rudeus still hadn't defeated Larix. The man was simply too strong. But he could feel it. He was getting closer. Every fight, every blow, every strategy he attempted brought him a little nearer to victory. The problem was distance. If they started too close, he wouldn't stand a chance. Larix would crush his defenses with sheer brute force and speed. However, for some reason, the mercenary leader always began their duels at a relatively large distance, as if giving him a chance. As if testing something. Rudeus closed his eyes for a moment, letting the fire's crackling fill the silence. He didn't fully understand Larix. The man was strange, brutal, but also seemed to follow a twisted philosophy that dictated his actions. "Are you okay, Rudy?" Sylphie's soft voice brought him back. "You'll win next time." She smiled at him, her red eyes glowing in the firelight. He forced a smile, trying to convey confidence. "I'm fine, Sylphie. Thanks." The truth was that he had almost broken down many times during this year. He had never gone through anything like this, never felt this unrelenting pressure, this constant struggle for survival. He was a middle-aged NEET from Japan, a recluse, someone who had never needed to fight to live. And now, here he was, breathing this arid air, holding a weapon, and killing to survive. He still remembered his first kill as if he were back there. Larix had noticed his hesitation in killing directly and had left one enemy alive on purpose, forcing him to do it personally. The only thing that kept him standing was her. Rudeus knew Sylphie needed him. But she had no idea how much he needed her. He didn't know where he would be if she hadn't been teleported with him. Rudeus took a piece of roasted meat from the fire and chewed slowly, the smoky flavor mixing with the fine dust that seemed to coat everything in this place. As he ate, his mind drifted to the last dream he had of Hitagami. The voice of the self-proclaimed god still echoed in his mind. Rudeus had accused him of leading him into a trap by joining the mercenary group Tyranny Storm and claimed it was his fault. But the god simply replied, "Did you see any nearby city when you found them? Do you know where you would have gone if you hadn't met Larix?" Rudeus had no answers to these questions. The truth was, he didn't know if he would have survived the desert on his own. Maybe, if he were lucky, he could have found shelter or a caravan, but the Begarit desert was merciless, and his luck had never been particularly reliable. What intrigued him the most, however, was Hitagami's next piece of advice. Unlike his usual sarcastic or ambiguous tone, this time, he had given Rudeus a tip that genuinely helped him. Thanks to that, he found his current weapon, the Scaled King of the Fire Desert, a powerful staff made from an S-rank fire salamander core. He and the group had come across it after killing a mage who owned it during an assassination job. At first, Rudeus felt uneasy about using something that had belonged to a dead man, but he eventually accepted it. The salamander, aside from its affinity with fire, also had a strong connection with the earth element, making the staff an incredibly versatile tool. In addition, they had found another valuable item, a magic-reflecting amulet, an enchanted artifact capable of reflecting any magic cast upon it. The only drawback was its long cooldown, it could only be used once every 3 days. Even so, it was extremely useful, especially against powerful mages. This amulet gave him more security, both to protect himself and to keep Sylphie safe. As much as he didn't trust Hitagami, this particular piece of advice made him lower his guard slightly against the mysterious god. He wasn't trustworthy, but maybe, just maybe, he wasn't a direct enemy. "What are you thinking about, Glass Cannon?" Morton's deep voice pulled him out of his thoughts. The brute was devouring a massive piece of meat, speaking with his mouth full. Rudeus blinked and answered vaguely, "Nothing important." "Where did that magic item Larix carries come from?" "The one that marks people," he asked next, trying to steer the conversation toward something useful. This time, Hector was the one to respond. "It's a family heirloom. I don't know how long it's been with him, but it's pretty useful." The conversation stretched on for a long time. The day's heat gave way to the biting cold of the night, and the campfire became their only refuge against the darkness of the desert. However, there were other sounds in the camp, ones that no one seemed to care about ignoring. Larix and one of his lovers made no effort to muffle the noises coming from the stone house Rudeus had built with his magic. The sound of bodies colliding echoed through the night, mixed with moans and husky laughter. No one bothered to comment on it. To them, it was just part of their routine. And then, as if he owned the place, Larix stepped out of the house. He wore only his pants, his scarred, sweat-covered chest exposed. He held the magic brand in one hand and grinned from ear to ear. "Hey, guys. We've got a new target." His voice was loud and full of excitement. "I think we just hooked a big fish." A shiver ran down Rudeus's spine, but he said nothing. He only looked at Sylphie, who also seemed worried. What did Larix mean by big fish? Had they discovered something important? Or was it just another bounty hunt? "What do you mean?" Rudeus asked. "Ha ha ha ha. A really important guy just activated the marking signal. He's a really rich one, which means his target must be dangerous. Ha ha ha." Larix had left many marks across the continents, and for some high-profile individuals, he had placed a special mark, one that, when activated, meant they had a target for Larix to kill. There was no time to reflect on it. After deciding to set out for the central continent, they went to sleep. He was exhausted, so he fell asleep easily. But when he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the desert. He was in a white void. And a familiar voice greeted him. "Hello, Rudeus. Enjoying yourself?" Rudeus felt that all too familiar white emptiness surrounding him. The weight of nothingness wrapped around him like an ethereal blanket, and there he was again, in his plump form, floating before the grinning figure of Hidegami. "Don't you have anything better to do?" Rudeus chuckled, mocking the god. Hidegami sighed, crossing his arms dramatically. "Didn't you say you only appeared in specific situations?" he asked, suspicious. Hidegami widened his eyes, making an exaggerated expression of mock surprise. "Such coldness. I've only helped you so far. How can you be so distrustful?" He gestured wildly, as if offended. Rudeus merely raised an eyebrow. "Ha. Let's skip the small talk. What do you want this time?" Hidegami stopped, his smile shrinking slightly. He remained silent for a moment, watching Rudeus with an indecipherable glint in his eyes. "Your target this time is very dangerous," he finally said, almost nonchalantly. "If you continue as you are, you're all going to die." A chill ran down Rudeus's spine. His body tensed instinctively, and he swallowed hard. "Die. Who is the target?" Hidegami tilted his head and smirked. "A very dangerous beastman." Rudeus frowned. "Who is he?" "A little demon who's on the verge of starting a war with melees. He slaughters indiscriminately and is like a true beast, without discernment or control." Rudeus's stomach churned. The way Hidegami spoke about this person made an unsettling feeling grow inside him. "Where is he? What are his abilities?" he asked, tense. Hidegami waved his hand casually. Whoa, slow down. I came to give you advice, not a Q&A session." Rudeus clenched his fists. "What's the advice?" Hidegami's smile widened again. "This is something unknown to others, but your target's magic eyes can see memories upon direct eye contact." He paused, letting the words sink in. "My advice to you today is this: seek out the blue-haired man at Begarrett Harbor and ask him about your target, and above all, do not let your target look you in the eye. Otherwise, you will regret it." A knot tightened in Rudeus's stomach. He tried to ask more, but before he could formulate another question, everything around him dissolved. His consciousness was ripped away from that empty space, and he woke up abruptly, gasping in his makeshift bed in the desert. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his heart pounded in his chest. "Don't let him look into my eyes." Chapter 79, Many Places to Discover. The sun shone intensely over Westport, reflecting golden hues on the churning ocean waters. The salty sea breeze mixed with the aroma of spices and fish. The harbor was visible from the hill where they stood. Eris was visibly excited, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at the vastness of the sea in the distance. "Let's go quickly. I want to bathe in the sea." "Hurry," she exclaimed, holding the hem of her sword scabbard to keep it from bouncing as she ran toward the entrance of the port city. Geese, who was beside her, raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. "Aren't these seas infested with monsters?" he asked cautiously. Rigger chuckled, a dry, confident sound. His eyes momentarily glowed as he activated his magic eye. "I can see them. That won't be a problem. If it is," he smiled predatorily, "I'll just freeze the entire bay." Geese shuddered at the casualness of the response. He was already accustomed to Rigger's absurd abilities, but the cold-blooded way he spoke of such extreme actions always sent a slight chill down his spine. Idar, on the other hand, just laughed. You'll never think the way he does, Geese. Accept it. As they walked toward the city, Geese began to slow down. Rigger noticed and frowned when he saw his companion's relaxed yet resolute expression. Boss. Geese called, placing his hands on his hips. I think this is where we part ways. Rigger blinked in surprise. They were still at the entrance of Westport, they hadn't even entered the city yet. Geese. Why do you say that? Weren't you heading to the central continent to look for Paul and Zenith? Ghislaine also seemed confused by the sudden statement, and Idar immediately protested. You can't leave, Geese. Who's going to cook without you? Rigger. Do you want us to die? Right after saying that, he raised his arms as if to shield himself, and as expected, Rigger unleashed a low-intensity sonic blast that sent Idar flying dozens of meters back. However, the men rolled to a stop, laughing. Rigger snorted and turned his attention back to Geese, who merely chuckled at the scene before replying. About the food. He glanced sideways at Lilia, who maintained a serene yet slightly proud expression. Lilia must know how to cook quite well. Lilia closed her eyes for a moment, silently accepting the compliment. Geese continued. And about searching for Paul and Zenith in the central continent. That was my initial plan, but you're already heading there. I'm sure you'll look for them along the way. So, I decided to head to Begarrett instead. I have some friends there, and I'll search for information about them. Rigger crossed his arms and remained silent for a moment. Begarrett. He knew that continent was relentless, and any journey there would be fraught with danger. But Geese wasn't a fool. He knew how to handle himself. After some thought, Rigger sighed and nodded. All right, Geese. If you need anything, send a letter to the Legion or the Sword Sanctuary. If it's within my reach, I'll do something to help. Thanks for everything so far. Geese smiled and extended his hand to Idar, who had already recovered. The warrior shook it firmly and said seriously. Thanks for the tips. Rigger raised an eyebrow. What tips? Nothing. Idar replied quickly, looking away. Before Rigger could press the matter, Skoll, the massive giant wolf that had disappeared for a few minutes, returned trotting and dropped a 70-centimeter rabbit at Geese's feet. The wolf barked once, as if offering a farewell gift. Geese looked at the animal and sighed, picking up the dead rabbit and throwing it over his shoulder. Well, if fate allows, we'll meet again, he said, turning to leave. Rigger watched as Geese walked away. When they first met, Rigger had felt something strange emanating from him. It was an odd sensation, he couldn't tell if it was good or bad. His instincts were confused, as if something hidden lurked behind that mischievous smile. But throughout the journey, Geese had proven to be nothing more than an eccentric man with his own peculiar code of conduct. Geese always did as he pleased, roaming the world freely. Rigger had never been able to predict exactly what he was thinking, but one thing was certain, his many skills made him a man who made friends with ease. Rigger didn't like to admit it, but he was disappointed to see him leave. However, he understood his reasons and let him go without objection. Aisha's voice brought him back to reality. Monkey Uncle is leaving, she asked, frowning. Lilia sighed and replied, yes, dear, he is. Aisha shook her head, slightly disappointed. What a shame. He cooked even better than Mom. Silence fell over the group. Rigger, Ghislaine, and Eris looked at Aisha with surprise and a hint of sympathy. Lilia, however, remained still, processing her daughter's words. Her eyes narrowed slightly. What did you say? She asked, her voice calm but carrying a subtle threat. Aisha froze and slowly turned her head to face her mother. Idar had to cover his mouth to keep from laughing. The carriage moved along the dirt road, and as they neared the port city, the distant sound of waves crashing grew louder. Ahead, one of the city gate guards leaned against a post, half asleep, struggling to stay awake. His eyes suddenly snapped open when he spotted a massive black silhouette approaching. The morning light reflected off the dark fur of the wolf, and its colossal form exuded an intimidating presence. His heart pounded in his chest, and in a panic, he instinctively grabbed his bow and shouted. A Ranka monster. Without hesitation, he pulled the bowstring and fired an arrow at Skoll. Time seemed to slow. Seated in the carriage, Rigger snapped his head toward the guard, his eyes glowing with fury. With a mere wave of his hand, a violent gust of wind deflected the arrow midair, sending it flying off course. The wind current did not dissipate, instead, it took shape before him, sculpting itself into a razor-sharp claw. Before the guard could react, the attack tore through his body, ripping him to shreds, his blood staining the dusty ground at the city entrance. A scream of horror echoed among the other guards. Some drew their swords, while others hesitated, stepping back. Rigger gave them no time to regroup. In an instant, he was already in front of the guard captain, his speed leaving a trail of wind in his wake. He grabbed the man by the neck with a crushing grip, forcing him to his knees with brutal strength. The captain's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling as he felt the warrior's claws slightly pierce his throat. "I have no problem slaughtering your men right here and now," Rigger growled, his deep voice dripping with menace. "So if you want to live, order them to stand down." The captain swallowed hard, his heart hammering against his ribs. He knew that if he made the wrong decision, he would be dead before he even realized it. Taking a deep breath, he gathered what little authority he had left and shouted, "Stand down." The guards hesitated. One of them, a young and nervous recruit, opened his mouth to protest. "But Captain, he killed Deck." "He attacked a group of travelers without warning," the captain interrupted, his voice firm but shaky. "He deserved his fate." The air grew heavy with silence. The guards exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak further. Rigger released the captain, who collapsed to his knees, gasping and clutching his throat. Without another word, the warrior turned and returned to the carriage, his eyes still glowing with lingering fury. The caravan moved forward without further interference. The guards, though displeased, stepped aside, watching in silence as the group passed through the city gates. Inside the carriage, Lilia finally broke the silence. "Don't you think that was a bit brutal back there?" Her voice was tense, but her expression remained neutral, as if she wasn't sure how to feel about the situation. Rigger furrowed his brows, but before he could respond, Ghislaine interjected. "In the Azura Kingdom, people kill for far less. He may have been fierce, but the men attacked Skoll without reason. He did the right thing." Her voice was firm, unwavering. Lilia seemed surprised but said nothing more. Rigger also fell into momentary thought. He wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately, but at that moment, his reaction had been purely instinctive. Ghislaine supported his decision. Eris crossed her arms and huffed. "That's right. They attacked Skoll. He got what he deserved." Idar simply observed, expressionless. His loyalty to Rigger was unquestionable. No matter what happened, he would not abandon him. "That guard tried to attack Skoll and was killed for it?" Aisha asked, her voice carrying a touch of confusion. "Yes, Aisha," Rigger replied. "That's why caution will always be your ally. Always try to know who you're fighting against. Choose your enemies wisely. And remember, if you raise a weapon against someone, be prepared to be killed in return." The little girl furrowed her brow, reflecting on his words. Lilia also pondered them, as if she finally understood the logic behind Rigger's brutality. She sighed and dropped the subject. The caravan continued through the stone-paved streets of the port city. The chatter of the townspeople grew louder as they ventured deeper into the marketplace, and curious gazes fixed on the group. Many whispered about the absurdly large black wolf walking beside them. Others stared at Rigger and his fierce appearance, some with respect, others with caution. They arrived at a modest inn, with a wooden sign creaking in the wind. Rigger stepped inside, and the owner, a middle-aged man with a tired face, looked up as he entered. "When does the next ship to the central continent depart?" "Preferably one that can carry monsters as well," Rigger asked directly. The men observed the peculiar group for a moment before replying. "The seas are turbulent and full of storms. The next one should leave in about 2 to 3 days, but if you want to bring a monster along, there's only Captain Jauk, who will return in about 10 days. Not many ships carry monsters. His service is also very expensive. But you won't find another ship willing to take monsters, as the port is controlled by a noble from Meles." Rigger brought a hand to his chin, pondering. "Then, I want rooms for 6 people and an ebony wolf during this time." The owner blinked, shocked. "A wolf." His eyes widened as he looked out the window and saw Skoll sitting outside, his presence imposing. The owner hesitated, but his posture changed the moment Rigger placed a small pouch of gold on the counter. "I'll pay extra if his stay needs to be a little longer," Rigger added. The innkeeper looked at the group and then at Skoll, clearly conflicted. "A little longer. A little longer, my ass." In the end, he sighed and relented. "We can place him in the open field behind the inn, but we don't have a room or a stall big enough for him." "That'll do," Rigger agreed, and so the group settled in, preparing for the days of waiting ahead. After settling into the inn, we headed straight for the beach. Eris and Aisha were extremely excited, honestly, so was I, since I hadn't had the chance to go into the sea back in Sandport. Lilia was curious, while Idar and Ghislaine, who had seen the ocean before, didn't seem to care much. The sea at Westport was different from the one at Sandport, cleaner and bluer. With many rock formations around, it probably had less salt as well. In truth, both seas were far more beautiful than the ones I had seen on Earth, perhaps because they hadn't yet been affected by large-scale pollution like in my previous world. The salty smell of the sea breeze, the sound of small waves breaking on the sand, and the endless vastness of the horizon, all of it stirred something deep inside me. This was the perfect opportunity to test various techniques that I usually had to restrain due to potential environmental damage. Out on the open sea, I could explore them without much concern. Skoll still drew a lot of attention as he walked through the narrow streets of the port city. His precise movements and ebony fur made people turn toward us with curiosity and fear. However, when we finally arrived at the beach, we noticed something peculiar: no one was in the water. It seemed that the locals had a well-known fear of sea monsters. I activated my magic eye and analyzed the water. There were minimal fluctuations. With my enhanced hearing, I could pick up the faint movements of fish beneath the surface. To test it, I used water magic to create a gentle ripple. The schools of fish reacted instantly, scattering in all directions. For now, it seemed safe. Turning around, I saw Eris already preparing to enter the water. She had removed her boots, weapons, and part of her armor, but since this world didn't have bikinis, she planned to swim in her undergarments and a thin tunic. Without hesitation, Idar followed her, already pulling off his shirt as he prepared to jump in. I smiled at their enthusiasm. Deciding to join them, I took off my shirt and let the sea breeze touch my skin. For the first time in a while, I looked closely at my own body. I was only 11 years old, about to turn 12, but my height was equivalent to that of a 14 or 15-year-old. My physique was well-defined, the result of years of rigorous training and my innate strength as a beastman. From my estimations, I would grow to be quite tall in adulthood. Observing my own appearance, I concluded that I might as well adopt my tribe's custom of going shirtless from now on. It was a natural practice for them, and I saw no reason to avoid it any longer. With this new resolution, I dove into the sea. The sensation was overwhelming. The cold water embraced my body, and the vastness around me made me feel freer than I had ever felt before. I opened my eyes underwater. The seabed was filled with smooth stones and golden sand. Small fish swam in schools, weaving between the rocks. Sunlight pierced the surface, creating golden beams that danced in the deep blue. I could see bubbles slowly rising, reflecting the light in a mesmerizing way. Every detail was fascinating. The ocean was alive, pulsing, filled with mystery and beauty. I swam deeper and deeper, testing my lung capacity. My body, conditioned by extreme training, moved effortlessly through the water. I had learned to swim during floods in the Great Forest and was quite good at it, but swimming in the ocean was a slightly different experience. Finally, I stopped moving and let my body float in the vast blue. The absolute silence of the ocean surrounded me. Only my controlled breathing and the gentle movement of the currents broke the stillness. Then, as I gazed at the immensity around me, I felt something profound within. The world is enormous. I remembered Master Verdia's words: there is so much to explore, so much to discover. A shiver ran down my spine. Yes. This world was full of secrets. Full of wonders and dangers. And as long as I was strong enough, I could go wherever I wanted. I could take whatever I desired. The thought thrilled me. Excitement bubbled inside me like a rising flame, and on impulse, I decided to test something. I used howling magic right there, at the bottom of the sea. I released the magic at full power. The sound reverberated through the ocean, and the force of the sonic wave created visible ripples in the water around me. Fish scattered in all directions. The sand on the seafloor lifted in cloudy swirls. Small echoes of the roar vibrated through the depths. I surfaced with a grin. Taking a deep breath, I looked around. The horizon seemed even farther now, as if calling me to explore it. What are we compared to the vastness of the entire world? This world still had much to show me. Chapter 80, Pioneer. Rigger emerged from the water with an agile push, feeling the seawater trickle down his face. He ran a hand through his wet hair and looked around. Idar was a bit further back, watching him with curiosity. What was that roar? Did you find a monster? Idar asked, narrowing his eyes. Rigger laughed, his chest rising and falling slowly as he caught his breath. No, it was nothing, he replied with a shrug. Then he turned his gaze to the shore, where Ghislaine and Lilia were watching the group in the water. Aren't you coming in, Ghislaine? Lilia. Ghislaine pondered for a moment and then, without hesitation, walked into the water, still carrying her sword. It seemed natural for her to keep her weapon close in any situation. Lilia, on the other hand, shook her head with a small smile. I'll stay on the shore, she said, kneeling down to release Aisha. The girl immediately began running along the sand, laughing as she left footprints on the damp shoreline. Meanwhile, Eris stood at the edge, hesitant, moving back and forth as the water rose beyond her waist. Rigger raised an eyebrow at the sight and, after watching her for a while, burst into loud laughter. It can't be. You don't know how to swim, Eris, he teased, crossing his arms. Eris' face turned completely red, and she shouted, flustered. Of course I know how to swim. With determination shining in her eyes, she moved into deeper waters, trying to swim awkwardly. For a moment, it seemed like she would manage to stay afloat, but soon she began flailing and swallowing water. As she realized she was sinking, Rigor calmly raised the earth beneath her with magic, creating a small elevation that kept her above the surface. Eris remained there, half her face still in the water, huffing and blushing in embarrassment. Ghislaine smiled slightly at the sight. Eris never left Roa, she commented. She never had the opportunity to learn how to swim. Idar and Rigor were laughing heartily, entertained by the scene, while Eris fumed with frustration. Don't worry, Eris, Rigor said, still chuckling. We'll teach you how to swim during these 2 weeks of waiting. Eris immediately lit up with an excited smile. Before she could respond, Aisha shouted enthusiastically from the shore. I want to learn too. Rigor looked at the little girl and nodded. Of course, Aisha. You too. Ghislaine watched the interaction with a small smile at the corner of her lips until Rigor turned to her with a look. Ghislaine, follow me down there. I want to show you something. Ghislaine frowned, intrigued, but before she could respond, Rigor had already dived again. Without a second thought, she took a deep breath and followed him underwater. Beneath the surface, the world seemed entirely different. The ocean's silence was almost absolute, broken only by the muffled sounds of the marine currents. Ghislaine blinked a few times, trying to locate Rigor when suddenly, she felt a strong current push her. Before she could react, a firm hand grabbed her waist, stabilizing her. It was Rigor. Their golden and red eyes met underwater, and for a brief moment, he let his gaze roam over Ghislaine's athletic body with a flicker of desire. She noticed the subtle shift in his expression and smiled suggestively, not breaking eye contact. Her silver hair floated gently around them, creating an ethereal aura as they remained close. Rigor felt his heart race and instinctively leaned in slightly, but then he came to his senses. He shook his head slightly and averted his gaze, refocusing on what he actually wanted to show her. He then turned Ghislaine around, pointing to the vast ocean beneath them. Small fish swam between rocks and reefs, and sunlight filtered through the surface, casting golden beams that shimmered gently on the ocean floor. It was a magnificent sight, a vast, unknown world, a submerged universe that few had the chance to witness. Ghislaine was impressed. Few things could make her feel this way, but the ocean. The ocean was something completely new to her. It was like another world within the world itself, something she had never really stopped to consider or even think about. For a moment, she lost herself in the immensity of that sight, mesmerized by the infinite sea before her. Then, a sudden movement caught both their attention. A dark blur sliced through the water in the distance, moving quickly toward them. Rigor immediately went on high alert, his sharpened senses detecting the approaching creature. Ghislaine also sensed the imminent danger and prepared to react. Without hesitation, Rigor grabbed her hand and propelled them both upward with water magic, shooting toward the surface in a whirlwind of bubbles. As soon as they emerged, Rigor wasted no time and shouted. Everyone to the shore. The tone of his voice left no room for questions. In an instant, everyone began retreating quickly to the shallow waters, staying alert to the sea. Ghislaine, alongside Eris and Idar, kept a hand on the hilt of her sword, while Lilia held Aisha close to the shore, remaining vigilant. Silence hung in the air for a moment, broken only by the sound of the waves gently crashing against the sand. Rigor took a deep breath, feeling his body adjust to the ocean's pressure. His unique constitution allowed him to endure long periods underwater, but even he knew that an extended battle there was not ideal. If he wanted to resolve the situation without complications, he had to eliminate the threat with a single strike. Without hesitation, he dived once more. The crystal-clear water allowed him to see at a distance, and soon, his gaze locked onto the creature rapidly approaching. The monster was massive, at least 20 to 30 meters wide. Its scales were a dull dark green, perfectly adapted to the marine environment, and its body was long and serpentine, with lateral fins that gave it incredible speed. However, what stood out the most was its snake-like head, its eyes locked directly onto him. A predator. The monster charged at full speed, seeing Rigor as easy prey. Its mouth began to open, revealing sharp fangs, intending to swallow him whole. But Rigor didn't back down. Raising his hand, he began forming a water cannon. However, this time, it wasn't a simple shot. He compressed it as much as possible, reducing its size until the sphere was about the diameter of a basketball and added even more mana. The pressure inside the sphere reached absurd levels, making the water's density almost solid. The monster kept coming, its jaws widening in anticipation of swallowing its prey whole. But Rigor was already prepared. The instant the creature came within range, Rigor unleashed the projectile. The condensed water sphere sliced through the ocean in a fraction of a second. The impact was instantaneous. The monster didn't even have time to react before the sphere pierced its head, tearing through its skull and destroying its brain. Its lifeless body continued moving forward due to inertia but without any control. Rigor swam toward the creature's corpse, activating his magic eye to analyze its constitution. Its insides were completely different from anything he had ever seen, both in this world and on Earth. He located and extracted the monster's magic stone and, not wanting to leave traces of blood that might attract other predators, used his magic to manipulate the water and drag the body to the ocean floor. With earth magic, he buried it right there, ensuring that no signs of the battle remained. With that taken care of, he returned to the surface. Emerging from the water with calm steps, he shook his silver hair to rid himself of excess water and casually declared. It was simple. Just a B-class monster. Idar let out a bitter laugh. Simple. Maybe for you. Rigger frowned, confused. What do you mean? Idar sighed and pointed at him. Rigger, you're the exception here. For any other warrior, fighting underwater is nearly impossible. Anyone's strength would be severely restricted, and using magic would require chanting, which is impossible without being able to breathe underwater. Maybe you, with your immense lung capacity and absurdly high chantless magic, are one of the only people in the world who can consider this simple. Rigger paused to think. What Idar said made sense. Even his master, Verdia, had never managed to explore the seas. The ocean was a completely hostile environment for warriors, where magic and physical strength were almost nullified. A thought struck him hard. Doesn't that mean the seas are still full of unexplored treasures? On Earth, the oceans were a vast source of natural resources. In this world, the logic shouldn't be too different. However, if no one could efficiently explore the seas, it meant that Rigger could be a pioneer. If he found a way to conquer the oceans, he could claim new territory that no one had ever ventured into before. A smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. He murmured to himself. But now wasn't the time to get lost in such thoughts. There was much to do, and they still had days before setting sail. All right, let's train. There will be time for the sea later. Don't slack off in your training. Eris, Aisha, and Idar nodded immediately, excitement returning to their eyes. Ghislaine cast a curious glance at Rigger, sensing something different about him. Maybe it was the spark in his eyes, a fierce and ambitious gleam. Rigger looked toward the horizon, where the ocean stretched endlessly. On Westport's beach, the sun shone brightly in the clear sky, while gentle waves broke against the golden sand. Skoll, the imposing wolf, stood in the shallow waters, his paws firmly planted as he watched the fish swimming below the surface. With an agile movement, he snapped at the water, emerging with a fish clamped between his teeth. He swallowed it whole before licking his lips in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the beach, two simultaneous battles were taking place. Rigger and Ghislaine exchanged blows at high speed, their blue and red swords gleaming under the sunlight, while Idar sparred with Eris, clearly holding the upper hand. Their fight was more of a training session for her. She attacked fiercely, trying to compensate for her lack of experience with sheer determination. The duel between Rigger and Ghislaine, however, was a deadly dance. Their eyes never left each other, the intensity of their combat reflecting the deep connection between them. Each strike was a test of reflexes and strategy, and despite the serious nature of the fight, the two seemed to be genuinely enjoying themselves. Ghislaine was faster, but Rigger compensated somewhat with a mix of the North God, Water God, and Flash step styles. A few meters away, Aisha watched intently, her eyes shining with curiosity and admiration. She tugged at Lilia's sleeve and asked excitedly. Mom, can I fight like that in the future? Lilia hesitated, looking at her daughter with an uncertain expression. The thought of Aisha engaging in battles of that level made her uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, she replied hesitantly. I don't know. Aisha frowned, confused by her mother's uncertain response. Meanwhile, Rigger and Ghislaine's duel reached a climax as their swords clashed, sparks flying from the impact. Both were sweating and slightly out of breath, yet they never broke eye contact. Lilia, observing the scene, narrowed her eyes. The closeness between the two, the way they stared at each other. She wondered if there was more than just training in that intense exchange of blows. She remembered that it was currently the mating season for beast races. Ghislaine broke the silence as she covered her magic eye and asked. Something's changed, hasn't it? Rigger furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Ghislaine crossed her arms, analyzing him. Your Tuki control, it seems better. It's still not at the level it was when we first met, but, how can I put it? It's still fierce and aggressive, but now it feels more natural. I can't quite describe it, but you're improving. Rigger felt a surge of excitement. He was finally returning to his true level. But what had changed? What was different about him? The question kept hammering in his mind. Meanwhile, Idar disarmed Eris with a precise strike, her sword falling onto the sand. He smiled and said. Eris, you're improving fast. Your sword is large and light for you, but it keeps its weight for your enemies, giving them the illusion that you're even faster. Ordinary advanced warriors would be caught off guard. Eris beamed at the praise and quickly turned, her eyes searching for Rigger, eager to see his reaction. However, instead of meeting his gaze, she saw Rigger still very close to Ghislaine, speaking to her in a low and intense tone. Their proximity, the way his eyes seemed to devour her. Eris huffed in irritation, sheathed her sword with a brusque motion, and stormed off without a word. Lilia, having observed the entire scene, sighed internally. She had seen this kind of situation before in Buena village. I'm getting Paul vibes here, she thought, shaking her head slightly. The sea breeze continued to blow, carrying a salty and refreshing scent. The morning of training and battles had ended, but for Rigger, the questions about his own growth were only just beginning. Chapter 81, Advancement in Barrier Magic. Time passed quickly. Rigger and the others continued their intense training, making the most of the days they had before departure. During this period, some peculiar situations occurred. One day, while strolling through the city's marketplace, Rigger noticed that some Millie's knights had started following them from a distance. Their gazes were not directed at him or the others but at Skull. The giant wolf walked beside Rigger, drawing attention due to his size and imposing presence. However, the knights did nothing besides observe. Perhaps they feared what would happen if they tried to intervene. Even so, Rigger decided not to take him into the city frequently. Most of the time, he left Skull in the field behind the inn. Occasionally, Skull would go to the beach to hunt, but he almost never accompanied the group on their city visits. It was during one of these city visits that a significant event occurred. As they walked through the bustling streets, Rigger and the others spotted a group of slave traders transporting about 13 chained slave prisoners. Many of them were from the beast race. Rigger's gaze narrowed. Idar, beside him, merely sighed, already predicting what would happen. Without hesitation, the two attacked. It was a massacre. The slavers had no chance to react before being eliminated. Their bodies fell to the ground without commotion, as if this fate had been written from the moment they crossed Rigger's path. However, that was not enough. The two tracked down the slavers' base and continued the carnage. Almost all were mercilessly killed. The commotion drew the attention of the city's knights, who arrived at the scene quickly. However, upon seeing the scene and attempting to intervene, the first one who attacked Rigger was immediately killed. Silence spread. The rest hesitated. None dared to continue the offensive. They knew what would happen. The city's regent had already made it clear, they should not interfere with whatever Rigger did, regardless of his actions. Otherwise, they would suffer severe casualties. And in that world, strength spoke louder than any law. Morality was relative in the face of absolute power. Rigger knew this. He did not see himself as a hero. He had no noble desire to embark on a journey to rescue all the slaves along the way. But if it was within his reach and did not require much effort, then he would help. That was why he created the Legion. Not to save the world, but to change the things he disliked. His goal was to protect his race, his friends, and those he loved. And, of course, to ensure a better future for his beastfolk descendants. All of this was, for the most part, for selfish reasons. At the moment, the Legion was not facing financial difficulties. So, he decided that the freed slaves should keep the treasures from the slavers' base. He then chose someone to lead those who wished to join the Iron Legion. Among the prisoners, one figure caught his attention. A demon woman, with long purple hair that reached the ground, stood out from the rest. Her eyes had a cunning gleam, and her posture exuded confidence. She was an experienced warrior and possessed innate demonic magic. Her scent had enchanting and aphrodisiac properties. Her name was Kalira. From the moment she was freed, Kalira showed interest in joining the Legion. Rigger, cautious, questioned her about her history and intentions. He found nothing alarming besides her extremely promiscuous personality. In the end, he decided she was competent enough and appointed her as the leader of the freed group. She was tasked with leading the others to Tinaver, where they could establish themselves under the Legion's protection. They departed on the 7th day. Now, on the 8th day of waiting for the ship, the city seemed slightly quieter due to the massacre at the slavers' base. But Rigger was not concerned. Besides, his group was just training at the beach. Eris and Aisha learned to swim relatively easily, although Aisha struggled a bit due to her small size. Rigger remained seated on a rock, legs crossed, trying to concentrate. Around him, Skull lay down, his enormous lupin form imposing even there. Further ahead, Eris swam with Aisha on her shoulders, the two laughing and enjoying themselves. The little one had already learned basic water magic from Rigger, but for now, her mana was limited. Her training would follow a well-structured plan. First, he wanted to teach her to read, write, and understand magical theory. He knew Aisha was intelligent, but he wanted to ensure she grasped the seriousness of what she was learning. After all, she was not a reincarnate like him. Tests and observations had nearly confirmed that for him. Physically, her training would start at 3 years old, focusing on flexibility and mobility. Depending on her performance, at 4 or 5, she could begin a more intense regimen. He saw great potential in the girl, but one question lingered in his mind. Why had Hitagami arranged for them to meet? Or would it have happened anyway? As these thoughts ran through his mind, he tried to focus on his barrier magic practice, but the distractions were strong. More specifically, the sight of Ghislaine and Lilia on the beach. He had the brilliant idea of creating something similar to bikinis and a swimsuit for Eris. Ghislaine liked the outfit, saying it restricted her movements very little. Rigor, foreseeing the worst, had to clarify that it was only meant to be worn at the beach. He suspected she might want to wear it in public. Besides, Idar had started learning to cook with Lilia. Apparently, he wanted to impress his wife, who was the unknown granddaughter of the current leader of the water god style. Rigor found the idea hilarious but supported his friend. He then turned his attention back to his hand. A stone bullet floated above his palm, and in front of it, a translucent magical barrier about 30 centimeters thick. He launched the bullet against the barrier, and it was blocked. Then, he created a fire bullet and launched it. This time, the flame passed through without resistance. A huge smile formed on his face. Idar. Come here, he called excitedly. Idar, noticing the enthusiasm, quickly approached. What is it? He asked, curious. Rigor raised a magical barrier in front of him. Try to pass through this, he requested. Idar touched the barrier and, to his surprise, managed to pass through without resistance. Huh? Is this a barrier that blocks only magic? He asked, intrigued. Rigor laughed. No. It's a physical barrier, but I managed to develop a firewall on it. A firewall? I don't see any fire. Don't worry about the terms. Lilia, try passing through, he requested, calling the woman. Lilia approached and tried to cross the barrier. As she placed her hand against the translucent surface, she was immediately blocked. Intrigued, she pushed harder but still couldn't pass through. Now, Idar, try again, Rigor ordered. Idar passed through effortlessly. The scene was curious. Idar could enter and exit freely, while Lilia was completely blocked. This meant that Rigor had successfully modified the barrier to allow only specific individuals to pass through. Using his magic eye to analyze the barrier's patterns, he finally understood how the permission modifier worked and managed to apply it. This is incredible, murmured Idar, admiringly. Rigor nodded, satisfied. Now, as long as he was inside the barrier, he could attack freely without being hindered, while his enemies would be blocked. It was an extremely useful application for combat. But this was only the beginning. His frequent research on barrier magic and comparisons to programming in his previous world had given him many ideas. Now that he had understood the basics of how the magical programming of barriers worked, he could apply many concepts to it. He was also studying how to create a self-repair system for his barriers, based on programming's repetition loops, allowing them to regenerate automatically as long as mana was available. New possibilities opened up for him. This is going to be really useful in group battles. Idar exclaimed excitedly. This new ability had various utilities. The ability to allow only his allies to pass through a barrier could completely change a group's combat system. Ghislaine, who had been closely observing, murmured. Truly impressive. But the moment she crossed her arms, her generous chest was squeezed, completely diverting Rigor's attention, instantly breaking his focus. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his concentration. All right. Let's continue the training, he declared, quickly stepping away to avoid further distractions. As they discussed the possibilities this ability would have in combat, an adventurer approached the group and asked. Who here is Rigor Adoldia? Rigor turned, analyzed the men, and said, That's me. What is it? The men spoke disinterestedly. My boss is Captain Jouk, the one recommended to you, the one who transports monsters. He looked at Rigor and then at Skoll, who was lying nearby. He said for you to meet him at the port with your wolf to see if it fits in any of the cages, since he's never transported a monster that big before. Rigor thought for a moment and said. All right, when is he leaving? Today. As soon as he unloads what he brought and loads what he was paid to take, he'll set sail. He doesn't like wasting time, so it'll likely be tonight. When you get there, look for the ship with the symbol of a blue doe. The adventurer then glanced at Ghislaine, admiring the beautiful sight, before leaving. Rigor looked at the group. You heard him. Go to the inn and bring all our belongings. I'll head to the port with Skoll. Idar responded, understood. Lilia sighed, we're finally going back to the central continent. They split up there, and Rigor mounted Skoll, racing toward the port. Upon arrival, he saw a short, chubby man who seemed to be giving orders to the people loading the ship, which bore a large blue doe on its sail. He approached him. When Skoll landed at the port, many drew their weapons, and several ran away screaming in terror, but they didn't attack, given that Rigor was riding him. Rigor jumped off, and Skoll sat down, alert to his surroundings. He walked up to the chubby man, who seemed completely unfazed by the enormous wolf in front of him. Rigger asked, "Do you know where Captain Jouk is?" "You're talking to him." Jouk, the captain, was a short man with a robust build and a thick mustache that wavered as he spoke. His gaze was firm, showing no hesitation even in the intimidating presence of Skoll, who sat calmly beside Rigger. He crossed his arms and assessed the situation with a calculating look. "It can be done, but it'll cost you a lot," he said bluntly. Rigger nodded. "Of course, as long as you take us." He paused, analyzing the sailboat and its compartments. His thoughts wandered. "I need to create a maritime division for the Legion when I return." Jouk led him inside the ship, where a large cargo space could be adjusted to accommodate Skoll. The area was well ventilated and spacious enough so that the giant wolf wouldn't be uncomfortable during the journey. Additionally, the group's quarters were more luxurious than expected, with reinforced beds and windows that allowed the ocean breeze to flow in. After settling the costs and finalizing the details, Rigger stepped out to wait for his companions. Time passed quickly, and about 40 minutes later, he saw Idar and the rest of the group arriving at the port. He waved at them, and they quickly approached, carrying their belongings. Once everyone boarded and settled in, they gathered on the deck. The sun was setting on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, and a waiter appeared, offering wine to the travelers. The sweet aroma of the drink mixed with the salty scent of the sea, creating a relaxing atmosphere after so many days of waiting. Aisha curiously eyed the served glasses and turned to her mother with sparkling eyes. "Mom, can I drink?" Lilia immediately replied, "No." Aisha pouted, disappointed, then looked at Rigger and tried a different approach. "Master, can I?" Lilia was stunned by her daughter's audacity, while Rigger raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by the question. He smirked slightly and pointed to a height in the air with his hand, about 1.50 m. "You can when you reach this height." Aisha huffed, crossing her arms, sulking. The group laughed at the little one's reaction as the night gently settled around them. As everyone relaxed, the boat swayed slightly, still docked at the port. Rigger noticed that Eris was unusually quiet. Her face seemed a bit pale. Lilia noticed too and asked, concerned, "Eris, are you okay?" She hesitated but quickly responded, "Yes, I'm." Rigger observed her expression, the small signs that gave away her discomfort. His eyes narrowed for a moment before a grin spread across his face. Could it be? He said nothing, merely waited. The boat swayed gently, preparing to depart, as their journey, and everything that awaited them on the central continent, was finally about to begin. Chapter 82, The Rough Sea. The ship's deck rocked violently under the fury of the waves, and the cold rain and wind cut like sharp blades. Rigger stood beside Eris, holding her hair back to prevent it from getting dirty as she vomited for the umpteenth time over the side of the ship. Her body trembled slightly, exhausted from the constant nausea, while Rigger murmured incantations and applied healing magic to ease her suffering. Rigger laughed. In the end, the girl really wasn't doing well when they had asked. Even with the ship docked, the gentle ripples had already caused some discomfort for Eris, but it was still manageable. However, the moment they boarded, she collapsed in less than 5 minutes, overwhelmed by severe nausea and dizziness. Rigger had to take care of her, constantly using healing magic. It was impressive for him to see that the normally determined and fierce girl was now completely vulnerable, defeated by a mere boat. As he took care of her, Rigger recalled how she used to be when they first met. Back then, Eris acted however she pleased and irritated him like a spoiled child, always explosive and aggressive. At first, he only tolerated her because of Ghislaine. But over time, as she grew to trust him, he noticed her attitude changing drastically. Maybe it was the cruel circumstances that no longer allowed her to act as she once did. Maybe it was because she had stopped being treated as the young lady of the Boreas mansion and was treated like any other person in the Iron Legion. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. But what mattered was that, somehow, she had adapted remarkably well to the life of an adventurer and traveler. She was also incredibly determined and dedicated to her training, tirelessly pushing herself to catch up to them. He couldn't recall seeing anyone else with such determination and talent in all his time in this world. Now, after so much time together and after all the changes she had gone through, he understood her personality more or less. Though she was still aggressive, she only displayed that side of herself in combat or when someone insulted someone she considered important. A perfect example was when she exploded with rage upon learning that people in the Great Forest didn't like Ghislaine. She was still fierce, still stubborn, but it was clear that she deeply cared for the people in their group. A true tsundere, as they would say in his previous world. The thought amused him. Eris, however, did not share his amusement. She lifted her pale face, her eyes watery and irritated from the debilitating condition. "Our Rigger, is it still far?" Her voice was sluggish, laden with exhaustion and despair. He sighed, letting his laughter fade. The amusement of seeing Eris out of her usual self was replaced by a pang of sympathy. She was truly suffering. The ship's rocking was completely destroying her. He recalled an anime from his past life where dragon slayers were incredibly powerful on land but became utterly useless upon stepping onto a ship or vehicle. The resemblance made him smile slightly. He shifted his gaze to the ocean below, vast and turbulent. Activating his magic eye, he scanned the churning depths for any sign of sea monsters. Nothing. Apparently, they were safe for now. Turning back, he saw Ghislaine sitting on a bench, arms crossed, her expression attentive. The woman was clearly concerned about Eris, staying close to protect her, though there was nothing she could do to ease her suffering. Rigger approached and said firmly, "Ghislaine, I'm going down for a bit to get Eris off the ship." Ghislaine raised an eyebrow but said nothing. She knew Rigger well enough to trust that he wouldn't throw himself to his death, and this wasn't the most ridiculous thing she had seen him do. Without waiting for a response, he crouched, wrapped his arms around Eris, and lifted her in one fluid motion. The girl was still dizzy, only half conscious. In a bold leap, Rigger hurled himself into the stormy sea, cutting through the air and plunging into the raging waters below. POV, Eris Boreas Greyrat. I had been in a bad mood for the past few days. I wasn't sure exactly when it started, but it was something that had been growing inside me. Rigger, who always trained with me and told me all sorts of stories, now seemed to be distancing himself more and more. Every time he and Ghislaine talked about my progress, I felt excited, especially after reaching the advanced level. It was as if, suddenly, the words they always said about my talent had become real. I really was talented. I could stand on the same level as them. But now he didn't train with me anymore. After the battle against the assassins in Meles, where, once again, I was left out for being considered weak, Aisha became his disciple. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal, but on top of that, ever since then, he only had eyes for Ghislaine. And when he did decide to teach someone something, it was always Aisha. Before she arrived, he trained me every day, always reinforcing how talented I was. But after, everything changed. When he trained himself, he chose Ghislaine as his partner. It made sense. She was stronger. More experienced. But that didn't mean I liked seeing them together all the time. It's not that I didn't like Aisha, in fact, I adored the girl. She was energetic, cute, and always complimented my hair or told me how strong I was. And I didn't have anything against Ghislaine either. She was my master, the woman I respected as the best swordswoman in the world. But even so, I couldn't ignore this strange feeling growing inside me. I was jealous. I wanted Rigger to go back to how he used to be. Recently, I saw Idar asking Lilia to teach him how to cook. That gave me an idea. If I learned as well, maybe I could be more useful to the group. Maybe Rigger would start training me again if I showed that I was making an effort. So, without telling anyone, I secretly asked Lilia to teach me. That would definitely make a difference. When we arrived in Westport, Rigger and Ghislaine were always together. He looked at her in a different way, an intense, lustful gaze. A look I had seen before in the mansion. I knew what it was. My mother had explained these things to me from a young age. Rigger wanted to do that with Ghislaine. Without me even asking, Lilia came to talk to me about the mating season of beastmen and how it affected them. So that was why they were acting like that. I looked at myself. I didn't have the same physical features as Ghislaine. Rigger always seemed to glance at her chest, even if discreetly. But me. I didn't have much to show. Lilia said they would grow over time. Humph. But why was I even thinking about this? Why did I want him to notice me that way? Every time these thoughts invaded my mind, I felt strange. My face burned, my heart pounded, and I couldn't explain why. It was irritating. I shouldn't care about this. But for some reason, I did. At least we had a lot of fun at the beach while waiting, and I learned how to swim. Aisha had learned too, and that was a small victory before our great journey. However, as soon as we finally boarded the ship that would take us to the central continent, I discovered something I utterly hated: boats. The constant rocking was unbearable, and I barely lasted 5 minutes before being overwhelmed by a crushing wave of nausea. All she remembered were blurry flashes of Rigger holding her hair while she vomited on the deck, his rough voice letting out laughter as he teased her, and the momentary relief that came every time he used healing magic. Suddenly, Eris opened her eyes. The wind hit her face, cool and damp, carrying the strong scent of the sea. Her red hair was wildly tousled by the breeze, and salty droplets sprayed against her skin. Confused, she blinked a few times and looked around. What she saw left her stunned. The vast, endless ocean stretched out in every direction like an infinite blue abyss. The ship was continuing its course in the distance, gradually moving away, and then she realized she was no longer on the ship. She was in Rigger's arms. He held her firmly, carrying her like a princess, leaping periodically over the surface of the sea. With each jump, he created ice platforms beneath his feet, which shattered the moment he propelled himself forward again. Her heart pounded when she noticed something even more embarrassing. Rigger was now shirtless. The warmth of his body contrasted with the cool sea breeze, and Eris became acutely aware of how close they were, his heated skin pressing intimately against hers. Rigger smiled as he noticed she had awakened. "Feeling better now?" he asked, his tone slightly amused. Eris blinked in surprise. It was only then that she realized, yes, the discomfort had faded. The unbearable nausea that had tormented her aboard the ship felt like a distant memory. The rocking of the ocean no longer affected her while she was in Rigger's arms. But before she could respond, she became fully aware of their position and turned bright red. Her face burned, heat rising from her neck to her ears. Unable to look at him directly, she murmured softly. "Why yes, it's a little better now." Rigger's smile widened. "Good. Running all the way across the sea isn't exactly practical, and we don't know what kind of monsters might be lurking here, but we can walk for a bit so you don't have to suffer the entire time. This way, you can at least enjoy the view. Don't you think it's beautiful?" Eris lifted her eyes and followed his gaze, taking in the scene around them. The turbulent waves crashed against each other, forming swirling white foam. Lightning streaked through the dark clouds, illuminating the stormy chaos of the ocean for brief moments. The fury of nature unfolded before them, a violent yet grand spectacle. When Eris looked back at Rigger, she saw his golden eyes glowing intensely, reflecting the flashes of lightning above. His silver hair billowed in the wind, his tail swayed eagerly, and his expression was serene, almost mesmerized by the scene. "It may be a natural disaster," he said, still gazing upward, "but there's a certain beauty in the violence of nature, isn't there?" Eris didn't respond immediately. In fact, she realized she couldn't take her eyes off him. Her heart pounded in a different way, a new and unfamiliar sensation filling her chest. When she finally noticed that she had been staring at him for too long, she quickly turned her head, trying to hide the deep blush on her face. "Yes, it's very beautiful." If someone were to ask Eris in the future when exactly she had truly fallen in love with Rigger, she would always describe this moment. POV, Rigger Adoldia. After running across the stormy sea for a while, Rigger felt his instincts flare. Something dangerous was nearby. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the ocean, far ahead of the ship's path. He could sense the presence of a creature powerful enough to pose a real threat. A fierce smile spread across his face. It had been a long time since he had a real fight, aside from Ghislaine, but their battles weren't meant to be lethal. The last true battle had been at the Joy Lore estate. He had developed some new techniques he wanted to test but never had the chance. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Excitement built up inside him as his mind worked quickly. The monster probably wouldn't cross paths with the ship, so if he wanted to fight it, he would have to go to it. However, when he turned to inform Eris about his plans, he noticed something unexpected. She was fast asleep in his arms, her head resting against his chest. Even with him leaping across the water, she had managed to fall asleep. She really was exhausted. He thought, observing her peaceful expression. The seasickness had drained her over the past few days, and without proper rest, her body had finally given in. With agile movements, he returned to the ship's deck. As he landed smoothly, he noticed that many passengers and merchants were staring at him in shock, their mouths agape. Some whispered among themselves, as if unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Ignoring their stares, he walked straight toward Ghislaine, who remained fixed on the ocean. Her eye patch was lifted, meaning she was also paying attention to something. "You're going to fight that thing?" she asked, without turning around. Rigger raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Yes. You were watching." "Of course. You were carrying Eris, so I decided to keep an eye on you." "Be careful, Rigger. I can't gauge its exact strength, my senses don't reach that deep. But judging by the amount of mana I can detect, it must be dangerous." Rigger nodded with an eager grin. "I'll be careful." That's when little Aisha approached, her eyes shining with excitement. "Master, take me to the water later." Rigger glanced at Lilia, who already had a disapproving look on her face. He chuckled softly and said, "Maybe when the sea is calmer." He then carefully handed the sleeping Eris to Lilia and added, "Let her sleep as much as possible. She's exhausted." Lilia held the girl securely and nodded. "Where's Idar?" "He said he'd stay in the cabin with Skoll to keep him company," Lilia replied. "All right. Let the captain and the crew know that there might be some noise, but the ship won't be affected. The creature is a bit far from here." Lilia acknowledged his request with a nod, and Aisha grinned. "Good luck, master." Rigger ruffled her hair playfully, making the girl giggle with delight. Then, without hesitation, he leaped back into the sea, racing toward the location where he had sensed the monster's presence. The stormy ocean opened before him, welcoming his next challenge. Chapter 83, The Sword That Sets the Ocean on Fire. The stormy sea roared around Rigger as he ran across its surface, creating ice platforms. It looked simple from the outside, But he had to use ice magic at the exact moment his foot touched the water, and with his speed, this required refined control. The wind howled in his ears, rain lashed against his face, waves crashed violently, and the salty scent of the ocean mixed with the electricity crackling around him. But he did not waver. His eyes were locked onto the abyss below, the impenetrable darkness where he sensed the monster's presence, seemingly motionless. The feeling of danger grew with every step. When he finally reached the exact point where the threat lay hidden, Rigger leapt, tearing through the air before diving straight into the deep sea. The water wrapped around him like a cold mantle, muffling the sounds of the storm above. Immediately, he began gathering mana in his throat, howling magic vibrating like a suppressed thunderclap, and lightning flickered along the blade of Tsukikage, casting a blue glow into the black ocean. The blade roared silently, thirsting for battle. Normally, Rigger would not be able to breathe underwater, but he had prepared. A thin oxygen pocket, formed with wind and water magic, surrounded him, unstable and fragile, sustained by the magic he had learned to control on the shores of Westport. He had experimented with several types of magic to find a way to breathe underwater. Barrier magic was one of them, but it blocked air and oxygen, preventing him from breathing even on the surface. Now, with his recent advancements, he had discovered how to let certain things pass through while blocking others. Eventually, he might find an efficient way to breathe underwater, but for now, it was unfeasible. Allowing only oxygen molecules to pass required control at a molecular level, something he had yet to master with barrier magic. As for this thin barrier of wind and water, he knew any major impact or shockwave could dissipate it. Still, it was a success, at least for exploration. If combat was not involved, he could navigate the seas this way. But right now, he wasn't worried about that. He wasn't planning to fight underwater, he just needed to lure the monster out. His focus was on the depths. And then, he saw it. Emerging from the darkness like a living mountain, the Kraken slowly revealed its colossal form. It wasn't just big, it was overwhelming. Its shapeless mass moved hypnotically, impossible to measure precisely, but Rigger was certain it was at least 3 or 4 times larger than an adult blue dragon. Its skin was a deep, dark blue, rough and textured like volcanic crust from the ocean floor. Tentacles as thick as fortress pillars extended into the void, sliding lazily, but each one was capable of crushing ships with a single movement. Its eyes, until now closed, were immense circles of pale, milky light, reflecting the glow of Tsukikage as the blade illuminated the depths. A vortex of bubbles and currents churned around the beast, and the water pressure seemed to double, crushing everything nearby. Rigger's body screamed in warning. Every instinct told him this monster was no ordinary creature. But the adrenaline coursing through his veins only made him smile. He didn't hesitate. With a muffled roar through the water, he opened his mouth and unleashed his magic. The howling magic exploded in waves, reverberating through the ocean like underwater thunder. The force of his roar spread through the sea, displacing massive volumes of water, sending violent vibrations directly at the Kraken, stunning it. For a moment, there was silence. And then, the creature responded. A deep, monstrous sound tore through the depths. It wasn't just a roar of fury, it was something more primal, something that made the very ocean vibrate with a spectral echo. The Kraken's cry wasn't just heard, it was felt, as if every molecule of water trembled with its wrath. Rigger charged forward without hesitation, raising Tsukikage. The blade crackled with concentrated electricity as he swung, shouting. Lightning. A massive bolt shot through the ocean like divine judgment, slicing through the depths with a blinding flash of blue and white. The current traveled straight into the Kraken, exploding against its massive body. The shock reverberated violently, sending electric arcs throughout the water, momentarily illuminating every grotesque detail of the creature. Twisting tentacles moved erratically as electricity danced across its rough skin. The entire ocean convulsed from the impact. Submerged rocks shifted, smaller creatures fled in a frenzy, and even the water pressure itself seemed to change. But then, as the light faded, Rigger saw it. The Kraken was still there. Its colossal body merely undulated slowly, its dark skin now covered in scorched burns, but still intact. And then, like a nightmare emerging from the abyss, it began to move. Massive tentacles rose, their movements appearing slow and heavy due to their sheer size, but Rigger knew. If he was caught, he would be crushed instantly. The smile returned to his face. Rigger manipulated the water around him and began ascending rapidly, propelling himself toward the surface like an arrow shot from the depths. Behind him, the enraged Kraken pursued, displacing millions of liters of water in its relentless chase. With every passing second, Rigger analyzed the fight. It wasn't really affected by a lightning strike that powerful. He climbed higher, feeling the water pressure decrease as he neared the stormy sky. The beast still chased him, its overwhelming presence filling the ocean below. How am I going to kill this thing? His body soared at high speed, slicing through the water like a razor. His mind focused on tactics. The Kraken was far too resilient, or maybe the scale of his attacks wasn't affecting its enormous body as much. The lightning strike had left a major wound, but it hadn't paralyzed or severely harmed it. His howling magic, despite its overwhelming power, had only made the creature roar in anger, it hadn't dealt real damage. Rigor realized he couldn't rely on a single attack to defeat it. He would need to gather almost all of his mana into a final strike to ensure its death, but he didn't have time for that in a prolonged battle. He needed to find another way. Something that would lead him to victory. This is exactly what I expected, Rigor thought as his fierce grin widened. He recalled the stories from his previous world, told as legends in the mythologies of various religions. The Kraken. A legend of the depths, a monster capable of sinking even the largest ships, controlling storms, and consuming the sea with its fury. He remembered how mythology was full of exaggerations and distortions, but at that moment, he knew that the monster before him was no mere invention. As the creature approached, its immense body seeming to stretch endlessly in the black water, Rigor felt an almost supernatural suction force, as if the entire sea were being pulled into the abyss. The Kraken, its tentacles shifting, extended one toward him, attempting to drag him into its deadly maw. The pull of the suction was overwhelming, forcing Rigor to struggle against the water, which seemed to have a will of its own. His survival instinct flared in his mind. What is this? Some kind of magic, he growled, focusing his mana with the full force of his will. A flash of light, and with an explosive motion, Rigor shot out of the water, using his burst step as propulsion. The impact of the water was enough to throw him slightly off course, but he didn't stop. He kept running across the surface, the wind slicing against his face and the roar of the storm filling his ears. He launched several freezing novas in different places, ensuring he had platforms to step on next. Suddenly, a massive shadow rose from the water, a tentacle towering like a mountain, surging toward him. With sharp reflexes, Rigor used flash step, throwing himself to the side, but the tentacle passed just inches from him, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Now, outside the water, he could finally see the true extent of the monster. The creature was over 300 meters long, its grotesque skin marked by a massive burn scar from lightning, but the Kraken was regenerating at an alarming speed, the muscles in its tentacles contracting with indescribable power. It regenerates? Rigor thought, surprised, but he knew what he had to do. The Kraken lunged forward again, furious. Its tentacles slashed through the sea like sharp blades. Rigor roared in defiance and readied his sword, Tsukikage, igniting it with violent flames. He positioned himself atop a floating iceberg he had created, his stance precise, his intent to cut the beast to pieces forged through the perfection of his training. As the tentacle closed in, he launched himself forward at incredible speed, slicing through the air with uncontrollable fury. The long sword of light cleaved through the tentacle with a force that defied human limits, a metallic clang echoing as the creature's flesh was severed. Normally, a long sword of this level wouldn't be enough to cut through the tentacle, but his raw physical strength, combined with the additional sharpness generated by Tsukikage's heat, made it possible. The Kraken howled, an unimaginable pain resonating through its cry as it rapidly retreated to the ocean depths. The severed tentacle crashed into the sea with a thunderous splash, sending water spraying in all directions. The sheer weight of the massive limb was immense. In a frenzied attack, the Kraken hurled its severed tentacle back into the ocean, creating a colossal wave that forced Rigor to leap back into the water. He plunged in, feeling the crushing pressure surround him, but when he looked down, his blood ran cold. Down in the depths, the Kraken's eyes were locked onto him, a luminous and electric fury beginning to pulse from the creature's tentacles. It was as if the sea itself was its ally. Suddenly, the ocean exploded with electricity. Lightning arced and concentrated, shooting toward him like a web of destruction. Rigor's instincts screamed as he threw up a magical barrier with all his might. The magic flared brightly, but the speed of the lightning was unparalleled. The impact was brutal. The barrier shattered like glass, and he was launched out of the water, his body paralyzed as the electricity surged through his nerves. The pain was immense, but his mind remained sharp. He could feel his body rapidly recovering as his healing magic activated. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, focusing to clear the haze of dizziness, his senses disoriented and water flooding his ears. When he opened them, he was floating in the raging sea, the Kraken looming just ahead, a tentacle rising, ready to crush him. Without hesitation, Rigor froze the sea beneath him and used flash step to evade, gaining distance and narrowly avoiding the devastating strike. He could see the beast regenerating, its tentacles moving with the speed and ferocity of a storm. But he wasn't intimidated. He felt the adrenaline surging through his veins, his muscles primed for battle, his spirit unbreakable. He let out a fierce laugh, a mix of madness and sheer will to win. The Kraken came for him, but Rigor wouldn't retreat. He charged forward, his dual swords glowing, and the sea itself seemed to shrink before his resolve. The Kraken's roar and the howling wind merged into a symphony of chaos as the warrior prepared to face the titan of the depths, without fear, without hesitation. It was time to test one of his new barrier techniques, but Rigor had to stay alert. He still didn't fully understand how the Kraken had unleashed lightning, but one thing was certain, if he let his guard down again, it could be the end. The danger this monster posed was immense, and Rigor was starting to believe that this wasn't just an S-class beast, this was something beyond that. Without hesitation, Rigor charged forward with ferocious speed toward the creature, his determination burning as fiercely as the magic he was beginning to channel. He poured his fire mana to the absolute limit into his blade, feeling the sword vibrate with accumulated heat, the flames crackling wildly along its edge, shifting into hues of blue and violet. The Kraken did not lag behind, surging forward with the overwhelming force of the waves, its presence dominating the ocean as it prepared another attack. In the instant the Titan launched one of its tentacles to crush him, Rigger leaped, dodging with precision. The Kraken, cunning, noticed the warrior's momentary vulnerability in the air and struck with another massive blow. But that was when Rigger did something incredible, something that defied common logic and gravity. He stepped on the air. For a brief moment, his silhouette remained suspended, defying natural laws, and then he took another step, and another. His feet touched invisible barriers, platforms created instantly through barrier magic. The Kraken tried to follow his movement, retreating as it did, but Rigger had already understood the beast's attack pattern. He continued walking through the air, dodging with impressive lightness, his body advancing toward the colossal creatures ahead. When he reached the perfect spot, Rigger locked eyes with the monster, his breath steadying for a moment before he pronounced the name of his technique in a firm, cutting voice. Hellish Slash. A roaring flame exploded from his blade, and a wave of purple fire was unleashed like a voracious blade. The magic tore through the air with a thunderous sound and struck the Kraken's flesh with terrifying impact. The creature howled in agony, a monstrous cry that reverberated across the ocean. Its massive body writhed as the purple flames spread, consuming its skin and continuing to burn despite the sea's moisture. In a desperate instinct, the Kraken submerged, trying to extinguish the hellish fire eating away at its body. But the flames would not go out so easily. Instead, they spread across the water's surface like a flaming tsunami, turning the ocean into a chaotic, overwhelming spectacle of purple and orange. The waves burned as if the sea itself had caught fire. Rigger felt the adrenaline pumping through his veins. The more he used the technique, the more he felt it becoming a part of him. It still took time to charge the necessary energy to execute it fully, but with his practice advancing and the drastic reduction in mana cost, 9 times lower than at the beginning, it was finally becoming usable in real combat, especially against a colossal monster like this that did not attack quickly. He landed lightly on the ocean's surface, hopping onto small magical barrier platforms. Reaching this level of control over barrier magic had not been easy. Among all magic types, his aptitude for barriers was the second weakest, surpassed only by divine attack, and executing this technique without a chant required absurd concentration. Moreover, it was still imperfect. Rigger constantly needed to adjust his direction using wind magic and compensate for unexpected deviations with burst step. He would never attempt aerial combat against an agile opponent, as his mobility was still vulnerable, but against the Kraken, a predominantly aquatic creature, its attacks above water were much easier to predict. This gave him the opportunity to test his new abilities without as much risk. His predatory eyes searched for the creature, now diving into the water in agony, sinking into the depths. But he did not hesitate. With a single burst of speed, Rigger shot after it, pursuing with supersonic velocity. His body sliced through the water like a projectile, and as he closed in, he prepared his other new technique. He gripped his short sword, Night Hunter, firmly, positioning it in front of him as the heat of his earth mana condensed around the blade. The Kraken, still burning, thrashed wildly in the depths, trying to escape the pain consuming it. But Rigger would not allow it. Chapter 84, Zeroth, Lord of Storms. Rigger did not hesitate. With an explosive push that shattered the barrier he was using as a foothold in the sky, he dove after the Kraken. The monstrous creature, its tentacles dragging through the depths, was diving to escape further attacks, trying to buy time to regenerate from the wounds inflicted by the brutal battle. The Kraken, aware of its vulnerability, descended faster and faster, its massive form fading into the dark abyss, but Rigger was not so easily deterred. Using his burst step magic, he accelerated his descent, mimicking the speed of a projectile. The ocean around him seemed like it wanted to swallow him whole, but he didn't care. He wouldn't let the Kraken escape so easily. As the Kraken submerged rapidly, creating a whirlpool that threatened to engulf anything nearby, Rigger simply tore through it with the speed and brutality of a wild beast. Reaching the monster, in one fluid motion, he pierced the creature's tentacle with Night Hunter, and in the next instant, the magic he had accumulated in the blade was unleashed. The Kraken's pain was immediate. Within the tentacle, the earth trembled, and numerous spike spheres began to grow, shredding the creature's limb in a spectacle of destruction. The magic used was earth thorns, but on a completely different scale. Moreover, the slow petrification poison from Night Hunter seeped into the Kraken and started taking effect, making the beast let out a guttural roar of agony, its powerful tentacles thrashing violently in the depths. But then, something strange happened when the monster looked at Rigger. The Kraken's gigantic eyes glowed with an incandescent red, and at that moment, Rigger felt reality disintegrating around him. He didn't understand what was happening. He vanished. Suddenly, he found himself on a boat, calm and peaceful, floating on a small lake in the great forest. The soft sunlight illuminated everything around him, and the sound of the flowing water was soothing. His mother, Celine, was frying fish at the edge of the boat, and Verdia was beside him, telling him about one of her many adventures. His mind was in utter confusion. It was as if he had been asleep for a long time. He felt safe, at peace, but something wasn't right. With a puzzled smile, he looked at Verdia. "Master, I had a really strange dream." He sat on the edge of the boat, the words barely leaving his lips. His body was relaxed, as if he had just woken up from a long sleep, and the sounds of the forest enveloped him. His master looked at him, and suddenly, her expression turned serious. "Wake up, Rigger." As he heard those words, reality shattered into pieces, and an overwhelming headache assaulted him. The Kraken's guttural roar echoed in his mind, and suddenly, he was back in the depths. The Kraken's giant tentacle was wrapped around him, now with monstrous strength. He was violently pulled through the waters and hurled with inhuman force, his body crashing against a coral formation at the bottom of the sea. The impact was brutal, shattering part of the coral structure. Even underwater, if Rigger hadn't awakened and used his Tuki, he might have been in a near-death state. Even with his naturally strong physical body, the force was overwhelming. But he wasn't in much better shape. He couldn't breathe. Water forced its way into his lungs with terrifying pressure, and he felt like he was about to drown right then and there. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, his bones were broken, lacerations and cuts covered his entire body, and he could barely move his muscles, let alone use magic. Every attempt to manipulate the water and expel the liquid from his lungs failed due to the disorientation and pain. He was covered in wounds and bruises. The dark waters around him felt like a prison, and he was barely holding on to consciousness. His entire body was in a deplorable state. When he finally managed to hold his breath as best as he could, he noticed something. The sea was glowing, but the light was not from a normal source. His instincts screamed at him, warning of an imminent and certain death. It was as if the very ocean was alive and watching him with fury. With no other options, he opened a hole in the seabed and, in a frantic motion, swam clumsily into it, sealing it shut as best as he could, his high level of control over earth magic being the only reason for his success. At the bottom of the ocean, lightning controlled by the Kraken began bombarding the coral formations and everything around, illuminating the sea in a dance of light and darkness. Rigger could barely comprehend what was happening. He didn't know if he was still dreaming, if he had been caught in an illusion, or if he was truly in mortal danger. Everything was being destroyed around him, and his disorientation was immense. He was out of control, his senses in shambles. The regeneration magic he barely kept active was the only reason he was still conscious. And even so, he felt like his mind was about to break under the pressure. He swallowed more salt water. Again. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. His perception was completely distorted. He saw the coral formations around him and felt the electricity in the water, but everything was a whirlwind. He couldn't think, couldn't process anything. He just acted, driven by instinct, fighting to survive. He looked in one direction and saw a massive tentacle falling toward him, but behind the monster's limb, he saw the lightning raging in the distant sky. He didn't question it. Finding his escape route, he simply acted. He took a gamble, using a technique he had only theorized about and never tested due to the dangers involved. Without fully understanding what he was doing, he gathered wind, fire, and lightning magic, making the energy flow exactly along the path he used for flash step and burst step. Lightning step. In the next second, in an explosion of lightning and fire, he shot upward at an unimaginable speed, his feet barely touching the ocean floor. The Kraken was left behind, but Rigger had no control over the situation. He lost consciousness the moment he used the technique due to the lightning affecting his body. When he opened his eyes, he coughed up a mouthful of water and hurriedly used healing magic to mend his injuries, both those inflicted by the Kraken and those he had caused to himself. He looked around. He was in freefall, his speed so great that his body spun uncontrollably in the air. The storm, rain, lightning, and winds roared around him. He was falling back into the sea at high speed. And he laughed. He could see the ship far away, Ghislaine and the other ship, so small and distant. The water below him looked like an endless abyss, and the Kraken's roar echoed in his mind as if the beast were calling him to his death. But Rigger didn't have time to think. He was moving too fast, in every direction, without understanding what was happening. First, he used wind magic to stabilize his fall, stopping his uncontrolled spinning. The Kraken was right below, a colossal black mass in the raging waters, its immense body writhing as its tentacles crackled with electricity, turning the sea into a field of liquid death. Rigger clenched his teeth, trying to catch his breath. His body still ached from the blows he had taken, the pressure of the water and the impact against the corals had left his ribs shattered, but his healing magic kept him functional. This technique is dangerous. He thought about the lightning step he had used, his golden eyes narrowing as the wind whipped against his face. If I had used it on solid ground and crashed into a mountain, I'd be in pieces right now. The resistance of the sea delayed the acceleration, and even so, I ended up flying this high. I need to improve my reaction time to an almost divine level if I want to use this properly. I don't even know if that's possible. He looked down, seeing the Kraken pulsating like a living shadow in the ocean. His heart pounded. But, putting that aside, what the hell is this monster? It was colossal. Nearly immortal. It manipulated lightning, controlled minds, and had absurd regeneration. This is insane. How did such a broken monster even come to exist? It was like fighting a nightmare given flesh, a creature seemingly designed to make survival impossible. Rigger frowned. There had to be a limit. While still falling, his mind returned to something more immediate. Tsukikage and Night Hunter. He had lost both weapons when he was thrown against the corals, he couldn't fight properly without them. But if retrieving them wasn't an immediate option, he needed another plan. Rigger took a deep breath, and flames began to swirl around him, resisting the cutting wind as he descended. He gathered an absurd amount of mana into a single compact sphere of fire before him. The fireball wasn't just hot, it was intense. Its color gradually shifted to a bluish-purple hue, incandescent like the heart of a volcano itself. This magic. He felt the raw power vibrating between his fingers. He had created it after witnessing the fire breath of the blue dragons in the dwarven territory. His mastery of the fire element was the highest among the basic elements, and just seeing the technique once was enough for him to attempt something similar. And now, he would use it. Down below, the Kraken roared, its red eyes pulsing. It saw Rigger, sensed the danger. Its tentacles began to move furiously, electrifying the water around it, preparing another attack. But Rigger noticed something. He keeps his tentacles in the water to generate electricity. It was only a fraction of a second, but it was enough. The Kraken began to move backward, trying to submerge before Rigger could unleash his magic. Too late. Rigger was falling in a straight line, at a speed breaking the sound barrier, and he thought. Dragon's breath. The sphere of compressed fire suddenly expanded, releasing a massive beam of flames in a concentrated blast. The air around it vibrated with the extreme heat. The shot was like a flaming spear, ripping through the skies and striking the Kraken before it could react. The impact was devastating, and the fiery beam didn't stop, generating an enormous amount of steam. The flames consumed the creature's skin, charring its flesh and leaving blackened scars across its colossal body. The Kraken let out a guttural roar of fury, so intense that the ocean itself shook violently in response. The sea around it became completely electrified, creating a spectacle of lightning that illuminated the depths as if a storm had exploded underwater. Rigger, still in the air, didn't wait to see the full result. He directed the wind around him, controlling the magic to slow his descent. The heat from the attack still radiated from his body as he finally landed on the ocean's surface, solidifying an ice platform beneath his feet. He took a deep breath. His wounds were almost completely healed, his ever-active regeneration keeping him intact enough to continue fighting. But he couldn't relax. Activating his magic eye, Rigger looked into the depths and saw the beast. The Kraken was still writhing, its burns visible even from afar. But now, there was something different. The monster's regeneration was slower. Just a little, but definitely slower. Rigger grinned. So even that has a limit. The first real advantage. He stood firm on the ice, feeling the mana still surging through his body. He had expended a great deal of mana, but he knew he still had much more to give, he hadn't even used half of it. In fact, he was far from reaching his limit. He could sustain himself for much longer. If this was a battle of endurance, then he could win. But something was bothering him. His mind control. The memory of the illusion was still fresh. The time spent trapped in it had been short, but the psychological impact was intense. If the Kraken managed to ensnare him again, it could become a real problem. He clenched his fists. I need to be careful with that, and I need to come up with something to counter it, fast. The battle was far from over. The sky was as dark as pitch, heavy clouds swirling violently, occasionally illuminated by lightning that tore through the darkness with a blue-white glow. The ocean raged, colossal waves rising and crashing like liquid mountains, shaking everything around them. It was absolute chaos. Despite the accumulating wounds, the Kraken remained indomitable in the depths of the sea. Electricity radiated from its flesh, crackling violently, and Rigger could smell the ozone mixed with the salty sea air every time he narrowly evaded the deadly discharges. Placing his hands on the surface of the sea, Rigger thought gleefully, I've always wanted to do this. Ice Age. The magic spread like an invisible wave, and the ocean around the Kraken began to solidify instantly. Gigantic ice crystals surged up, forming a prison that attempted to entrap the beast. But the monster roared defiantly, and with an explosion of electrical power, it shattered the frozen chains, breaking the ice blocks into thousands of fragments. Rigger retreated in a flash step, dodging the destruction with instinctive precision and sharp analysis. His magic-enhanced eyes caught the Kraken's movements, revealing the flow of mana gathering around the beast, warning him of incoming attacks. Minutes turned into hours. The battle raged on without respite. Rigger dove at one point during the battle and suffered from lightning raining down on his body, but found his swords eventually. When the Kraken went into a frenzy, its tentacles descended like divine hammers, crushing everything in their path, generating monstrous waves that nearly swallowed Rigger whole. Thunder and winds howled, creating an apocalyptic scene where fire, water, and electricity clashed. The entire ocean had become a battlefield, with columns of steam rising whenever Rigger's flames collided with the sea's surface. The Kraken's illusion never caught him again. Rigger avoided its glowing red eyes at all costs. The monster tried to deceive him whenever possible, keeping his mind under constant threat, but Rigger was quick, instinctive, and relentless. Lightning roared from both the heavens and the depths, crackling all around, scorching the air with raw energy. From time to time, Rigger felt the shocks burning his skin, his muscles convulsing painfully with each electric burst escaping from the Kraken. Other times, the tentacles struck with brutal force, slamming him into the turbulent waters or shattering any ice formation he tried to use as support. Yet, he fought on with supernatural resilience. His swords, Tsukikage and Night Hunter, were his fangs. Tsukikage burned with flames and lightning, cutting through flesh and searing it simultaneously, while Night Hunter injected its lethal venom, spreading petrification through the beast's body. Each slash, each spell, slowed the Kraken's regeneration bit by bit. Rigger didn't realize it in the heat of combat, but something inside him was changing. His mastery of Tuki was evolving in real time. His flow became more precise, allowing for lethal counterattacks. His long sword of light found natural openings in the Kraken's defenses, landing deep, devastating strikes. The North God techniques became second nature, letting him deceive and strike with effortless precision. His ferocity grew. His body responded faster. His strength and endurance sharpened as his will to hunt this monster burned brighter. The battle had become a test of endurance. The Kraken, an ancient beast, had faced countless foes over its existence. Creatures of its caliber possessed some intelligence and understood their enemies. Humanoids, no matter how powerful, always had limits to their stamina. The Kraken had devoured thousands of warriors who thought they could defeat it, mages who relied too much on their magic, swordsmen who underestimated its regenerative abilities. It just had to wait. Its monstrous vitality and healing factor had always ensured its victory. But this time, something was wrong. As the fight dragged on, this little being only became fiercer, wilder, his stamina seemed boundless. On the other hand, the Kraken's regeneration was slowing. Its wounds, which once sealed rapidly, now took longer to heal. Its flesh hardened in places where Night Hunter's venom had spread. And worst of all, Rigger was still standing. Still fighting viciously. The Kraken's eyes gleamed again, but not to hypnotize. This time, they shone with something else, something it had only felt once before. Fear. Long ago, it had battled another terrifying opponent, a human warrior clad in golden armor wielding a blade of radiant light, a man who could cleave the ocean and split mountains. Now, it felt that same dread again. It was staring death in the face. Rigger grinned savagely. His victory was becoming inevitable. The monster began to retreat, sinking into the depths, trying to escape. But Rigger wouldn't allow it. This battle of endurance. I won. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air, as he charged Tsukikage with roaring lightning. His entire body radiated power, his mana boiling around him. Night Hunter was already buried inside the Kraken's eye, pulsing with venomous magic. Now, it was time to end this. This is your end. And with that, he dove into the stormy waters, ready to finish the fight once and for all. Chapter 85, The Beast and the Storm. Rigger dove into the sea, holding his breath, with Tsukikage wrapped in lightning as he pursued the Kraken. The ocean was a dark and relentless abyss, but he cut through it like a bolt of lightning slicing through a stormy sky. As he neared the colossal creature, Rigger attempted to mimic one of the monster's techniques. He raised his sword and slashed at the empty space, concentrating. Chain lightning. The electricity did not travel in a straight line but spread through the water like a web of shimmering threads, multiplying and covering the ocean in a deadly flash. The Kraken roared, its body electrocuted from all sides. Although Rigger's attack was weaker than the monster's, it was enough. Its wounds were worsening, its regeneration hindered by the petrifying poison that slowly stiffened its movements. Normally, the Kraken would resist such a poison without difficulty, but with the grievous wounds Rigger had inflicted, its body was giving in. Rigger then halted his pursuit, watching as the Kraken swam toward the depths, the vastness of the ocean seeming to tremble with its movements. He realized that if he blindly chased the Kraken, he wouldn't land a fatal blow. But now, he still had an opportunity. He channeled his power to manipulate the water around him. Controlling so much water under the sea's pressure was complicated, but he had the advantage of knowing how ocean currents worked. Ocean currents can form due to three factors: tides, winds, and differences in temperature and salinity. I can control all three with magic. Rigger grinned. He didn't need to part the sea like Moses in the Bible. He would do better. Below them, a deep-sea trench stretched like the gaping maw of a ravenous titan. He manipulated the tides, conjuring a violent whirlpool of currents that spiraled in furious torrents. Underwater tunnels of increasing pressure formed, all converging into a single path, directly toward the Kraken. The colossal being was sucked in by the brutal force of the current, dragged deeper and deeper. Rigger watched the magnificent scene unfold, thoroughly impressed. This spell deserves a name. Let's keep it simple, Ocean Current. Then, Tsukikage exploded into flames underwater, its fiery aura protected by a barrier to prevent the water from extinguishing it and to add even more pressure. Rigger gathered an absurd amount of energy, focusing extreme heat at the tip of his sword, a technique he had used once before against the Black Troll. Under the ocean's crushing pressure, reaching enough speed for a fatal strike was nearly impossible, as water resistance was far stronger than air resistance. But he had a solution. Rigger launched himself into the ocean current, using the sheer force of the water to propel him at ridiculous speeds. To withstand the pressure, he created a barrier around himself and, at the same time, used burst step consecutively, each explosion of fire and wind launching him even faster. Then, something even more astonishing happened. The water around him momentarily parted as he accelerated, creating a gas bubble around him using wind magic. It was the phenomenon of supercavitation, a hydrodynamic effect that occurs when an object moves at extreme speed in a fluid, drastically reducing water drag and allowing him to reach previously impossible speeds underwater. Blazing through the ocean like a comet of purple fire, he illuminated the abyssal depths. The Kraken finally noticed him and roared, its voice making the entire sea tremble. Its tentacles glowed with pure electricity, unleashing a massive chain lightning attack. But Rigger did not hesitate. He tore through the electrical discharges, ignoring the pain and using his healing magic as much as possible. With his barrier reinforcing him, he endured the lightning and, finally, he collided with the Kraken. The tip of Tsukikage pierced one of the monster's open wounds to the hilt. Rigger grinned. A purple explosion of flames burst from the tip of the azure sword, illuminating the ocean once more. The impact sent him flying, but he was prepared. His barrier magic protected his body, but his right arm was completely burned, flames devouring his flesh. He clenched his teeth, enduring the pain as he searched for the monster. The dense steam and raging currents distorted his vision, but he activated his magic eye. And he saw the Kraken, still alive. Almost half of its body had disappeared, obliterated by the impact, yet it still roared, its colossal mouth opening as it lunged at Rigger. He didn't think twice. He conjured the strongest lightning bolt he could. Thunder exploded across the ocean. The creature howled in pure agony, its body trembling violently as it crashed against the abyssal wall. Rocks crumbled around it, the ocean boiled with the electric discharge. The Kraken pushed its resistance to the limit, its glowing, rage-filled eyes locking onto Rigger. By instinct, the warrior averted his gaze, avoiding the monster's hypnosis, and continued firing lightning for several seconds that felt endless. The Kraken sank deeper and deeper into the abyssal wall, shattering the rocks around it, but still roaring. Until finally, its colossal cry grew weaker and weaker. And then, it ceased. The sea fell silent. Rigger held his breath for a few seconds, just to be sure. The monster lay there, lifeless, crushed into the ocean trench. Only then did he allow the tension in his shoulders to ease. But he couldn't relax. His breathing was at its limit. He turned and shot toward the surface, his body burned and exhausted. He had survived. And the Kraken was dead. Rigger propelled himself toward the surface in a frantic burst. His body was spent. This time, he had truly come close to exhausting his mana, especially after the continuous lightning barrage. Every muscle ached, begging for rest, but he ignored the pain and continued his ascent, cutting through the vast blue expanse with speed. As he broke the surface, a great jet of water rose around him, and he gasped, filling his lungs with much-needed oxygen. A searing pain burned in his chest as he inhaled deeply, the extreme effort taking its toll. His body was a mess of wounds, covered in cuts, bruises, and burns, but he was still standing. Still alive. And victorious. A laugh escaped his lips, a rough, exhausted chuckle that soon turned into triumphant laughter. The taste of victory was intense, intoxicating. He lifted his head toward the stormy skies surrounding him, watching the dark clouds swirl chaotically, lightning flashing like enraged beasts. It was as if the ocean itself was mourning the fall of its ancient sovereign. Rigger glanced around with his magic eye just to be cautious, and after seeing no immediate danger that would force him to conserve mana, he decided to change the mood of this landscape. With a decisive motion, he raised his hand to the sky and concentrated his mana. The wind around him roared in response to his call, swirling and intensifying until it formed a colossal hurricane. The air currents intertwined, growing in power, and with a single command, Rigger sent the cyclone surging against the clouds, tearing through them violently. The darkness that shrouded the sky was ripped apart, and like an explosion, the clouds were hurled in all directions. The sun pierced through the celestial breach like a divine triumph, its golden rays bathing the now coming ocean. The light reflected off the water, creating a spectacle of golden shimmer over the deep blue sea. Rigor hovered in the air, propelled by his barrier and wind magic, feeling every beam of sunlight warm his battered skin. A smile of pure delight spread across his face. There was something indescribable about this moment, an absolute sense of freedom filling every fiber of his being. The wind howled around him, the remnants of the storm now reduced to a wild breeze that only amplified the grandeur of the scene. He looked at his hands and noticed something strange. His control over Tuki felt different. More natural. Stronger. What happened? He wondered, intrigued. The battle had pushed his body to the limit, forcing him into a state where his life energy reacted instinctively. Had he, without realizing it, advanced even further in mastering Tuki? But this was not the time for introspection. He began to fall, gravity pulling him back toward the ocean. Amid the fresh air and the comforting sunlight, another realization crossed his mind. The loot. His gaze turned to the depths below, where the colossal corpse of the kraken lay, lodged in the abyssal wall. The legendary monster was dead, its era ended. But within that titan, there might still be something of value. Rigor closed his eyes for a moment and murmured a silent prayer, trusting in his luck. I hope the magic stone is still intact, though it's unlikely. Then, he gathered his energy, activating wind and water magic to allow him to breathe underwater, and dove once more, returning to the depths to claim his reward. The water was still warm, and random currents formed, stirred by the lingering aftermath of the battle. Now calmer, Rigor swam through the waves smoothly, easily maneuvering past the whirlpools that appeared suddenly. Some parts of the water still carried electricity and heat, causing steam to rise from the depths. Blocks of ice floated, solidified by thermal shock, while fragments of rock and coral littered the ocean floor, clear signs of the destruction caused by the fight. He swam down to the abyss and once again reached the immense corpse of the kraken. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed something astonishing: the body was still regenerating. Yet, without a doubt, it was dead. Its mutilated skin trembled slightly, trying to mend itself at an incredibly slow pace. Rigor frowned. Given enough time, could the monster revive? With his magic eye activated, he analyzed the remains of the abyssal titan. In his old world, he knew that octopuses had 3 hearts, but this kraken had 9. 5 had been completely destroyed by fire and electricity, while the remaining ones lay inert. Its body hid secrets Rigor could hardly begin to comprehend. After pondering this discovery, he returned to his primary objective, the kraken's magic stone. Digging through the creature's innards, he finally found the mana core. The orb was massive, about 70 centimeters in diameter, and a deep, dark blue. But it was in pieces. Shards of crystal gleamed in Rigor's hands, revealing that they had likely been shattered by the very lightning bolt that helped him defeat the monster. He sighed, resigned, but still gathered the precious fragments. His next goal was to retrieve Night Hunter. Rigor swam toward one of the kraken's eyes and pulled out the dagger, still coated in petrifying venom. He truly hadn't expected the effect to work so well on a creature like this. The venom was slow-acting, but when it took effect, it was absolutely lethal. Finally, he looked at the kraken's immense body and realized the incalculable value before him. The eyes, blood, flesh, hearts, tentacles, ink sac, everything was incredibly valuable. If he left it here, other sea beasts would soon feast on the carcass, wasting his fortune. He pondered for a moment and made a decision: he would seal the body and return to retrieve it later. First, he used ice magic to completely freeze the kraken and the water around it. It took some time, but before long, the body had transformed into a colossal ice sculpture in the depths. Next, he activated his earth magic, sealing the abyss around it and hardening the rock to the maximum. The underground sealing would ensure that no hungry beast would dig its way to the body. As a final precaution, he drew magic circles around the aquatic tomb, isolating any scent and placing an invisible barrier around it. Perhaps it was excessive, but Rigor knew this corpse was an invaluable treasure, and his ship had no way of transporting it now. After all, the kraken was 5 times larger than the boat. Finishing his work, he took one last look at the abyss, then at the vast ocean. The sea hid unbelievable secrets, and Rigor could barely wait to uncover them all. He smiled. I will eventually discover all of them. Rigor emerged from the water in a whirlwind of energy, the ocean's surface reflecting the last remnants of the storms that had now almost dissipated. Rigor thought as he looked at the clearing skies. Of course, the hurricane must have helped, but the storm had already calmed after it died. Could its mere presence have been evoking storms? How would that work? He brushed those thoughts aside and focused on finding the ship. He rose into the air, propelled by wind and the barriers he created beneath his feet. From above, he took a deep breath, allowing his beast-like senses to pick up the lingering scent trail left by the boat. Time had passed. He had fought for hours, and in that period, the ship had certainly moved on without him. However, that wasn't a problem. He landed gently on the water and, without hesitation, dashed forward, running across the ocean at high speed. His strides were precise and rapid, creating a fleeting trail of ice that dissipated shortly after his touch. He couldn't help but smile, noticing the similarity to a character from his past life, Akiji. All he was missing was a bicycle to complete the scene. As he ran, his eyes and ears remained sharp, alert for any threats from the sea. After all, this ocean had just proven it harbored unimaginable monsters. Yet, even amidst his vigilance, his mind was occupied with reflections on his own combat power. The strength of warriors in this world fluctuated strangely. For example, he was convinced that a sword emperor could kill him quickly in direct combat, not giving him any time to use magic. Even with all his strength and endurance, he would hardly match such a warrior in speed and refined technique. However, he also couldn't imagine a sword emperor defeating that kraken. That was because the battle against the sea monster had not been an ordinary fight. He had been free to use large-scale magic, exploit the environment to his advantage, and fully unleash his creativity. Against a fast and technical opponent, he wouldn't have that luxury. His jump barriers, his lightning attacks, the hellish slash, many of his techniques were still not refined enough to be instantly executed. In a speed duel, every fraction of a second was crucial. But against the kraken, he had been able to use all of them without hesitation. But a king-level warrior shouldn't be my match now. His advancement in Tuki was the reason. After that fight, he realized that few king-level warriors could truly threaten him now, unless they attacked by surprise. Since he started regaining his control over Tuki 2 weeks ago, he had been eliminating possibilities for the issue. He didn't fully understand what the real problem was, but he knew he was getting closer to an answer. The more he tried to control and dominate his beastly side, the more his body refused to obey. It was almost as if he was creating a conflict between what he was and what he thought he was. After his incident at the Joylore mansion, he had tried to suppress this savagery as much as possible. But during the fight against the kraken, he had completely surrendered to the instinctive sensation of a predator hunting its prey. He let his instincts guide him in battle, and for the first time in a long while, he felt truly free. It wasn't that he needed to behave fiercely all the time, but he began to think that maybe he had been trying to deny an essential part of himself. Something that had been part of him since coming to this world, something he had ignored and treated as a problem when it didn't have to be. Lost in these thoughts, he continued his run across the ocean, creating ice platforms to leap from time to time, drawing ever closer to the ship. Chapter 86, Letting the cat slip through your fingers. Rigger ran across the sea, creating ice platforms as support. He followed the trail left by the ship, focusing on the scent left by the passengers. Upon spotting it in the distance, he increased his speed, charging into a final sprint before powerfully leaping onto the deck. As he landed, the dull thud of his impact echoed through the ship, drawing the crew's attention. The men stared at him in astonishment, some widening their eyes, others exchanging incredulous glances. The short captain hurried toward him, breathing heavily, his expression a mix of shock and relief. "Sir! I thought you were dead," he exclaimed, panting. "We got caught in the aftermath of a battle between superpowered monsters. The waves were colossal. I was terrified when I heard you were in the sea. Where have you been? Did you see which creatures were fighting?" Rigger reflected for a moment, replaying the battle in his mind. The waters boiled with lightning, the ocean erupted in fiery explosions, and he recalled the sheer magnitude of the kraken and its absurd abilities. Taking a deep breath, he answered naturally. It was a massive kraken, dark-toned, covered in a tough crust. It controlled lightning and had red eyes. The other beast. Rigger paused briefly, observing the captain's reaction before continuing, was a creature that spewed fire and lightning and leapt through the sky. The captain's face turned pale with every word. His lips parted in a reflex of contained terror, and as understanding dawned in his mind, cold sweat began to form on his forehead. "My God. We're doomed." The men ran a trembling hand through his hair. "Zeroth. The Lord of Storms has awakened." Rigger furrowed his brow. The name meant nothing to him. Who is this Zeroth? He had learned much from his master about the world, but it wasn't as if he knew everything she did. After all, it was the accumulated knowledge of 500 years. The captain turned his gaze to the horizon, his breathing uneven. Zeroth is an octopus-like beast that fought countless heroes in the past. None ever managed to kill him. There are stories that say that, many years ago, even Saint Meles himself couldn't defeat him, only drive him away. He's a legendary creature that has brought destruction for thousands of years. Whenever he awakens, storms ravage the seas, and beaches are swallowed wherever he appears. The captain seemed genuinely frightened. In fact, even today, some coastal tribes worship him as a sea god. Rigger remained silent for a moment. Was this monster really that famous? If he told the captain that he had killed it, he'd probably be seen as either a liar or a lunatic. "Don't worry," he said simply. "The beast that spewed fire and lightning won the battle. The octopus is dead." The captain froze, staring at Rigger with wide eyes, unable to form a coherent response. His lips moved, but no words came out, just a hesitant murmur. Zeroth is dead. Ignoring the impact of the revelation, Rigger made his way to the ship's quarters. As he walked through the corridors, the scent of damp wood and salty air filled the space. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a serene scene. Eris slept soundly in Lilia's lap, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, exhausted. Beside her, Aisha sat with a book in her hands, tracing the words with her finger while murmuring softly. When she noticed his presence, her eyes lit up, and she prepared to shout with joy, but upon remembering that Eris was sleeping, she simply smiled and whispered, "Welcome back, Master." Next to Aisha, Ghislaine was sitting, helping her learn to read and write. Rigger had told her that teaching others was an efficient way to learn faster. When she lifted her gaze to Rigger, her tail began to sway slightly. "Did you succeed?" she asked, her voice firm but tinged with curiosity. Rigger smiled and dropped the large sack he was carrying. As it opened, it revealed the magic stone he had collected, only now in pieces, their massive sizes gleaming under the dim light of the room. Silence fell over them. Lilia widened her eyes, her mouth slightly open in absolute shock. Aisha, on the other hand, looked at it with curiosity. Ghislaine narrowed her eyes and crouched down to inspect the stones, her fingers gliding over their rough surfaces. "I've never seen magic stones this big. Not even dragons have something like this," she murmured, impressed. Her lupin eyes turned to Rigger, her voice firm and inquisitive. "I could feel the mana fluctuations from the battle. I saw time and mana surge like never before. What kind of monster did you fight?" Rigger crossed his arms, thoughtful. "I'll tell the story when Eris and Idar are here to listen too." He then turned to Lilia, who was still staring at the stones. "Has she woken up at all?" he asked, referring to Eris. Lilia blinked a few times before composing herself. "No. She's been completely exhausted since we returned." Rigger nodded. "All right. I'll go see Idar and Skoll." Aisha waved energetically, a bright smile on her face, while Ghislaine simply observed him with a watchful gaze. Rigger cast one last glance at Eris, then at the magic stones he had brought, before leaving the room to meet his other companions. Rigger walked through the ship until he reached the place where Skoll and Idar were staying. The room was spacious, with an entrance that led directly to the deck, offering a wide view of the ocean. He approached and knocked twice before stepping inside. As he opened the door, the scene before him was unexpected. Skoll was holding Idar's head between his teeth. The moment he saw Rigger, he quickly let go, wagging his tail and feigning innocence. Rigger raised an eyebrow, suspicious, while Idar stood up, flustered, adjusting his clothes. Trying to divert attention from the embarrassing situation, Idar asked, "How was the battle?" "I could feel the tremors even from here." Rigger noticed the attempted distraction but decided to spare him from awkward questions. "It was a pretty big one this time," he replied casually. He then walked over to Skoll and started stroking his soft fur. The large wolf took the opportunity to try licking his face in every possible way, but Rigger skillfully dodged. "What did they feed Skoll?" he asked, still laughing at Skoll's frustrated attempts. Idar thought for a moment before answering, "Lots of fish. He doesn't have to worry about bones, so he ate them without any trouble." Rigger settled beside Skoll, who lay down, turning into a warm, fluffy couch. Idar sat in a nearby chair, watching Rigger with a thoughtful expression. "Do you know what path you'll follow for the rest of your life, Idar?" Rigger asked, looking straight at him. Idar chuckled before responding. "I think I do, but it keeps changing all the time." Rigger continued stroking Skoll and said, "Sounds easy. You can change whenever you want." Idar responded casually, "I really believe that things happen for a reason. Meeting you and the others in the Great Forest was a turning point for me," Idar began, his voice carrying a mix of emotion and conviction. "I can have as many doubts as I want, I can make mistakes, but even so, I can keep moving forward. It's actually easy, but that's because I don't really have anyone depending on me besides my grandmother and my brother, and they're already safe. I've always believed in my own talent, even after meeting you all, and in the future, I still want to become a powerful warrior and leave my mark on the world." He looked directly at Rigger. "You're different. You carry a lot on your shoulders, including my own expectations. It might seem silly or idealistic in your eyes, but as long as I follow you, I feel like I can accomplish anything. And you've been proving that to be true ever since we left the Great Forest. I've noticed you've been more fierce lately, but honestly, I don't mind. I decided to follow you, and that's what I'll do, as long as you keep protecting my family and don't change who you really are." Rigger crossed his arms and pondered for a moment before letting out a light sigh. He wasn't too worried about his change and had only asked casually, but it was good to know that his shift wouldn't drive his friend away. "Isn't that kind of fanatical?" he teased. Idar shrugged and laughed. "What are you complaining about? Just keep moving forward. You're already on a path you can't turn back from now. I can simply believe that you can do anything and pray, and you have to be able to do anything." "Ha ha ha ha." Rigger laughed along, relaxing for a moment. And then, a sudden flash shone. His hand crackled with electricity, the hairs on his arm stood on end. A grin spread across his face as he looked at Idar. But what? Idar started to say, but there was no time. He tried to draw his sword and step back, but it was too late. A loud bang echoed, and Idar's screams filled the room. On the deck, the crew stopped what they were doing and looked fearfully in the direction of the cabin. The rest of the journey went by without major issues. The sea remained calm, and Rigger spent the days training. Many times, he cast healing magic on Eris, and he noticed she had become calmer around him. Whenever possible, he froze the surface of the water so he and Ghislaine could spar without damaging the ship. However, no matter how much he tried to focus, he felt his instincts sharpening more and more with the mating season. It was a strange, almost frustrating feeling. His body craved something, and every time he looked at Ghislaine, he got excited without even realizing it. But fortunately, they were still at sea, and he had plenty of distractions to keep his mind occupied, his Tuki training, magic practice, sparring with Idar, and teaching Eris and Aisha. Even so, Ghislaine seemed to notice that he was avoiding her. However, instead of confronting him, she simply said nothing. But what was even more confusing was that every time Rigger looked at her, she would subtly seduce him, provoking him in small ways. Yet she never spoke directly, maybe because she never had to before. These thoughts kept hammering in Rigger's mind. Should he just go for it? He started weighing the pros and cons. The pros were that Ghislaine was incredibly hot. Totally his type. Strong. Hard-working. Determined. Fierce. Loyal. He was 95% sure he could beat her in a direct fight now. But honestly, she probably wouldn't even want to fight in the first place. If he was direct, she'd agree easily. The cons. Well, little Rigger was only 13 centimeters, which was actually pretty good for his age, honestly. But did that matter? Things could get weird after the mating season. He was only 11 years old, but then again, in this world, that was much more normal. Besides, his mind had over 30 years of experience. So, in the end, did it really matter? He kept weighing the points as he looked out at the sea, feeling the salty wind against his face. His tail swayed from side to side, reflecting his indecision. But after a while, he made his decision. The pros outweighed the cons. I was thinking about embracing my wild nature more, wasn't I? This is what my body wants, he murmured to himself, firm in his choice. Before he could think further, he heard a voice calling his name. Rigger. It was Ghislaine. He quickly turned around. As always, she had that expressionless face, but her gaze seemed more intense than usual. Ghislaine, he responded, trying to sound natural. She spoke before he could continue. I'm sorry. And then, to his surprise, she bowed slightly. Rigger was confused. Ah. Why are you apologizing? Ghislaine lifted her gaze and continued. In the past few weeks of the mating season, I noticed your looks and thought you wanted to sleep with me. But you always avoided it at the last moment, and I didn't know why. I've never been good at understanding people, so I decided to talk to Lilia just now. And she explained the reason to me. Rigger blinked a few times, not understanding. Explained what? I didn't consider your side as a warrior and as a man. Lilia reminded me about the beast race's tradition of challenging their intended partner to a duel and winning. When I said you could probably beat me now if you tried seriously, she told me you probably wanted to win against me only with the sword. The shock hit Rigger like a punch. Wait, what? He froze. How did Lilia come to that conclusion? Thinking about it, for the natives of this world, it actually made sense. But he didn't even have time to formulate a response. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, Ghislaine continued, serious. With your current progress, you should reach the Sword King level in less than 3 or 6 months. I won't bother you about this anymore until then. Her voice was firm, as if she was absolutely sure of this truth. Rigger opened his mouth to protest, but nothing came out. What could he even say now? All right. He tried to sound confident, but it came out hesitant and awkward. Trying to regain his composure, he swallowed hard and spoke with more firmness. When I reach the Sword King level, I will challenge you. Ghislaine smiled slightly. Her tail swayed, seeming pleased. I'll be waiting, she said, then turned and walked back to the cabins. Rigger stood there, still processing everything. His gaze slowly lifted to the sky, and he let out a long, exasperated sigh. Why, he murmured to himself, frustrated. Just when he had finally made up his mind, he was forced to wait again. His ears drooped to the sides, utterly disheartened. Chapter 87, Landing at Eastport and the Legion's Reach. Rigger looked at the horizon and could see Eastport in the distance. After the storm and the battle against the Kraken, the journey had proceeded without further obstacles, and the seas had calmed. He took a deep breath, feeling the sea breeze and the salty wind hitting his face. With each passing day, he felt his strength growing steadily. At the same time, he felt his sexual excitement increasing more and more, but Ghislaine was now keeping a certain distance, which stressed him out. Fortunately, he was only 11 years old, and his libido wasn't that strong, so although he was aroused every time he saw Ghislaine, or even Lilia, it was still manageable. His training never stopped, his mastery of the longsword of light and flow was increasing, his physical strength was expanding rapidly, and the feeling of moving toward the level of Sword King was becoming more and more real. Aisha was also standing out. She absorbed knowledge like a sponge, not just about magic or swordsmanship, but about the world. Rigor taught her about kingdoms, morality, history, wanting to shape her as his disciple in every way. He wanted her to be, at the very least, like him, a warrior not only strong but insightful. The little one was exceptionally talented. At almost 3 years old, she already understood nuances in conversations, something that most adults couldn't even grasp. Her magical growth was also impressive. Estimating based on his own progress, Rigor believed that, if nothing went wrong, her mana capacity would reach the god level. Maybe not at the same level as his, but still, it would be something rare and powerful. Aisha was ahead of him in one aspect. She started training her mana even younger than he did, though only by a few months, since her mana started being spent when he activated his magic eyes for the first time. Eris, on the other hand, had been in a great mood lately. She seemed more radiant, full of energy. She even tried to learn to cook with Lilia, but as soon as Rigor casually mentioned that he didn't care much about the taste of food, Eris simply abandoned the learning and refocused on the sword. Her progress was noticeable, she was getting faster, more precise, more lethal. And, above all, she was determined. Ghislaine seemed to be getting back to serious training, not just as an instructor, but really trying to improve. Rigor didn't know exactly what Lilia had said to her, but it was clear that Ghislaine wanted to get better, trying to break her own limits. He felt the need to speed up his own pace and catch up with her. Idar, in turn, was exhausted. 3 practitioners of the sword god style surrounded him constantly, demanding that he train with them without rest. After all, he was a water saint and an excellent sparring partner to counter their style. When they finally disembarked, the arrival was anything but discreet. Skoll, as always, attracted looks of fear and admiration. The enormous black-furred beast with fierce eyes intimidated the inhabitants of the port city. Murmurs and exclamations spread through the streets as the city guards approached, concerned about the presence of such an imposing wolf among the crowd. Before any incident could happen, the ship's captain stepped forward to speak with them, explaining the situation and assuring that Skoll did not pose a threat. Rigor simply observed everything without caring much. He was already used to this kind of reception, and if anyone attacked Skoll, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Skoll, in turn, snorted and walked beside his master, ignoring the wary looks he received. Now, with his feet firmly on the ground of Eastport, Rigor walked through the city market, analyzing the available carriage options while talking with Idar. Skoll, ever vigilant, followed closely, his eyes scanning for any suspicious movement. The rest of the group, Lilia, Aisha, Eris, and Ghislaine, were at the Adventurers Guild, leaving information about their safety and searching for clues about their relatives who had gone missing in the teleportation incident. One surprise he encountered was that there already seemed to be a small Iron Legion outpost here, searching for the missing and spreading the Legion's name. It was a group of adventurers. In fact, it made sense. They had stayed there for a few months even after returning to Tinaver, but the Legion was already dispatching travelers by that time. These Legion adventurers had found some missing people and were now completing missions one after another to reach S rank. The most talented among them had traveled to the capital of the Dragon King Kingdom to train at the headquarters of the North God style and see how far his strength could go. They seemed to be doing quite well, with 5 of them already reaching A rank as adventurers, an impressive feat in just about 10 months. So, Rigor gave them Erathium, the metal he produced with earth magic, to forge new weapons and also handed them magic stones from the monsters he had slain along the way to enchant them. And then, he bid them farewell but made sure to remember the name of that group, Northern Winds. The next destination is the capital of the Dragon King Kingdom, right? Idar asked, crossing his arms while watching Rigor assess the structure of a sturdy carriage. Rigor nodded, examining the wheels and the vehicle's durability. That's right. The North God style headquarters is there. I want to learn some techniques from them if possible. I don't know exactly where I rank in terms of my skills, but this isn't an opportunity to waste. Idar frowned, thoughtful. Is there a North King there? Rigor hesitated for a moment, considering the question. There should be. After all, it's their headquarters. My master told me that the North God style has the most rankings, kings, emperors, and even gods. So, there's likely at least 1 or 2 kings there. Before they could continue their conversation, the sound of hooves drew their attention. A knight approached, clad in the armor of the Dragon King Kingdom's guards. As soon as Skoll sensed the soldier's presence, he let out a low growl, his fur bristling slightly. The guard halted his horse at a respectful distance, maintaining his composure but clearly wary of the giant wolf. Red Wolf, leader of the Iron Legion, I extend my greetings on behalf of His Royal Majesty and the Dragon King Kingdom. I have been awaiting your arrival. The guard's voice was firm but polished. Rigor raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. What do you want with me? The soldier lifted his chin, adopting an even more rigid posture. 3 generations ago, your master, Verdia Solarion, greatly aided the Regent King of the Dragon King Kingdom at the time in repelling a monster invasion. That debt was never repaid. His Majesty invites you to the palace for tea and a meeting at the royal court, as well as to offer you gifts in your master's name, thus settling this debt and restoring ties that have weakened due to generational change. Rigor pondered. The tea and the meeting with the king itself didn't particularly interest him, but the potential rewards were another matter. And he also suspected they were using this as an opportunity to establish a connection. An alliance with the Dragon King Kingdom could be beneficial for the Iron Legion's future entry into the central continent. What is the reward? He asked bluntly, his expression sharp. The guard furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by Rigor's lack of formality in dealing with a representative of the king. Hesitant, he responded, weapons, exclusive spells from the Dragon King Kingdom, lands. Rigor raised a hand, cutting him off. That's enough. I will meet with your king. The soldier nodded, pulling a scroll from within his armor and extending it to Rigor. Here are the details of the meeting. Rigor took the letter and tucked it away without ceremony. The guard then pulled on his horse's reins and rode off, casting a final glance at Skoll before departing. Idar let out a sigh as he watched the scene. Well, that was unexpected. But it seems promising. Rigor merely gave a small smirk. Let's finish buying what we need and head back to the inn. We need to prepare for the journey. With that, they acquired the necessary supplies, along with spices, tools, and other essential provisions. Once their purchases were complete, they returned to the inn they had rented, where they reunited with the rest of the group. The next steps of their journey were becoming increasingly clear. Rigor and the others returned to the inn, where the girls were already waiting for them. They went up to their room, where Lilia sat with Aisha at her side, while Eris and Ghislaine were practicing magic chants to avoid forgetting them. As soon as Rigor entered, Lilia looked up, noticing the thoughtful expression on his face. Did something happen? Rigor got straight to the point. I was invited to a meeting with the king of the Dragon King Kingdom because my master helped them in the past. Shock spread across Lilia's face, she never stopped being surprised while traveling with this group. What? How did that happen? Aisha, on the other hand, beamed, her eyes sparkling. Master is amazing. Even a king wants to meet him. Eris and Ghislaine didn't show much reaction. Eris remained focused on her healing magic, while Ghislaine merely raised an eyebrow but didn't seem particularly impressed. Rigor crossed his arms, thoughtful. He had monitored the guard's heartbeat when he delivered the message and hadn't noticed any obvious signs of lying or hesitation. However, that didn't mean it wasn't a trap, nor did it mean hostility. Even a messenger could be deceived. Still, he had 2 good reasons to accept the invitation: the possible connection with the Legion and the high-level magic the Dragon King Kingdom might offer, which could greatly enhance his combat abilities. When in doubt, it's always good to be cautious, Rigor thought to himself. If I can't get the spells I want through peaceful means, well, there are always more aggressive methods. Ghislaine asked, what exactly did your master do for them? Rigor sighed, recalling the stories he had heard. I don't know for sure. My master helped a lot of people over the years. She traveled through many lands and often helped individuals simply because they were her friends, without caring much about the kingdom or political alliances. It might have been something simple to her but had major consequences for this king. Aisha, curious, tilted her head. Is the great master also a king-level mage? A faint smile appeared on Rigor's lips. She is, but her knowledge and experience go far beyond that. Lilia observed Rigor for a moment before saying, you seem to respect her a lot. Before Rigor could respond, Idar let out a mocking laugh. Oh yes, he respects his master a lot. Without hesitation, Rigor raised a finger and shot a small bolt of lightning at Idar, who barely had time to dodge. The shock ran through his body, sending him tumbling backward in his chair. Aisha let out a muffled giggle. Eris didn't even spare a second glance, while Ghislaine remained expressionless. Lilia sighed but a small smile played on her lips. In the end, despite the unexpected invitation and the uncertainty surrounding it, the night continued in a relaxed atmosphere. The remaining journey passed without incident, and soon the group was approaching the majestic capital of the Dragon King's kingdom. The city, visible in the distance, displayed its imposing walls and grand architecture. The Dragon King's kingdom was ancient and had a long history. It was the 3rd strongest kingdom in the world, behind Melis and Azura, and was also home to the headquarters of the North God style. Inside the carriage, Rigor patiently explained the technical advantages and disadvantages of each sword style to Aisha, detailing their peculiarities. He gestured as he spoke, mentally illustrating the movements of each school to himself. Aisha, sitting beside Lilia with eyes shining with curiosity, interrupted with a question. Master, from what you're saying, is it recommended that practitioners focus on only one style, like the older sisters Ghislaine and Eris? Rigor nodded slightly. Yes, that's generally true. Focusing on the one you're most talented at is more advantageous, but it also limits your combat style. Aisha tilted her head, thoughtful, before asking another question. Then why does Master practice all three styles? This time, Rigor smirked, crossing his arms as he patiently explained. Because I'm creating my own style. And for that, I need as many references as I can absorb. The little girl widened her eyes in surprise before leaning forward with excitement. I want to learn Master's style. Rigor let out a light laugh, reaching out to ruffle her hair. We'll see. First, you'll test all the styles and discover which one suits you best. You'll also try different types of weapons. He looked at her. But only when you're older. Aisha puffed out her cheeks, crossing her arms in an adorably angry expression. Lilia chuckled softly at the scene, placing a hand over her mouth to hide her smile. Rigor simply shook his head, amused, before turning his attention to the two women beside him. Did you find any information about your relatives? He asked, his tone turning more serious. Lilia hesitated for a moment before replying. We didn't find any information about Zenith, Paul, or Rudeus, only about other residents of Fitoa. Ghislaine, who had remained silent until then, seemed tense. Her visible red eye gleamed with an emotion difficult to define before she finally spoke. It seems that Lord Soros was placed on the list of survivors. He returned to Fitoa from the Bihyrule Kingdom. But there's no concrete information about his current whereabouts. Rigor fell into thought. The old Soros Boreas Greyrat, the patriarch of the Boreas family, had been a pillar for Eris and Ghislaine. If he was alive, there might be hope for rebuilding Fitoa. And Eris's parents? He asked. Ghislaine clenched her fists before answering. Lord Philip was teleported along with a guard. But they were found dead in a dungeon near Chiron. A group of adventurers found their bodies and recognized Lord Philip's noble crest. Lady Hilda is still missing. Rigor remained silent for a long moment, digesting the information. He raised his eyes to the top of the carriage, where Eris was training her balance, completely unaware of the conversation. Eventually, she would learn the truth. He sighed, leaning against the side of the carriage. Let's hope her grandfather is safe, and that Hilda is still alive. Ghislaine nodded, but her eyes reflected a restless ferocity. She was thinking about Rigor's words back in Teenaver. Soros should take responsibility for the teleportation incident, so if his political enemies took advantage of the opportunity. Silence settled in the carriage for a while, broken only by the sound of the wheels against the stone road. Rigor shifted his thoughts away from the past and focused on his training. He maintained his rigorous practice of magical control across all schools of magic, but with a special focus on lightning, barrier, and divine attack. Each day, he felt his control refining little by little, his connection to the flow of mana becoming clearer. At the same time, he deepened his mastery over Tuki. He was beginning to understand the subtle variations that Tuki could have in each sword school, a more flexible touch for evasions, a sharper one for explosive strikes, and another more resilient for absorbing impacts. He was certain that this would be one of the keys to creating his own style in the future. And so, amid conversations, reflections, and relentless training, the journey continued. Soon, the capital of the Dragon King's kingdom rose before them, a journey that would forever mark the lives of the entire group, though they did not yet know it. Chapter 88, Rome was not built in a day. The imposing walls of the capital of the Dragon King's kingdom rose before Rigor's group, a true fortress that stood out against the horizon. Named as Black Dragon, the Dragon King's city exuded an air of power and grandeur. Even before they fully approached, the massive iron gates were already being opened to allow Skoll's passage. Currently, Skoll had reached about 3.5 meters in height, making him even more imposing. His fur, which had already begun to transform due to his species' natural ability, was the reason behind the name given to his lineage. This gradual transformation allowed his coat to change from a soft, smooth texture to something rigid and resistant, capable of withstanding blade cuts and impact spells. Combined with his strength, speed, and natural sharp weapons, this trait earned him an A-rank monster classification. His fur, which resembled the bark of an ebony tree in both texture and dark color, led to his species being known as ebony wolves. The official meeting with the king was scheduled for 4 days later. Thus, after settling in, Rigor planned to visit the headquarters of the North God style to test his skills. Many months had passed since they had left Teenaver, and it was about to be a full year of journeying. Rigor himself was also close to turning 12. The mating season was finally nearing its end, which was both a great relief and a disappointment for him. One of the main reasons he wanted to visit the North God style headquarters was a growing feeling that he was on the verge of reaching a new level in the Longsword of Light. If he continued evolving gradually, he would likely reach this milestone in time. However, if he could be pushed through an intense challenge, wouldn't that be even better? As they passed through the gates, they were welcomed by a noble-looking man. He had long dark brown hair, piercing blue eyes, and a remarkably handsome face. His attire was a refined combination of aristocratic garments and those of a seasoned warrior. He carried an adorned sword, a sign of his prestige as a swordsman. Mounted on his horse, he addressed the group, calling them by name in a firm tone. Lord Reincarnated, Ghislaine and Eris Boreas Greyrat, Idar, and the two young ladies whom I regret not knowing. His gaze shifted toward Lilia and Aisha. Before anyone could ask, Aisha responded confidently. I'm Aisha. The men smiled at the energetic response of the young girl and, in a warm tone, said, All right, little Aisha. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jordan Grovewood, North Saint and heir to House Grovewood. I have the honor of being assigned as your escort and guide through the Dragon King's capital. Welcome to the city. He beamed widely, exuding a vibrant and welcoming energy. Rigor, observing his posture and expression, got the impression that Jordan had a radiant personality. His enthusiasm in greeting them seemed genuine. Despite his apparent youth, seemingly no older than 20, his position and title indicated he was a remarkably skilled warrior. The men then addressed the group. The king has already arranged accommodations for you at the residence designated for emissaries from other kingdoms. However, if you prefer, you may choose another place to stay. Rigor stepped down from the carriage without hesitation and firmly replied. There is no need. At the same time, Jordan dismounted from his horse. Rigor approached him and, in a respectful gesture, extended his hand. Thank you for the reception. In fact, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. The two began walking together, followed by the rest of the group. As they walked and Rigor asked several questions about the royal family, Idar asked. How old are you? Jordan promptly replied. I'm 20 years old. Lilia, impressed, commented. It's truly remarkable to have achieved such a level of skill at such a young age. Jordan offered a humble response. It's nothing compared to what we have here. A sword saint at 8 years old, a water saint at 17, a sword king, and a girl who became an advanced rank sword god-style practitioner at 10. Idar laughed, shaking his head. Ha ha ha, it's not quite like that. You're also the heir to a noble house, aren't you? Surely, you don't have as much time to train as we do. Jordan let out a sincere laugh. The group continued conversing in a light-hearted and harmonious manner. Meanwhile, Rigor analyzed the young men in front of him. Besides being talented, he seemed incredibly friendly. Even though they had just met, Jordan already demonstrated an ability to engage in captivating conversations with each of them. Furthermore, Rigor sensed no malice or ulterior motives in his words. Was he truly like this all the time? Or was he simply trying to befriend them from the very start? While the others spoke, Ghislaine remained expressionless and watchful, always observing. Deciding to change the subject, Rigor asked. Is there currently a North King at the North God-style headquarters? Jordan thought for a moment before answering. Yes, we currently have 2 ranked kings and 1 emperor at the headquarters. In fact, a new North Emperor has recently emerged. Rigor slightly furrowed his brows, intrigued. A new emperor, he repeated. Jordan nodded, crossing his arms as he walked alongside the group. Yes. He arrived about a month ago and easily defeated all of us. His voice carried a mixture of admiration and frustration. After that, he challenged my master, the North Emperor, Ornthorn, the Dragon Hunter. It was a long and intense battle, but in the end, my master was defeated. The group listened attentively. Jordan continued. Even after facing all of us beforehand, he still had enough strength to defeat a North Emperor. It was unbelievable. In the end, my master officially recognized him as a North Emperor, as did our entire school. There was respect in his voice, but also a hint of disappointment. Remembering his master's defeat was not easy. Jordan took a deep breath before continuing. His fighting style was truly deadly and relentless. He used various types of weapons, but his main one was a scimitar. His expression darkened for a moment. A scimitar that cut my master's sword in half. Idar was shocked. He cut down his master's sword. His voice carried genuine surprise. Jordan nodded. Yes. It was an unbelievable scene. I've never seen a warrior like him. The group exchanged glances. Idar, curious, broke the silence. And what was he like? Jordan ran a hand through his hair, trying to recall the details. Dark skin, desert clothing. And he laughed. All the time. Even in the middle of battle. Rigor narrowed his eyes. A ruthless warrior, wielding a terrifying weapon, laughing as he fought. Who was this man? Did he say his name? Rigor asked. Jurton shook his head. No. He only said that, eventually, we would hear about him. He was alone. My master seemed to know him, but respected his choice to remain unknown, perhaps because his life had been spared. Before leaving, that man said my master was a true man. There was a moment of silence as everyone processed the information. Rigger felt his curiosity grow. He wanted to fight the warriors at the dojo, test his progress. But this mysterious northern emperor intrigued him even more. It was something he needed to experience for himself. However, at the very moment that thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine. Something instinctive. What was that? Why did I suddenly get this feeling? He subtly glanced around but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Still, the sensation bothered him. The group continued their conversation, unaware of Rigger's brief unease as they made their way to their designated residence. Jurton was eager to learn more about the Iron Legion, showing great interest in their efforts to unite the beast races and liberate slaves. Rigger noticed that the young warrior not only had talent but also possessed a genuinely curious and empathetic spirit. Upon arriving at the house, they were greeted by a grand structure. The building was made of fine wood and expertly crafted stone, with a broad roof and large windows that allowed the late afternoon sunlight to stream in. A vast courtyard surrounded the house, adorned with well-maintained gardens, towering trees, and an open space for training. While Eris, Lilia, and Aisha went inside to organize their belongings, Jurton stopped and turned to Ghislaine. His previously cheerful expression turned serious as he called her name. Now that the children are not around, I have something to tell you, Lady Ghislaine. The woman lifted her gaze upon hearing her name, her expression unreadable. I assume you are returning to Fitoa to find the lord you once served, correct? The atmosphere around them shifted instantly. Rigger, Idar, and even Ghislaine herself grew serious, tension thick in the air. The news hasn't yet spread here among the people, but the king asked me to inform you ahead of time. The lord you served, Soros Boreas Greyrat, was executed, beheaded, after being held responsible for the Fitoa teleportation incident. The entire courtyard seemed to fall silent. A murderous aura surged from Ghislaine like an invisible blade cutting through the air. Ghislaine. Rigger called her name in a low, firm tone. The warrior realized the bloodlust she was unleashing and withdrew it, though her sharp gaze still burned with fury. Who was responsible? Her voice was heavy, carrying the promise of death. According to information gathered by the Grovewood family, the main perpetrators were the head of the Nodos Greyrat house, Philemon Nodos Greyrat, and Minister Darius Silva Ganius. Ghislaine's lips barely moved as she muttered their names under her breath, engraving them into her memory, ensuring she would never forget. A silent vow of vengeance. Jurton provided further details about the events, explaining that the Dragon King Kingdom would not interfere in the affairs of the Azura Kingdom, but that this information was shared as a gesture of friendship toward the Iron Legion. After storing their belongings and with night already falling, they decided to postpone their visit to the North God Dojo until the following day. Instead, Idar challenged Jurton to a spar, which he readily accepted. Eris, excited, joined in as well, while Skoll, Aisha, and Lilia stayed to watch. Meanwhile, Ghislaine sat atop the house, gazing at the horizon. The moon had begun to rise, its silver glow illuminating the night. Rigger approached in silence. Ghislaine didn't turn to face him but glanced at him briefly before returning her gaze to the sky. Ghislaine. She remained silent. I'm not going to tell you to give up on your revenge. He began, his tone serious. But you must understand that you can't kill those two alone. Even as a sword king. Ghislaine remained silent. Maybe if you were a sword god, you could. But you're not. The warrior took a deep breath, her expression hardening. I still have to train Eris until she can fend for herself. After that, I need to find Lady Hilda. I won't attack them yet, she declared, eyes fixed on the moon. Rigger nodded. But after Eris grows up, I don't want you to simply charge into the Azura Kingdom and throw your life away. Silence deepened between them. As I said, I'm not asking you to give up your revenge. Rigger sighed, looking up at the stars. I want you to join the Iron Legion. I want you to be the First Lady of the Iron Legion, as my wife. Ghislaine hesitated, her eyes finally turning to him fully. I was supposed to serve Lady Hilda after this. Rigger held her gaze firmly. Ghislaine, you are far too extraordinary to resign yourself to serving a lord for the rest of your life. No matter how many debts you have, they will all be repaid when you avenge his death. You have far more talent than you realize. You are determined, powerful. He paused, his gaze intense, and one of the most stunning women I've ever seen. Ghislaine's eyes widened slightly before returning to normal. Her heart beat faster, but her mind was still filled with conflict. And Eris, she asked after a long silence. You must know she likes you. Lilia told me. Rigger glanced toward where the others were still sparring. She's still a child. She doesn't truly know what she wants yet. If her feelings remain when she grows up, I'll answer her then. He turned his gaze back to Ghislaine, watching as her hesitation slowly faded. At last, Ghislaine took a deep breath and said, I accept. She smiled faintly before adding, but you have to defeat me first. Rigor smiled back. Of course. I will make you my first wife. She watched him for a moment, a small smile playing on her lips. Then, she murmured. There was a saying Paul used to repeat in his adventurer days. Extraordinary men never settle for just one woman. Chapter 89, The Path of the Black Wolf, A Purpose. POV, Ghislaine Didoldia. You could say I wasn't really an ambitious person. I had no grand purpose in life, no great goal to achieve. For a good part of my childhood, my existence revolved around three things: eating, sleeping, and intimidating others, especially my brother, since I was much stronger. A small beast whose only desire was to fight and run wild, completely given to her instincts without any real worries. My special green eye, the one I was born with that allowed me to see mana, constantly bothered me. That, of course, made everyone in my tribe avoid me. It didn't matter that I was the chief's daughter, disgusted and fearful glances always surrounded me. I was never very smart, but I could easily understand those looks filled with rejection and resentment. In the end, no one wanted me around. One day, a wandering swordsman arrived in the tribe in the middle of his journey. He observed me with sharp eyes and said I had talent. He said he wanted to take me away. At first, I resisted. But no one in the tribe tried to stop him. On the contrary, they encouraged him. My own tribe, the only people I knew in the world, the place where I was born and belonged, wanted me gone. Today, I no longer care about it, but back then, a strange feeling took hold of me. Something I didn't understand, but it was a bad feeling. However, my curiosity about the swordsman grew just as much. He covered my magic power eye with an eye patch and told me that if I learned to control it, I could remove it. He didn't bother teaching me how to properly speak the human language. He simply told me to observe conversations and learn on my own. But with the sword, with it, he dedicated himself entirely to teaching me. We traveled to places I couldn't even name, immense mountains, turbulent seas, cities of stone and wood. Every sight fascinated me, but I restrained my excitement because the swordsman always told me to stay in control. My master, as he ordered me to call him, was strong. So strong that, despite crossing continents and facing countless enemies, he never found an equal match. Even so, he was never satisfied. He always said he was still far from the true pinnacle, that he was not the strongest yet. I admired him. With each passing day, my respect for him grew. He became the most important person to me, the one I owed absolute respect to. The more I trained, the more satisfied my master seemed, and the more he told me I was talented. My master highly valued the code of conduct between master and disciple. He demanded unwavering discipline. I had to kneel whenever I wished to speak to him and never address him without calling him master. I obeyed without question. Unlike the others, who simply rejected me when I reacted with violence, he made me understand my place by reacting with even greater violence. If I tried to fight him, he would simply retaliate with even more brutality. That taught me something valuable: just as you can intimidate others, others can intimidate you. In every place we visited, my master always looked for special swords, ones that seemed to be made from the body of a powerful dragon. He found many of these swords and enjoyed collecting them. We traveled through Melis and the central continent. We crossed cities and fortresses, defeated swordsmen, warriors, monsters, and anyone who dared to stand in our way. Then, one day, my master, Gal Farayon, made a decision: we would return to the sword sanctuary. My heart raced. I was excited, but I didn't show it. My master always said I was too instinctive, that I needed to control my impulses if I wanted to become even stronger. So, we continued our journey. And finally, we arrived at the sword sanctuary. That was where my true training began. My master, Gal Farayon, wasted no time after our arrival. The moment we stepped onto the sacred ground of the sanctuary, he challenged the current sword god to a duel. I had seen him fight many times before. I had witnessed his overwhelming strength countless times. But nothing could have prepared me for that moment. The challenge was accepted without hesitation. The sword god was an imposing man, a veteran at the peak of his strength, confident in his position. The duel lasted only an instant. My master moved. Or at least that's what I concluded after it was all over. Because, at the moment, I didn't even see what had happened. I only realized it when the sound of flesh being torn apart echoed through the training grounds, and the sword god's head rolled across the floor, his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend how he had been defeated. None of the disciples could follow the movement. Not even the veterans. Not even the sword god himself. It was the first time I saw my master move with everything he had. A single strike. A clean cut. A new sword god was crowned. the sixth ranked among the 7 great world powers. The following years were turbulent. Many who had served the former sword god sought revenge. My master defeated them one by one with the same coldness as always, while accepting new students. Among them, 2 stood out, Timothy Britz and Clynt Lurel. Both were talented and disciplined, growing rapidly under Galfarian's guidance. Timothy was from the same generation as Galfarion and had already been training for a long time, but he still accepted Galfarion as his master. The sword sanctuary was buzzing with energy at that time. My master's strength wasn't just an empty title, he elevated everyone around him. The training became more and more intense. The sanctuary's reputation grew. Even the water god came to challenge him. And, like all the others, she lost. My master was strong. We, who trained under his supervision, also became strong. But I didn't care about any of that. He often told me that I wasn't very intelligent. That my mind was simple, but my determination was real. And I believed him. While the world around me changed, while alliances were formed, marriages took place, and bloodlines continued, I simply followed my master's teachings and grew stronger. My master got married. Timothy got married. Clint got married. Almost everyone had children. I trained. Over time, a discomfort began to settle in my mind. A doubt that had never troubled me before. What was my purpose? To become stronger. But for what? To defeat and kill my master, as he did with his own? No. Certainly not. Everyone seemed to have a purpose or found one along the way. A family, children, revenge, love, hatred, something that drove them forward. What did I have? My master always said that I should train until I could control my body instead of being controlled by it. But I had already achieved that. I had become strong. No one saw me as a savage anymore. In the sanctuary, I was respected. Serious. Controlled. But somewhere along the way, I lost sight of my goal. Then, that day arrived. My master gathered me and his other fastest student in the sanctuary for a duel. The 2 best. The 2 who always won against any opponent. And the winner between us would earn the title of Sword King. I won. It was a quick fight. My strikes were faster. My strength, superior. I defeated my opponent. And, for that achievement, my master gifted me Hiramun, one of the 7 swords in his collection, which he had traveled the world to obtain. But on that same day, he also told me something he had never said before. Ghislaine, you've lost your fangs. You've lost sight of your goal. You won't improve until you find it again. Go out and seek it. I did not question him. I never questioned my master. He recommended that I become an adventurer. And that's exactly what I did. As soon as I arrived in a city, I registered at the Adventurers Guild and joined the first party I found. That was how my journey outside the Sword Sanctuary began. There was no grand plan, I simply followed my master's advice. The beginning was turbulent. I climbed the ranks as I completed quests, but no party stayed with me for long. I was just a swordswoman, someone who could fight but had no other useful skills for an adventurer's party. I wasn't a strategist, I didn't know how to negotiate, cook, or even count money properly. I knew nothing about the world, and I could barely communicate. I fought and followed orders, and so, when it was time to split the rewards, I received mere scraps because I didn't know how to count. This routine repeated until I found a different party. Paul, Elinalise, and Tall Hand were forming a new team and needed fighters. This time, I fit in. They used to say we were a band of misfits. Elinalise was promiscuous, Tall Hand had peculiar tastes in men, and Paul was a shameless womanizer. Our party would have descended into chaos if not for Geese, who joined shortly after. Geese knew everything. He had contacts, could negotiate, and find profitable jobs. With him, our team took shape, evolving from a group of disorganized mercenaries into a respected adventuring party. Our formation became even stronger when we found a healer, Zenith Latria. With Fong of the Black Wolf, I learned much about the world. My swordsmanship, cultivated over years in the sanctuary, was put to the test against real monsters and enemies. I began to think that maybe this was my purpose, to live as an adventurer, facing challenges alongside my comrades. It was a strange feeling. A sense of belonging I had never experienced, not even in the Sword Sanctuary. Over time, I realized that all of us had something in common. None of us truly belonged anywhere. Each of us had been cast out or had abandoned our homes. Geese, Elinalise, Tall Hand, Zenith, and Paul. All without roots, but together, we formed a strange kind of family. And, as unexpected as it was, I was part of it. But even that didn't last. Paul got Zenith pregnant and promised to marry her, swearing he would never be with another woman again. So, Paul and Zenith left the party to start a family. We tried to continue without them, but it was impossible. Paul was our leader, Zenith was our healer. Without those two pillars, Fong of the Black Wolf slowly fell apart. One by one, each member went their own way. From that point on, the years were difficult. I was deceived, robbed, and at one point, even sold as a slave. To survive, I ate whatever I needed to, but I never stole from anyone. That would have been an insult to my master's teachings. Even so, I realized that the sword could not solve all my problems. It took more than strength to survive in this world. When I was on the brink of death, Lord Sorrows saved me. He saw me being sold as a slave and decided to buy me. By his side stood a little girl with fiery red hair, fierce and full of energy. Sorrows granted me freedom after learning I was a sword king, but I did not leave. Instead, I accepted his offer to serve as the bodyguard of the young lady of the Boreas Greyrat family, Eris. It was the first time someone had extended a hand to me without asking for anything in return. They saved me and gave me a second chance. It was a debt I could never repay, so I served the Boreas family with all my dedication. Teaching Eris, protecting the mansion, and finding stability, I started to believe that perhaps this was my purpose, to serve House Boreas Greyrat. But then, the teleportation incident happened. I believe there were 3 major moments when my life changed completely: when I left the Great Forest with my master, when I left the Sword Sanctuary and became an adventurer, and when I became House Boreas' bodyguard. The teleportation incident was the 4th, and it was when I met him, Rigor Adoldia. At first, I saw him as just an extremely talented young man, so talented that I could hardly begin to describe him. He wielded magic better than anyone I had ever known, some spells he had even invented himself. His swordsmanship was so exceptional it was hard to believe. At 8 years old, he was already a sword saint, something even my master had only achieved at 15. And he was so intelligent and mature. Even before we left the Blue Dragon's cavern, I already knew I had met someone extraordinary, someone to whom I owed a nearly impossible debt to repay. He was my second savior. But not only that, he had also saved Eris, the one I was supposed to protect. I could see from the beginning that he had an interest in me. He didn't need Eris, nor did he care about her noble status like others did. With his strength, and how weak I was at the time, he could have done whatever he wanted, but he didn't. Instead, he kept her close and even saw in her the same thing I did beneath her aggressive nature, talent. Time proved to me that he wasn't just a young boy. He might have looked like a teenager, but he didn't speak like one, didn't act like one, and certainly didn't think like one. He showed an interest in me like no one ever had before. Until then, everyone only saw my skill as a warrior. My master, the Fong of the Black Wolf, even House Boreas. But not him. He admired my strength, but he was interested in things no one else had ever cared about. He asked many questions, seeking to learn everything about me with absolute attention. He pointed out things about me that I hadn't even realized myself. He admired my loyalty, my discipline, my determination and willpower, my righteousness, my ferocity, my focus, my beauty, and many other things I might not even know how to pronounce or explain. I began to admire him. And, of course, I should mention, he had already built a massive organization by the age of 10. Oh, and he had tamed an A-rank monster as his pet. I started to wonder if he might be some kind of deity, seriously. Even though he said he had made many mistakes, I didn't believe it. He claimed he was like me in childhood, wild and unrestrained, but I didn't believe it. But when we arrived in Tinaver, I could see with my own eyes that his words were no exaggeration. He was truly like a beast and had really invaded a noble house of Meles on his own. That day, I was finally able to repay a small part of my debt. I was able to help him, and I was happy for it. That day, even though they were at a disadvantage, surrounded and weakened, he did not retreat. He was missing an arm, yet his momentum was as strong, if not stronger, than the 10 powerful enemies gathered before him. I think it was at that moment, unconsciously, that I no longer saw him as a youth but as an equal, as a man. He was still better than me at almost everything, but he was not perfect and did make mistakes. From that day on, Eris and I came to rely completely on Rigor. The boy had so many things to do. When I think back to what I was doing at 11 years old, I realize I was doing nothing. But he continued teaching Eris and me, and we both became mages under his guidance. I could use fire, water, and healing, something I never thought possible for me. Magic always seemed like something so intellectual. I also learned to read and write, and my respect for Rigor only grew day after day. After the Iron Legion searched for Lord Sorrows, Philip, and Hilda and failed to find them in Meles, we finally departed for the central continent. Rigor was heading to the Sword Sanctuary, while Eris and I were returning to Fitoa. Geese found us before we left, and due to his usefulness, I recommended bringing him along. Besides him, a young man named Idar was also traveling with us. His destination was ours, where he would join the Water God-style dojo. The journey proceeded smoothly. Rigor never stopped training, and I was almost certain he could already defeat me easily using his magic. Eris was also progressing quickly. Our group was already an unusual gathering of people, but it became even more so when Lilia and little Aisha unexpectedly joined us. Lilia, Paul's second wife, was returning to Fitoa and decided to travel with us after also being caught in the teleportation disaster. Rigor was struggling with his Tuki since the mansion attack, but I never took it too seriously, he would surely recover quickly. And indeed, upon reaching Westport, he finally started to recover. Geese left us there and set out for the Bigarret continent to search for Paul and Zenith. It was around this time that I began to notice something different about Rigor. He was looking at me much more than before, and with more lust. And soon, I remembered the mating season. To be honest, I expected him to take the initiative. Every time I noticed his gaze on me, I responded actively, openly seducing him. I was not only willing, I wanted it. My body and mind craved him. I had never slept with someone stronger than me before. Maybe it was that strength, or maybe the fact that he also belonged to the beast race. Perhaps it was simply because I admired him deeply. I knew he wanted me. His eyes betrayed his suppressed desire. But for some reason, he kept avoiding me. Frustrated, I decided to ask Lilia, and she clarified all my doubts. Rigor didn't want me for just one night. He didn't just want to sleep with me. Lilia reminded me of the beast folk tradition. A true warrior challenges his intended in combat before taking her as his wife. She believed that was the reason for his hesitation. But then, why wait? If he was already stronger than me, why not challenge me immediately? Lilia pondered for a moment before sharing her theory. He wanted to defeat me using only the sword. No magic. Just his strength and skill against mine. Because in swordsmanship, I was better. Hearing that, an involuntary smile appeared on my face. But soon, my thoughts returned to my debt to the Boreas family. I was their bodyguard. How could I continue serving them if Rigor took me as his wife? Even so, I went to him and told him I would wait for his challenge. But that uncertainty remained in my mind. I liked Rigor, but my loyalty to Soros and the Boreas family still bound me. And knowing Rigor as I did, if I refused him for that reason, he might very well go and threaten Soros directly. The thought made me laugh. In the end, I couldn't find a clear answer. So I did what I knew best, training. If I defeated him, he couldn't ask for anything. And I wouldn't need to find a solution to my dilemma. It was a stupid solution. But I was never smart. And solving my problems with strength had always been the simplest path. At least until we arrived in the Dragon King Kingdom and later in its capital. In Eastport, I discovered that Lord Philip was dead. In the capital, a knight told me that Lord Soros, the one who had saved my life and given me a chance to become who I was, had been beheaded. Killed to take the blame for the teleportation incident. I was furious. I would have my revenge. I would go to Azura and kill everyone in my path until I found those responsible. But that revelation also brought another change. My debt was to Soros. And, in part, to Eris. Philip had also helped me while I served House Boreas, and I would have served him if he were alive. But Hilda. She had never spoken much to me. She had always kept her distance. Lilia had also told me that Eris liked Rigor, but I could see that Rigor didn't see her that way. He seemed to prefer taller women. As I reflected, Rigor appeared before me. He was as perceptive as ever, likely guessing all my thoughts. And when he directly asked me to be his wife, I found myself unable to suppress a smile. I was happy. And after hesitating, I fell easily for his words. Now, all that remained was for him to defeat me. And I certainly wouldn't make it easy for him. I looked up at the sky, reflecting on everything that had brought me here, everything I had lived through. Could this be my purpose? Chapter 90, Invisible Players, The Hunt Begins. The moonlight was bright, illuminating a perched structure where a man stood leaning, the light faintly reflecting off the matte metal of his red armor. The man rested against a stone pillar, arms crossed, his head slightly tilted forward, allowing his hood to conceal most of his face. Only his long blonde hair escaped the shadow, falling gently over his shoulders. At his waist rested a rapier, a finely and elegantly forged blade, whose black sheath contrasted with the faint glow of its ornate hilt. It was then that he sensed a presence. His sharp senses picked up the approach even before the voice echoed through the silence of the night. A man emerged from the darkness with a mischievous smile, his dark skin highlighted by the sparse glow of distant torches. His long, curly hair was partially tied back, leaving some loose strands framing his sharp face, and at his waist hung an ornate scimitar. The visitor stopped a few steps away, tilting his head slightly to the side, as if analyzing his interlocutor with amusement. Hiding from someone, he asked in a teasing tone, his white teeth gleaming in a predatory smile. The man in red armor lifted his gaze without changing his posture. "Aren't you afraid that he'll find you wandering so freely?" The visitor chuckled, a hoarse sound filled with disdain. The warrior furrowed his brow and continued, "You're the one who warned me repeatedly about the target's instincts, weren't you?" The warrior, dressed in common desert garb, waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about that, use whatever disguise you want. I came to tell you one thing, don't stay in his presence, don't even meet with him." The statement made the red-cloaked swordsman raise an eyebrow beneath his hood. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice firm but tinged with slight hesitation. The desert warrior let out a sigh and stepped forward, his expression growing even more animated, with a touch of madness. "Ha ha ha, I was watching him from several miles away with the clairvoyant eye. I followed every step he took. But then, while that guy, Jurton, was talking about me, I managed to read his lips." He paused, his eyes narrowing. "And I reacted with a faint killing intent. Very faint. Almost imperceptible." Silence settled for a moment, dense as the night itself. "And yet," he continued, his eyes gleaming intensely, "the boy sensed something. As soon as I reacted, he seemed to feel it, his instincts are dangerous. If you so much as interact with him, he might sense your intentions." The certainty in his words made the man in red armor thoughtful. He lowered his gaze for a moment, his fingers instinctively sliding over the hilt of his rapier. Then, he sighed. "All right. I'll come up with an excuse to leave. But I wonder if you're not being overly cautious." The desert warrior let out a loud laugh, echoing between the alley walls. "I just don't underestimate the brat." His eyes shone with amusement, his posture remaining relaxed. "I've never failed a job, and this time I was sure I would, but I was lucky enough to get information about him from one of his former traveling companions." The hooded man's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" The other's grin widened. "Ah, it was a monkey," he laughed again. "We didn't find him directly. But he boasted about the Red Wolf endlessly in a bar in Bigarret. He. And when I went looking for information, the mage in my group pointed directly to the person who had been drinking and partying with the monkey. That guy knew a lot about the boy. It was truly lucky. Or maybe it was fate." "Ha ha ha ha." Only the warrior's laughter echoed. The cold wind blew through the alley, lightly rustling the garments of both fighters. "That boy is quite abnormal, he was unlucky. If he were just 2 years younger, I wouldn't act against him, you know. I don't kill children," the desert warrior said after stopping his laughter, looking up at the sky as if recalling something. "But don't worry, the plan will work. Just don't meet with him and do your part." He waved his hand carelessly before spinning on his heels and leaping, his feet lightly touching the wall before propelling him onto the rooftops above. In seconds, he disappeared among the buildings, like a shadow sculpted by the wind. The man in red armor remained still for a few moments, merely watching the empty space where the other had stood. Then, he let out a long sigh and turned, leaving the alley with firm steps. "That guy," he murmured to himself, his tone laden with exasperation. "He really doesn't act like an emperor." And then, without looking back, he walked into the darkness. Rigger, Idar, and Eris walked through the bustling streets of the capital, accompanied by Jurton, the North Saint assigned as their group's guide. The city was brimming with energy as they made their way toward the headquarters of the North God style. Ghislaine, Lilia, Aisha, and Skoll had stayed at the mansion. Ghislaine had mentioned that she had fought a North King before and wasn't interested, choosing to stay and take care of the others. Perhaps that wasn't the only reason. Rigger knew she was still affected by Sorrow's death, so only the 4 of them continued forward. Jurton was strong. The previous day, he had defeated Idar. His techniques were peculiar, using his sword as the core of his combat. The blade could alternate between soft and rigid, granting extraordinary unpredictability that disrupted the opponent's flow, making any attempt at maintaining a consistent rhythm useless. Against Eris, he had also emerged victorious, but there the difference lay in pure strength and speed. Eris had put up a decent fight, but in the end, she was overpowered. However, when he faced Rigger and Ghislaine, Jurton was defeated instantly. Just a single long sword of light from Rigger was enough to end the fight. As they walked, they chatted animatedly, and Jurton told them about the North God-style headquarters. "In the past, our dojo housed a North God and 3 emperors. They were the second North God and his 3 subordinates. But that was 2 generations ago, and it's assumed they have all passed away. However, there is no confirmation since they left the headquarters while still young. Finally, they arrived at the headquarters. It was a peculiar place. Built from raw stone, it rose around a small hill, like a fortress sculpted by nature and refined by the hands of the warriors who trained there. Stone platforms had been erected around the hill, forming a structure that seemed to challenge the sky. Jurton guided them. The first floor is accessible to all practitioners, regardless of their strength. The second floor is restricted to advanced-level warriors or higher. The third floor allows entry only to saint-level warriors, and finally, the fourth floor is exclusive to those who have reached the level of king or higher. I myself don't know what's up there, ha ha ha. The platforms were filled with warriors training. The sound of clashing swords echoed through the air, blending with the shouts of instructors and the impact of strikes against stone dummies. Some warriors were performing individual exercises, refining their posture and breath control, while others dueled intensely, their blades sparking as they clashed. There was a vibrant energy in the place, an atmosphere saturated with the spirit of battle. Jurton led them to a large platform on the ground floor. "This is the challenge platform," he explained, pointing to the center. "Just go there and declare the name of the one you wish to challenge." Rigger looked around and noticed the number of warriors gathered. There was a certain tension and anticipation in the air. The structure resembled a coliseum, where only the strongest stood out. He then turned to Eris and, with a slight smile and an expectant look, said, "Eris, go there and challenge as many advanced-level warriors as you can in a row. I want to test your progress." Eris did not hesitate. Her gaze ignited with determination. Rigger knew how much she had been training. She was incredibly talented, and now, equipped with high-quality armor, a cape that increased her agility, and a sword with the same effect, personally crafted by the god of war, he believed she was close to the saint level. But there was still a long way to go. After all, she was only nearly 11 years old. Idar watched in silence, his eyes keenly observing the unfolding events. Jurton, on the other hand, let out an excited laugh. "This is going to be interesting," he said, crossing his arms. "Their pride is going to be shattered." Ha 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 ha. Eris stepped forward, her posture exuding confidence. She entered the platform and, crossing her arms with a challenging gaze, firmly declared, "I challenge any warrior here ranked at the advanced level. In any style." Her arrogant tone and confident stance provoked mixed reactions. Some warriors laughed, while others were irritated by her boldness. A muscular swordsman, with disheveled hair and scars scattered across his body, leaped forward, laughing. "Girl, do you think we're all just playing around here?" Before he could finish his sentence, Eris had already moved. Her body propelled forward with astonishing speed. The warrior barely had time to draw his sword before a clean slash cut across his chest, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, groaning in pain, while Eris remained firm, pointing her sword at the next opponent. "Next." The laughter stopped. The healer ran to tend to the first defeated warrior, while the other swordsman now looked at the girl with seriousness. A new challenger stepped into the arena. "Okay, little girl, looks like you're something after all." He drew two swords and took an aggressive stance. Eris charged forward with unstoppable momentum. This opponent was more prepared and managed to react better, exchanging blows with her. However, Eris's brutal and direct style forced him to retreat until he, too, fell, defeated. His scattered fighting style couldn't withstand the young warrior's rapid and relentless attacks. The succession of battles continued. The third opponent lasted longer. The fourth, even more. With each battle, Eris felt her body growing tired, but her fury and determination kept her devastating pace. Sweat dripped down her face, but her eyes shone with challenge. By the time she reached her eighth opponent, both were panting and wounded. The exchanges of blows were fierce, sparks flying with each clash of swords. Eris pushed her energy to the limit and, with one final burst of speed, struck. Her opponent was caught off guard, stumbled, and failed to react to the swift attack. But before Eris's blade could cleave him in half, Rigger intervened, stopping the strike with his own sword. He stepped forward and healed the wounded warrior before holding Eris, healing her as well. She looked at him, breathing heavily, and he smiled. "You defeated 3 more than I expected. Your fighting spirit is truly impressive. You did well, but you've already lost quite a bit of blood. It's best to stop here." Eris's eyes gleamed at the praise. She seemed to regain her energy instantly, standing up with a determined expression and saying, "Yes. I will keep improving and catch up to you." There was something more in her gaze, something Rigger didn't notice. The sun was high in the sky. Rigger looked at Jurton, who confirmed with a nod, and then shouted, "I challenge the North King, has Julian, the Red Death, to a duel." The entire dojo fell silent for a moment. Then, a warrior shouted, "Hey, brat. Just because you kids are a little strong, you think you've gone crazy. He's a North King." The man drew his curved sword and leaped into the arena. He was a North Saint. But as soon as he landed, a bolt of lightning pulsed from Rigger's hand, illuminating the platform and striking his body directly. He was hurled against the wall, breaking part of the structure and ending up buried in the rubble. Silence fell once more. What was that? What kind of magic is this? And it was chantless magic. Was that lightning? People murmured in shock. The healer was also stunned until he felt a hand on his shoulder. A deep, firm voice spoke. "Don't worry. Go and heal him. This will serve as a lesson." The man who had spoken was immense, nearly 2 meters tall. His skin was dark, his hair and beard were gray, and he carried a colossal sword on his back. His armor, made of leather and blue dragon scales, reflected the sunlight. He walked toward Rigger, who still had sparks flickering from his hand, and observed him with interest. "It's a pleasure to meet you, leader of the Iron Legion. The Flaming Beast. The Red Wolf. And recently, you've gained another title." Rigger furrowed his brows. The men smiled and continued. "So you don't know? The Lightning Emperor. That's what those who were on the ship with you called you." Rigger was surprised. That title existed. The men crossed his arms and declared. "Allow me to take the place of the opponent you challenged earlier. As Julian is indisposed today. It seems he contracted a serious illness and went to the palace for treatment." Rigger narrowed his eyes and asked. "And who are you?" The men smiled confidently and replied. "I am Luis Navarro. In case you're curious, I'm a half-blood of the human and demonic races. I am also a North King, known as the Immortal Warrior." Chapter 91, North King. The North King, with dark skin and graying hair, displayed a calm smile as he introduced himself, but Rigger felt the intensity behind this demeanor. Rigger said, "All right, you can replace him." Saying this, he slowly unsheathed Tsukikage. He watched as Luis' greatsword was drawn with an impressive calm. This guy seemed strong, Rigger thought, his excitement growing at the prospect of combat. He felt his adrenaline rising and the desire to fight someone powerful. But the moment he thought about it, a strange sensation suddenly invaded his mind. Something in the air, something he couldn't identify. He looked around, but nothing seemed out of place. The feeling continued to grow, bothering his mind and body. Before he could understand what was happening, Luis advanced. The North King's speed was absurd. Despite his large size, his sword descended with such devastating force that the impact on the ground made the environment around Rigger tremble and crack into countless pieces. But he was prepared. He dodged with precision using flow, guiding the sword to pass by his side, just enough to avoid being crushed. The earth shattered under the colossal blade, but Rigger did not lose focus. He kept moving, his mind working at high speed. "What's bothering me?" He looked around, trying to identify the problem. Luis continued to press him aggressively. "Could it be a trap? But I don't feel any sense of danger, just discomfort. Are they attacking the others? But Ghislaine and Skoll are there, and I would certainly notice the fight since it's not far." These doubts ran through Rigger's mind as he dodged another blow, running across the battlefield. He couldn't afford to stop. "I don't feel danger from any direction, I only felt discomfort when I thought about fighting seriously against a strong opponent. How would that be bad for me? Maybe revealing my techniques would be a problem, but again, I don't feel a real threat here. Could it be that someone is watching me from where my senses can't reach?" As he dodged, he almost instinctively looked toward a distant mountain. His perception sharpened, and he felt something elusive, but his senses obviously didn't reach that far. But that shouldn't be possible. Who could see from so far away that my senses couldn't reach? It was worth noting that Rigger could sense killing intent directed at him from kilometers away. The feeling of being watched from such an absurd distance was unsettling. But Rigger refocused. He couldn't afford to be distracted in a fight with a king. But there's still the possibility of something blocking my senses. I'll hold back and conserve my strength just in case. With this thought, Rigger took the initiative. He gripped Tsukikage and activated the long sword of light before advancing. His blade shone with a bright yellow flame as he lifted it to strike with extreme speed. Using flow, he defended and countered everything the warrior threw at him. Luis' sword was heavy and powerful, but Rigger was faster. He glided along the giant blade with impressive agility, his movement flowing almost like water. Luis was unfazed. He used his full strength to unleash heavy strikes, trying to crush Rigger with the sheer brutality of his blade. The massive sword cut through the air with a roar. Each strike was like a storm of pure force, but Rigger used flow to redirect the blows and flash step to evade attacks from unpredictable angles. Luis, impressed by Rigger's speed and techniques, didn't hesitate. He counterattacked, his enormous blade swinging with a force and speed that didn't match his size. The battle unfolded in a whirlwind of speed and strength. Rigger attacked and evaded, but he was at a disadvantage. It was clear that he could hold his own thanks to his high mastery of the three styles. Combined with flash step and his physical strength, he could fight on par with Luis, who seemed weaker than Ghislaine, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. Luis tried to dominate the battle with raw strength, but Rigger skillfully resisted. Luis looked at Rigger with a warm smile, admiring the young man's skill. "You are truly impressive, young one," he said, still on guard. But he soon narrowed his eyes, observing Rigger with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. His tone was firm but friendly. "You don't seem very focused on our fight. Is something bothering you?" Rigger grinned fiercely, adrenaline surging through his body. "You know, I have a very sharp sixth sense. And when I thought about fighting you seriously, I had a bad feeling." Luis Navarro furrowed his brows. Are you suggesting we're plotting against you? Rigor kept his sharp gaze on the immortal warrior, his senses on high alert. I don't know. Are you? Louis' expression hardened, clearly irritated by the suspicion. His voice was firm and direct. We are not. Rigor didn't just listen to his words, he felt the opponent's heartbeat, picked up the small signs of his body. Louis seemed sincere. In fact, Rigor could also feel the gaze of the leader of this outpost, Emperor Ornthorn, watching from the shadows. And even he didn't seem to harbor any malice. On the contrary, the energy in the surroundings was welcoming. But the strange feeling persisted. Something was wrong. If he fought at full power and revealed his abilities, he would be putting himself at a disadvantage. But why? Sometimes these instincts made him feel seriously paranoid. Even without knowing the reason, I didn't survive this long by ignoring this feeling. Making a decision, Rigor raised his voice. All right then. Let's continue our fight. I'll focus now. His sword began to glow with intense flames. He obviously wouldn't fight at full power and would only display abilities he had already used in public, just in case. After all, based on the previous exchanges, Louis was weaker than Ghislaine, whom he could already defeat, so he believed he could win while holding back. With a burst step, Rigor shot toward his opponent, exceeding the speed of sound and shattering the arena behind him, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. In the next instant, a wave of flame surged toward Louis with a slash of tsukikage, blinding his vision. At the same time, Rigor cloaked his body in a barrier of flames and moved even faster than his own technique, dashing through the blazing inferno to emerge before Louis with a devastating strike. Rigor's longsword descended in a deadly arc, forcing Louis to raise his enormous blade to block. The clash of swords reverberated across the battlefield, scattering searing flames as the impact generated an explosion of wind and sparks. Rigor did not stop. Masterfully wielding his magic, he created platforms of earth that granted him impossible mobility for ordinary warriors, leaping between them to attack from impossible angles. Spikes of stone erupted from the ground, and supersonic wind bullets flew constantly, forcing Louis to keep moving. However, the immortal warrior lived up to his title. His strength was absurd, and despite his immense sword, he wielded it with superhuman speed. Each of his strikes carried enough impact to shatter rocks, and his resilience was unparalleled. When wounded, his demonic side greatly accelerated his regeneration, without the need for healing magic. But Rigor was not ordinary. He had mastered the 3 schools of swordsmanship and integrated magic into combat in a unique way. He didn't rely solely on brute strength, his versatility and tactics were his true weapons. The battle stretched on for long minutes, relentless blows exchanged without rest. The battlefield was in ruins, scorched and scarred by the clashes. In the end, Rigor remained standing, wielding his swords, Night Hunter and Tsukikage, the latter still engulfed in flames. Louis Navarro, on the other hand, was completely wounded and struggling to breathe. Sweat mixed with blood dripped down his resilient body. He looked at Rigor's short, black blade and noticed something unusual. "What sword is this?" he murmured, panting. "It seems to be preventing my regeneration. My muscles feel as heavy as stone." Then, he let out a hoarse laugh. "Ha ha ha. I admit my defeat." The silence lasted only a moment before the arena erupted in cheers and acclaim. Woohoo! A teenager defeated Louis. The immortal warrior was defeated. The warriors and apprentices were in a frenzy. The crowd roared with the intensity of the moment. Eris, watching closely, was beaming with pride as if she had won the battle herself. Idar, however, seemed calm, as if the outcome had been expected. But then, a voice resonated, instantly silencing everyone. "Everyone, silence." The command was absolute. The crowd fell quiet immediately. From a high platform, an imposing man emerged. His sharp purple eyes swept across the battlefield. He descended the steps slowly, each step carrying an overwhelming aura. The North Emperor. Ornthorn, the Dragon Hunter. Ornthorn was, at the very least, different from what one might expect. First, he was small, standing only 1.50 meters tall, with a somewhat youthful face. Not as robust as a dwarf but lean like a human, his physique was peculiar. He wore black armor, and his eyes were an intense shade of purple. But what stood out the most was his hair, green. The taboo color in society. The hair of the feared super demons. However, he lacked the red jewel on his forehead and did not wield a spear. Still, he was a target of discrimination wherever he went, which was why he rarely left the headquarters of the North God style. Despite his youthful appearance, he had a serious posture and an authoritative expression that exuded an imposing presence. Moreover, Rigor knew from Jurton that Ornthorn was over 80 years old. The most striking detail, however, was not his green hair but the colossal sword he carried on his shoulder. A golden blade 3 meters long and 40 centimeters wide, a monstrous weapon that contrasted with his small frame, standing twice his size. The North Emperor approached calmly, his body seemingly containing a terrifying strength as he effortlessly wielded the massive sword, his voice echoing throughout the arena. You are the victor of this duel, Rigor Adoldia. By the title of North Emperor, granted to me by Alex Kalman Ryback II, the second-generation North God, I bestow upon you the title of North King. The arena fell silent for an instant before exploding into murmurs of surprise. The shock was universal. How had Rigor become the North King? Hadn't he used magic? Was that even allowed? Questions swirled in the minds of those present, but before anyone could voice them, it was Rigor himself who spoke, his voice filled with doubt. Ornthorn, right. I used techniques from the North God style. But I also used Flow, the long sword of light, and several self-created magic techniques. Is it really right to give me this title? All eyes turned to Ornthorn, who remained impassive. He let out a light sigh before responding. In the few years I was taught by the North God, he told me that the core focus of this style is not about specific techniques or the development of specialties, but rather a method of survival and approaching battle with the greatest chance of victory. The North God style relies heavily on the practitioner's adaptability and use of the environment. As a result, there is no right way to master it. As he spoke, he leaped from the upper platform and landed effortlessly in the arena, carrying his monstrous sword with no apparent effort. He continued. There are several factions within this style. Just as the Azura Kingdom has ninjas, we teach various techniques here, combat with large weapons, hidden weapons, and more. In the desert, there is a warrior who developed a technique based on movement and defeated me just a few weeks ago. There are no absolute rules. That is why, as long as you can defeat a king-level warrior of our style without exclusively using one of the other two schools, I will name you North King. Rigor fell into contemplation. He had expected to first become a Sword King. But who would have thought that a simple trip to the North God style headquarters would earn him the title he had sought for 3 years, just in a different school? He looked at Ornthorn. Despite being taller than the North Emperor, he still felt a crushing sense of danger emanating from him. He knew that if he wanted any chance of defeating him, he would have to give everything he had. And perhaps even that wouldn't be enough. But that day would not be today. After all, that unsettling feeling still lingered, and he would remain cautious while in this place. The Emperor looked directly at him, ignoring the murmurs around them. Then, he asked. You don't seem bothered by the color of my hair. Don't you find it grotesque? Rigor raised his head, furrowing his brow in confusion. No, it actually looks pretty stylish. The silence that followed was deafening. Almost everyone dropped their jaws, completely shocked by the statement. Everyone knew that green was the hair color of the insane super demons. No one had ever had the audacity to compliment such a thing. Ornthorn slightly lifted the corner of his lips in an almost smile. Then, he effortlessly raised his sword and pointed it at Rigor. That doesn't matter. If you want the title of Emperor, you'll have to defeat me. You'd be the second one this month. His voice carried a nostalgic tone, as if reminiscing about a worthy opponent he had recently faced. The tension reached its peak. Everyone present eagerly awaited Rigor's response. Even Eris and Idar were nervous. If Rigor defeated Ornthorn at the age of 11, he would probably be the youngest emperor to ever exist. But, shattering all expectations, Rigor spoke calmly. No, thanks. It was a pleasure meeting you. I'll come back another day for a duel. And with that, he turned around and walked away under the stunned gazes of the crowd. The arena fell into a deadly silence. Chapter 92, A Way to Resist. Rigor left the North God-style headquarters without another word, under the astonished gazes of everyone present. Hurried footsteps followed behind him, and soon Eris caught up, breathing heavily. Rigor. Why didn't you fight him? Eris questioned, frustration evident in her voice. You would have definitely won, he was tiny. Idar was already walking alongside them, next to Jordan. Though he didn't ask any questions, his expression made it clear he was also curious about Rigor's unexpected refusal. After all, before coming here, Rigor had made it clear that he wanted a tough battle to test his limits and try to advance. But when the opportunity arose, he backed down. Rigor smiled slightly, in no hurry to respond. You're tiny too. I just thought it would be better to fight another day. His gaze fell on Jordan, who was following them in silence. Jordan, please inform the king that I want to move the meeting up to tomorrow. Is that possible? Jordan seemed surprised for a moment but quickly composed himself. Yes, that can be arranged. But I need to notify them now so they can finish the preparations. Rigor nodded. Do it. Jordan stepped forward, preparing to leave. All right. Then I'll take my leave here. I'll likely be at the meeting tomorrow. Idar furrowed his brows. See you tomorrow, then. As soon as Jordan disappeared into the night, Rigor resumed his pace. Silence reigned for a few moments before he spoke. There's another reason I didn't fight. I felt something was off. I don't know what it is, but I have a bad feeling. And probably very few people know whatever is giving me this sensation because my instincts didn't warn me about anyone in particular. Not Jerton, nor any of the North God-style students. Everyone seems normal, but that only makes me more cautious. Eris remained silent, containing her usual energy, and Idar observed Rigor attentively. I want to check during the royal court if there's any threat, Rigor continued, but in case it's some kind of trap, I don't want to be restrained, nor leave the girls unprotected. You can leave their protection to me. Idar immediately volunteered. Rigor shook his head. No. You're coming with me. Idar's eyes widened slightly, caught off guard, but he didn't question it. Rigor continued. I'm suspicious of this new North Emperor who challenged Ornthorn. Only Ghislaine would be able to hold him off temporarily if he were the enemy. Your strength will not be enough. Idar pondered Rigor's words for a moment before nodding. He didn't seem offended, only determined. Rigor then looked at Eris. You and Skoll will be responsible for taking care of Aisha and Lilia if Ghislaine is fighting a powerful enemy. Eris clenched her fists and nodded, determined. They arrived at their temporary residence shortly after. The courtyard was illuminated by torches, and the sound of the wind was punctuated by Ghislaine's swift movements as she trained relentlessly. Her body was covered in sweat, every muscle tense with effort. Lilia and Aisha were sitting nearby, the younger one entertained by manipulating a ball of water between her fingers. Skoll slept peacefully beside them, without a care in the world. Ghislaine. Rigor called. She turned immediately, her serious expression softening slightly upon seeing him. Rigor told her everything, what they had done, the strange feeling of incongruence he had experienced, and his plans for the meeting with the king the next day. He explained that he would take Idar with him and that she would be in charge of protecting the others. Ghislaine listened attentively and then said without hesitation, I will protect them. Rigor opened his mouth to respond, but his gaze involuntarily slid over Ghislaine's sweat-covered body, the firelight accentuating every well-defined curve. The glint in her eyes and her heavy breathing distracted him for a moment. Idar coughed beside him. Ahem. Rigor snapped back to reality and said, let's train before bed. I think I'm close to mastering the flow. Idar blinked, wondering if he had heard correctly. Right. Let's train. After their training, Rigor informed Lilia of the potential danger and helped Aisha refine her magic control before they finally went to sleep. Rigor opened his eyes and found himself immersed in an infinite white void. The silence was absolute, oppressive. In front of him, a white figure appeared, with no defined form except for the face, or rather, the distorted mosaic mask that hid any trace of expression. Hitagami. Without hesitation, Rigor raised his hand and invoked his divine attack magic. A golden ray of pure light tore through the void, shooting toward the entity. However, with a simple gesture of his hand, Hitagami dispersed the attack as if brushing away dust. But Rigor smiled. A fierce, triumphant smile. Ha! You dodged it. He raised his hand again to launch another attack, but something stopped him. It was as if an invisible chain had latched onto his soul, restricting his magic. But the seed of victory had already been planted. He could use divine attack magic here. Which meant that this type of magic was directly related to and connected to his soul. And more importantly, he had a way to resist and wound Hitagami. For an instant, Hitagami was clearly displeased. His friendly posture faltered, his presence wavered. But only for an instant. He quickly resumed his usual fake expression of sympathy and opened his arms as if greeting an old friend. Such aggression. Why the hostility? Just a precaution, Rigor replied indifferently. Now, where is this place? Who are the 7 great powers, and where are they? And why can't you descend to the mortal world? Hitagami sighed dramatically and shook his head, as if frustrated with a stubborn child. Enough, enough. You always come with so many questions, Rigor. These aren't things that can be easily answered. Rigor kept his face expressionless. And why not? Don't you always say you want to help me? Hitagami gritted his teeth. No matter how much he tried to appear friendly, his discomfort was clear. Haven't I helped you so far? And even now, I'm here to give you another piece of advice. Rigor narrowed his eyes. You do realize I can sense your intentions, right? How can you lie so blatantly knowing that? Hitagami hugged himself and shivered exaggeratedly, as if terrified. And you expected help without anything in return? How nice would that be? Of course, I'll need you in the future. But right now, I'm here to help you. Rigor remained skeptical. Then answer at least 2 of my questions honestly. Hitagami hesitated, his fingers twitching for a moment, as if calculating. Fine. But only one question, and it depends on the question. There are many things I don't know. Rigor frowned, thinking. This guy was cautious. he wouldn't reveal anything about himself. It was better not to waste the opportunity. He needed valuable information, something not easily discovered. So he spoke. Who are the 7 great powers, and where are they? Hitagami let out a light chuckle. He, that's easy. He raised his fingers and began listing them in a casual tone. The god of technique is dead. The dragon god is the evil dragon who wants to kill me and destroy the world, he is always wandering. The fighting god is also dead. The demon god is Laplace and is sealed. I don't know who the current death god is, but he is in the Dragon King kingdom. The sword god is Galfarion and is at the sword sanctuary, and the north god is from the Kalman lineage, as always, and is also wandering around. Rigger absorbed the information for a moment. This is a bunch of useless information. A pile of mixed-up garbage. Kalman lineage. You don't know who it is. And how can the world's greatest powers be dead? Hitagami shrugged. Hey, I already answered. Don't complain, I told you my knowledge was limited. Rigger clenched his fists, irritated. At least it's a clue. The death god is in this kingdom. And even after death, the powers still remain, or it could just be a lie. He narrowed his eyes. How did the god of technique die? Every encounter with Hitagami only brought more questions than answers, and he always had the feeling that out of every 10 words spoken, 9 were meant to manipulate and scheme. He had never known a being like Hitagami. Enough of this. Let's get to your advice. Hitagami cut off any attempt at small talk. I'm sure you already suspect something, but you have no idea of the danger you're in. Hitagami spoke lightly, as if he were merely joking. Rigger furrowed his brows. Every word from this guy felt like poison seeping into his mind. He had never met someone so shameless. Come on, don't be so uptight. Your situation is really dangerous. It's the last assassin hired by Mealy's. Hitagami shrugged, as if revealing a trivial fact. Rigger raised an eyebrow. Oh. And who is it? Hitagami's grin widened, a grin that only deepened Rigger's distrust. I don't know, he said, almost theatrically. Silence hung in the air for a moment. Rigger blinked slowly before sighing and running a hand over his face. Your uselessness never ceases to amaze me. Rigger's voice carried pure disdain. Hitagami chuckled. Well, since you're just insulting me and asking impossible questions, I'll give you my advice and leave. Rigger opened his mouth to interrupt him, but Hitagami ignored him completely and continued. Do not kill Minister Yelol Wisebond. As long as you don't kill him, you won't regret it. His tone was playful, but something beneath those words carried a weight Rigger couldn't ignore. The void around them began to dissolve, the edges of the dream shattering like cracked glass. The sensation of falling took over Rigger. Wait. But before he could finish his sentence, he woke up suddenly, his body drenched in sweat, eyes wide open. The name Yelol Wisebond echoed in his mind. But something else was even more pressing. He could use divine attack magic, but Hitagami had restricted him after his first spell. Rigger thought for a moment and deduced that since he couldn't harm Hitagami in dreams, he could assume that if he used an even stronger and faster attack, Hitagami wouldn't be able to resist or would have to dispel the dream entirely to avoid it. If that wasn't the case, it was still worth trying. Rigger remained lying down for a few moments, reflecting on Hitagami's words. His intention behind asking about the 7 great powers was to learn about all of them, but all he gained was the supposed death of 2, the location of an unknown death god, and confirmation that the current North god was from the Kalman lineage. That meant he was probably from a long-lived race, like his predecessor. But if he had known Hitagami would respond that way, he would have asked something else. And of course, he had to consider the possibility that it was all a lie. As for the advice, he didn't care much. If the minister deserved to die, he would kill him without hesitation. Besides, this could be an opportunity to test what would happen if he directly defied Hitagami's guidance. Getting out of bed, Rigger walked toward the training yard, where he spotted Eris practicing with her sword. There was something about her determination that he always admired. Her strikes were fierce, firm, and full of purpose. Moving silently, he approached her from behind, correcting her posture with his hands as he said. Higher than that. Your attacks are aiming too low. Eris startled at the unexpected touch and voice. When she turned, she was met with Rigger, shirtless, his defined muscles and battle-hardened skin exposed. His silver hair reflected the morning sunlight, and his golden eyes, deep and piercing, analyzed her every movement with precision. Her face immediately turned red. Swallowing hard, she adjusted her stance as instructed, but now her movements were a bit stiff, an effect of the unexpected closeness. The heat on her face only increased, and her concentration wavered. Still, she tried her best to stay focused. Rigger, noticing that she had made the proper correction, turned his gaze to the capital's sky. The weather was mild, and a fresh breeze blew, carrying the distant sounds of the city waking up for another day. As he watched the horizon, his mind revisited his conversation with Hidegami over and over, searching for any loophole, any hidden trap within his words. His thoughts soon drifted elsewhere. Even though he had just involuntarily become a North King, he felt he was getting closer and closer to achieving the title of Sword King as well. He trained for a few minutes before Idar arrived, dressed in elegant, well-fitted clothing. His friend looked him up and down before commenting with a slight smirk. "You're meeting the king like that?" Rigor raised an eyebrow and asked casually. "Is there a problem?" Idar shrugged. "None." And with that, they bid farewell to the others and set off toward the palace. The capital was alive with activity. Commerce was awakening, and the streets bustled with movement. Merchants set up their stalls, unpacking crates and arranging goods for display. Shops opened their doors, and apprentices ran back and forth, carrying materials and merchandise. The aroma of freshly baked bread and grilled meat filled the air, mingling with the scent of herbs and spices sold in the markets. Soldiers patrolled the streets, maintaining order, while nobles and well-dressed merchants passed by in luxurious carriages, their conversations filled with plans and business deals. Children played and ran through the alleys, their laughter echoing through the lively city. As they advanced, the imposing palace of the Dragon King Kingdom became increasingly dominant on the horizon. The structure was magnificent. Built from polished green-toned stone, it boasted golden details and grand sculptures of dragons coiling around its towers. Flags bearing the royal crest fluttered in the wind, and massive stained-glass windows adorned the exterior walls, reflecting the sunlight in dazzling colors. The gates were colossal, adorned with golden reliefs depicting legendary battles. Soldiers stood in perfect formation, their armor gleaming under the daylight. The spears they held were impeccably polished, their eyes sharp and scrutinizing every visitor. As Rigor and Idar approached, one of the elite guards, clad in ornate armor, raised his voice with authority, announcing the arrival of the leader of the Iron Legion, Rigor Adoldia. A moment of silence followed before a thunderous sound echoed. The gates began to open slowly, their hinges groaning as if the very city was holding its breath at Rigor's arrival. And so, Rigor stepped forward toward his meeting with the king. Chapter 93, Power, Wisdom, and Ambition. The palace gates slowly creaked open with a resounding thud, revealing a vast entrance adorned with pillars sculpted with intricate draconic details. The crest of the Dragon King's kingdom was engraved into the polished marble, gleaming under the light streaming through the stained glass windows. Idar and Rigor advanced, guided by a group of guards clad in ornate gold and blue armor. The floor was covered by a scarlet carpet embroidered with golden threads, while the ceiling displayed frescoes depicting ancient kings and their conquests. As they walked through the palace corridors, Rigor observed his surroundings keenly. The walls were decorated with luxurious tapestries and banners portraying dragons in majestic poses. The stained glass windows cast vibrant hues across the floor and walls, creating a spectacle of light and shadow with each step. Outside, the inner gardens were an awe-inspiring sight. Flowering trees with reddish and golden petals contrasted with the vibrant green of meticulously pruned shrubs. Small artificial lakes reflected the clear sky, while dragon-shaped fountains poured crystal-clear water into marble basins. The air was filled with the soft fragrance of exotic flowers, and butterflies danced around the flower beds. Maids dressed in discreetly colored gowns moved silently, tending to the gardens and carrying trays of fruits and tea. Guards patrolled strategically, always vigilant, each carrying a long sword at their waist. The discipline was evident, none of them appeared relaxed, even in the presence of an esteemed visitor. As they advanced, Rigor noticed that the security around them grew increasingly intense. He could feel the guards' watchful gazes measuring his presence, analyzing every step he took. But he was not concerned, honestly, few things could worry him with his current strength. At last, they were led to an inner garden, surrounded by columns of black marble. A carved stone vault provided shade, and at the center, seated with a tranquil air, was Leonard King Dragon, the 32nd king of the Dragon King's kingdom. The monarch wore a tunic adorned with draconic symbols embroidered in gold. His graying hair and deep eyes gave him an aura of experience and power. Beside the king, Rigor immediately sensed a powerful presence. A knight in full black armor stood motionless like a statue, his posture impeccable and his aura intimidating. His face was obscured beneath his black helmet. Without a doubt, he was a warrior on par with the one Rigor had fought the previous day, the North King. Rigor did not know who he was, but he assumed this must be the Black Lion, renowned throughout the Dragon King's kingdom according to Jordan. Around the garden, a circle of guards remained alert, each displaying the rigid and disciplined stance of advanced warriors. Rigor analyzed the setting and thought that at least this was not the throne room, which, in his opinion, served only as a futile attempt to bolster the king's prestige and intimidate guests. In the garden, formality was reduced, making interactions more fluid. Finally, their gazes met. Leonard King Dragon set his teacup down on the stone table beside him and lifted his eyes to Rigor with a subtle smile. His voice, hoarse with age, carried a tone of contemplation and experience. "It is a pleasure to meet you, leader of the Iron Legion, Rigor Adoldia." Rigor did not kneel, nor did he allow Idar to do so. He held the king's gaze, firm and unwavering. Likewise, King Leonard. The monarch did not outwardly seem to mind, but with his keen senses, Rigor clearly perceived his slight displeasure. There was no hostility, only a subtle annoyance, something only Rigor's sharp perception could detect. The environment was filled with important figures. Nobles, ministers, and advisors were present. The rigidly poised knight beside the king frowned, his expression growing stern. "You are in the presence of King Leonard Kingdragon. Kneel and show respect," the knight ordered harshly, but before he could finish, the king raised a hand. "It's fine, Donor," Leonard said, his voice controlled and serene. Rigor scanned the garden with his sharp gaze and used his magic eye to analyze everything around him. He saw no one particularly dangerous, but two figures caught his attention. One was a burly man with a nonchalant demeanor, yet with an oddly menacing presence. The other was a refined-looking individual positioned close to the king, clearly someone of great importance. Rigor's instincts immediately sent him a warning about these two people. Something was off about them. A sense of threat and hidden hostility, perceptible only to his sharp instincts. One of the knights stepped forward, initiating the formalities. "Rigor Adoldia. You are in the presence of King Leonard Kingdragon, Prime Minister Yalel Wisebond, First Advisor." Rigor quickly lost interest. His patience for empty ceremonies was limited, and as he embraced more of his beastly body's instincts, he cared less and less for nobility, courtesy, or anything of the sort. Every second wasted on introductions heightened his irritation. When the knight made to continue, Rigor interrupted him without hesitation. "King Leonard, I am not here to drink tea and chat. I am here for two things: a mutually beneficial alliance between the Iron Legion and the Dragon King's kingdom, and access to high-level magic." His voice was authoritative, resonating throughout the inner garden. The tension in the air became palpable. The knight beside the king, Donor, exuded a murderous intent upon hearing Rigor's tone. His body leaned forward slightly, as if ready to draw his sword. In response, Rigor merely grinned fiercely, baring his teeth slightly as a low growl escaped his throat. The howling magic began to vibrate around him, a silent warning of his own thirst for battle. It was then that Minister Yalel Wisebond stood up. His smile was calm, almost friendly, but his eyes told a different story. Rigor already knew this man was hostile toward him, so why was he stopping a fight? If the leader of the Iron Legion does not like formal procedures, then there's no need to say more. "Let's get straight to the point," said Yalel in a friendly tone, as if he were genuinely interested in facilitating the negotiations. Rigor narrowed his eyes. This man was clearly against him. So why did he seem willing to help? Was he trying to deceive him? Or, did he really think Rigor wouldn't see through his true intentions? Little did Rigor know that many had already warned the minister about the Iron Legion leader's ability to read people's intentions and distinguish truth from lies. But Yalel, who had spent his entire life manipulating and deceiving everyone without ever being discovered, was confident that he could fool him nonetheless, just as he had done with all the other fools who claimed to be good at detecting lies. Against Rigor, however, this was a grave mistake. The minister gave a calculated smile before continuing. "Let's discuss how the Legion can collaborate with our prosperous kingdom." The king, seated on his throne, showed genuine interest, his sharp eyes evaluating every word spoken. The other politicians around maintained rigid postures, waiting for Minister Yalel to speak. "Skipping all the bureaucracy, let's talk directly about how the Dragon King Kingdom could help you and your legion." Rigor observed him closely, amused. He didn't know exactly why Hidegami advised him not to kill this man, but something inside him told him that this advice would be ignored. Part of him was almost excited. After all, even though he distrusted Hidegami, he had still ended up involuntarily following his advice. It gave him the feeling that he was losing some kind of invisible battle. Even though he had been cautious in the process, it still bothered him. Doing the exact opposite of what that fraud god said was precisely what he wanted, as long as it was convenient, of course. But before anything else, he wanted to see the minister put on his manipulation show to uncover any possible traps. What was his plan? As Yalel spoke, servants entered the hall, serving tea to everyone present. He then began his proposal. "I believe we can benefit in three main ways. First, we can offer resources and weaponry. Our lands are vast, and we dominate almost the entire south of the central continent, which gives us access to many rare resources. I know that many dwarves have joined the Legion, and now that you are just beginning, you will certainly need quality weaponry and raw materials. Instead of continuing to loot criminals for supplies." He made a dramatic pause before proceeding. "Another point would be the opportunity to establish a mercenary headquarters in the capital, gaining access to the North God-style dojo for mass training. The leader of the Iron Legion is certainly busy, and I believe he does not spend all his time training his subordinates. This would greatly reduce the difficulty of finding suitable instructors." His eyes gleamed slightly, a hidden desire in his expression. "Besides, I know that the Legion places great importance on its mages. I've heard that some of your mages can cast magic without incantations. Rigor remained calm, just listening. In regard to that, we can offer knowledge. Your master is Verdia Solarion, and I am sure she has taught you many high-level spells, but nothing compares to the library of one of the oldest kingdoms in existence. Rigor watched the minister's performance with growing interest. This man was good. Very good. His feigned desire seemed genuine, his emotions perfectly controlled. He manipulated even the slightest reactions of his body to make his lies more convincing. Even the rhythm of his heartbeat matched the tone of the conversation, something that would have deceived even experienced people in detecting deception. If it weren't for the constant sense of danger Rigor felt emanating from him, due to his sixth sense, he might have believed his words. This planted a seed in Rigor's mind. It meant that, as long as a person harbored no malicious intent toward him, they could theoretically lie to him, they would just have to be very good at it. However, Rigor still didn't understand what the minister's true goal was. Keeping his hearing sharp, he filtered the sounds of the city in the distance. There was no sound of battle or any suspicious movement coming from there. His eyes slid to the only man who could pose an immediate threat in the room, the black-armored guard beside the king. But the warrior remained motionless, observing everything with seriousness. Then, Yelol played his final card. Thirdly, there are the connections and the possibility of the Iron Legion actually becoming a legitimate kingdom. The statement took Rigor by surprise. A legitimate kingdom. He repeated, not hiding his reaction. The king seemed pleased with his surprise, and Yelol continued with a triumphant tone. Indeed, it was our king's vision that led us to suggest such a thing. As far as I know, Lord Rigor, you do not have a wife yet, correct? Rigor immediately thought of Ghislaine and responded, his voice firm. I don't, but it won't be long. Yelol smiled, as if he had already expected this answer. Well, there's no problem in having more than one wife. Besides, the other leaders of the Legion could also marry members of the nobility or even members of the royal family of the Dragon King Kingdom. Our long-term goal is for the Legion to stabilize the entire Great Forest area and form a new independent kingdom under the Dragon King Kingdom. The impact of the minister's words was immediate. Even Idar was shocked, and many of the nobles, who apparently had not been informed of this proposal, exchanged glances among themselves. The king, on the other hand, seemed completely satisfied with the reaction. Rigor remained silent for a few seconds, his thoughts racing. He had never considered this possibility. Why not? He wondered. Was it feasible? Was it something he desired? As he pondered the suggestion, something inside him grew, a fire he could not ignore. He opened a fierce smile and then said slowly. I have no plans to take other wives for now, and let's put this kingdom talk aside for the time being. His words came out firm, but his mind was already treading another path. He had never thought about it before, but now that the idea had been planted, he couldn't stop considering the countless possibilities. If he decided to follow this path, one thing was certain, he would never be a subordinate kingdom. And something even clearer, he did not want to be king for too long. That would be too much trouble. The more he reflected on the matter, the more questions arose. What did it mean to create a kingdom? What kind of structure would he need? How would this affect the Legion? Could this be an obstacle to his goals or an unexpected advantage? The minister had played an intriguing piece on the board. And Rigor needed to decide how he would play it. Rigor leaned slightly forward, keeping a sharp gaze on the minister, his voice carrying a subtle warning tone. You talked a lot about the advantages the Dragon King Kingdom can offer us, but you also suggested that we would become a subordinate kingdom. Let me remind you, the Iron Legion doesn't need this to get started. This is a relationship of cooperation, don't forget that. The room grew tense. Some nobles widened their eyes and exchanged glances, while the minister furrowed his brows, his previously unshakable calm showing signs of cracking. He opened his mouth to retort, but before he could speak, the king raised a hand, cutting him off. I understand your point. So tell me, what advantages can the Legion offer us? The king's voice carried genuine interest. Rigor smiled inwardly. As you yourself said, our magical knowledge is not as vast as yours, but we have chantless magic. The moment those words were spoken, the eyes of the king, the minister, and all the nobles gleamed. Rigor suppressed a chuckle. Of course, chantless magic was of immense interest, not to mention its effects on a king-level magician, who would become a walking weapon of mass destruction. Even advanced magicians would benefit tremendously. In fact, Rigor believed that an advanced magician could fight and defeat a warrior of the same level. Rigor planned to spread this knowledge eventually, but only when he became so strong that he wouldn't need to worry about mundane matters. And even then, only to his allies. Though he knew that knowledge was easy to leak once shared, he had only taught selected individuals within his ranks. He continued, I also intend to establish new maritime routes. Instead of merely crossing the straits, we will sail directly across the open sea. The shock was immediate. The hall fell silent for a moment before murmurs began to spread. Everyone knew the dangers of the ocean, infested with terrifying monsters and plagued by violent storms. The idea seemed absurd. But Rigger saw it as a revolution and an opportunity to pioneer this exploration. Beyond that, of course, is our individual strength. Not to mention myself, already a North King at just 11 years old, the Legion is growing rapidly, filled with talent, and will soon become a military powerhouse. He paused, looking at everyone. Finally, just as you can take advantage of the resources of the southern central continent, we have the entire Great Forest. And beyond that, the depths of the ocean. A noble stood up, outraged. Absurd. How would we explore the ocean depths? Rigger simply responded in a cold tone, I have a method. He tossed a piece of the Kraken's magic stone onto the floor. This is just a fragment of a magic stone from a single monster. I believe you can imagine its size just from this piece. The hall fell into absolute silence. One of the nobles, apparently a magician, approached and analyzed the fragment. The atmosphere grew tense as he stood up and gravely stated, it is indeed the magic stone of a beast. Everyone held their breath. Hardly anyone present was ignorant of what that meant. If this was only a fragment, how large was the full stone? And what kind of creature possessed such a magic stone? This was even larger than the magic stones from the Dragon Kings that Ornthorn had hunted years ago. As the weight of his words and the implications of accessing the ocean depth settled in, the minister glanced around, about to speak. But once again, the king raised a hand and took the floor. Leader of the Iron Legion, did you know that I met with Ornthorn a few days ago? Rigger was slightly confused. The king continued, I went to ask for his opinion about you, about your strength, your character. You see, I know many things, but I'm not particularly skilled in combat. And who better to understand a warrior than another warrior, right? The king paused and then asked, do you know what he said about you after I told him everything I knew? Rigger raised an eyebrow, curious. He hadn't expected Ornthorn to say anything about him. The dragon hunter hadn't seemed particularly friendly toward him. What? The king descended the steps, walking slowly toward him. His voice echoed through the garden. He told me that there are 3 things that make someone a true talent in this world. He raised one finger. The first is power, military, magical, physical, any kind of power. If you have power, you can go far, as long as you have some luck. He raised a second finger. The second is wisdom, because even a strong warrior can be manipulated and controlled for his entire life if he is a fool, just as he can die without purpose in the games of the powerful. Then he raised a third finger. But the third element, you cannot be born with it, but you can inherit it. It is an attribute that must be acquired during life. That is ambition. The king's eyes gleamed, and his voice grew lower and more intense. Many times, ambition alone can compensate for the lack of the other 2 and drive a person to the top. He stopped right in front of Rigger, his piercing gaze analyzing him. After I told him about you, your strength, your deeds, and your actions, Ornthorn concluded that you are the most talented person born since the era of the 7 heroes who defeated the demon god Laplace. Rigger was surprised. Did the dragon hunter really hold him in such high regard? He didn't know what to say. The king smiled. Today, I was able to confirm part of that, and I am satisfied in making this bet. I believe that both the Legion and the Dragon King's kingdom will benefit greatly from this alliance in the future. Rigger thought, well, I am indeed extremely talented, but I also had the advantage of reincarnation, but they don't need to know that. He took a deep breath, then stood up. He walked up to the king and extended his hand. Then, King Leonard, may this be a prosperous and lasting alliance. All the nobles stood up, and Idar did the same. The minister clapped, but Rigger felt his menace intensify. Something was moving in the shadows. He pondered. Now, should I kill this minister directly? Or let him reveal the source of his confidence to avoid future troublesome thorns? After thinking for a few moments, he decided, no, I just agreed to the alliance. If I kill him now, besides creating unnecessary distrust, whoever is helping him from the shadows could escape and become a problem. He looked at the king and smiled. Now, where is the magic? The king and most of the nobles burst into laughter. Idar ran a hand over his face, letting out an exasperated sigh. Chapter 94, The Magician Prince, the beginning of the conspiracy. King Leonard firmly shook Rigger's hand and, after a light chuckle, glanced around as if confirming everyone's presence. Then, with calm authority, he said, Where is your son, Grovewood? The king was addressing a weary-looking man, an old figure with a serious demeanor, a graying beard barely covering his chin, and a short sword at his waist. The man silently stepped forward, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, he is also here today. Without more than a simple nod, he discreetly retreated back to his place. Jerton, heir to House Grovewood and the one who had guided Rigger and his group upon their arrival in the city, soon appeared. His role in this meeting was not significant. He was the heir to one of the kingdom's most important noble houses, but this garden was filled with heirs, and even many of the noble house leaders were present. Jurden had little to say, his posture was that of someone who accepted being guided by the situation. He approached and knelt before the king, respectfully saying, "At your command, your majesty." Rigger watched the scene and sighed. He truly would never kneel to anyone again, unless the circumstances were overwhelmingly against him. After all, a wise man knows when to bow to circumstances. But with his strength, he believed it would never come to that. King Leonard, with a calm gaze, seemed accustomed to reverence. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he leaned slightly forward, as if directing attention to the mission he was about to assign. "You will once again serve as Lord Rigger's guide to the Magic Tower so that he may choose his rewards. Take this letter and deliver it to my third son at the Magic Tower. Tell him to strictly follow the letter's contents." Jurden raised his head and, with a reverent tone, said, "Yes, your majesty." The king waved his hand and then turned, unhurriedly. "I hope our next meeting is also fortunate. I will have my first advisor draft a letter for the Legion's base in Melis. I will send it later so you may sign and review it. I also ask that you inform your subordinates of this alliance through a personal letter. I believe that what we discussed today is only a fraction of the collaboration we can achieve." Rigger smiled and gave a slight nod. "I will do so, King Leonard. I appreciate the hospitality." The king gave one last nod and withdrew with his guard, leaving Rigger alone with his thoughts. Once the king had left the hall, Rigger and Jurden walked down a corridor of the palace. Jurden seemed lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he began chatting with Rigger, his voice lively. "Lord Rigger, I didn't expect you to have a method to visit the ocean depths." Rigger smiled, taking the opportunity to engage in conversation while observing the luxurious corridors around them. "The sea holds many secrets, Jurden. Some are more accessible than we imagine." As they walked and talked, Rigger felt the eyes of other servants, guards, and even hidden figures following him, everyone focusing on his presence. He knew that the king, despite his cordiality, remained cautious, perhaps even suspicious. Which made sense, letting Rigger wander freely through his palace was like throwing meat in front of a tiger and expecting it not to devour it. Still, he only sensed hostility from a select few, most were merely watching him. However, Rigger did not feel threatened. His confidence was his strength. But something bothered him. If there was constant surveillance, that meant someone had set their sights on him. Probably the minister or that fat nobleman from the garden. As they reached a more secluded area, deeper into the palace, vast green fields stretched before them. Rigger noticed that the feeling of being watched intensified. He could sense the danger in the air, even if it wasn't immediate. Suddenly, a guard approached the pair, interrupting their conversation. The man was visibly nervous, sweating, and with trembling hands. He addressed Jurden directly, his voice low, as if not wanting to be overheard. "The minister wants to speak with you later about something related to your family's accounting." The guard seemed uneasy, sweat dripping down his forehead, his words rushed. Rigger observed him carefully, watching every movement, every gesture. The guard continued speaking about various matters with Jurden, as if stalling for time. His unease was a clear sign that something was amiss. The guard finally left after Jurden lost patience and said he would deal with it later, as he was guiding an important guest. Still, the men remained visibly unsettled. Rigger took the moment to sharpen his senses and observe everything around him. The magic tower ahead was an imposing presence, and he no longer felt just the surveillance, but a growing sense of danger. However, it wasn't overwhelming. He felt threatened, but not as if this was a life-or-death situation. Even so, something was about to happen, and he needed to be prepared. Rigger smiled internally. He prepared a barrier spell around himself, an almost imperceptible aura that surrounded him with a subtle yet effective protection. He reinforced the spell as he advanced, each step calculated and controlled. He also began gradually channeling magic into his throat, preparing howling magic. He turned to Jurden, who still seemed unaware of the unfolding situation. This boy only harbored good intentions toward him and his group. He was quite talented, it would be a shame to see him killed so randomly. From what Rigger had deduced, there were clearly opposing factions in this kingdom. "Jurden, if something goes wrong in the magic tower, retreat. You'll only be dead weight in a fight." Jurden looked at Rigger, puzzled, not fully grasping what was happening. "What could possibly happen, Lord Rigger?" "We are in the royal palace." Rigger replied with an enigmatic smile. "Just do as I said." Rigger smiled while looking at Jurden, the tension around them growing like an invisible mist. He felt the imminent threat, though he still didn't know from where it would come. The atmosphere was heavy, as if the very air crackled with electricity. Rigger asked, "What did the king mean by taking me to his third son?" "Oh, the third prince. He is a king-tier mage." Jurden began, admiration evident in his voice. "He is a disciple of the court mage, Livendry King Dragon, the king's brother. And he is currently responsible for overseeing the magic tower. It's a great responsibility. Rigger nodded, absorbing the information. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the magic tower, a monumental structure, with dark stones and glowing golden lines, as if the very building were imbued with ancient power. The tower seemed alive, its contours radiating a sense of grandeur and mystery. The tall, ornate doors were guarded by magical symbols that Rigger, with his magic eye, could perceive with ease. He observed the magical circles and enchantments protecting the place, detecting layers of invisible barriers that intertwined, forming an almost impenetrable web of defense. The sense of danger did not subside, on the contrary, it intensified as he approached. Jurton said excitedly, "This tower has been here since the founding of the Dragon King Kingdom. In fact, after so many years, no one fully understands how its most complex functions work. Much knowledge has been lost over the years." As they entered, the air in the tower was thick with a unique energy. The floor was covered by a luxurious red carpet leading to the center of the tower, where a large dark wooden table was arranged with scattered scrolls and documents. The room was illuminated by crystals embedded in the walls, emitting a soft glow, creating an atmosphere of intense concentration and power. In every corner, Rigger noticed more intricate magic circles, some still active, others perhaps dormant, but all pulsating with energy. And then, finally, they encountered the first person in the tower. A young man with brown hair, an expression of apparent indifference, sat at a table signing documents. He wore a mage's robe, and his posture was relaxed, as if this place was his comfort zone. Noticing movement, the prince turned his head, his expression remaining the same but now carrying a hint of curiosity. Jurton gave a slight bow, a gesture of respect toward the prince's authority. "Third Prince, this is a letter from His Majesty," Jurton announced in a firm voice, but with a touch of reverence. The prince took the letter and read it with a slight furrow of his brow before raising his gaze toward Rigger. The prince's eyes were direct, but there was no disdain or hostility, just a calculated look, carefully observing Rigger as if trying to understand who he truly was. "All right," the prince murmured, more to himself. "Sir Rigger, welcome." He gestured with his hand, signaling Rigger to step closer. "You may choose 4 saint-level spells and 1 king-level spell, or 1 saint-level spell and 2 king-level spells here." He paused, studying Rigger more intently. "You are the first to receive such a privilege in over 200 years in this kingdom. Do not choose hastily, think carefully." Rigger didn't dwell on it much and replied, "Yes, of course." He looked attentively at the grimoire the prince handed him, its thick leather cover emanating an ancient aura. Flipping through the pages quickly, he felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the listed spells, some familiar, others new and challenging. But one spell immediately caught his attention. "Flash over," Rigger murmured, his eyes gleaming with intensity. It was a Saint-class fire spell, exactly what he needed to complete one of his most powerful techniques, Hellish Slash. He had dreamed countless times of applying this spell, envisioning how it would spread fire almost instantaneously over a large area. Or at least, that's how his master had described it. He would later decide whether to take 2 king-level spells or more saint-level spells, but even more importantly, he had to resolve this constant feeling of danger he sensed in the tower. He picked the spell first and looked at the prince. The young man gave him a small approving nod. The prince stood up and walked toward an imposing door on the opposite wall. With swift and precise gestures, he began drawing magical circles in the air, and Rigger, observing, was impressed. The prince deactivated multiple magical locks, as if unlocking a high-security vault. Rigger furrowed his brows, realizing that if he had any intention of stealing an artifact or spell from the tower, it would be extremely difficult to bypass these barriers. When the prince turned around, he extended his hand toward Rigger. Without hesitation, Rigger shook it. The moment their hands met, a magic circle appeared on his palm, glowing with a blue light. "This magic circle allows you to stay inside the room for 2 hours after entering," the prince explained, his voice calm and serene. "While you're inside, the circle will turn purple. When you have 10 minutes left, it will turn red. Use your time wisely, you can stay longer, but many alarms will activate, and you'd end up trapped there, so don't worry, you'll have another opportunity to return." Rigger listened intently as the prince continued explaining. He spoke about the records, enchantments, and practical tips for navigating the tower's complex magical systems, internal barriers, annotations left by past users of the same magic. The tower held many secrets. It had been left behind by the royal family's ancestors, and no one else possessed the knowledge to recreate or even fully comprehend its mysteries. After finishing his explanations, the prince gave a slight smile. "You may enter now, Sir Rigger. Your magic circle is blue. Once inside, it will turn purple. Happy studying." The prince showed no signs of threat. In fact, he seemed almost indifferent to Rigger's presence, as if this were just routine. Rigger looked at the door before him, sensing a feeling of danger, but he did not hesitate, as the feeling wasn't strong enough to stop him. The prince remained behind with Jurton, watching him leave calmly. Rigger entered the room, the door closing softly behind him. Suddenly, Rigger felt his body being dragged into an unknown place, an invisible force pulling his hands and body with a pressure that seemed to root him to the depths of the earth. He tried to resist, but chains wrapped around him. They seemed to be made of a metallic green material, and a dragon's form was engraved on the chains. Rigger recognized it as a truly dangerous item. The icy touch of these chains connected to nothingness, as if they were an extension of something beyond space and time. With each attempt to move, the pressure increased until he found himself trapped. He quickly looked at the magic circle on his hand, now a deep black, a clear sign that something was wrong according to the prince's instructions. The immediate sense of danger he had felt since entering the tower intensified. His sharp senses, fully alert, caught sight of multiple mages in an enormous hall. Spiral staircases ascended around him, making it feel like he stood at the center of a vast auditorium, like a professor in a lecture hall. The mages stood in precise formation, their staffs, wands, and other magical implements at the ready, their faces impassive. And in front of them, dozens of knights stood as their shield. One of them exuded a subtle sense of danger. He wore red armor, had long blonde hair, and carried a slender sword, a rapier. Rigger recognized him immediately. He was the king of the north, the very man he had first challenged at the headquarters of the North God style, as Julian, the Red Death. Among the mages in the back, two figures stood out, one radiating authority, Minister Yalo Wisebond, and another who bore a striking resemblance to the king, though younger. The younger mage smirked upon seeing the sealing chains take effect. This was an item the Dragon King Kingdom had held for a long time, a sealing artifact that could restrain even emperor-level beings once they were caught. It was said to have once belonged to a mad dragon god of the past. See, the mage said, looking directly at Rigger. I told you I could modify the magic circle. Minister Yalo, beside him, seemed slightly relieved, though he still couldn't hide his concern. All the knights, mages, and warriors present felt relieved. They all knew what they would have faced if the chains hadn't worked, and it was a comfort to see Rigger now trapped. Some began to laugh, others started talking, but in that instant, Rigger smiled. Then, unable to hold back, he started laughing. As Julian, one of the few still paying attention, furrowed his brows, observing Rigger closely, trying to understand the reason for his laughter. And then, his eyes widened as he shouted, preparing for battle. Minister! Retreat! Only then did others realize, the green magical chains binding Rigger, the most powerful artifact of the Dragon King Kingdom, the sealing chains of the Mad Dragon King, which had previously restrained even emperor-level mages and warriors, were floating 5 centimeters away from Rigger's skin. Rigger grinned as he smoothly slipped out of the chains, his body flexible and unrestrained. The chains had only captured the barrier magic Rigger had prepared around himself beforehand. He had poured a massive amount of mana into that barrier, yet visible cracks had already formed, proving just how immense the pressure of those chains truly was. Still, he could feel it, the chains did not act purely on inertia. They seemed to freeze space itself, and an overwhelming gravity crushed down on their target. Even with his strength, without the barrier, he would have been caught. Rigger walked forward smoothly as the chains continued gripping only his invisible barrier, his battle thirst spreading through the hall. Then, as the warriors panicked and the mages began chanting spells, he spoke. If this is all you had, then it's time to cleanse the Dragon King Kingdom. Saying this, he unleashed the howling magic trapped in his throat at full power. A shockwave erupted like a roar throughout the hall.